What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second season, the sixth part of a story where Issei was a Gremory, and had a harem with Serafall, Tiamat, and Ophis. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male. This time, we have female Vali. Well, with that out, let's get into part 6. Gremory Residence. HAA, good morning, Valerie greeted between yawns as he entered the dining room of the Gremory mansion. Good morning, Valerie. The female members of the Gremory group responded along with Lavinia, Zenobia, Irina, Sona, and Tsubaki. The cover stuck to you, friend. Look at the time you woke up and what is that clothing for God's sake? Lavinia said with amusement, while she was sitting at the table and looking at her friend's appearance like everyone else present. What, is this wrong? Valerie questioned as she looked at her outfit, which consisted only of a shirt down to her hips and at her bottom there were only white panties present, definitely a very revealing outfit. I think it's a bit revealing that you walk around like that in this house, Murayama mentioned from his spot while eating a toast. Oh come on. Only women live in this house and none of them are lesbians that I know of to worry about, plus the only man who lives here. But Valerie couldn't continue because a certain brunette interrupted her. I see. That shameless way of dressing is to get Issei-kun's attention. How perverted, Akeno commented gracefully while covering her mouth to hide her laughter. You better not talk, because if I remember correctly, barely the first day here and you were already sneaking into his room, Valerie countered halfway through falling as she prepared to sit at the table with everyone else. Don't remind me, I still have after effects from that. How was I supposed to know that Issei would be the only man who wouldn't succumb to a half-naked woman? My butt still hurts a little when he threw me out of his room and I fell to the floor, Akeno replied while rubbing that area of her body under the lost gaze of many. You might be wondering what they're doing in Issei's house. The answer to that is simple. A few days had passed since the conversation in the occult club room with the brown-haired boy and the leader of the fallen angels, where the girls of the Gremory and Citri entourage, being the only ones involved in the act, Sona and Tsubaki since the others had rejected the offer, all of them moved to the Gremory residence by orders of the leaders, and as expected everything became pandemonium since Akeno began to flirt with Issei in the company of Lavinia causing Valerie's jealousy. On the other hand, Zenobia and Irina were still trying to get used to certain customs, something that Murayama and Keitase had to give their help since the exorcists were lost. Of those present, Koneko was the most normal and the one who caused the least drama. Asuya and Yuma were happy to be living under the same roof as their two great idols, so to speak, being Gabriel and Penamune. Sona and Tsubaki on the one hand were the ones who showed the least energy, since they did not agree with living under the same roof with a man who was not from their family. But since Serafall was involved and they had been evicted from the place where they lived, by order of their family rather than by their own decision, they did not put any more buts. Finally there was Rias, who was between happy and upset to live with her greatest idol, and it was all because he spent his time making her life impossible. Issei Gremory, the most feared man on earth and whose reputation precedes him, the one who does not tolerate approaches without his consent. Wow, that must have been a surprise. That's what happens when you think with a hot head, Sona mentioned to Queen Gremory while drinking her cup of tea. Sona has a point, Akeno. Even her women have certain difficulties to approach Issei-sama. That personal trait of hers regarding her personal space is truly problematic, but you end up getting used to it sooner or later, Tsubaki commented calmly while enjoying her breakfast. Issei-sama is not bad. Probably all that stuff about his space is due to something he experienced in the past, Koneko mentioned, capturing everyone's attention due to the all for honor mentioned topic. Issei-sama's past isn't something that is known much, right? Keitase questioned the girls, being her master whom she looked to for answers. Even I am unaware of that information, but from what my sisters once told me, Oni-san has always been a strong-willed and very cold man just like the one we see now, Rias answered as best she could while being the center of attention. So he's had that since he was a kid and he's just a guy like that because, Yuma commented nonchalantly to his friends. That's what I thought at first, but Serzexni-san once told me that Oni-san wasn't like that for a while, that long before I was born and girls came into his life, he was different from the one he is now. But one day he suddenly changed and he was never the same again, Rias mentioned with some confusion to her friends at that information. Changed. So, the great and feared Issei Gremory was not born that way, but rather was forced to be that way. But why? Lavinia couldn't throw the question into the air as she thought about the brown-haired boy. I would like to know Lavinia, but I don't know that information. Even my sisters and Sir's ex-Nisan do too. But, apparently, as I understand from my father, the only person who knows what happened to date is only one, and that is my mother, Rias answered seriously, since her family was hiding a big secret. Vanillana, Akeno exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this revelation. Yes, but she keeps quiet and protects that information as if it were her own life, so nothing is known, Rias commented between sighs while looking at her reflection in her drink. Interesting, maybe we can find out more later. In any case, are we the only ones in the house? It just seems strange to me not to see anyone else at this hour, Valerie asked the girls while trying to sense the presence of the older women and her love interest. Serafall-sama, Yui-sama, Mirajin-sama, Tiamat-sama, Gabriel-sama, Penamune-sama, Irene-sama, Isabella-sama, Chisato-sama and Issei-sama left at dawn for the underworld before we woke up and did so, Asuya replied as she placed a note written by Yui to the young people. Although saying that everyone left is questionable considering the fact that Issei-sama was being dragged by his queen while he was sleeping, Irina mentioned with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck as she remembered seeing through her room's window how Issei's women carried out this same crawler while he was sleeping. And you blame him. He spent days running away from our lord, Zenobia commented in the same state as her friend. Fufufu, who would have thought that the God of the Bible would turn out to be an overprotective father, Lavinia mentioned gracefully after recalling the incident between the leader of heaven and the leader of the underworld. Per Oni-san, he spent days running away from Elohim-sama once he found out that Gabriel-ne-san and Penamune-ne-san were no longer pure women, Rias commented with pity as she remembered the events of that day. Flashback. The day after Gabriel and Penamune had stopped being ladies when spending their special moment with their boyfriend, chaos broke out throughout the world. On one hand, the supernatural male audience fell into depression upon learning that the Seraph Gabriel, one of the most desired women in the world, had already been taken body and soul by a man, this being the king of the underworld. But if that had killed several people with envy, once it was also learned that the cadre Penamune, one of the sexiest and most desired women in the world, had also been taken by the same man, chaos broke out. Azazel, upon learning of this, spent days locked in his room crying with a photo of Gabriel and a book entitled The Wisdom of Issei-sama, because after those events the Fallen One was thinking of creating a religion that would praise the man who had in his possession the fruit of heaven and the only one who could enjoy it. Many men wanted to join that idea, but all progress stopped when Penamune found out about it and dismantled the organization of his stupid leader with blows and pain. But that had not been the worst, but rather the normal thing, since the worst part was taken by Issei once he faced his friend, who wanted to kill him for having touched and defiled his two precious flowers. And to top it off, for the leader of heaven was to see how his daughters had red tattoos of a draconian nature on their shoulders, Penamune being the right and Gabriel the left, as if to imply that being sisters they were similar with respect to the position of Issei's mark, something that worsened Elohim's mood. Come back here, damn dragon. In different parts of the world, Issei could be seen flying at full speed while evading hundreds of spears of light that fell on him. I already told you I'm sorry, but they tempted me. It was the vague excuse that the brunette gave to his pursuer, the latter being the father of two of his girlfriends. I think so of Penamune, but not of Gabriel. You probably encouraged her to do so, and I considered you my best friend and you spit in my face, Elohim mentioned with the Excalibur in hand, trying to cut the brunette, failing in the process as he dodged his cuts. Believe it or not, but Gabriel was the one who planned everything. To my surprise, I even found it hard to believe that such a pure being would turn out to be so perverse, Issei responded after remembering the events that led him there being planned by the blonde angel. Still, that doesn't take away from the fact that you defiled my daughters, Elohim shouted as he created hundreds of lightning bolts and tornadoes all over the world as he moved around it constantly. They agreed to that. Issei excused himself with a nervous laugh as he dodged each attack as best he could and tried to escape the fury of his fiancée's father. But not me, they should have waited until marriage, Elohim shouted with thousands of gold chains on his back, throwing them at Issei. You know well that waiting has never been my thing, Issei mentioned with Ascalon in hand, cutting off all the attacks launched at him. And you know very well that I will not rest until I give you a beating, damn lustful dragon, Elohim expressed angrily with weapons of light in hand, shooting everything at the brown-haired boy. That's if you catch me, because I will never regret anything I did, Issei shouted, proudly disappearing in crimson blurs and running away from the leader of heaven. Gremory. After that incident, Issei spent several days running away from Elohim in what was considered the hunt for the underworld dragon. Fortunately, nothing major happened once Gabriel and Penamune managed to stop his father when he had managed to catch his boyfriend in the most stupid way possible. Literally, Issei had fallen into a hole covered in leaves with food on top, which had been put there by Elohim. Once the daughters spoke, the leader of heaven put the subject aside, but not before punching the brown-haired boy in the face to mitigate the discomfort he felt, something that Issei accepted without objecting, considering that he would act the same if someone were to touch his daughters. After that, Elohim through security means asked Issei and his daughters to undergo some tests to verify something, to which they hesitantly accepted, where they discovered several things. The first, and to the displeasure of the angels, was that they were not pregnant, and the other for the enjoyment of the brown-haired couples, although also to his misfortune. Is that Issei's system turned out to be a very fertile one at the time of copulation, which meant that at the time of the union he could make a woman become fertile to engender new life, something that he attributed to his dragon and demon genes combined, this being something that he cursed since his women now looked at him with wicked eyes. End of flashback. Haha, that's what parents usually do when their daughter is no longer a pure flower, Valerie mentioned with amusement, letting out a few light laughs as she recalled that incident. Although it was also funny to see how Azazel-sensei broke down upon hearing that news, Yuma commented humorously to his friends, remembering the pathetic state of the black-haired boy. I really think that Issei-sama is the luckiest man in the world for his unique partners, Murayama commented calmly, noticing how the boosted gourd appeared in his hand, drawing his and the girl's attention. You're right about that, my friend. Issei Gremory is one of the luckiest men in the world, but at the same time one of the most hated for what he has. First of all, he has the direct descendant of Lucifer, who could be considered the princess or queen of the underworld, not forgetting the other two demonesses of incredible beauty, becoming the most coveted demoness women. He has at his disposal the most beautiful and sexy cadre and seraphim of their respective factions, which are the dream of many men. He has two dragon queens of incredible powers and beauty. Finally, there is the demoness queen from another world and the very dimensional goddess, sovereign of all dimensional worlds. Issei Gremory is definitely on a higher level than many when it comes to luck and fortune. Drake commented with some admiration for his friend, but also with some envy like many. And we can't forget 3 women here who are interested in Oni-san, Rias mentioned with amusement as she looked at a certain black-haired, blonde, and silver-haired girl. Who says I'm interested in that idiotic and sexy man? Valerie protested, quite blushing, hitting the table hard in her outburst. You heard what you said, didn't you? Lavinia questioned with amusement, making her friend blush even more. Shut up, Lavinia, you are a shameless person to be flirting with him all the time, Valerie complained with shame as he sat back down. What can I tell you, Okei-kun? I've never been like this with a man, but Issei-kun has something that I like and makes me want to get his attention, and what better than approaches and adult games? I've never seen him complain about them, Lavinia mentioned nonchalantly to her friend, shrugging her shoulders. It's all because of those 2 balls of dough you're carrying around with you, Valerie commented jealously, pointing at the blonde's breasts. Jealous that I'm bigger than you in that area of the body, but I don't see why you care if you have a better waist and rear than me. There's a reason you usually walk around in underwear when Issei-kun is around, Lavinia mentioned, covering her mouth with amusement as she revealed Lucifer's secret. Him staring at me while I walk around in lingerie is not my problem. I mean something I expected, Valerie whispered with a blush present, turning her face to the side. I see. No wonder I always noticed that you moved your hips more than usual when Issei-kun was present. With that, my thought that you are a pervert becomes stronger, Akeno commented mockingly to the silver-haired girl, receiving a death glare from her. Shut up, out of the 3 of you, you're the worst, Valerie counterattacked the brunette while drinking some water. I am a direct woman who does not like to beat around the bush, and what I want is Issei Gremory as my partner, Akeno responded calmly without any problem revealing her feelings. It still scares me to hear that you're after my older brother. Have you at least told his women? Rias questioned her friend with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck. I told Issei-kun, and I guess he must have told them, but in any case I plan to talk to them during our stay in the underworld, or at least with the matriarch to get her consent. Before reaching Issei, it is correct that I first talk to their current partners, Akeno answered with a sincere smile to her friend, and her thoughts clear. It's lucky that Serafall gave it to Valerie and me a long time ago, Lavinia commented, getting a nod from the silver-haired girl. You know, I still think that there are a few more women missing in Gremory's life. Of course, if one day I were to be in a relationship with someone like I don't know, Ophis maybe, that day I will shout that Albion is better than me, Drake mentioned with amusement as he considered that scenario impossible. I'll take your word for it, Drake, but I share your feelings about that guy, and what's more, since you've made that promise I will too. The day Gremory manages to kiss a fox woman, I'll shout that you're better than me. It was Albion's turn to appear through the wings of Valerie's sacred gear on his back. Ha ha ha. Both dragons laughed in amusement as their carriers' devices disappeared. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that those two will have to do what they said sooner or later, Koneko commented with slight suspicion to her friends, earning a confirmation from them. Anyway, I think it's time to get ready to leave, don't you think? Tsubaki mentioned as she stood up from her seat in the company of her king. I have to go get my entourage, so we'll see each other later, Sona said goodbye, leaving the room with her queen in a magic circle. Going on vacation to the underworld is something I would never expect, Keites mentioned with slight nervousness as she prepared to get up like everyone else, but not before cleaning up the mess they had made. More than a vacation, it will be hell for me, Rias whispered regretfully after remembering what she would have to face once she arrived home. Look on the bright side, if you die the Gremory family won't have any more weak and useless heirs, Akeno mentioned, being the only one who listened to the redhead while holding her by the shoulder and giving her a thumbs up. Damn it, was what Rias thought when she was the center of her friend's mockery, all because of her idiot brother. With everyone already on the scene, it didn't take long for them to leave the mansion, but not before closing it well, and although it had its security systems. None of the girls wanted to face the annoying brown-haired boy, nor did they want to have the death of a thief on their consciences. After that they went to the train station where Sona's entourage along with Kiba and Gasper were waiting for them, and with the entire group finally gathered, they all went to the elevator and entered in small groups since not everyone could fit in one try. Upon entering, the demons who had train passes to the underworld put them in front of a detector in the same elevator, and that took them to the secret floor where the train was waiting. At the place Azazel was already waiting for them, claiming that it would be fun to enter the underworld through the demon's path. The reason for all this is that although you can go to the underworld with the transportation circle, the legal way was by train, so that what would be a migration system would save the information of the new servants and the guests. It's been a while since I saw my master, I hope he's okay, Kiba commented, looking anxious as he waited outside the train to enter. Fine, I can do it, Gasper whispered as he looked at the train doors. How exciting, I'll be able to go to the place where Issei grew up, Lavinia mentioned, sounding happy about the upcoming experience. I just hope nothing bad happens, and if it does, it will be exciting, Valerie commented excitedly, imagining possible scenarios in which he would have to fight. If we are with Issei, sooner or later problems will come, Lavinia mentioned gracefully, having truth in her words. It's my first time going to the underworld. What about you girls? Zenobia spoke to Murayama and Keites. Obviously both of them looked tense. Apart from the rating game, it would be the first time, Keites answered with slight nervousness to the blue-haired girl. Yes, especially by train, Murayama mentioned while looking at the huge train that was already ready to leave. Don't worry, the trip is calm, we can even watch movies, Kiba commented, calming his friend's nerves a little. Great movies, I don't want to get bored to death, Irina responded, showing excitement at the blonde's words. Everyone, get on the train, we're leaving, Rias shouted, calling everyone's attention while waving her hand to make everyone understand that they will get on quickly. With that said, each group got into their car on the train, Sona's group on one side and Rias's on the other. Lavinia, Valerie, Irina and Zenobia, not being part of any entourage, got into a car that was for guests with Azazel next to them. After that, everyone already on the train left for the underworld, where they would be a month in what would be an interesting experience. In Rias's car, the young woman gave her servants instructions on how things were, that after being part of her entourage they were part of the family, and that made them entitled to a territory in the underworld. Having said that, she gave them a map for them to choose from. Needless to say, the new ones like Murayama and Keites were almost idiots when they saw the possible territories. On the other hand, in a different car, Valerie was sitting waiting for the train to arrive at the underworld and finally be able to begin her training after what would be the meeting of the young devils. By the way, Valerie, have you discovered anything about him? Lavinia asked her friend, referring to a man hated by the silver-haired girl. Apart from the fact that he hides like a filthy rat, nothing. But I'm sure that with Issei I'll be able to find my bastard grandfather. After all, his younger sister is with him, and I suppose that sooner or later he'll show himself to take revenge on the man who humiliated him, Valerie answered without any emotion, looking out the window. If we want to have something that can help us, we would only have to talk to Issei-kun, since he is the only one who can know about her whereabouts, Lavinia whispered to her friend, since it was a delicate subject for her. TSK, then we have to trust Issei and also tell him about it. You know well that for me revealing that is. But Valerie couldn't finish speaking once the blonde interrupted her. Valerie, he won't judge you, Lavinia said seriously to her friend, holding her by the shoulder. How are you so sure about that? Maybe he'll only accept me for my pretty face and body like any other man. But once he knows where I come from, he'll—" Again Valerie was silenced, but this time not by words, but rather by something else. Slap. It was the sound that was heard in the car once Lavinia, without any impediment, slapped Valerie for his senseless accusations against the brown-haired boy, and that was something that had made her very angry. "Don't ever say something like that again, Valerie, you got it," Lavinia said angrily as she looked at her serious friend. "Lavinia," Valerie whispered in shock, holding his bruised cheek. "Issei is not like the others. He will listen to you and give you his support because he is that kind of man. Or perhaps you see him show the opposite with your great aunt Lucifer. Learn to trust him more. If you want to become his partner, you must trust," Lavinia mentioned a little calmer, placing one of her hands on the silver-haired girl's shoulder. "Is it really like that, Lavinia? When I was a child, I was persecuted by my father on the advice of my grandfather because he was afraid that I would become more powerful. At the same time, they saw me as a monster due to the ability I was born with, the Longinus Divine Dividing Type Sacred Gear. At home, I was physically abused by my father and mentally by my grandfather. And I was afraid that when I ran away from home, my grandfather would abuse the life of my mother, who is a simple human. In the end, I managed to escape from my father and grandfather and was found by Azazel, who took on the responsibility of raising me in Gregory. And now you know well that I trained driven by hatred with the intention of killing my father and grandfather. Will Issei really accept me after all that? Will he love me knowing what I am?" Valerie whispered regretfully as she looked at the ground. "He will do it, my friend, there is no doubt about that," Lavinia responded affectionately, hugging her friend. "You know, I wonder what Issei is doing right now," Valerie commented with amusement, thinking about the brunette. "Probably the lazy guy or hanging out with one of his women, who knows?" Lavinia mentioned in the same state as her friend, thinking about the brown-haired man without knowing that his whereabouts and situation were very different from what was thought. Meanwhile with Issei. "No more Mirajane-sama. I can't continue with this any longer," Issei cried comically while signing some hellish documents according to him, and behind him there were piles of them to sign and read. "That's what you get for neglecting your responsibilities, so move that hand and we're not leaving until you're done," Mirajane mentioned maliciously, holding a whip in her hands. "Damn Lucifuge, they're the perfect countermeasure for the Gremory," Issei whispered as he signed the papers against his will. "Keep working," Mirajane declared maliciously, hitting the desk with her whip, scaring her boyfriend. As Mirajane-sama commands, Issei responded nervously, signing faster, not wanting to be a victim of the demoness whip in the room. Oh, how he wanted to escape, but it was tempting his life and falling into the clutches of his pretty girlfriend. Returning to the Gremory train. "We will reach Citri territory in a moment," the train horns informed its passengers. "Did you say Citri?" Murayama expressed in confusion to her friends, and that was when the doors of the car opened, letting in some guests. "Hello, Murayama," greeting a blonde man who had just arrived at the Gremory car along with two black-haired women with glasses. "Saji, the president and vice president too," Murayama mentioned doubtfully upon seeing those people present. "Good morning, Sona," Rias greeted her friend while drinking a cup of tea. "Good morning, Rias. As I thought we were sharing the train with the Gremory, I thought it was prudent to say hello before our stop," Sona responded to the redhead's greeting as she stood next to her. "I'm a little scared," Rias commented to the brunette about the situation that would occur in the underworld. "It's understandable. After all, this year's return is very different from previous ones due to the arrival of our king," Sona mentioned while adjusting her glasses. "Well, I guess we'll see each other tomorrow at your house for the leader's training," the brunette commented to her friend while looking out the window. "Nervous?" Rias asked her friend with a tense expression. "A little. It will be the first time that the Demon King trains some inexperienced young people alongside his entourage. Of course she would be nervous about it," Sona responded a little tensely to her friend, proving her point. "There are two of us now, my friend. Have a nice day," Rias finished saying as she saw the train stop, probably being her friend's stop. "See you later," Sona said goodbye as she prepared to leave the car with her queen and pawn. After that conversation, Sona along with her queen and pawn left the Gremory car, leaving their passengers behind enjoying themselves and waiting for the train to reach its destination. The trip itself was a bit long considering the fact that they had to cross the dimensional walls to reach the underworld. A world outside and at the same time linked to the human world by means inexplicable to human understanding since its explanation would be too confusing. After a few minutes the Gremory group noticed how Azazel arrived at the wagon, who asked Rias if he could accompany him to his wagon to talk about a topic regarding his older brother, something that the redhead accepted and left leaving her friends alone. but the minutes of her absence were beginning to worry her friends since her delay was quite a lot considering that she only went to talk to the fallen. Had something bad happened? It's been a while since the president left, right? Gasper mentioned while playing a video game on a portable console. Maybe it was a serious matter that needed his attention. I guess the king's younger sister has her priorities too, Akeno commented calmly while playing cards with Yuma. We will soon arrive at the Gremory estate, the train horns informed its passengers. Whoa, we're finally here, Kate exclaimed excitedly as she walked over to the window to see. Look out the window, Yuma said in amazement once the landscape came into view, marveling at what she saw. That whole stretch of land is... Yuma couldn't believe what he was seeing and who owned that piece of land. Yes, it is the Gremory territory, home of the Mao Lucifer and the Demon King, Akeno informed her friend with amusement as she enjoyed her reaction. But she didn't blame her since she was the same the first time she was here. All that? Asuya asked her friend in astonishment without taking her eyes off the window. It's the same size as Honshu Island, the largest in Japan, Kiba reported, to the curiosity and impression of the newest members of the group. From one moment to another the train stopped suddenly, causing the Gremory group to lose their balance and fall to the ground, as well as the tables in the car and decorations to tip over and break under such a brake of the machine. It almost seemed as if it had collided with something, but considering that they were flying through the sky, what would they crash into in the underworld? A plane. Faced with that situation, all the members of the Gremory group saw how Valerie, Lavinia, Irina and Zenobia arrived at their position, holding onto the walls as they were affected by the situation. Dizziness and instability on the train. What was that? Irina asked, worried that something bad would happen and it would be like one of those situations from horror movies where the train suffered a terrible accident. We stopped, Zenobia said seriously as she looked out the window and noticed how the train remained still. At least it was still in the air, so that was a good sign, right? It's an emergency stop, the train horns reported, much to the confusion of the young people. Emergency? What had happened? And where were Azazel and Rias in these circumstances? Ara, what happened? Akeno asked herself as she stood on top of a woman whom she was accidentally suffocating with her breasts. Akeno, you're not letting me breathe, Yuma spoke as best she could, being the one who unfortunately had the brunette's forehead in her face. Oh, I'm so sorry Yuma, although I wish it had been Issei-kun instead of you, Akeno mentioned after realizing the situation and getting up to the relief of the fall. Forgive me for being born, Yuma thought at the brunette's comment while looking at her with a dead expression. Was this an accident? Asuya asked doubtfully as she lay on the ground and got up. Some important characters will be meeting soon, they are taking extra precautions, Azazel reported entering the boys' carriage in the company of Rias, who seemed somewhat annoyed. Important people? Irina asked the fallen one doubtfully as she regained her balance. It seems that the engine is not working, I will go and check it out a bit, see you later, was the only thing Azazel said without giving a clear answer to the confusion of the young people. Ha, I'm informing you all right now so you can prepare for the Young Devils meeting in a month. We'll be Asgard's representatives at the conference, Rias informed everyone with her arms crossed. Asgard, Murayama asked hesitantly at the mention of a fantasy realm. A famous European legend, it is the home of demons, angels, fallen angels, the Greek gods of Olympus, and the Asian religions of Mount Sumeru. There are many important characters in the place, Rias answered her friend as best she could. I see, Valerie whispered as he saw that several high-level and powerful beings were going to gather. President, so this upcoming conference is about the Chaos Brigade, Murayama asked his master, raising his hand. Yes, an anti-terrorist conference and Asgard will also get involved, Rias mentioned with regret about what could happen at that meeting, especially if her older brother was present, who was not very well regarded in the world. Get out, Koneko warned those present once she sensed a disturbance in the atmosphere of the train. But no one was prepared for what followed, as outside the train a magic circle appeared beneath the machine, which gave off a blinding glow that affected the passengers, and when they realized that they were no longer inside the train but rather falling through a multicolored space for a few brief seconds, as if they were being transported. Something that was not far from reason, since the Gremory group ended up falling into a rocky wasteland, and of course, their fall was not soft at all. Ouch, Murayama said in pain from the fall as he stood up, noticing how his friends were around him in the same state, and also the tin place they were in. Ugh, really Akeno? Yuma questioned with difficulty while lying face down on the floor with the brunette sitting on her back. Fufufu, again I wish it had been Issei-kun, Akeno commented as she stood up and helped her friend. What happened? Gasper asked in confusion when he saw that they were no longer on the train. In fact, Where were they? A forced teleportation, Lavinia mentioned with intrigue, analyzing the situation. Hey, where's the president? Kate asked her friends when she saw the redhead's absence in the area. I don't see her, Akeno replied as she searched for her friend with her gaze, failing in the process. Azazel isn't there either, Valerie mentioned when she noticed the fallen's absence, although it wasn't something that mattered much to her. Stop, Zenobia shouted as she felt a slight tremor on the ground, which caught everyone's attention. The earth began to shake violently and the rocks on the rocky walls began to break and fall, alerting the young people, who did not know what was happening but understood that they were in trouble, or at least that they had gotten into one without knowing why. Something's coming, Irina screamed as she saw the magnitude of the tremors increasing and the sound of footsteps becoming more evident. It was there that everyone saw a gigantic western dragon 15 meters tall appear on the surface of a stone column. Most of the dragon's body was covered in dark purple draconic scales, plus it had a triangular head with yellow horns, a pair of large, sharp red eyes with lavender sclera, and serrated yet sharp canine teeth. It also had claws with long, sharp yellow nails on its hands and large bat-like wings with stiff tips. Lastly, it wore black armored shoulder pads that extended down to its arms and a loincloth decorated with metallic accessories. A dragon, Murayama questioned in amazement and nervousness at such a creature. That's not it, Albion and Drake weighed from their sacred gears as they looked through the eyes of their wielders. But there was no time to think, as the present dragon charged at the young men, spewing his fiery breath at them, something that was incredibly hot, and forced all of them to jump to the side to evade the deadly attack. Doesn't look friendly, does it? Kiba said in the air, unsheathing his sword ready to fight. Yes, that's right, Zenobia spoke as she took Durandal out of her personal space. As her fire was being released, Koneko saw an opportunity to attack the dragon, so ignoring the situation and its gravity, she threw herself at it with clear intentions that she could beat it without having to resort to her own power. Making a great leap, she threw herself at the dragon with her fists ready to hit it, but all progress and initiative was in vain. Koneko, don't go, Akeno shouted worriedly to the albino upon seeing her hasty action. But the words came too late, and the dragon lashed out at Koneko with his tail so hard that he sent her crashing into a stone wall, drawing blood from her head in the process, where she ended up falling unconscious on the ground right in front of the vampire and Gremory nun. Koneko, Gasper screamed in horror as he saw his friend injured, being treated by the blonde. Roag, the dragon roared loudly, as if he were letting the young people know that it was nothing against him. With the president absent, I'm in charge. Yuto, Zenobia, Irina, Kates distract the dragon. Murayama uses that time to charge your sacred gear. Asia heals Koneko. Yuma and I will provide support, Akeno ordered in the air with her battle attire on, giving an appearance worthy of a queen. Yes, Vice Presidency, the Gremory group responded with determination, while the exorcists only nodded their heads. We'll help too, Valerie said excitedly, stepping forward alongside her friend. Boosted Gird, Murayama exclaimed loudly as she brought out her sacred gird, which caught the dragon's attention, and the proof of this was that he was going towards her to attack her, but there was nothing to worry about. Over here, you will be punished, Akeno shouted from the sky, throwing her lightning bolts at the dragon's face. You're in big trouble with us, Kiba and Zenobia said as they jumped between rocks until they reached the dragon with their weapons in hand. But just when both swordsmen were on the dragon's head and were going to attack him with their swords, they did not expect that their opponent could lengthen the horns on his head and stop their swords with them. How much trouble could that dragon be? This is when it would do them good to have the brown-haired man present, or one of his women. Even Azazel would be fine, but unfortunately they were alone in this. Durandal was repelled, Zenobia exclaimed in surprise as she fell to the ground from the dragon's rejection. Yuto, Akeno shouted to her friend, giving him an order with just her tone. Sword birth, Kiba called out as he drove his sword into the ground, giving way to his technique. Numerous swords were emerging from the ground against the dragon, who was targeted, but this same dragon, making use of his tail with a simple sweep of it, destroyed all the swords without any problem, and to finish off the situation without any damage. Once done, it was his turn to attack, and he threw his breath of flames against the Gremory knight, who could only cover himself with his arms, but fortunately help fell from the sky right in front of him. You won't, Lavinia screamed as she fell and placed her hands on the ground, creating a wall of ice in front of her to stop the sea of flames succeeding in her move. Now Valerie, the blonde mentioned, giving confirmation to her friend once she stopped her attack. Take this, Valerie declared loudly, falling from the sky with the wings of his sacred gear out, where he hit the dragon in the face. He didn't like that at all, so he tried to catch the silver-haired girl with his mouth, but she did a backflip in the air while presenting an amused smile on her face as she extended her hand to the dragon. Divide, I pray in the rocky valley as Valerie takes part of the dragon's power, which fell on one of its knees due to the weakening but then quickly recovered itself to Lucifer's amazement. It's still not enough to take that thing down. I guess I'll have to go into balance break or juggernaut drive, but I was hoping to figure this out without needing to resort to them as part of my training. Damn it, Valerie thought in annoyance as he looked at the dragon. Ruag, the dragon roared loudly as he looked at the silver-haired girl defiantly. At that moment several lightning bolts and spears of light fell from the sky and hit the dragon, these attacks being provided by Akeno and Yuma, who had to start flying in different directions to dodge the fire that their opponent was throwing at them. I must also try hard, since I am a man, Gasper shouted loudly as he made his eyes shine and caused the dragon to be dyed with a purple aura, which stopped him for a few seconds, but he managed to break free. I can't, I'm too scared to concentrate, Gasper cried comically, falling to his knees to the bewilderment and sorrow of many. Boost, explosion, the energy that Murayama had channeled was finally ready for use. Alright, Murayama together, Akeno shouted from the sky, throwing her thunder at the dragon. Yes, take this, dragon shot. It was the brunette's turn to scream as she threw her crimson sphere-shaped attack at the dragon. The explosion of the two attacks hitting the dragon was large and strong, creating a layer of smoke in the area, but it didn't last long once the dragon pushed it away with a movement of its tail, completely intact, to the amazement of the brunette and black-haired girl. Are you serious? Murayama questioned with a drop of sweat on his neck as he looked nervously at the dragon. It can't be, Akeno exclaimed in disbelief at seeing that they hadn't done anything to the dragon except make it angry. Was everything really lost? Issei-kun, Akeno thought as she saw the dragon looking at her with his mouth infused with fire ready to launch. Alright, that's enough. That was what the young people heard in the area, and following the voice they noticed how Rias and Azazel were on a raised stone, the fallen being the one who smiled with amusement, while the redhead seemed irritated. The president and the sensei, Keitei's questioned doubtfully, watching as the all for honor mention descended to where they were and stood next to the dragon, who had calmed down and even seemed friendly. What the hell was going on there? Let me introduce you to a supreme class devil well known in the underworld, Azazel spoke as he pointed the dragon at the youths. Is this dragon a demon? Yuma stopped the fallen one with doubt since what he had said didn't make sense. Was he a dragon or a demon, and mainly, friend or foe? It's been a while, Drake, Albion, the dragon greeted while looking at the brown-haired and silver-haired girl. Yes, how nostalgic, Tannen, Drake responded from the boosted gear present on the arm of its wearer. Do you know him? Murayama asked his companion with doubt without taking his gaze off the dragon. Tannen is one of the 5 dragon kings, known as the Blaze Meteor Dragon, in other words the demon dragon Tannen. He used to be one of the dragon kings in the past, but for some reasons he became a demon. Drake informed the general public, surprising more than one. A demon dragon? Kiba questioned with surprise in his voice as he looked at the dragon. Wow, that's very impressive. It reminds me of my boyfriend, Lavinia mentioned with interest, bringing a finger to her lip as she thought of a certain Issei. Issei is not your boyfriend, Valerie shouted indignantly and jealously at her friend. One day it will be. I don't see any problem with advancing the statuses, the blonde responded with disinterest and amusement at being annoying her friend. Damn you, Valerie whispered, resisting the urge to rush to Lavinia and hit her. Anyway, we asked Tannen to help us train them, Azazel informed the young people, getting various reactions from them. Train. In other words, improve our skills, Zenobia asked the fallen with some interest while putting away Durandal. I came by special request of Sir Zexdano. Don't forget that it's a favor from the governor of the fallen angels, Tannen commented with his arms crossed to the black-haired man with a blonde lock of hair. Are you guys hurt? I'm sorry for deceiving you. I was against it, but Sir Zexni-san was very insistent, Rias mentioned regretfully while rubbing her forehead. Rias doesn't let them increase their strength, as she hesitates and constantly makes them aware, Azazel commented with disapproval and amusement to the redhead. I have never doubted, Rias answered seriously to the fallen one while looking at him. I wanted to see your strength in handling a surprise attack by yourselves. Thanks to that, I now know how to train each one of you, Azazel mentioned with a smile to the young man as a good teacher with his students. Only a fallen angel would come up with a plan like that, Akeno commented with clear hatred in her voice towards the fallen. I'll do anything to make them strong, I'm their teacher after all, was the only thing Azazel said under the dark gaze of the black-haired girl. Hey Albion, Why didn't you tell us you knew him? Valerie asked his companion mentally. There was no point in revealing the farce, right? Albion replied with a certain amused tone to his bearer. Farce? Valerie questioned, not understanding what his friend was referring to. Tannen didn't even use 1,000th of his power, was the only thing Albion said before cutting the link to the annoyance of his wielder. Anyway, let's go ahead and go to my house, Rias mentioned to the young people, drawing their attention with her words. 1 second, Miss Rias, can I ask you a question? Tannen stopped the redhead as he crouched down a little. Go ahead, Tannen, Rias replied as she turned around and had the dragon's face right in front of her. Is your older brother in the underworld? Tannen asked with a serious tone when referring to that guy. I understand that he is in the underworld. Why do you ask? Rias questioned doubtfully, turning her head to the side. You can do me a favor and tell him when you see him that I'm waiting for payment for stealing one of my apple trees, Tannen mentioned, causing everyone to have a drop of sweat on the back of their necks for such a ridiculous request. Okay, I'll pass the message on to him, Rias replied with a drop of sweat on the back of her neck to the dragon. After that interaction, Tannen left for his territory, and so did the young people without the company of Azazel, who left for another place with the excuse that he had to do something important, leaving the redhead as the guide to the Gremory mansion. Minutes later. Amazing, Irina exclaimed in great shock upon seeing in front of her what could practically be considered a castle. Was that the Gremory residence? So this is the house where the Gremory heiress and her siblings grew up, Lavinia commented with slight impression, admiring the structure in front of her. It was at that moment that everyone noticed how several fireworks appeared in the sky, as well as several trumpets that resonated throughout the place, indicating that it was the redhead's welcome. Seconds later, the doors of the mansion opened, giving way to a very beautiful silver-haired woman wearing a maid outfit, and she was very well known to many of those present. I'm home, Rias mentioned, happily seeing the woman in front of her waiting for them. Welcome home, Miss Rias and your guests, please come forward, Grafia greeted with professionalism, being in charge of receiving the young people, giving them way inside the mansion. Come on, guys. By the way, Grafia, who's present right now? Rias asked once she began to enter her home, being closely followed by her friends. Your mother and father are present, as well as all of Gremory-sama's women, who are in their rooms unpacking their luggage, Grafia reported, leading the group as she guided them down the main hallway. On one side and the other, butlers and maids were present, bowing to the newcomers, but more than anything, they did it as a form of gratitude and respect towards the younger sister of their king. The interior of the mansion was immense and luxurious with the numerous employees, all of which impressed those who had not been to the redhead's home before, but it was understandable coming from the Demon King's family. I am so nervous, Asya whispered while holding on to Yuma's arm as she saw the numerous glances directed at her and the others by the staff. I feel like we shouldn't be in this place, Kate's thought nervously as she saw the kind of home her mistress had. Grafia, my siblings aren't present, Rias asked, not having heard any mention of them from the silver-haired girl. In fact, they are. But Grafia couldn't continue once several steps appeared, and within seconds they saw a red-haired boy running towards all of them. Rias-ne-sama, welcome, the red-haired boy exclaimed just before throwing himself into the red-haired girl's arms, giving her a big hug. I'm home, Milikas-kun. I see that you've grown a lot since the last time I saw you, Rias greeted her nephew affectionately while hugging him. Ito, who is he? Irina asked the redhead with doubt, looking for answers. Oh, he's my brother's son, Serzex Lucifer, Rias replied smiling, ending up hugging the child. So he's your nephew? Asya commented in surprise upon discovering that fact. Come on, say hello, Rias encouraged her nephew, placing him in front of her and therefore her friends. Hello everyone, I'm Milikas Gremory, nice to meet you, the redhead introduced himself while bowing. How cute, some girls thought when they saw how adorable the child was. He really is a prince, Valerie commented without any impression, standing with his arms crossed. Then who is Serzex-sama's wife? Zenobia threw the question as she raised her hand to get everyone's attention. Fufufu, that would be me, Yum, Grafia mentioned with a smile to the blue-haired girl, standing right behind her son and taking him by the shoulders with her hands. Hey, Zenobia and Irina exclaimed in surprise when they saw Lucifer's wife right in front of them. Allow me to introduce her properly, she is Grafia Lucifuge, the wife of my brother Serzex Lucifer and mother of Milikas Gremory, Rias reported with amusement, while pointing at her older sister. Woo, I didn't expect that, Lavinia commented playfully, earning a nod from the shocked girls. By the way, what are you doing here, Milikas? You should be in the library studying, Grafia mentioned in a scolding way to her son while holding his head and looking at him coldly. But Mom, ouch, Milikas complained of the pain of being pressed hard on the head by his mother. I've already told you that during working hours you should refer to me with more respect and education, Grafia commented in her role as a servant in which not even her son was safe. But OG-san told me that I could do it whenever I wanted and that there would be no problem. That if you were upset it was only because you were already entering old age and as such you would be grumpy about these matters, Milikas mentioned while crying comically trying to free herself from her mother's grip. That's what he told you, Grafia mentioned with a twitch in her eyebrow and a tense smile that promised to explode at any moment. He also said that you were a boring and bitter woman who only knew how to do was scold and boss everyone around, Milikas commented after breaking free from the grip while rubbing his head and pushing his uncle further down. I see. And what do you think about that, son? Grafia asked the redhead sweetly, hiding her true intentions. Now I'm your son. You're so bipolar, Mom, Milikas said to the silver-haired girl in confusion, earning a slap on the head from her. Just for that you will have 2 more hours of study, Grafia declared seriously to her son without giving any indication of backing out. What? No, Grandma. The old lady is being mean to me, Milikas shouted as she ran to the door of a room without noticing how her mother opened her eyes wide at the way she called her. What? Where the hell did you learn that? Better yet, how long have you been with that imbecile? Milikas, come back here. I'm not finished with you, Grafia mentioned with annoyance, cursing a certain brunette internally as she prepared to go after her son. Grafia. Fortunately, Rias managed to stop the silver-haired girl and bring her back to her senses, although she did plan to punish her son later. Excuse me, young people, it's just that Gremory-sama always gets on my nerves, Grafia commented while bowing in apology. I'll leave it for later, so gentlemen, please come in, Grafia reported while standing in front of a door in the house, which was the guest room and where her mischievous son had entered. Once everyone entered, they could see that inside the room was Milikas hugging a beautiful woman with brown hair and violet eyes very similar to those of the redhead's older brother, and she did not appear to be more than 20-something years old. Woo, what a pretty woman. Could she be another sister of Issei Gremory? Irina was thinking as she watched the brunette lovingly caress the boy's head. Guys, meet my mother, Rias mentioned once she noticed the misconceptions of many of those present. The exorcist expressed in surprise along with Valerie and Lavinia when they saw how young and red-haired the Demon King's mother was. Long time no see, Vanillana-sama, Akeno greeted the brunette, bowing slightly as did everyone else. I'm glad everyone is okay, it's good to meet new allies. I'm Vanillana Gremory, the mother of Issei, Serafall and Rias, it's a pleasure, the brunette introduced herself once she separated from her grandson, standing in front of the young people. Well, you've arrived just in time, so let's go to dinner. Come on, Rias, show the way, Vanillana commented as she pushed her daughter to start walking towards the dining room. Minutes later, everyone was in the large dining room of the Gremory mansion in the company of Issei's girls and their parents. The atmosphere in the room was calm and the food was plentiful, so there was no problem with repeating the dish. Dear guests of my daughter, please make yourself at home, Xioctus declared to the young people, welcoming them all. I'm really hungry, but if I eat carelessly I'll embarrass the president, Murayama thought as she looked around, noticing how she was the only one who didn't know about eating manners. It wasn't until she saw her blonde colleague that she snapped out of her worry. What's wrong, Gasper? The brunette asked the blonde while looking at him. I'm so nervous about eating in such a big room. I feel like I can't, Gasper whispered nervously and scared since spaces full of people were not his strong suit. By the way, daughter, how has life been living with your brother? Xioctus asked the redhead while drinking some wine. At first there was no problem Oto-san, except for the time when I accidentally ate a dessert he had saved. I'll just say that I went through the walls of the house and ended up on the other side of the block, Rias answered with slight trauma after remembering that fact. Fufufu, you should have seen him, he looked so cute throwing a tantrum in Irene-san's arms, Akeno commented with amusement, earning a death glare from her friend. Yes, and while I was embedded in a wall of an establishment, Rias mentioned sarcastically to her friend. That's what you get for touching what's not yours, Akeno counterattacked without any hint of mercy while she was having fun with it. Hey, you're supposed to support me, damn fifth-class queen, Rias complained indignantly when she saw that her pieces no longer respected her. I do, but this time you're alone, Akeno commented nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. Damn you, Rias whispered with annoyance and clear desires for revenge against her queen. Anyway, I asked Grafia earlier but she couldn't answer me. Aren't my brothers present? Rias asked her parents, already composed, looking away from her friend. Serafall is currently busy receiving a person in the company of Serafall and Ajuka, therefore they will not be able to come, and Issei is in his office in the center of the capital of Lilith in the company of Miragen. Serafall notified me that they would arrive at night, but I don't know anything about Issei yet. You know that when he's there he doesn't like to be disturbed, Zioctis answered calmly to his daughter while eating. I see. My brother seemed to be busy, as always. Rias let out a sigh as there weren't many moments where she could be with him. I must say that this house is impressive. All of your children were raised here, I imagine, right, Vanillana-sama? Valerie asked the brunette as she looked around the room and noticed a painting of Issei in his war attire on the wall behind the Gremory matriarch. You are right, Valerie-san. All my children grew up and were educated here, Vanillana responded charismatically to the young woman. I can't imagine what it must have been like to raise Issei-kun. Was he a quiet child or one of those extroverted ones that drives you crazy? The next one to ask was Lavinia, drawing everyone's attention. It's complicated. Issei was not like children normally should be at that age. Since he was little he already showed his serious and cold character. He didn't like to play and he spent all day training without rest. On the other hand, Serafall was an extroverted child who tried to get his brother's attention, failing on every occasion, Vanillana replied while using a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Wow, so I wasn't the only one, Rias whispered when she saw that she wasn't the only one who had been a victim of her older brother. I would have liked to see Dragon Sito-kun as a child. It must have been something very special. Of the brown-haired women present, Irene could not help but give her opinion on the subject. I don't think you missed anything, friend. I have been in this family since Issei was 9 years old, and I became his guardian and companion. But I must say that the Issei that you all know began to show himself at an older age, since during his childhood he only sought power and nothing else. He did not care about anything, much less what happened to him or others. For Issei at that time there was only one thing, and that was to be the best. Tiamat mentioned calmly, remembering passages from her master's past. I imagine that all of that led you to kill L'Officer, right? Valerie questioned, earning a look from Yui, something she regretted having said. He was dissatisfied with the ideals and actions of the mouse, so he set out to eradicate them from the face of the earth. First there were Asmodeus and Beelzebub, and finally Leviathan and Lucifer. None of them could do anything against Issei. Tiamat commented seriously as she remembered those events of the past. Sorry for asking, but didn't it affect you, the fact that he killed your father? Lavinia asked the eldest Lucifer in the room. At the beginning I won't deny that it surprised me, but it didn't hurt me because the truth is that Lucifer was never a father to me. He forcibly engaged me to Issei just to ensure new and improved bloodlines. If you asked me, it didn't hurt me much, Yui answered sincerely to the blonde, obtaining a nod from her. I see, Valerie whispered in surprise at that information about his family. Changing the subject. How nostalgic it makes me remember when Serafall, Miragen, Yui and Tiamat were behind Issei like women, totally in love, and he didn't even realize it. Vanillana mentioned maliciously, causing the silver-haired and blue-haired girls present to spit out their drinks at such a humiliating revelation. Vanillana, Tiamat and Yui complained in shame, and their faces flushed to the amusement of many. She's right. Back then you were chasing after that useless guy, trying to get his attention with little things, and he still didn't understand anything, Grafia commented mockingly as she prepared to drink her juice. What are you talking about so much, Grafia? If you drooled over Serafall since you were a child and every moment you were alone, you would stare at each other like fools. After Vanillana's cruel words, it was the silver-haired Lucifuge's turn to blush and spit out her juice at such humiliation. Vanillana, Grafia protested as she watched her son try not to laugh at her. Fufufu. But in itself, despite what happened some time later, all the effort was worth it, right? Grafia managed to be with the man of her dreams and childhood love, with whom she formed a beautiful family from the fruit of their love, Vanillana mentioned softly while looking at the all for honor mentioned. You're right, Grafia whispered as she presented a cute blush on her cheeks and looked to the side. And you girls, before it was only Tiamat, Yui, Miragen and Serafall who were behind Issei, but over time Gabriel, Penamion, Irene, Isabella and Chisato arrived. Although you have not yet formed your family like Grafia and Serafall, all of you are finally related after hard work with my problematic son, and you are slowly on your way to creating your family like in the case of Tiamat. Each and every one of you achieved your dreams, Vanillana commented, earning a smile from her eldest son's partners. By the way, I understand that the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel, is helping you quite a bit, Zioctis mentioned to the young people, earning a look of disgust from all of them. The Governor of the Fallen Angels taking care of children, before it would be something unthinkable, Vanillana commented with great joy while covering her mouth so as not to laugh too much. He's just a singularity, Rias expressed with disinterest about the Fallen. On another note, tomorrow you start your training. Are you ready? Zioctis asked, noticing various emotions in the young men. I've always been used to training since I was a child, so it won't be a challenge for me, Valerie answered without any concern for training. It will be something exciting and also scary since Issei-sama and Azazel-sama are in charge of the training regimen, Yuma commented, giving his opinion on the matter. Calm down, there's nothing to worry about, it's not like your masters are going to kill you, Chisato mentioned calmly, noticing how everyone looked at the younger redhead with pity. Not to them, but to me, Rias whispered regretfully, her face down, capturing everyone's attention. Daughter, Vanillana whispered with concern, looking at the redhead with some pity for what awaited her. Maybe she could talk to her son so that he wouldn't be so hard on her, but she knew that he wouldn't listen to her. I don't know what he expects from me. I want to be strong and earn his appreciation and recognition, but I don't feel ready for this. Being trained by Oni-san is a dream come true, but I also know that it won't be easy, Rias commented with many emotions present, even shedding a tear or two to the surprise of many. Thanks to that, she didn't notice when her father got up from his seat. She only did so when he took her by the shoulder and forced her to look at him directly. Let me tell you something, Rias, you grew up more and more wonderful. It was fantastic to be able to watch you, a privilege. And when the time came for you to become a woman and face the world, you did it. But somewhere along the way, you changed, you stopped being you, you allowed yourself to be pointed at and told that you were useless, and when everything got worse, you looked for someone to blame, a long shadow. I'm going to tell you something that you already know, the world is not all joy and color, it is a terrible place, and no matter how tough you are, it is capable of beating you to your knees and keeping you permanently subdued, if you do not stop it. Neither you, nor I, nor anyone hits harder than life. But it does not matter how hard you hit, it matters how hard they can hit you, and you endure it while you move forward. You have to endure without stopping moving forward, that is how you win. If you know your worth, go and get what you deserve. You will have to endure the blows, and you cannot be saying that you are not where you wanted to be because of him, her, or anyone else. That is what cowards do, and you are not one. You are capable of anything, daughter. We will love you in any situation, no matter what happens. You are my daughter and you carry my blood. You and your brothers are the best thing in my life, but until you start to believe in yourself, you will not have your own life, Zioctis wisely mentioned to his daughter while holding her by the shoulders and looking at her. That, darling, is what Issei wants to see in you in person. The only thing he asks of you is that you show more confidence in yourself and wake up. I don't deny that it will be difficult, especially considering the ways Issei does things, but in the end it will all be worth it, Zioctis commented as he released his daughter without taking his eyes off her. Are you a Gremory, Rias? Prove it to Issei. Those were Zioctis' last words that made the Gremory heiress open her eyes and have a stronger conviction about her dreamness. I will prove that I am, Oto-san, Rias replied with a smile on her face and full of motivation. Her father was right. The path she wanted was full of falls and pain, but everything would be worth it in the end, so she had to go all out for victory, even if it was in the hands of her role model. Capital of the underworld. And that's it. With that we would be finishing the work to leave, Issei expressed tiredly as he put his pen aside after finishing reviewing the last document. You see, it wasn't that difficult, Mira Jean commented mockingly to her boyfriend while sitting at the desk with her whip at her side. Speak for yourself, because I've been sitting in this chair all damn day, Issei complained, leaning back in his seat tiredly. That's what you get by being absent from work, sweetheart, Mira Jean mentioned affectionately as she sat on the brown-haired boy's lap. I'm starting to regret becoming the leader of the underworld, Issei commented as he stroked the Lucifuge's head. Don't say that, Issei, because since you took command of the underworld, it has made significant progress in economic, technical, and cultural aspects. None of that would have been achieved without your intervention in the past, Mira Jean mentioned, hugging her boyfriend. The Mao killer, huh? Issei whispered, remembering how the underworld became what it is because of his intervention. Have you ever regretted what you did? Mira Jean asked without taking her face off the brunette's chest. Never, Mira. I have never done it since my decisions are carefully thought out and my actions are final, Issei replied as he caressed his girlfriend's head and hugged her. And Aries. Nowadays I think that could have ended differently without going to extremes, Mira Jean questioned, raising her face to look at her boyfriend directly. Are you upset by what I did? Issei asked without directly answering the albino's question. No, it's just that I don't really like that they know you as the god slayer of the gods, much less an evil of life. I know that you don't care what they think or say about you, but we, your women, do, because they are messing with something that is ours, but that's not what I wanted to get at, Mira Jean mentioned as she got up from the brunette's lap, turning her back to him. So what is Mira? Issei asked his girlfriend doubtfully, not understanding where she was going with this. Your power, Issei, was the only thing Mirajin said as she turned around and faced the brunette in the chair. My power, Issei repeated, still not getting to his girlfriend's main point. Whatever you say, your power acts based on your emotions, and that day when the underworld was attacked by the Greek god and I was slightly injured, you exploded, Mirajin began to tell while hugging herself, remembering how her boyfriend massacred the Greek army. Look, Issei whispered as he stood up from his seat, more or less understanding what she was getting at. I'm afraid that there will come a day when you will completely lose yourself in the darkness and be consumed by anger. And you know well what I'm getting at, Issei, because you've experienced it yourself. When you're furious you don't listen and you let yourself be carried away by your desires for blood and death. All that was when you were just a demon, but now that you're also part dragon I feel a little worried. Mirajin mentioned, noticing how she was hugged tightly by her partner. Look, you don't have to worry because nothing bad is going to. But Issei couldn't continue since his girlfriend cut him off with a simple name. Serafall, Mirajin mentioned, stopping the brunette's words completely. All of us, your partners, know it very well. Your heart is fair and loves everyone equally without any kind of favoritism. But Serafall has another role in your life, doesn't she? Mirajin questioned, moving away a little to see the brown-haired boy who avoided looking at her. So this whole talk is about that, Issei whispered regretfully as he looked to the side, finally understanding what his girlfriend meant. We all have a weak point in our system, one that causes our defeat definitively, but in your case it is different. Honestly, Issei, you can tell me what would happen if Serafall were to be injured on the battlefield or worse. You always protect all of us, but you pay more attention to her because you know perfectly well what would happen if something were to happen to her. Mirajin began to say while looking at the brown-haired boy who did not want to look at her. Can you tell me and promise me openly that nothing bad will happen, Issei? Mirajin asked, taking her beloved's face and turning him to look at her. No, I can't, Issei expressed regretfully, looking at the albino. I'm afraid that one day we'll lose you completely, Issei, and that you'll turn to the darkness, Mirajin commented as she hugged the brunette tightly. Nothing bad will happen. Look, I am always aware of everything and also taking care of her, because I know very well what her fall could cause in me, Issei mentioned softly in his girlfriend's ear as he sat back down with her on the chair. A monster, Issei thought about what he would be in a life without Serafall present. Let's leave that aside, I think it's time to go home, or better yet, Mirajin commented, resuming her posture as she began to smile pervertedly. What do you mean? Issei asked doubtfully as he saw the change in atmosphere in the room. Oh, nothing, sweetheart. I just thought it was a good time for you and I to starting our family. The Lucifuge clan suffered many casualties in the underworld civil war, leaving only Graphia and I as the only ones who could restore their bloodline. Mirajin began to relate, while she suggestively moved her hips on the brunette's lap. Look, Issei mentioned with slight nervousness when he saw where the conversation was going. What do you say, Issei? Why don't we mix the Lucifuge and Gremory blood to bring new offspring into this world? Wouldn't you like to try? Mirajin commented with a certain lustful tone to the brown-haired boy. But tomorrow is the start of the boy's training and I think we should rest for, unfortunately, any excuse. The brown-haired boy had died with his fiancée's words. I don't give a damn, Gremory. I've been waiting 3,000 years for this and I'm not going to let it go. So you and I will have the wedding night before the wedding, Mirajin declared firmly as Mimares held the brunette by her shoulders. Murph, just as he was about to protest, Issei was silenced by Mirajin's lips, which ended up crumbling his self-control and his dragon instincts. At the brown-haired girl's office, a transportation circle provided by the albino girl appeared, and so both she and her boyfriend set off for the Gremory mansion, for what would be a rather hectic night. The next day. Very well, it seems that everyone is already here, Azazel mentioned while standing in the gardens of the Gremory mansion in front of the Gremory and Citri groups in the company of Vanillana, Zeoctis, Zenobia, Irina, Valerie and Lavinia. I made a training plan that will last 20 human days, Azazel informed the young people with his characteristic carefree tone. We're going to train for 20 days, Murayama complained, his shoulders drooping as he looked at the black-haired boy with a blonde lock. There is no need to waste a single second, and in the end, if everything goes well, they will have higher levels than they have now. With that cleared up, let's welcome their masters, Azazel finished saying, and just at that moment, through the garden door, with elegant bearing and grandeur, those who would be the young people's masters began to enter, although one in particular was missing among them. Once inside, the masters of each young man stood next to Azazel as they looked at their disciples, who were present with many emotions, some more than others upon seeing those people again, as in the case of Akeno, who held her gaze at her present parent for a moment, wishing deep down that a certain brown-haired boy was present. Then let's start with Murayama, Azazel commented calmly, drawing the brunette's attention, who watched in horror as a dragon descended from the sky, the one that had attacked them when they arrived in the underworld. The dragon from yesterday, Murayama declared with surprise and nervousness. He will be your personal trainer, Azazel mentioned calmly, enjoying the brunette's reactions. Murayama exclaimed in surprise at having such a coach. Was it too late to change? This is the first time I've trained a drag wielder, Tannen commented as he looked at the brunette. I want you to be able to reach balance break mode during training. Well, do your best and try not to die, Azazel mentioned mockingly at the brunette. Damn, there are better ways to say that, Murayama protested without noticing the large purple claw that was behind her. Kaya, the brunette screamed once she was lifted by the purple dragon to her horror. Valerie, go with them. Training with Tannen will help you a lot to improve your level and mastery of your sacred gear, Azazel commented, receiving a yes from the silver-haired girl, only to see how she rose in the air next to Tannen. Murayama, Rias shouted as she looked at her friend seriously. Madam President, the brunette exclaimed, hoping that her mistress would save her. Try hard, Rias declared with a smile that was the brunette's death sentence. It's true, the president turns into a complete demon during training. It was the last thing Murayama thought as he accepted his fate. Issei Gremory, I will take that mountain over there to train the girl. I hope you don't mind, Tannen commented, getting confirmation from the redhead before leaving. Go ahead, was the only thing Rias said with a malicious tone while looking at the brunette. Madam President, was the only thing Murayama could be heard saying as he walked away from the area with Valerie and Tannen. Okay, next are Yuma and Akeno. Please step forward with your masters, Azazel mentioned with paper in hand, taking notes. After those words, the two brunettes took a step forward under everyone's gaze. Once done, they were face to face with those who would be their masters. Yuma swallowed hard and was very nervous to be in front of the Cadre Penimune, the strongest and most beautiful woman of Gregory, and in the case of Akeno, she was slightly trembling to be in front of her father, who looked at her with love and guilt, something that made her bite her lip, but it was something she had to face, after all she had promised him. It's been a while, Akeno, a rough, middle-aged man with black hair and beard, and a well-built body, greeted her. This man was Cadre Barakil and Akeno's father, to whom he spoke, trying to establish the communication that had been broken for so many years. Yes, it's good to see that you're okay, Oto-san, Akeno whispered with difficulty, keeping her face down but greatly surprising the black-haired man with how she referred to him. I hope we get along well, young lady. You'll see that you'll become a great fallen, Penimune commented calmly to her student, holding her by the shoulder. It is an honor for me that you are my master. I am at your disposal, Penimune-sama, Yuma responded with respect to the woman in front of him. Akeno, during the days of training you must accept the blood that runs through your veins. If you use the power of the fallen angels, you will be able to wield light and thunder to create lightning, Azazel began to say, giving instructions to each of the young men. Be honest with me, was it your idea or his? Akeno asked doubtfully, having a certain brunette in mind. Lord Gremory made the request to the governor to train you, daughter, Barakil responded to the brunette, clarifying her doubts. I see. I guess it will be okay and then I can thank him, Akeno Inaras whispered as she stood next to her father nervously. Yuma, in your case it's simple, since you already know the use of your blood and powers, your training will be easier. Penimune will teach you different ways of using light, as well as the handling of weapons made of this element, Azazel informed the fallen, earning a yes from her. Next would be Kiba, Kates, Zenobia and Irena, Azazel mentioned, noticing how those named took a step forward. Guys, your master will be Suji Okita, Surzek's Lucifer's Knight Piece and Kiba Yuto's Sword Master, as well as a former captain of the Shizengumi. He's waiting for you in his own dojo, so to speak. Kiba here knows how to get there. What I want from you during these days is simple, Kiba Kates. I want you to sharpen your balance break and maintain that state as long as you can. Zenobia, the Holy Sword Durandal is a sword that chooses its wielder. You must show great willpower to master it. And lastly, Irena, your mastery in Mimic is good, but that sword is a weapon that has the ability to transform into any form at the user's desires. You must polish its use and technique as well as let your imagination flow, Azazel informed the young people, who nodded at his words. Understood, they answered just before leaving the Gremory courtyard towards the meeting place with their master, being guided by the blonde knight. Next is Gasper. I must say that your skills are already good, but your greatest weakness is your fears, and to overcome them you must stop being so antisocial. Step 1 to achieve this, go out in public. That will be the only thing you will have to do, Azazel mentioned simply to the vampire in the box. "I'll give it my best," Gasper whispered, nervous just thinking about the scenario of him surrounded by so many people. "Next, Koneko," Azazel mentioned, giving way to the girl who stood in front of who would be her master. "Release the sealed power you have inside you. If you cannot accept yourself, you will not be able to develop your abilities to the fullest," Azazel declared somewhat seriously to the albino. "TSK," Koneko complained as she understood what the fallen one meant. "Calm down, I'll help you, don't think that all is lost," Mira Jean whispered sympathetically to the girl while caressing her head. Next is Asya. The power of Twilight healing depends on the user's ability. If you can release aura with your own body, you will be able to heal someone from a distance. Meditation in a closed space will be very helpful for you, and for that Yui will supervise you, Azazel informed the blonde, who looked at her master for a few seconds. "I'm in your care," was the only thing Asya left to Lucifer while she bowed, getting a nod from her. "Now let's go with the Citri group. All of you except Saji, Sona and Tsubaki will be personally trained by Irene, Isabella, Wave and Kurom as a personal request from Issei Gremory. Therefore they already have their training regimens established for you," Azazel mentioned, looking at the young people and their masters. "I promise you that you will be stronger than you already are," Isabella commented calmly to the young people in front of her. "We will strive to meet your expectations, teachers," they all responded with respect for the adults. "Saji, you possessing one of the fragments of Vritra makes you a potentially powerful subject, but having only one of the fragments of that dragon lowers your level. Fortunately, I have in my possession the other parts of Vritra, and we will give them to you. Your task is simple: control the power you will gain," Azazel mentioned to the blonde Citri while looking at him. "Excuse me?" Saji questioned, quite surprised to hear those words. "From what I understand, you have the technical abilities to be a good user of Vritra's power. Of course, assimilation won't be easy, but the progress will surely be worth it. That is if you want the power," Azazel commented to the blonde while crossing his arms. "Yes, I want to be stronger. I don't want to lose to anyone," Saji shouted with determination, to which Sona just sighed with a smile. Boy, did she have energy. "Excellent. We'll see about you later, since now I have to make some arrangements so that we can give you those sacred gears. It's almost time, so let's go with Sona, Tsubaki and Lavinia. You three will be trained by the Mao Leviathan," Azazel informed, giving way to the black-haired girl at his side. "Sona-chan, your sister will make you into a magical girl," Serafall declared excitedly, striking several embarrassing poses in her sister's eyes. "Permission to change, sensei?" Sona asked with a raised hand to the fallen, who only smiled at her. "Denied," Azazel said with amusement to the Citri heiress, much to her annoyance. "How bad? You'll see that with my help you will reach great levels, and you will too, Tsubaki-chan, Lavinia-chan," Serafall mentioned, about to cry because of her sister's words. It was in those moments when she needed to be pampered by her man. But where the hell was she? "Serafall is the most suitable and appropriate to teach you the powers of your Sona family. With respect to Tsubaki, with her sacred gird she will be able to master it better by training with a Mao, and finally Lavinia. Without a doubt the element of ice is one of Serafall's strong points. With her you will learn several things, so give it your best," Azazel commented before turning to the last one to mention. "And finally there is Issei Gremory," Azazel finished with some regret on his face while he and everyone present looked at her with concern and pity for what she would have to experience. At that moment the redhead had her face down, while she hugged herself, and had slight tremors in her legs, since it was not easy for her or anyone to have to go through what she would do at that moment. "Daughter, I know you are scared of what might happen, but keep in mind that this is what you need the most. Of those present here, no one is better to guide you than him. I did what I could during your childhood as I did with your brothers, but the time has come for someone more experienced to teach you. Don't see it as something scary, but rather as an opportunity. It's not every day you can be trained by him," Vanillana mentioned from her position to the redhead, hiding her worries about the situation. "Years ago we fought and trained alongside him, and I can assure you that there is no one better than him to bring out your full potential," Serafall declared calmly to the Gremory heiress, giving her support. "Have confidence in yourself and never give up, always fight until the end," was the encouraging comment that Wave gave to the redhead. Thanks, I guess it's the best for me. So where is he?" Rias asked once she raised her face, showing a grateful smile. As he finished those words, the doors to the mansion's back garden opened loudly, giving way to a certain Gremory. His expression was serious and cold, with his red eyes injected with fury. On his back he carried the dragon's slayer, and on his waist the weapons of destruction. His presence alone imparted respect, fear and power, which was the trigger for the redhead to become more nervous than she already was. "Your master has arrived," Azazel whispered seriously as he looked at the brown-haired boy present. "Hey Oni-san," I'm ready. But Rias couldn't even continue as she was cut off once her older brother had positioned himself right in front of her at high speed, and that was where the pain came next. Ugh! To everyone's amazement, they witnessed how the redhead vomited a little blood when the brown-haired boy's fist was in her stomach, and then a loud, delayed rumble was heard in the area. Bam! A great impact and wave of wind was present in the garden of the Gremory residence, where it could be perfectly seen with the redhead shot out with force towards the sky, moving further and further away without any signs of stopping, and there on the ground with his fist extended was Issei with his serious and monotonous expression at the act he had committed. Issei! Everyone present exclaimed in shock at what the brown-haired boy had done. Son, but what? Zeoctus could not continue his outburst since his firstborn had interrupted him. Listen carefully. I don't want anyone to show up during this month in which I train that incompetent. If they do, they'll regret it, Issei finished saying before shooting off into the sky at high speed behind the redhead. On the ground, many remained with different feelings but sharing the same thought regarding what they witnessed. Besides, Issei had said a month. Wasn't it just 20 days? Apparently, Rias was in for a big surprise. Good luck, Rias. They all thought at the fate that the redhead had to experience. Will he be okay? Asya asked those present with concern as she looked up at the sky. Issei may be very harsh with his way of being and doing things, but at the same time, even if he doesn't say it, he cares and wants to see his sister grow up. Unfortunately, Rias has grown up in a quiet and luxurious environment, which has led her to be considerably weak, unlike her brothers who must have experienced a hard life at her age. He doesn't say it yet, but it is clear that he loves his sister very much since they are family, and the least he wants is for her to live what he had to do, Vanillana answered seriously without taking her gaze off the sky. But that's something. Yuma couldn't finish speaking when she was interrupted by the older brunette. Something crazy, right? But I, more than anyone, think I understand why Issei is like that with Rias, Vanillana mentioned as if in a trance since she didn't take her eyes off the sky and didn't notice that she was the center of attention. Vanillana, Serafall asked the brunette with doubt and some seriousness since her instincts told her that it was something extremely important regarding her man. You don't want Rias to go through or experience something similar to you, right, Issei? You prefer to be the bad guy in the story and make her see for yourself that this life is not all joy and color, that it is a terrible place, and no matter how hard one is, it is capable of bringing you to your knees with blows and having you permanently subdued. My son, you don't want your sister to experience the despair that you lived years ago, Vanillana thought with regret, remembering the secret that she has kept quiet for years. Vanillana. It was Serafall's scream that snapped her out of her daydream, to which she could only smile as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, I got carried away by my thoughts, but don't worry, you don't have to worry about my daughter's situation. She's in good hands and I have no doubt that she'll come back a great woman, Vanillana commented calmly without noticing the suspicious look that the Leviathan was giving her. There is no doubt about it, maybe he is an idiot, but Issei is without a doubt a guy who has lived and been through a lot, which makes him a great master, Grafia mentioned as she arrived at the garden with her husband. Issei, don't be so hard on her, was the last thing Vanillana could think before entering the mansion with the rest of the others. Mountains of the Gremory territory. Bam! Arg! Rias complained in pain as she fell heavily onto the ground of an unknown wasteland. The redhead was lying on the cold floor while holding her abdomen in the face of the strong pain she felt at that moment. Her breathing was constant since the lack of air in her system was great. As best she could, she raised her blurry vision and saw perfectly how a few centimeters away from her older brother descended elegantly, arms crossed while looking at her coldly with those penetrating and intimidating red eyes. Get up, Issei coldly ordered his sister while making his aura of destruction present on his body. Slowly and with the strength she could gather, the redhead began to get up in pain, letting out several moans of pain in the process. Even so, she did not give up and managed to stand up with her gaze fixed on the brunette, who looked at her with disapproval and coldness. In those moments, and after what had happened, Rias understood that her month of training would be hell and that the one in front of her was none other than her master. If you survive this desperate situation, I will show you. Just as the brown-haired boy spoke, Rias could swear that behind her stood a gigantic being of monstrous appearance that looked at her as if she were a simple ant. Even more despair. With those final words, the redhead put on a serious expression while being intimidated by those red orbs. They say that even if it seems untrue, after experiencing pain no one goes back to being who they were before. In the end one becomes stronger, braver, more resilient. That's what happened to you. Or am I wrong, Oni-san? Before getting to where you are now, you had to go through what many do before growing up, suffering, Rias mentioned with difficulty while trying to stand. You're right. And now it's your turn. Issei answered seriously to his sister, taking a step forward. I'm scared and terrified of what could happen to me, but I won't give up because I have several dreams to achieve and fight for. Do you know what they are? Rias asked as she watched her brother come towards her silently, which she took as an answer. I wish to be a worthy heir to the Gremory clan. I also want to be crowned with the #1 spot in the underworld rating games, being the empress of these. But apart from those, there are two that are essential to me. One of them is to become a supreme class devil, or rather a super devil like you and Serafall are, in simple words, to be at your level. And the last is to gain your approval. Rias declared seriously, creating 2 orbs of destruction in her hands. And you think you can get them? Issei asked without stopping his steps as he got closer to his sister. No, at my current level I'm not even close to reaching any of them, but that's why I'm here, right? Let's leave words aside and get started with this. I'm ready, Rias mentioned seriously, making her spheres bigger, something the brown-haired boy didn't flinch at. I'll decide that, girl, Issei shouted, launching himself into the attack with an orb of destruction in his hand. At this, Rias moved both of her hands forward once she had her brother face to face, so she threw her spheres at him, to which Issei responded in the same way, that being the beginning of the training between the 2 Gremory brothers. In the distance of the mountain of the Gremory territory, only the explosion of a large explosion could be seen, as well as the rumble of it hundreds of kilometers away. That display of exorbitant power was the signal that began the most difficult test for the Gremory heiress, and while she prepared under the tutelage of her older brother, many challenges approached for the Gremory family, but mainly for Issei, since life is usually capricious and on more than one occasion his intervention would be required while waiting for the final day to be present. Underworld. Gremory residence. The thick and dark night fell on the home of the demons, and all of them were sleeping like any other being after a hard day of work, or at least that was what was expected, inside the Gremory mansion in one of its rooms where a married couple resided and rested, from which several things could be rescued, as in this case that the man present showed curious long crimson hair, while the woman, in addition to being very beautiful, had silver-colored hair. These 2 individuals were sleeping comfortably on the sides of their bed without taking into account, or being aware of the danger that threatened them, or rather the result of a series of jokes and plans that had a single objective, and that due to life circumstances involved one of them. And standing on the edge of the bed while watching the silver beauty sleep peacefully, were 3 people, one of them shorter than the others. 2 of those present looked with fear and nervousness at the silver-haired woman, while the last of them smiled wickedly while pure evil was reflected in his gaze. I don't think this is a good idea, OG-san, commented the shortest person in the group, who happened to be a red-haired boy, who looked nervously at the man next to him. You stay calm, I'm nervous. There's nothing to worry about. By the time your mother realizes this, we'll already be on the other side of the world. Trust your OG-san, Milikas, the tallest figure of the group mentioned without changing his expression of amusement and malice as he watched the sleeping married couple, but mainly the silver-haired woman. We're going to get into serious trouble, Oni-san, and I don't even know what I'm doing here, commented the last figure in the room, who turned out to be a red-haired woman, who looked nervous as she stood next to the tallest man. I had no other choice, Tomato. Either I brought you with us or I eliminated you the moment you saw Milikas and I enter Serafall and Grafia's room, Issei answered sincerely to his sister while looking at her seriously. Were you really going to eliminate me? Rias thought nervously as she looked at her older brother. And to think that she had ended up in that situation for a damn glass of water. Hours ago, when she was sleeping in her room, she had woken up with a terrible thirst, so she had gone to get a glass of water without knowing what she would end up getting involved in. Since when she was walking down the hallway of her home, she came across the peculiar scene of her older brother and nephew sneaking into Serafall and Grafia's room with a bag of mysterious contents. She didn't even have time to ask anything, since her dear brother had cornered her against the wall and threatened her life if she didn't go with them and remain silent, which brings us to the current situation. Well, let's get on with what we came for. Currently the room is under a spell that keeps Serafall and Grafia asleep, but it won't last long, so we can't delay any longer. Let's start the operation, Issei mentioned with amusement to his sister and nephew as he proceeded to approach the bed where his siblings were resting. If Oni-san, OG-san doesn't kill us, Grafia, Mom definitely will, Rias and Milikas thought in unison as they cried comically in each other's arms. While the 2 redheads feared for their lives, the brunette was in front of the bed and his sleeping sister, whom he removed the blanket that covered her, revealing Grafia in a long, semi-transparent purple nightgown with high stockings of the same style. For many, seeing her like that would be a privilege, and even a dream, but for Issei it was only the beginning of his mission, and why he was there in the first place. Look at you, Grafia, as beautiful as ever, but you can be even more so, and I'm going to help you accentuate your beauty, as well as make you look more cheerful and fun. Hee hee, you'll be a cute little cat, Issei whispered maliciously as he stroked the silver-haired girl's head and smiled evilly. Very well, Milikas, pass me the instruments, Issei mentioned as he turned his face towards his nephew. I'm going to die anyway, so I'd better just continue and be done with it, Milikas thought negatively as he approached his uncle with the bag full of items intended for his mother. The first thing will be a change of look, so pass me the die, Issei asked while he put on a mask to give more drama and reached out his hand towards his nephew. Here is the dye, pink. Why is it that color, OG-san? Milikas asked the brunette with doubt as he handed him the bottle of liquid. It was the first color I saw in the store, so I took it and that was it, Issei answered calmly to his nephew while applying the dye to his sister's hair and eyebrows with the help of magic. Dear mother, it was a pleasure to be able to live with all of you, but unfortunately because of my brother's idiocy, life ended for me. I appreciate the love you gave me and the protection you gave me, my friends. Unfortunately, I will no longer be able to continue being your king, but I will always carry you in my heart until the end. Take care of yourselves, and the day you leave this world I will be there waiting for all of you. I love you all with all my heart. Lastly, I want to state that all the blame lies with my idiot older brother, and that I died because of him. I love you and I will miss you very much. From Issei Gremory. Note, I hate you, Issei Gremory. Those were the whispers of the redhead as she wrote her will upon seeing the animal thing her older brother and nephew were doing. What would it feel like to die? What awaited her in the afterlife? She didn't know, but she would soon, specifically when Grafia found out what had been done to her. At least she hadn't had a bad life. She was able to visit many places, make friends and be with her role model, who curiously was the one who had condemned her. Stop the drama, girl, nothing bad will happen, Issei commented from his position as he finished applying the dye to the former silver-haired girl. It was lucky that the spell remained in place or she would have already woken up. Let's move on to the next step, Milikas, the ears and the glue, Issei asked his nephew, who searched through the bag and gave him a pair of cat ears attached to a headband along with a bottle of glue. What, are you crazy? It's bad enough with the hair and now this. You're dooming us, Rias screamed in horror at her brother while grabbing him by the shirt. And you Milikas, how can you join this idiot? It's your mother who they're doing all this to, damn it, Rias expressed nervously and reproachfully to her nephew while she looked at him. I have already resigned myself to my fate, Milikas replied with a sideways smile and a blank look at the redhead. Because you can't be like Milikas, keep interrupting and you'll be next in all this, Issei mentioned seriously to his sister after breaking free from her grip and then continuing with what he was about to do. There we go, St. Peter, Rias thought with resignation as she stood next to her nephew and looked at the brown-haired boy. After several minutes in which Issei placed the cat ears on Grafia with additional glue so that they would not come off for a long time, under the lost gaze of Rias and Milikas, the job was finished, or so they thought, but unfortunately for the redhead there was still one task to do, which would be the most difficult to do and traumatic for the Gremory heiress. Very well, we are almost finished, only the last step is missing. Girl, now it is time for you to show that you are not useless and fulfill the purpose of why you are here, so put this tail on Grafia, Issei mentioned seriously to the redhead, while holding a cat tail in his hand and looking intensely at his sister. It should be noted that at that moment Milikas was bandaged and with his ears covered, since what would come next would be only for adults. Hey, because that's where that thing goes, Rias commented nervously as she looked at her brother and the object, already giving her an image of where it was going. I can't tell Milikas to do it, since he's a child and I don't want to traumatize him. And I don't plan to do it. Seeing Grafia naked is not something I want to have in my head, much less seeing that area of her body. I already have enough with seeing mom in underwear and dressed as a nurse. You are a woman, so you are more related to the female body, therefore grab this tail and put it on her. But don't worry about her waking up since the spell I have in this room is very strong. Also, she won't feel any pain now or when she wakes up. For her it will be as if nothing had happened, so do it, Issei finished saying while giving his sister's tail in his hands and entrusting her with the most important task. But why do I have to do it? Rias protested nervously as she looked at the object in her hands and, to her chagrin, it was going where she had thought. Because following us was your idea. Because you're a worthless rat and because I'll crush you if you don't, Issei commented seriously as he faced his sister and looked at her coldly. Anything else? Rias asked nervously as she was pinned against the wall by her brother and victim of his cold gaze. Do it now, Issei shouted seriously as he turned his red eyes as an indication that if he didn't do it there would be trouble. Seeing that she had no way out, much less an escape from her brother, between tantrums and kicks, the redhead began to approach the sleeping ex-Silver Beauty. Once she got to her, she turned her gaze to her brother in the hope that he would tell her it was a joke, but when she saw how he had his eyes closed while covering Milika's, she knew he was serious. Seeing this, Rias swallowed hard and decided to put an end to all this since she was going to die anyway. "Grafiane-san, this will hurt me more than you," Rias whispered regretfully after turning the silver-haired girl to her side and slightly lowering her lower clothes. "I hate you, Issei Gremory," was the last thing Rias thought as she closed her eyes and placed the cat's tail between her hands on Grafia's body. The next day. The next morning at the Gremory residence located in the underworld, its tenants were beginning to wake up, as was the case with a certain married couple. In Serzek's and Grafia's room, the latter was beginning to slowly get up while letting her sight adjust to that of the day. Today was a day off, so either she nor her husband had to go to work, and as such they could rest more than usual. Once she woke up, or at least was a little more conscious, Grafia prepared to leave her bed without feeling anything strange in her body. After verifying that her husband was still sleeping, she was going to take a bath to start her day off, or at least that was what she planned. "Serzek-sama, Grafia-sama, breakfast is already prepared. Lady Vanillana and Lord Xioctus are waiting in the dining room so we can start," Grafia heard a maid from the Gremory house say. "Thanks, we'll be there in a moment," Grafia replied kindly as she discarded the idea of taking a bath. She could do it later, so she just touched up her face's makeup without noticing anything strange about her appearance after looking in the mirror in her room. Although if she had been more careful she would have noticed a certain strange phenomenon in the mirror. "Serzek's, wake up, breakfast is ready," Grafia crooned lovingly to the redhead while gently moving him. Food. Not even 5 seconds had passed when Serzek shot out of his bed towards the exit of his room in search of his food source, leaving his wife with a bead of sweat on the back of her neck at the sight of his behavior. Why are all Gremory men like that? Grafia questioned herself as she looked at the cloud of dust her husband had created. "Oh well, it would be best to go after him, although I have to go wake up Milika's. But I think he's already in the dining room," Grafia thought as she left the room without noticing the peculiar movement taking place in her rear area. On the way to the dining room, Grafia felt strange because of the look the maids gave her when they saw her pass by. Did she look that bad? It's okay considering the fact that she hadn't taken a bath, but she had made sure to look as presentable as possible, so she didn't understand what was happening or why when they saw her they showed expressions of astonishment, doubt, and amusement. Seeing that, the best thing to do was to quicken her pace and go with her family to the dining room where they were waiting for her since she was the only one missing. Dining room. "By the way, Serafall, what about Oni-san? Is he still sleeping?" Serzek asked doubtfully as he waited for his wife to arrive once he noticed the fact that he had left her in his room. "When we woke up this morning, he wasn't there. I guess he must have gone out somewhere to attend to something," Serafall answered nonchalantly to her friend while she was in the company of all her friends at the table, as well as the members of Rias's entourage. Now that Leviathan-sama mentions it, Rias wasn't in her room either. Akeno commented doubtfully to those present once she remembered passing by that room and not seeing her friend. "Milika's wasn't there either when I passed by his room. Do you think Issei went out with his sister and nephew?" Vanillana questioned those present with intrigue while tilting her head to one side. "Well, it would be a surprise, but I think it's a good thing that I live with them," Yui mentioned positively to those present while drinking some juice. "In any case, only Grafia is missing to start," Tiamat commented calmly, being the only one who was eating due to her peculiar situation. "You and your cravings, friend. I wonder if..." Irene couldn't finish speaking as the doors to the room were opened. At that moment, everyone assumed it was Grafia, but they would never be prepared for what they would see in front of them. Crack. It was the sound that was heard in the dining room caused by the glass that Serzek was holding, which ended up shattered, but it was not only that but the sound of cutlery falling against the table was also heard, as well as silence began to reign in the room while everyone present looked at the silver-haired girl, or at least the one who used to be a silver-haired girl. "Oh no, Issei, what a stupid thing you did," was the general thought of everyone as they looked at Grafia and noticed how she seemed confused by their behavior. Now they understood why the brown-haired boy was missing and most likely his sister and nephew were involved. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Grafia questioned as she entered the room, only to see the same reaction in her family as the servants of the house had. But the answer given was only silence, which made the silver-haired girl start to worry more when she saw the dead looks that everyone was giving her. But in the middle of the situation, laughter began to be heard, with Mira-Jean being the one responsible for it. "PFFF, I'm so sorry but I have to laugh, ha ha ha," the eldest of the Lucifuge mentioned, laughing and placing her face on the table to the annoyance of her sister. "Hey, you're already scaring and tiring me. Ever since I woke up, Everyone has been looking at me strangely. What's going on? Grafia asked, slightly irritated to see that her sister was making fun of her, but she didn't know why, so she couldn't hit her yet. That's it, you see, honey, it's just that today you woke up a little different than usual. But I don't think it's that bad, Serafall began to say nervously to his wife, not knowing how to get into the subject. Different? Grafia questioned doubtfully, noticing the complicated reactions of everyone present to her. Seriously. But Grafia couldn't finish speaking once she saw for a few seconds her blurry reflection in a glass on the table where she saw a peculiar pink color in it. But what? The silver-haired girl exclaimed doubtfully as she prepared to go to the table where she saw a tray that could serve as a mirror. No, Grafia. Serafall shouted, fearing the worst, but once he stood up and tried to stop his wife, she pushed him aside with ease, and to her regret she reached the table. Just as she reached her, Grafia took a silver tray, spilling food on the table in the process. But she didn't care at all since her attention was on something else. It was there that she finally saw why everyone was looking at her strangely and surprised, and to say that her emotions were changing a lot with each second she looked at her reflection. There, as she held the tray in front of her face, everyone could perfectly see how the lucifuge began to tremble. The tray also began to bend at the ends where the woman's hands were placed, and not only that, a cold air began to be felt throughout the room, and beneath the demoness icy frost began to spread, which alerted everyone, especially when they saw how the temperature dropped and some objects began to freeze. Grafia, calm down, Serafall asked, getting nervous about what his wife would do. Grafia began to say without letting go of the tray, making it difficult to see her face and expression. Sis, I don't think it's that bad, Mira Jean mentioned after recovering from her laughter. Grafia continued speaking in a trance while making her icy aura present around her. I think it's something that suits you. A change of look isn't so bad, right? Vanillana suggested nervously, and with a sideways smile at her son's wife. I'll kill you, Grafia sentenced, trembling with anger, slowly breaking the tray in her hands. Honey, are you okay? Serafall asked his wife nervously, taking small steps towards her. Crack. The tray had finally given in to its captor, and as it crumbled into pieces, everyone present in the room could see the expression of fury etched on the silver-haired girl's face, as well as the room beginning to freeze, which was the perfect sign to get out of there as soon as possible. Everyone can, Zeoctus shouted in fear as he took his wife in his arms and jumped out of a dining room window. Neither slow nor lazy, each of those present took the words of the Gremory patriarch as an invitation and immediately left the room before the bomb exploded. Outside the Gremory mansion, all that could be seen was how it gave off a blue glow from its windows, followed by a freezing explosion that painted and froze everything in its path. Gremory. It wasn't just in the underworld. All over the world the furious scream of a woman could be heard for a moment that scared more than one. While on some remote beach in the human world, Issei was wearing only beach shorts with a sleeveless shirt, sunbathing next to a pineapple colado in the company of his nephew, who was just like him, enjoying the breeze of the waves. Oh well, it was like that for a moment until the brown-haired boy felt a strong and dangerous change in the atmosphere. Issei expressed with confusion as he looked everywhere and searched for something without finding anything but sand, water, and humans. Is something wrong, OG-san? Milikas asked the brown-haired boy while enjoying a strawberry ice cream. I don't know, but I just felt a disturbance in the force, Issei replied dramatically, moving his hand in front of him from side to side as he looked up at the sky. Milikas said in confusion, not understanding what the brown-haired boy meant. Forget it, kid. Hey you, bring me more juice, Issei asked as he threw a coconut at the head of a certain redhead who was looking out to sea while wearing a swimsuit and a long-sleeved shirt. Ouch, that hurt like hell. Why aren't you going? Rias complained while rubbing her head from the coconut she received. You're talking back to me too much, girl. Do you want to die? Issei asked his sister seriously and with an intimidating air. Do you want pineapple or fruit juice? Rias asked, already up and ready to go get the order. She didn't want to die for the brown-haired girl. There were still things she would like to do. That's how I like it. Let's make it fruit this time, Issei mentioned calmly, returning to his initial posture while watching his sister leave for her smoothie. You know, OG-san, I asked how mom is right now, Milikas said, putting aside his ice cream for a few seconds. She'll probably be fine and happy with her new look, Issei replied, gracefully smiling at the thought of his cute little sister. Gremory residence. Damn son of a bitch, just wait until I find you, bastard. You'll pay for this. I'll kill you, Gremory. That's what Grafia screamed like a beast while throwing all the furniture in the house everywhere and throwing her power against the walls of the house. Grafia calmed down, Serafall asked nervously and scared as he tried to control his wife, failing greatly. Go calm down your grandmother, you fucking siscon, Grafia shouted as she knocked her wife across the room and continued her destruction. Ha, what stress, these two are a terrible pain in the ass, Vanillana complained from the entrance door of the dining room where she saw how one of her daughters destroyed the whole room in her fit of rage. I'll find you, wherever you are, damn it, I'll find you, Grafia shouted to the ceiling, concentrating all her power again for another large explosion. Oh well, I better go, Vanillana said hurriedly, preparing to leave the room. Mom, Serafall called out from under some rubble as he held out his hand to the brunette to get him out. You can do it, darling, Vanillana encouraged her son, leaving the problem of his wife to him alone as she closed the doors. After that, the brunette closed the door where she felt a few seconds later how it rumbled loudly, so acting as if nothing had happened she began to walk away from where she was with the doubt present in her mind about the whereabouts of her firstborn, who was responsible for all this. She just hoped that Issei would come out alive once Grafia had him in her hands. Underworld. In the vast land of demons, night was beginning to fall, marking the hour of rest for its inhabitants, although not all of them performed this task, as was the case of a redhead well known to many who found herself in a gloomy and desolate forest with the only company of her and another subject who accompanied her, this one being the one who was sleeping in an improvised hammock at the ends of tree to tree. The beautiful redhead remained with her back leaning against a tree while the light of the campfire in front of her illuminated her body and provided her with the necessary heat to survive the cold night that was approaching, although to tell the truth she was already accustomed to the climate after living in that forest for a whole month, tonight being her last day in it before leaving again for her home on the day she would arrive at dawn. Returning to the redhead, she was leaning against the tree trunk with a blanket over her shoulders, which provided a pleasant and comforting temperature. Plus on her shoulder was a small bat, and in her hands there was a blank sheet of paper and a pen giving the impression that she was about to write something, all while looking at the sleeping figure in front of her with a sincere smile. And after that she focused on her task and why she was still awake, everything being summed up in a few words. Letter from Issei Gremory. It's a very beautiful sunset, don't you think? Issei mentioned to her familiar as she looked up at the sky, getting a nod from the little animal. It's been a long time. I wonder how the boys are doing. They probably got really strong during their training. Well, that's something I'll see once we meet tomorrow. I must show them that I also increased my level, all thanks to my dear older brother, Issei commented with a smile on her face as she looked at the brunette sleeping in the hammock. Alright, I guess it's time to get started with this. The question here is how to start, Issei mentioned to herself while looking at the leaf in her hands. Brrr, the little bat said to his mistress as if he were talking to her, and she understood. You're right. I guess it's better to recount everything I've experienced during this month of absence with Oni-san. In that case, let's start with this, Issei whispered with motivation, placing her pen on the sheet of paper, beginning to write. Dear Mother, I am writing this letter to tell you that I am fine and that I am still alive after my brother's hellish training during this month of absence from home. Surely many were worried when they saw that after the 20 days established by Azazel-sensei, I had not returned yet, and even I was surprised when I discovered that I would not be training for 20 days, but rather for a whole month. I have to admit that when I found out about it, my emotions were many, so much so that I ended up crying thinking that my life was over. Nowadays I find my reaction funny, but back then I thought differently, which is something I will not be able to easily forget. I still remember that day well, Mother. No, I don't want to continue with this. I don't want to. I want to go home. I want my mom, Issei cried comically while crawling on the floor, the cause of this being a large rock on her back of great weight that kept the redhead's feet and hands against the ground. Keep going, you still have a few more kilometers to go before sunset. I'm warning you right now, if you don't get there in time I'll put 2 more rocks on you, increasing the weight on you, Issei exclaimed as he sat on the rock his sister was carrying while meditating. You are such an evil person, a tyrant. I don't know how my sisters love such an evil being like you. I'm hungry. I'm sleepy. I haven't slept well because of you. My whole body hurts. I can't take this anymore, Issei complained through tears as she crawled on the floor, picking up nails in the process and scrapes on her knees. If you have so much energy to complain, I recommend you use it to move forward, Issei mentioned without flinching at his sister's complaint as he continued to meditate, something that worked very well to not lose his mind with the girl present. I miss my bed, water and food. I don't think I can continue living in the forest any longer, Issei lamented as she continued to crawl on the ground with her hands and legs about to give out. You're really exaggerating all this. It's only been 3 days since we started training and to date you've done nothing but cry and lament, Issei mentioned tiredly, rubbing his forehead, losing concentration in his meditation. "I'm a princess, not a beast like you, you big idiot," Rias protested indignantly while making an adorable pout. This is going to be a long month," Issei lamented as he sighed and shook his head at his sister's behavior. "Wait, what month? Wasn't it just 20 days? Rias questioned with a nervous smile on her face and the desire to continue living on the ground. "I didn't tell you, we'll be in this forest for a whole month to ensure your progress. The young devil's meeting isn't until a month from now, and you weren't going to just hang around the house doing nothing. That's why I asked Serzex and Grafia to take over my job during this time so I could train you freely. Therefore, start getting used to this environment, because it will be your home for this entire month," Issei declared without any concern, and once he revealed the information he felt the stone he was on descend completely and his movement stop as he began to hear cries. It was there that Issei jumped down to the ground, where he saw perfectly without any emotion how his sister was completely lying on the ground with the stone on top of her, to which she did not even pay attention because she was immersed in her tears. Had the information affected her so much? Tasks to complete with my sister are added to the formation of her character. This is ridiculous, Issei thought with a drop of sweat as he watched the redhead cry with her face buried in the ground while hitting the ground with her hands, and most likely she was also kicking, but the large stone made it difficult for the brown-haired boy to see it. "Hey, who gave you permission to stop, you damn fifth-rate redhead? Move that ass and start walking," Issei shouted in annoyance after approaching his sister, looking at her with disapproval. "Buwawaha. I won't do it. I'd rather stay here and die," Rias cried with her face on the ground without giving any indication of getting up, because at that moment after hearing the news, all spirit had abandoned her. At that response, Issei had a twitch in his right eye due to his sister's pessimistic attitude, and being a subject with zero patience, he only managed to touch the rock on the redhead with one of his hands, where it began to slowly turn red, a sign that it was coming into contact with a hot material, and that only had one result, being the one expected by Issei. "Kayuya!" Rias screamed loudly once she felt the rock on her back begin to boil, to which she jumped suddenly at such cruelty from her brother. Unfortunately, gravity did its thing and she ended up falling to the ground with the rock on her back, but at least it was no longer hot. "Listen to me well, girl, here you do what I say, and if I tell you to continue, you do it. So start walking," Issei ordered while pointing with his hand in front of him, to which the redhead only obeyed while crying comically. "This is abuse," Rias protested as she resumed her steps on all fours with the rock on her back and her brother sitting on it. "That's it, girl, you'll thank me later," Issei commented calmly, returning to his state of meditation. "You are so cruel," Rias mentioned with difficulty, keeping up her pace as best she could. "I'm not cruel, I'm a realist, girl. I was sweet once and I was hurt. I was affectionate, and it wasn't appreciated. I endured more than I should have. I endured more than every man should endure. I did things that people wouldn't do for me. I hid my feelings for a while so as not to be hurt, and I say what I think so that other people also notice things, so that they are realistic, so that they don't get hurt," Issei commented seriously while meditating on the stone. "Oni-san," Rias shouted as she continued and prepared for what would be, according to her, the longest and hardest month of all. Nowadays, I find it funny to remember the beginnings of my training. Although I was motivated to do it, after the news that I would be in the forest for a whole month, my spirits dropped greatly. But Oni-san never let me complain and always encouraged me to continue through pain, jokes and more training that made me question whether I would survive until the end of the day. My first days were difficult because Oni-san imposed a physical training regime on me, since he said that my status as a princess was extremely ridiculous and pitiful. So for 2 weeks I was doing strength exercises with stones on my back in Oni-san's guidance. I must say that I cursed him many times, and at first he made me do 500 push-ups. What kind of man does that to a beginner? It's fine that we are supernatural beings, but even that is a lot for a beginner. Anyway, in the end I was able to do it, since they had threatened me with not eating if I didn't comply with the regimen. My training was hard from the beginning, and every night I fell exhausted on a bed of leaves, totally sore. But that was good, because even if I couldn't digest it, I knew that all that effort and pain would be beneficial for me in the future. As the days passed, which seemed eternal to me, I was learning and improving little by little, and once I had a decent physical performance, I came to understand why this was the case in the first place. It turns out to be, mother, that the power of destruction in our veins acts according to our physical resistance, being what the body resists, how the gravity of our power will act. I admit that I did not know that, but it was understandable considering how resistant Serzex and Issei are and how talented they could become with their power. After that, it was my turn to learn how to use the power of destruction correctly. In the mornings I did my physical regimen, and in the afternoons Oni-san taught me how to use our power correctly, which turned out to be harder to control than I thought, since I was normally used to throwing it without measuring its range of power, something that cost me dearly during my lessons. 2 weeks of rigorous physical training had passed, such as squats, weightlifting, push-ups, running to preserve her life, among many other exercises that had already made Rias begin to present better health and physical condition than the pitiful things she had at the beginning of the training, and today all that would change with the addition of a new activity for her training. On the outskirts of a large forest there was a large mouth of water that formed a very beautiful waterfall, and on the surface of its edge there was a tree that served as a bridge, and where Issei and Rias were sitting beginning their new training for the brown-haired boy's lack of patience, since his pretty sister did not help much in his condition. Stop hitting me in the head," Rias complained, holding the area of her body that had been hit by her brother with a small tree branch. "Then follow the instructions to the letter. It's not that difficult, you know," Issei mentioned, trying to remain patient, while sitting cross-legged in front of his sister, who was in the same state as him, only she had her eyes open and complaining unlike him. "But meditating is boring," Rias protested as she looked to the side towards the waterfall that fell below where they were located. "Our power that comes from our mother is based on chaotic energy that is mostly out of control, and that is why its level is not measured and it destroys everything in its path. The best way to control that is through meditation, where you can connect body and magic for better use of your power," Issei commented as he opened his eyes and looked at his sister calmly, avoiding the urge he had to throw her over the waterfall. "Calm down, Issei. Everything takes time and no one is born knowing everything in this life. Plus I'd get into big trouble with Mom if she found out I threw this girl down the waterfall," Issei thought as he watched the redhead watch a butterfly fly by, almost losing her balance on the trunk they were on. "But honestly, he's tempting me with his idiocy," Issei thought as he saw his sister's carelessness, sighing in the process. "But I already know how to use it, see," Rias mentioned once she regained her balance, proceeding to materialize an orb of destruction in her hand. "You know how to materialize it, but not how to use it. Don't confuse things, girl. I've seen you fight, and you just throw your power left and right without measuring its control and true purpose. Our power is defined in a single word: destruction. Everything it touches is reduced to nothing in seconds, and that is where you must learn its use so as not to harm both your allies and yourself. A single failure, and you could come out badly from your own power, creating fatal repercussions on your body. Therefore I will teach you to use our power correctly, but more than anything to control its term of destruction," Issei commented wisely, crossing his arms, maintaining his role as master. "Destruction? What do you mean by that?" Rias asked a little hesitantly, as she both understood and didn't understand the term her brother used. "At this, girl," Issei said seriously as he extended one of his hands and threw a sphere of destruction at his sister. At that moment Rias could only watch in horror as the orb headed towards her until it hit her body, flooding it in seconds in a sea of red flames with black rays. The fear of dying disintegrated led her to quickly get up, still in flames, where she began to scream and try to get rid of the attack launched by her brother on top of her, failing in the process, which increased her state of nervousness and fear without realizing something very important. And while she was making a scene, Issei remained motionless with a dead expression while he watched the spectacle put on by his sister, and he was surprised at how absent-minded she was not to notice something very important regarding the cloak of destruction that was consuming her. "Hey," Issei mentioned with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck when he saw that his sister was about to cry. "Ah, it hurts, it burns, I'm dying. Why are you doing this to me, Oni-san? I loved you. I'm burning, me, huh? Wait a second, what the hell?" Rias expressed in her words once she had noticed how the fire in her body was neither hot nor did it hurt her. It was as if nothing was in her in the first place, since she felt nothing, and after that she finally calmed down, to which she only went back to look at her brother in search of answers to her doubt. And it is that at first, knowing and having seen her brother fight on certain occasions using his power, the first thing she thought when she saw that he attacked her with it was that her life was over. But great was her surprise when she saw that he was not hurt at all. Although she must have assumed it, since her brother would not hurt her, much less kill her. Now a doubt arose in her, and it was, why had nothing bad happened to her? Knowing that she would only get a response by acting calmly, she proceeded to sit in front of the brown-haired boy again with the fire still present in her body, only this time she wasn't upset by it. "This is what I mean. With proper training and with your body and magic in harmony, you will be able to control your power and define what to destroy and what not. That is why the best way to control chaos is with a stable and calm mind, something that you lack by far," Issei mentioned seriously as he moved his hand, moving the fire away from his sister's body to her amazement. "Awesome. Can I really do that too? Rias questioned with excitement, and wanting to learn how to use her power properly, since from what she had seen in terms of how her brothers were with the power of destruction, it was disgusting. Serafall and I can do it, so if you are a Gremory as such you can do it, so no more complaints and more meditation. Having control at the beginning is not easy and everything has its procedure, Issei commented calmly, closing his eyes again and beginning his meditation. I understand, I'll try my best, Rias expressed excitedly as she imitated her brother and took his stance and closed her eyes. Silence began to hover in the clearing of the waterfall, and while only the sound of the running water and the animals singing could be heard in that area, Issei and Rias in total calm remained meditating without any problem or worries, since at that moment their minds were entering complete calm. It was there where the brown-haired man presented a smile that showed pride, so he opened his eyes to witness how his sister slowly began to let her own power flow around her, keeping it under control without even noticing it. Maybe you don't know it yet, little sister, but just like Serafall and I, you are a unique person with great potential to show if you are trained properly. I can even come to think, no, rather, I know that you are like us and that you are also special in the sense that you hide your true self. Serafall, after years of training, can create a transformation in his body of the power of destruction that annihilates everything around him, being able to annihilate the most powerful gods in this world. In my case it is different. The only change in my body when using my power is that of my eyes, in addition to the fact that I managed to overcome the barriers and limits of my power, creating my most powerful technique never before seen in any world of the vast universes. The Hawkeye is the proof of my sacrifices and training over the years. And on this occasion I know that Rias can also create something incredible with the proper training. It is only a matter of time before she shows her true form, her awakening, Issei thought as he looked at his sister with some pride, making a mental note to reward her effort during these days. That's it, Rias expressed, wanting to open her eyes after meditating for several minutes. Open your eyes and you got hit by a bigger branch, Issei warned the redhead, not wanting to throw all the progress made away. Meditating isn't my thing, Rias complained internally, continuing with her meditation without realizing the progress she was making at that moment. I spent a whole week trying to control the power of destruction in my veins, something that was very difficult for me to do since at first I thought I knew how to use it, but the truth is, mother, I was terrible at it, and I didn't know how to take advantage of my power well. So I spent day and night meditating to achieve better control through my brother's advice to get a balanced mind that would allow me to better control my power. Even so, I couldn't put aside my other tasks, so I had to adapt to being busy all day. As time went by I slowly began to master the concept of destruction that my brother wanted me to see. So he began to instruct me in my way of fighting as well as improving my battle senses where I had to face Oni-san at certain times, as well as for my trauma I had to escape from him while he threw fire projectiles at me. To this day I think he did it as much for my training as for fun, seeing me flee in desperation from him. They were hard days that I had to live and endure, but all of this helped my growth, and so they went by day after day without any rest or it seemed that it was going to be like that. But by the grace of the gods salvation came to me through 4 unexpected visits in a forest area. Running and moving through the shadows, a crimson head of hair could be seen going from one side to the other quickly, avoiding being exposed to any blind spot that would be detrimental to her training. At those moments, Rias jumped from branch to branch or swung between them and the vines that were there as if she had grown up in the forest and knew her surroundings. Currently the redhead was in the middle of her training, which consisted of expanding her senses and agility while trying to escape from her hunter who turned out to be her brother. At one point, Rias stopped for a moment to catch her breath while making sure that nothing was around her. Ha ha ha, well I think I lost it, Rias mentioned between gasps as she leaned her back against a log, but rest was not a luxury she could afford. At that moment, her senses went off and she managed to foresee the impact of a fire projectile in time. So she jumped to the side, dodging the bullet that ended up making the tree she was leaning on explode. Damn it, Rias complained as she resumed her run without wasting any time in doubt. As she ran through the forest paths, the redhead saw several lightning bolts approaching her, so performing several pirouettes and maneuvers demonstrating agility and elegance, she began to dodge each attack on her person, managing in the process to make sure none of them hit her for the moment. This ends here, Rias declared seriously, creating an orb of destruction in her hand, which she smashed against the ground. The exploding attack served as a smokescreen that gave the redhead the perfect opportunity to get off her pursuer's radar, something she was grateful for since she needed to catch her breath after being on the run for a day in a row where she was starting to run out of ideas, but that didn't mean she was going to let herself be caught without a fight. Maybe he won't find me here, Rias whispered as she came out of some bushes. But not before looking back to make sure her hunter wasn't nearby, so she didn't notice the presence behind her. Rias. The redhead heard a woman say that her tone of voice was strangely familiar to her, so she turned around and found a very peculiar sight. There in front of her was a small lake, or pond that gave off steam suggesting that it could be a hot spring, but what surprised Rias was who was inside enjoying the water. With the water up to their chests were Serafall, Lavinia, Sona and Tsubaki completely naked since their clothes could be seen hanging on some rocks. All of them looked at the redhead with doubt, and she did the same since she did not understand why they were there. Serafall, Lavinia, Tsubaki, Sona, what are you doing here? Rias asked after coming out of her thoughts as she approached the shore and looked at the girls. We are currently resting from our training, so I decided to bring my students to these hot springs in the Gremory territory, Serafall informed the redhead as she began to look around, apparently searching for something. I see, Rias whispered, a little jealous of Sona, Tsubaki and Lavinia, since their instructor was good and considerate, not like the idiot she had who wanted to kill her every second. And you, Rias-chan, what are you doing here? Weren't you training with your brother? Serafall asked once she noticed how her boyfriend wasn't around, something that puzzled her since she knew him very well and knew that he wouldn't leave his sister alone, not while he was training her. Oh, in fact, I'm running away from him right now for my health, Rias replied as if it was the most normal thing in the world to say that you were running away to keep your life. What did you want? But Serafall couldn't finish speaking as right behind the Gremory heiress an explosion suddenly occurred that ended up throwing her into the air before the confused and alert gaze of everyone. Kayawa! Rias screamed once she was sent flying by an explosion behind her that ended up sending her into the water before the surprised gaze of the women present. Ugh, you didn't even warn me, Rias complained, quickly coming to the surface while looking angrily at the sky, something that baffled everyone else. That's what you get for being distracted in your training. Also remember that the enemy will never tell you when he's going to attack. You must always be alert at all times, damn redhead, Issei mentioned, quickly appearing in front of his sister, whom he grabbed by her clothes and began to shake her from side to side without noticing the presence of his girlfriend and friends. Kayawa, it hurts, Rias cried comically while her brother held her by the neck without hurting her with his arm and rubbed his fist on her head. Issei, Serafall expressed, finally making herself known to the brunette, who stopped bullying her sister. Huh, it was the sound the brunette made when he heard his name, so he looked up and met the sight of one of his naked girlfriends as well as 3 more women that threw him off a little. An explanation later. I see, then we will leave you two alone to enjoy your free time. Come on girl, let's get on with our business, Issei mentioned after an explanation from Serafall, to which he acted without caring much about the situation since he had a job to do. Damn, I was hoping I could get some rest at the hot springs, Rias whispered depressedly as she followed her brother and waved goodbye to her friends. Love, why don't you stay a few minutes and get some rest? Serafall suggested after hearing the redhead talk, so she decided to save her, even if just a little. Seriously, I mean, can we Oni-san? Rias said, both excited and nervous about what her brother would say. No, Issei replied without hesitation, causing him to earn a small rock to hit him in the head. Issei, Serafall expressed with feigned anger, and her hand was pointing forward, implying that she was the one who had thrown the rock. Okay, but don't let it be too long, Issei mentioned tiredly as he went to sit on a rock by the lake to the happiness of his girlfriend. Yee, Rias exclaimed happily, quickly stripping off all her clothes and jumping into the lake, much to her relief. He agreed too quickly. Lavinia, Sona and Tsubaki thought with dead expressions as they saw the weakness the brunette had when it came to the Mao Leviathan. The girls came to me as if they were angels, so I was very grateful to them. They were days in which I spent training without rest, and being in a hot spring was like medicine for my entire being. With that encounter, Oni-san and I remained for several minutes enjoying the tranquility and peace that the lake could offer, or well, that was in my case, since as you know, mother, Issei is not one of those who enjoy doing nothing. So you can already imagine what happened during the break. You know what, girls? How do I say it? I'm glad to see that Issei-kun is a good man who respects women as they should. But, Lavinia said with a twitch in her eye as she looked at the brunette sitting on a rock with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, apparently meditating. The blonde's discomfort was that Issei, since his arrival and after the talk with Serafall, had remained motionless on his rock without even paying attention to what was around him, or rather to the women who were in front of him completely naked, something that while it was good since the brown-haired man was respecting them, it was also generating in them some discomfort in their feminine pride. Does it make you feel bad seeing that he doesn't even show the slightest interest in seeing us naked? Tsubaki asked the blonde in the same state as her, only to a lesser extent. I mean, I understand that he respects us and everything, but for God's sake, he has 4 naked women in front of him and he doesn't even try to look. That kind of destroys my pride as a woman, Lavinia complained childishly, hitting the water in the process. Well, that's it, Oni-san, Rias commented with a complicated smile at the discomfort that the brown hair is causing in the girls. Issei is one of those who acts based on what he thinks but also on what he is told. Do any of you here have a problem with him seeing you in the state you are in? Serafall asked the girls while watching her boyfriend's actions. To be honest, I feel comfortable being naked with women because they are the same gender, and we have the same in our bodies. I've never been like this in front of a man before, but considering and knowing what Issei-sama is like, as long as it's him, I wouldn't mind, Tsubaki said, surprising the girls a little with her words. I think the same as Tsubaki. But if it's about Issei-sama, I have no problem at all since I know that he is not a perverted beast who gets carried away by naked bodies. Rather, even when faced with a situation like that, he always remains firm, so it doesn't bother me either. It was Sona's turn to give her opinion, equally surprising the girls but more so her sister. Oh, I see. Are you interested in my fiancé? Serafall commented, both amused and curious. But if she was honest, it wasn't something that bothered her. Issei-sama is a unique man, Leviathan-sama. I only said what I think about the situation. Do not confuse the moment with feelings, Tsubaki responded, maintaining her posture and stoic expression in front of the brunette. But you would be willing to try it, wouldn't you? Serafall suggested to the brunette, looking at her curiously. If it's with Issei-sama, I would be willing to do it since he's the only man who has caught my attention, was the only thing Tsubaki responded to the Mao while she turned to look surreptitiously at the brunette who wasn't even aware of what they were talking about. I see, and you, Sona? Serafall asked, this time with her attention on her sister. What? Afraid that I'll take your fiancé Oni-san away from you? Sona mentioned with amusement to the brunette. PFF, whatever they do, I can assure you with my life that Issei would never push me away or let me be taken away from his side, Serafall commented gracefully while shaking her head at her sister's words. You're right about that, Oni-san, but answering your question, the answer is uncertain. I admit that Issei-sama is an interesting man and has qualities like leadership and intelligence, which are what I look for in an ideal man for me. But I can't say that I'm in love with him yet. Interested, yes, but no other feeling involved yet, Sona mentioned with her usual serious tone and expression of the brunette. I see. They are valid and understandable answers since for there to be feelings there must first be connection and communication. Therefore, if you want to discover where those feelings take you, you are free to act with Issei in the correct way, of course. You have my permission. Serafall spoke, showing a smile to the 2 brunettes who could possibly be her harem sisters in the future. Thanks, Oni-san, Leviathan-sama. Sona and Tsubaki thanked the Mao respectfully. And you, Lavinia? Serafall asked the latest person involved in her boyfriend's love life. You already know my answer, Sarah-chan. Issei-kun is a man that I find interesting and I like to tease him with my flirtatious ways. Moreover, I don't know if what I feel towards him is love or simply attraction, but it's something that I'm discovering as I slowly advance. Regarding the current situation, it doesn't bother me that he sees me naked, rather he would do me a favor in recovering my pride as a woman that is currently shattered. Lavinia answered gracefully and maturely to the brunette, earning a nod from her. Okay, what about Urias? Now it was the redhead's turn to comment on the matter, but not about the feelings, but rather about the main topic. As long as he's family, it doesn't bother me much to show up in this state. I've slept with Oni-san before with clothes on, of course, but I see him as a trusted friend and therefore it doesn't affect me to be exposed to him, Rias responded without giving much importance to her state of nudity. In that case, I don't see why you let Issei keep his eyes closed, Serafall mentioned with a mischievous smile as she stood up and left her body exposed to the view of anyone, who in this case were the gathered females. I suppose that you, being one of his women, don't have any problem, right? Lavinia asked, but it was more of a confirmation than a question. Not when I have this mark on my body, Serafall replied while showing a draconian tattoo on one of her thighs. That's it, Sona asked with some doubt, but that mark seemed strangely familiar to her. Wasn't it the one Tiamat had between her breasts? The ultimate representation of our love for Issei. In the dragon race, once the hearts and souls of male and female are united and sure of their relationship, they form a bond of union through reproduction where the female is marked by her partner, leaving on her body a mark that tells everyone that she already has an owner. This is what this mark means, Serafall responded with some love as she caressed her mark, showing a smile. Oh, so that's it. I already said that they were those marks that Tiamat, Gabriel and Penamune have on their bodies. But with that explanation I understand that it was at the time of joining with Issei. Lavinia mentioned with interest, but internally she wondered if being with the brown-haired boy, on what part of her body the mark would appear. With that, the conversation was momentarily stopped, as Serafall began to emerge from the hot springs under the curious gaze of the girls. It was then that the Mao Leviathan began to walk with an elegant and sexy step towards the brunette who seemed to be asleep. Serafall knew that taking Issei by surprise was a very difficult thing to do. But when it came to his partners, her defenses and instincts were greatly lowered so she could approach without him noticing her. Once she got behind him and had him right on the edge of the lake, the brunette smiled evilly and then placed her hands on her boyfriend's back, pushing him forcefully forward, causing a unique destiny. Unable to stop himself from being caught off guard, Issei ended up falling face first into the lake, getting completely wet, to the amazement of those present at Serafall's audacity in bothering the brown-haired girl. What the hell? Who the hell is it? Once he came out of the water in a rage, Issei was going to hit the person responsible for his fall, but just when he saw the cause of everything smiling on the shore, all discomfort vanished when he saw that it had been his girlfriend. We are in some hot springs. Love, the ideal thing is that you enjoy the time of relaxation, Serafall mentioned while she was on the shore of the lake where the brown-haired boy was, allowing him to see her whole body, even that private area of hers, by having her legs slightly open. You know you're showing me everything, right? Issei expressed with a raised eyebrow at his girlfriend, not being able to help but glance at her body. You think it affects me? You've seen me naked before without mentioning the things you've done to me. This doesn't bother me at all, Serafall answered, simply enjoying her boyfriend's glances at her body even though he tried not to look for her amusement. Touché. So what did you want? Issei asked as he walked out of the lake, wringing water from his clothes in the process. Stop training and enjoy the day with us. And just so you know, none of them are bothered by your presence or by you seeing them, Serafall mentioned to the brunette while pointing at the girls, who greeted Issei with their hands once he had turned to look at them. But I was resting, Issei complained, focusing his gaze again on his naked girlfriend. While meditating is in some way a rest, in your case it becomes training, so it's a definite no, Serafall commented, scolding the brown-haired boy while looking at him. Fine, I guess I can be with you, but I won't go into the lake. I'll be sitting near you with my attention on everything but not beyond, was the only thing Issei said as he began to walk towards where the girls were. It's okay. I don't plan on forcing you into anything you don't want to do, Serafall replied as she climbed onto her boyfriend's back and gave him a kiss on his cheek, much to the brunette's amusement. Seconds later, Serafall returned to the water next to the girls, but this time Issei sat on the shore next to them while looking at them, giving them all his attention. The brown-haired boy could highlight several things such as the incredible beauty of all of them that set the scene. First, this Lavinia with her beautiful blonde hair radiant as the sun and her pale skin only increased her beauty, without forgetting her quite proportioned and curvy body that would provoke more than one. Tsubaki's beauty and her pale skin along with her statuesque and sexy body were also very attractive to the brown-haired boy, but more than anything it was all that combined with her mature and serious aura that seemed attractive to Issei. Then there was Sona, who, although she did not have a body as proportionate as Tsubaki and Lavinia did, she had her own charm, and that cold and mature aura that she gave off made the brown-haired boy unable to help but look at her. Even the brown-haired boy had to admit that his sister had her thing, since she was very pretty and had a very good body. At that moment Issei couldn't help but think that Rias had come out in that sense to his mother. Finally there was his fiancée, who there was nothing to say, since of all those present for him Serafall was the best at the moment, since she was the only one for whom he had feelings. And tell me, Issei-kun, how do my breasts look? Lavinia asked, bringing the brunette out of his thoughts as she smiled flirtatiously and lifted her breasts with one of her hands. Really, Lavinia? Issei questioned with a dead expression at the blonde for her question. PFFF, at least I had to admit it, the blonde commented with an amused laugh when she saw that the brown-haired boy had not fallen for her provocation. You're out of your mind, woman, Issei thought in the same state as he looked at the blonde. You like it that way, sweetheart, Lavinia mentioned as she blew a kiss to the brunette that she grabbed and kept in her clothes for her amusement when she saw that he played along. This is boring, Issei lamented, letting out a yawn to the girl's delight. Resting isn't your thing, is it, Issei-sama? Sona mentioned, standing next to her sister while looking at the brunette. My whole life has been a hurricane, so to speak, so whenever it's calm I get bored easily since I'm already used to disasters, Issei replied lazily as he hit the water with a branch. And that's why you drive me crazy, because you can't stay still at any time, Serafall commented, annoyed to her boyfriend, throwing water at him in the process, which he dodged. "Oni-san, have you ever been to a hot spring before?" Rias asked, sitting cross-legged on the shore with her hair covering her breasts. "Of course, girl. Coincidentally, it was also the time when I destroyed it when I finished fighting against Drake. What beautiful memories." Issei responded with nostalgia, but strangely he began to feel cold. "Yes, pretty ones," Serafall mentioned with a death glare after remembering that incident from the past. The next few minutes that passed saw Issei running away from his annoying girlfriend when he reminded her of that event in his past, ending up both falling into the water for the girls' amusement. After that, the brown-haired boy spent more time with the girls, flirting with Lavinia, to her embarrassment, as she couldn't stand Issei's games and words, something that reminded her of Serafall when that happened to her and Mirajin in her childhood. In addition, the brown-haired boy came to talk to Sona about topics relating to the underworld as well as about her dreams, discovering that the heiress Citri wanted to open a special school for reincarnated people in the underworld, something that he promised to support as it was a noble dream. Even during the break, Issei came to play with his sister by catching her in the water or helping her swim on her back, and to the amusement of the girls and his girlfriend, the brown-haired boy was seen braiding the redhead's hair for her enjoyment after having won a bet in the water. This was the calm time for the Gremory siblings during that day when the redhead was fleeing from her hunter. After that encounter with the girls, Oni-san and I returned to the forest to continue training. Fortunately, the encounter with Serafall seemed to make Issei relax and act more kindly, something I was internally grateful for because there were times when he demanded a lot from me or got stressed by my failures. The days continued and I began to make great progress, even earning the congratulations of Oni-san, who upon seeing my effort and dedication during the tests granted me a wish or request to him. This being anything that was within his reach. It was there that I decided to express a doubt that I had been carrying around in my system for a long time, one that later, without knowing it, would have a great meaning, and that is that I decided to use that desire to know something that perhaps you know very well, Mother. I asked Oni-san for something that links you to that for me personally was not known. I asked him to open his heart to me and tell me the reason for his change of being. It turns out that Serzex once told me that Oni-san used to not be like the one you often see, but rather a completely different person. That's why out of curiosity I wanted to know what had happened, but no one had the answers to it except him and apparently you. I guess you already know what I mean and I can imagine your reaction at this point, but yes, I made Oni-san remember and reveal his tragic past to me. To this day I still regret having asked about him, because what I discovered I never expected. In the forest located in one of the mountains of the Gremory territory, night had fallen and at this moment Issei and Rias were sitting in front of a campfire while they waited for their dinner to cook, which turned out to be an animal hunted by the brown-haired boy to the displeasure of the redhead, but it was eat that or starve to death, and with her brother's training. Being without energy was not good and could cost you dearly, so Rias had no choice but to eat the meat. Silence reigned in the area, but it was not an uncomfortable one for either of them. Issei remained making sure that the meat did not burn by turning it over from time to time, and while he did so Rias remained silent watching her brother do his work with a thought in mind that she wanted to get out of her system. Oni-san, Rias called him, deciding to end the silence and addressing the topic she wanted to discuss with the brunette a while ago. "What do you need, girl?" Issei asked seriously without taking his gaze off the meat on the fire. "About the wish you granted me. Is it okay if I can ask for it now?" Rias asked, a little nervous about what she would ask for since it was risky and a lot. "I promised to do anything if you showed improvement in your training and you've done very well so far, so go ahead. What do you want?" Issei replied without much interest since it was assumed that his sister would ask him for something insignificant for him. "I just wanted to know why you changed," Rias whispered nervously, noticing how the brunette stopped doing his things and stood still in his place. Issei remained static in his seat while looking at the fire after the question thrown by his sister. He had to admit that he never expected that turn of events, much less to be asked that question so painful for him, because it made him remember something he wished he could forget. He could ignore or not answer the question, but he had promised Rias to do whatever she wanted, and backing out was not something he usually did. It was not like him. So he took a deep breath as he closed his eyes for a moment and welcomed that past that changed his entire life completely. But when he opened his eyes again he stared at the attractive and dangerous fire, not being able to think that some moments in life are like fire, beautiful from afar but harmful if we get too close. For Issei, remembering that decisive moment in his life was something painful and sad. But it wasn't just any sadness, it was a type of sadness that didn't make him pray. It was like a sorrow that emptied him inside and left you thinking about everything and nothing at the same time, as if you were no longer you, as if a part of your soul had been stolen. Serafall once told me that you used to be different than you are now. I was just wondering why you changed, Rias mentioned once she saw how her brother's behavior had changed because of her question. I am so sorry, I didn't think it was. Just when she was going to apologize for having said something that she thought was incorrect, Rias was interrupted by the brunette's voice. It happened quite a few years ago. Issei began to speak with his gaze fixed on the fire as he began to remember the events of that tragic day and also, beginning to open his heart for the first time since that day. You had not yet been born and girls had not yet come into my life. At that time of my childhood I was only 7 or 9 years old. I do not remember that very well, but yes, I was very different from the one you see now. Back then I was very happy, affectionate especially with our mother, and I really liked spending my free time reading or playing with Serafall. I did not like to leave the house since the demons of the town and other clans always looked at me badly for not being special, according to them, and it was understandable considering that at first I had no power, and in the eyes of everyone I was only a disgrace as the Gremory heir. Issei began to relate, while showing a certain smile when remembering those events, which amused him because later all those people who judged him ended up prostrating before him. How you had no power? But you are the strongest devil ever seen, Rias asked in disbelief upon hearing her brother's childhood. You will understand, you see in ancient times during the time and reign of the original Maos, those who did not present any qualities or power were considered nobodies and were completely marginalized from demonic society. That is why I did not like to leave the house, much less play with Serafall outside, so that he and my family would not do so badly by already having a useless person among them. But well, you asked the reason for my change, and this is related to my power that was believed to be lost, Issei mentioned as he focused his gaze on his sister and continued with his story. One day our mother received an invitation from her friend Elena to meet in the capital of Lusafad, which is now known as Lilith. Issei spoke, recalling the events of that day. Elena, do you mean Serafall and Sona's mother? Rias questioned while paying attention to the brunette's words. That's right. Returning to the story, Mom accepted the invitation but not before going accompanied. That day Dad and Serafall had gone out, so only I was there and Mom came to accompany her. As I told you, I didn't like going out anymore. I could never deny Mom anything since she was one of the people with whom I maintained the most contact and affection. And it was on that trip we made to the capital that everything changed, Issei expressed with discomfort, placing his gaze on the fire again while those tortuous memories of his past came to his mind. He could even perfectly hear the screams of his young self at that time. No, Mom, run, save yourself. Leave me here and run away, Mom. Please leave her. Don't touch her. Please, no, damn you. I'll kill you. As she wandered in her thoughts, Rias could see how her brother began to clench his fists tightly, causing them to bleed, and she also noticed that his eyes were turning red for seconds. Whatever he was thinking, she knew it was something that did not bring back good memories for him. What happened? Rias asked, a little hesitant to continue the conversation, but at the same time she wanted to discover the truth behind the brunette's behavior. Mom and I left home. After several pleas from her I ended up accepting. Our journey was calm, full of laughter and conversations as we arrived at the capital without knowing the danger we were in. From one moment to the next, the carriage we were in exploded, rising into the air. Mom barely had time to hold me and cover me with her body as the carriage fell and rolled on the ground until it stopped, Issei mentioned seriously, shaking his head slightly at the anger he was beginning to feel. What? Rias expressed in surprise as she didn't expect that twist in the story. We never expected that kind of accident. Fortunately, we were not hurt once the carriage stopped except for some cuts on Mother's arms and forehead. I did not have any injuries since she had protected me with her body. Once we got out of the destroyed carriage, we saw how a few meters away from us were the guards of the Gremory house who were driving the carriage, dead with spears of light embedded in their bodies. Issei expressed bitterly without taking his gaze off the fire, in which he could see for seconds silhouettes of the events of that day, so he did not see when his sister covered her mouth and opened her eyes after his words. But the accident wasn't the worst, but rather what came after. Some fallen angels from an underworld infiltration squad had been responsible for our accident, and they didn't have good intentions with them, Issei recounted with some anger, as he clenched his fists, and without noticing it began to release his power. What happened? Rias asked a little nervously, seeing the crimson flames coming out of her brother. They attacked us. They took me as their reins since I was the one who could cause them the least trouble, and with that Mom was left vulnerable. Because there is nothing more terrible for a mother than seeing her son in danger, and knowing that if you do something they could kill him. The Fallen took advantage of this and caught me, subdued me and used me against Mom so that she would comply with their demands, specifically those of their leader, Issei mentioned bitterly, remembering the face of the bastard who changed everything in him. What did you ask for? Rias asked with her hand on her heart, feeling as if what followed the story was the worst part. We didn't have any money, food or any valuables with us, and being men with a beautiful woman in front of them like Mom, at their complete mercy. What do you think they asked for? Issei seriously questioned his sister, raising his gaze showing that his eyes were red. No, Rias said in horror at the thought of what such men could do. The leader of the group told her that if she didn't obey his words they would kill me. Mom could easily defeat them with her power, but since I was a prisoner that decision was ruled out, so she succumbed to his request and agreed to be his toy in exchange for my health. That was the beginning of my breakdown, Issei mentioned with some hatred and sadness as he lowered his gaze. No, Mom, run, save yourself. Leave me here and run away, Mom, please leave her, don't touch her, please, no, damn you, I'll kill you. Did they rape her? Rias asked a strong question, but she needed to know if her mother had been harmed. They were going to do it. The leader began to strip Mom of her dress, tearing it to shreds at her screams and pleas for him to stop, and mind filled with horror and fury at seeing how my mother was going to be raped by some damn people, all because of my weakness. The emotions I presented that day, anger, sadness, helplessness, fear, all that was key for my power to come to light, Issei recounted with a certain evil tone, showing a slight perverse smile as he remembered what followed, but of course it was something that Rias couldn't see as he had his face down. Power. But you said you didn't have any, right? Rias questioned, a little confused at that part of the story. That was believed, but it turned out that my power was sealed since birth by our parents, who saw that I presented great reserves of power never before seen in a devil with high-class parents. I had been born with a power equal to that of Lucifer's firstborn, and that was something very rare and dangerous for me at that time, because I ran the risk that the leaders would want that power in their hands and turn me into their weapon. That was why our parents decided to seal my power when I was a baby, Issei reported, regaining his composure as he looked at his sister. So you broke the seal. What happened next? Rias asked, having a little more clarity on the situation. The fallen leader had already stripped Mom of her clothes, leaving her only in her underwear ready to be defiled. But in that instant, dominated by the anger, revenge and desire for death that I had against those men who wanted to harm Mom, I suddenly released the power sealed for years, which affected my mental stability but gave me just what I needed to save Mom, Issei mentioned, showing an evil smile to his sister as he remembered what he had done, which made Rias nervous. What happened to the fallen? The redhead dared to ask while swallowing hard due to the intimidating state of the brown-haired boy. One by one they fell before me, none of them could resist their executioner. Decapitated and pulverized was how I killed 2 of them, leaving only the leader alive and on whom I wanted to vent all the hatred and anger I felt at that time. Negative emotions dominated me, and blinded by fury I attacked that man, where I ended up killing him with my own hands with blows after blows to his face until it was disfigured and blood painted it. Even so, for me it was not enough because they had to pay for what they had done, so I continued hitting him, enjoying the sound of his dead flesh against my fist. Issei recounted with a certain evil tone that scared the redhead for a few seconds. Oni-san, Rias expressed with concern, managing to get the brunette out of his state. What had that been? Sorry, as I was saying, I would have continued like this if it hadn't been for Mother, who held me and hugged me from behind until she managed to calm me down and make me come back to my senses. After that unpleasant experience we returned home without telling anyone what had happened. It was then that I locked myself in my room for 3 days without eating or giving any signs of wanting to go out, something that made Mom suffer a lot due to my behavior. During the days locked up and with the awakening of my power, I set a goal for myself. Issei commented as he looked at the night sky and remembered that night of his childhood. I will become stronger. I will be the strongest of all. I will surpass you, Great Red. I will be stronger than you. I will protect my family and everyone else. I will spread good and make those who cause evil pay. I will defend the weak. One day I will be respected, admired, free. And one day I will beat you, Great Red. Get ready, because I will be number 1. A goal? Rias asked, interested in the subject to know what motivated her brother. I decided that I didn't want to go through something like that ever again, and that was why I was going to prepare myself and stop being the cowardly, fearful and weak child that everyone could trample on. I had already chosen my path, and this required a very difficult but necessary change. I had proposed to be the most powerful being of all, one that no one could defeat or hurt, one that could protect everyone and punish those who did evil in the world. I proposed that, and to achieve it I knew that only by surpassing dreams could I achieve it, Issei mentioned with some nostalgia to his sister as he looked at her. Surpass dreams? You mean Great Red? Rias expressed in surprise at the brown-haired boy for his goals. Indeed, my goal was to surpass the strongest existence in the supernatural world, and to do so I had to change. I put aside my childhood and what made me weak to change it for what would help me achieve my dream, even if I had to sacrifice a lot. On the third day I left my room, but I was no longer the same. My cheerful attitude had now become cold and emotionless. I was always seen with a floral aura fluttering around me, but all of that became the black feathers dancing in the wind. Issei related, causing Rias to finally understand the change in her behavior. After that, the repercussions came to me and I had to face Mom in an argument that ended up hurting her, because her firstborn, that happy, kind and loving child, had died, and in his place a cold and emotionless child had been reborn who cared about nothing more than fulfilling his dreams. The following days I rejected all contact and approach from Mom, Dad and Serzex because I did not want them to get involved in my new life, and so it was with the passing of the days in which I was training to reach my goal, leaving feelings and ties behind, Issei mentioned with some regret as he remembered the damage caused to his mother. But you didn't do it right. I'm talking about getting away from everyone, because if you had done that I don't think you would be with people like the ones surrounding you now, Rias questioned with a smile on her face at the brunette giving him her full attention. At first I had planned to get away from everyone and continue on my path in the cold and lonely darkness. But one day an irritating girl arrived, and no matter how many times I told her to go away, she didn't do it, and it was she who managed to change my path a little more, not my goals. But thanks to her I opened up a little again to my family, and those who will arrive in the future. Issei answered with a certain sincere smile, while a certain brunette with purple eyes came to his mind. That girl, it turned out to be Serafall, wasn't she? Rias mentioned once she remembered the first woman who came into her brother's life. That's right, she came into my life to stay and light my way in the darkness that surrounded me. With this the story ends. Now you know the reason for my change, which makes you the third person to know something that not even my girlfriends know. I hope you keep the secret, Issei said seriously to his sister once he finished remembering his past. You can be sure of it, Oni-san. I won't say anything until you want it. But why did you say I'm the third? I wouldn't be the second, since only Mom knew about that, right? Rias asked with some doubt as she didn't understand the brown-haired boy's words. In fact, there is another person who knows, but it is not something that can be revealed. Not yet, Issei responded with certain nervousness while the image of a certain yellow-eyed dragon came to his mind. I see, Rias whispered, understanding that her brother wouldn't say anything else about it, something she had to respect. Have you ever regretted that decision? Rias asked after a while of silence as she watched the brunette remove the meat from the bonfire. Something she had forgotten because of the conversation, but it was lucky that it hadn't burned. No, I don't. Because thanks to her I was able to be who I am today and have what I have. If I hadn't made that decision, who knows what would have become of me? Issei replied as he passed the food to his sister. And to this day you still blame yourself for what happened, Mom? Rias asked once she received her food. I do it every second of my life. Because it's something I can't forget or let go. Maybe one day I'll be able to get over it and forgive myself, but until then the feeling of guilt will haunt me, Issei mentioned regretfully as he took a bite of his food. I don't think it was your fault. It was something that got out of your hands, and neither you nor Mom could know what would happen. You did the right thing and saved Mom from an atrocious fate. I think that's what matters. I hope that one day you manage to close that wound, Oni-san. Rias finished speaking to focus on eating her food. Maybe that's how it is, girl, maybe, Issei thought as he looked up at the night sky that turned out to be one in which he had opened his heart and passed. Once I heard the secret that your mother and Oni-san kept, I couldn't help but feel sorry for you too, and what you lived through was really hard. Now I better understand why Issei Gremory ended up being what it is today. I even came to admire it even more than I already did. That dark past that haunts you too is tragic and painful. I understand why neither of you would want to talk about it, much less remember it. Today my conscience weighs a little on me for having asked Oni-san for that wish and making him remember that dark time. I am not the most appropriate person to say anything about his situation, but mother, please address the issue that you so refuse to discuss. Issei suffers in silence the repercussions of that day and lies blaming himself for what happened day after day, night after night. I know it is something hard and delicate, but only you can deal with the subject since it is something that involves both of you. Even now Oni-san lives with that resentment, hatred and fury towards those men, but more than anything towards himself for not protecting you in time. He lives between the present and the past, where all he seeks is your forgiveness. Please, mother, put aside your fears and talk to him. Heal the wound in his soul that tragic fate caused. Do it before it is too late. I leave it to your discretion, mother. Returning to my training days after that night when Oni-san opened his heart to me, the following days passed quickly where I continued my training regimens under the tutelage of my master, and finally, With only 2 days left to finish my journey, the final test came to me in a fight against my master where I had to prove everything I had learned by defeating Oni-san. It sounds crazy considering how strong he is, but during that test he lowered his level and defenses to the same degree as mine, so I would have only one chance. I was scared but motivated to do it, so the fight between the Gremory brothers took place deep in the forest during the penultimate day of my training, ending with a single result. The wind in the forest blew calmly, the leaves of the trees rustled in it, and while that was happening on the ground, Issei and Rias were face to face a few centimeters apart, both looking at each other seriously, but in the case of the redhead, she had small drops of sweat running down her forehead and a slight trembling in her hands and legs due to the test she would face on her penultimate day of the month in the forest. What did you say? Rias asked the brunette nervously, making sure she hadn't misheard. I said that today your training ends, but for that you must complete and pass the last test. If you fail you will have wasted my time, Issei answered seriously to his sister, making her more nervous than she already was. But what you want me to do is… Rias couldn't finish speaking once something brushed her cheek, being a small stone thrown by the brunette. You have already learned good control of your power, and you know how to move and act in battle. All these days you have been learning many things, and the time has come to demonstrate your progress. Therefore your last test is to face me and defeat me, Issei declared, taking a step forward with his power around him. But that's impossible for me, and you know it very well, Rias protested nervously, taking a defensive stance since things were serious. Don't worry, I don't intend to use all my power in this test since I know very well what your level and defenses are, so I will be at the same level as you. That way we will be equal in terms of power, because the only thing I could be surpassing you in is strategy and experience, Issei commented seriously to his sister while matching his power with hers. I have no other choice, right? Rias questioned with her firm stance without taking her eyes off the brunette. You already have considerable strength. During the fight you will have to improve your strategies and decisions. Or what are you going to tell me now? That your dreams are not relevant when an obstacle stands in your way? You will continue to be a weak and pathetic woman, Issei expressed with annoyance to the redhead while the atmosphere began to become tense. Of course not, Rias shouted angrily, presenting an orb of destruction in her hand. So what do you plan to do about it? Issei asked with a challenging smile at his sister. I'm going to kick your butt. Here I come, Oni-san. I'm going to show you how strong I've become over the past few days, Rias shouted with determination and fury at her brother, launching herself forward for what would be her final test. Wait, calm down, Issei warned his sister as he watched her coming towards him, ignoring her words. Calm down, girl. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Hey, Issei insisted to his sister, but she didn't pay attention to him and her power hadn't completely lowered yet. Ignoring her brother's words, with her fist wrapped in her power, Rias leapt into the air ready to begin her test, where she was going to deliver the first blow. With her fist thrown forward, she saw how her brother with a serious expression raised one of his hands to receive the blow. Once their hands collided, with the redhead having her power activated and coming into contact with the surface, a medium explosion was generated, marking the beginning of the fight. Rias resisted the magnitude of the explosion without stopping to put pressure on her fist. But when the smoke cleared, she noticed how the brunette continued in the same place, holding her fist with the palm of his hand without any damage, something that bothered Rias and made her see that it would not be so easy to knock down the brunette. It was there that the redhead saw Issei's hand give off a crimson glow, but she didn't have time to get out of there when she was thrown back by the energy beam thrown by her brother, ending up hitting her back against the trunk of a large tree, collapsing it in the process with some pain in her body. At that moment, Rias accepted that she could have gotten ahead of herself and let herself be carried away by her emotions. But that was what she was there for, to learn and correct her faults. I'm really not good at holding back, Issei mentioned as he lowered his power completely so as not to kill his sister. Hey, you gave up, the brunette shouted to his sister, focusing his gaze on where she was thrown, noticing how she was no longer in the area. As if that were going to happen, Rias replied as she descended from the sky, catching the brunette off guard, where she gave him a strong blow with her knee on his forehead. It could be seen how the earth cracked slightly under the pressure exerted, and also how Issei smiled at the show of motivation in his sister to pass the test, so he had to respond in the same way, so he resisted the blow and took Rias's leg, where he began to spin with her in the process until finally letting go of her and throwing her against some rocks. But Rias managed to regain control, and turning around she leaned on the leg to push herself and again go against the brown-haired boy, and so both brothers began to exchange several blows as well as dodge those that came towards them. Issei's technique and experience played against Rias, so she made the decision to move away a little to take another strategy. So taking advantage of an opening with her leg embodied in her power, she hit her brother's abdomen, making him back off a little. "Wow, that hurt a little," Issei mentioned excitedly while holding his abdomen. Even he was having fun in the fight by being on equal levels against his opponent. "And it won't be the only time you feel it," Rias commented, starting to run around her brother while creating orbs of destruction in her hands. While running in circles, the redhead began to throw several orbs of destruction at the brown-haired boy, who agilely and masterfully dodged each one of them, to Rias's annoyance when she saw that she couldn't hit her brother with any of them. Issei hit the ground and several stone spikes emerged from it that he could shape and direct to attack, the obvious target of these being Rias, who simply jumped several times to dodge her brother's attack. Faced with this, the brown-haired boy chose to change his strategy, which the redhead took advantage of and went on the attack again, so both brothers went to meet each other. Rias fired blasts of energy from her palm while giving her brother a serious look, seeing that Issei noticed something strange, and for some strange reason he saw his sister in front of him with a raised fist. Something that was a useless attempt, so he went to attack but was surprised to see that it was an illusion, more than anything a cheap copy made with magic, and it was there that he saw the two orbs approaching him, so he covered himself with his hands to mitigate the damage. He had to give Rias points for tricking him and using an illusion to confuse him from the real attack. "Heh, not bad," Issei said with amusement as he lowered his arms and noticed that there were slight burns on them. "But I won't fall for the same thing twice," the brunette finished saying while he tilted his head back and dodged a kick from his sister who had appeared behind him. After that, Rias received the impact in the belly courtesy of her brother, and due to the force of the blow, blood came out of her mouth. Still, she smiled. Issei was going to launch another attack against his sister, but she managed to recover in time, and it was there that he saw her disappear and then appear next to him. Was she faster? The impact of the sphere of destruction on his ribs was only cushioned by a barrier of his power, but being at the same level as Rias, she did suffer a little damage. Deciding to stop being soft, she prepared her fist, and a blow from him with his power plus that of darkness made his sister fall to the ground, and then she regained her balance and continued the battle. "Damn," Rias complained internally as she wiped the blood from her mouth and kept some distance from her brother. The fight had been getting more difficult so far, and she couldn't see an opening to use her ace up her sleeve. Seeing how Issei threw blades made of darkness at her made her use one of the trees in the place to cover herself. Seeing how he almost fell made her realize that she wouldn't achieve anything if she stayed thinking and cursing. Just at that moment, her brother appeared and stood in front of her, so Rias prepared herself and put herself on guard. She wasn't a hand-to-hand fighter, but she knew what was necessary from her master's teachings. So she went on the attack and created a wall of her power that stopped Issei's advance, and then from that same wall she launched stakes and spikes came out of them. The brown-haired boy was surprised to see his sister's maneuver, but he smiled at the end, raised his hand and charged electricity to shape it, and used the accumulated rays as a kind of whip that destroyed the redhead's attack. Seeing that, Rias swallowed hard. Goodbye to the surprise factor, because that attack was not going to work again. The redhead decided to create a thin layer of her power on her arms and legs to at least resist the blows that she knows will come to her person. Issei noticed that the girl was undoubtedly very capable in what is the defensive term, and she could also manage to keep up with his pace sometimes to defend herself, but that would not last forever since the impacts of her attacks each time slowly broke the defense made by the young woman. Just when a blow was going towards Rias, she disappeared out of nowhere to the surprise of the brown-haired boy who, looking to the side, noticed how his sister lay a few meters away from him while she caught her breath, being surrounded by her own power, implying that she had used it to move out of her brother's reach. "Do you want to say something, girl? That look of yours makes me angry," Issei mentioned when he saw how his sister looked at him, her expression serious but also angry. "I'm just a little frustrated, but I'll change that now," Rias replied with determination once she caught her breath and launched herself forward. At that she launched two orbs towards Issei, who upon seeing what she was doing chose to back away, but was obstructed by a tree behind him that prevented his advance, and therefore caused the orbs of destruction to hit him, as well as the opportunity for Rias to appear right in front of him. The brown-haired boy raised his hand to deliver a punch enhanced with his power, something that his sister imitated, ending up with the two of them hitting their fists, creating a shockwave in the area, alerting the nearby animals. The fight continued and Rias managed to dodge an attack from her brother, although her defensive power cape was badly damaged by his attacks and much of her energy had been exhausted during the course of the battle, something she was not used to, unlike the brown-haired boy. Seeing how Rias managed to match his speed made Issei smile with satisfaction, but it also made him see that he had to be smarter and use everything he had to win. He felt sorry for his sister, but he was not one to let himself be defeated during a battle. That's why the brown-haired boy launched a beam of red light that went towards his sister, who was so focused on avoiding the blows that she could barely dodge the attack by leaning her body back. Rias knew after that she wouldn't have another chance. It was her only chance. She charged her power in her right palm, which shone like never before due to the accumulation of power, and Issei noticed that being hit by that would mean great damage to his body. But it was too late for the brunette to make any movement, and the impact of his sister's fist with all her power hit him in the chest, which was enough for him to spit out blood and hurt to the point of leaving him without air. Deciding to take distance, Rias jumped back as she watched her brother fall to one knee holding his chest and spitting out some blood, which made her smile at seeing that she had hurt him. "What did you think of that?" Rias asked while panting, since although she managed to damage her opponent, the energy used for it was quite a lot, and she was beginning to feel the repercussions of that. "Not bad, girl. Not many can make me bleed, and although at the moment I am equal to you in terms of power and defense, it is impressive that you have done this damage to me. Not bad at all," Issei replied with a smile to his sister as he got up from the ground and cleaned his blood. They both knew that the fight was not over, so once they recovered they went against each other. Although when they arrived they received the impact, it did not hurt them much thanks to the power they had. The battle became both physical and from a distance. The attacks of both brothers collided with each other, or they simply went on to attack from a distance with magic. Without a doubt the battle had turned to a new level. Issei sent a heat wave at his sister, who fearlessly hit it, and went against his brother, who created a shield of darkness to protect himself from the redhead's blast of destruction. He growled at what happened and then stepped back and looked at the brown-haired boy, bringing his hands together to throw a crimson flame, while Issei charged his power to attack as well, within seconds. The clashes of magic made it seem like the place was burning with the flames of hell itself. If the battle was being watched, it would be something incredible for the spectators to see the two brothers fight hand to hand. Without a doubt those days of hellish training had helped in the improvement of the Gremory heiress, giving her her reward. Maybe she was not at the level of a god, but without a doubt her level was high, and Issei knew that, something he was very proud of. Rias and Issei fought hard, attacking with all their power and speed. Both managed to keep everything at bay due to their training in the case of the redhead and experience on the part of the brown-haired girl, but still some cuts on them were not missing. Seeing an attack from the brown-haired girl made Rias generate the power of destruction in her hand and hit her brother's palm. This time the redhead went on the attack. She used her magic to create several spheres and send them against Issei and tried to catch him, but in the end he dodged the attack. The girl gritted her teeth and then threw stakes made of her power, but these were deflected by the hand of the brown-haired girl, who was undoubtedly more than ready for everything that came towards him. Issei raised his hand and just by waving it he created a wave of wind that unbalanced his sister and then went for her. The redhead created a magic shield to block the attack, but the force of it sent her several meters away from her brother with her hands numb in the process. She needed a new plan. Rias thought about using that technique, but she still hasn't perfected it, and it was difficult for her to create it since it needed a lot of time, which she wouldn't have. She just needed a chance. She just needed one to do it. "You have something up your sleeves, don't you?" Hearing her brother speak made Rias open her eyes wide as she saw that she had been easily discovered. "I got it right, didn't I? Anyway, I think the fight has already lasted too long, so the next attack will be the last one, so throw whatever you want. We'll decide the winner here and now," Issei mentioned seriously to the redhead as he began to create a small orb in his right hand. Then I'll show you what I've been secretly working on all this time. This is the result of your training, Oni-san," Rias shouted as she placed her hands together in front of her and began to channel all of her power into her final attack, which was her greatest achievement and most powerful move. Issei remained motionless with his hand raised, concentrating his energy of destruction in the palm of his hand while compressing all the energy, forming a small sphere. On the other hand, Rias remained with her hands outstretched, concentrating all her remaining energy where she was forming a dark sphere within a crimson whirlpool, to the surprise of the brown-haired boy upon seeing a new movement. Seconds passed and the Gremory heiress had finished her movement, so she looked at her brother and decided to end it all by launching her most powerful technique. Demonic Star of Extinction. Rias shouted loudly as she launched her attack, this being the one-hit death technique that she had managed to create, and it was all due to the change in her demonic power due to the influence of Issei's power. What she managed to do was manipulate her power of destruction into a compression of an unimaginable amount of demonic power, taking the form of a huge sphere with a mix of crimson and black aura radiating from it, and moving towards her enemies. The Star of Extinction, which was what Rias had named her attack, had a strong magnetic force, which attracted enemies towards it and disintegrated in a similar way to a black hole. That attack caused Issei to smile in satisfaction, and thus he responded in the same way. The brown-haired boy launched his small sphere that seemed like it could do nothing against his sister's large one. But once both attacks collided, they began to fight each other for dominance. Rias pushed her attack with everything she had, and the proof of this was that she clenched her teeth tightly and kept her hands outstretched to keep sending her energy to her sphere. Sweat was beginning to pour out of her, and she could feel her strength beginning to wane, so she focused her gaze on her brother, being surprised in the process to see that he did not appear tired, but it was understandable considering that she was a veteran in this field. In the end, the fate of the battle took its course, and Rias lost her strength, which ended with the loss of the clash of destructive energies, giving victory to her older brother's attack. The brown-haired boy's sphere pierced and cancelled out the redhead's, heading towards its target. "Ah!" Rias screamed as she saw the attack coming towards her without any chance of dodging it. The explosion was quite large in the forest, whipping the trees and causing strong winds, all while Issei remained motionless with his hand extended looking at the smoking spot in front of him. The fight and training had ended with a single result. At the end of the fight my defeat was imminent, but that was to be expected considering who my opponent was. Still, I gave it my best, and I'm proud of it because I was able to learn and fight for a few seconds side by side with Oni-san. Even if he held back from me, it was a great experience. But my final test was not over yet, mother. Not until I witnessed the true final test that my brother had planned for me. If I am honest about all the training I went through for a month, nothing I have done could compare to that moment, which was in my opinion the most important of all, since it was where I learned a valuable lesson and where my purposes and convictions acquired more strength than ever. In addition, mother, I also earned a name worthy of a warrior given by Oni-san. Definitely that day and moment will be the most valuable of my life, and that I will treasure so much. Rias expressed as she fell to the ground on her knees after receiving her brother's attack, which weakened her and damaged her quite a bit. The redhead had several wounds on her body. Her clothes were worn and red areas were sticking out on her arms, implying that she had most likely been injured after receiving the attack with her hands. Issei remained motionless in his place looking at his sister with his arms crossed, and at that moment the two knew that the test was over, but Rias was not yet willing to give in, or so she believed. "Very impressive, girl. I've already tasted a bit of your power. As your master I could let you pass, but," Issei mentioned with a smile on his face as he watched his sister get up as best she could. "Don't tell me such nonsense. If I can't defeat you, becoming a supreme class devil would be useless," Rias protested as she stood up and glared defiantly at her brother. I figured you'd say that," Issei commented tiredly as he closed his eyes. At that moment Rias could feel how the earth began to tremble, and the rocks sounded from the present vibration, and not only that, the sky began to darken, and it seemed like a tornado was going to form as the clouds began to spin in a whirlpool. The redhead did not understand what was happening, and it was not until she saw how her brother gave off a dangerous and intimidating air that she understood that all of this was caused by him. "That's why I'm not going to hold back anymore," Issei declared coldly as he was surrounded by a small layer of his power, causing his sister to step back a little at the fear his gaze gave. "What is this pressure?" Rias thought nervously and sweating as she saw how intimidating her brother looked, making her wonder if that was Issei's true power, since she had never seen so much of it before in her life. Not even with Kokobile or the faction meeting had he shown so much. "You have walked the path of magic, but to reach the top, there is something you still need to know. Learn what it is, now," Issei coldly sentenced his sister, making part of his demon power present, causing a pillar of his own power to emerge within him. Seeing in person the power of her brother plus that incredible and terrifying column of power that rose to the sky holding Issei in the center, showing him nothing more than a giant and terrifying silhouette, was enough to scare Rias and make her take a few steps back from the fear her body felt, which screamed at her to escape from there. The entire forest began to tremble and the sky to thunder at the force that whipped them, and in the center of the pillar Issei remained serious and cold as he released his power without taking his gaze off his sister. At that moment Rias could tell that she was starting to get scared, and even more so when she saw the silhouette that was forming in the crimson pillar. It was like being in the presence of a gigantic demon that looked at her as if she were a simple ant with those blood-red eyes, even if she felt intimidated by his power. Slowly and motivated to continue fighting, Rias began to resist the force that was pushing her back and began to take small steps towards where her brother was. "Tsk. Ah!" Rias screamed as she made a push with her right leg and launched herself with her fists ready to attack the brunette. Or at least that was what she wanted to do, but a simple look from Issei was enough to make her stop. Having stopped, Rias was in front of her brother and the pillar that surrounded him, where she could finally see what was in front of her. Her brother was not there. but rather a colossal and terrifying being looking at her coldly, demonstrating his superiority. And those eyes full of death were the trigger for her fears to finally become present. Slowly Rias, with an expression of pure horror, began to crumble in front of her brother, as if she had lost the desire to fight, and it was replaced by the feeling that many of us dislike but helps us grow, fear. The redhead ended up kneeling with her hands on the ground as she looked at it, and trembled with fear. Her breathing was constant. Her arms and legs wanted to weaken, and in her eyes there were small tears that begged to come out. At that sight, Issei began to stop expelling his power, causing the atmosphere to calm down, but not the redhead who was lying in front of him looking at the ground trembling. But that was what the brown-haired boy wanted to achieve, and make his sister see her last lesson. I'll lose, Rias mentioned with a trembling voice, showing that at that moment she was very scared. She wanted to cry, she wanted to run away, but her body didn't respond and only allowed her to stay there prostrate in front of her brother. She couldn't control her trembling or the fear that invaded her, and it was that recently she was able to witness the very doors of death and the Grim Reaper in person, this being something that no one could get out of unscathed. With her face down, Rias couldn't see how her brother smiled, pleased at her response. Only when he spoke was she able to come to her senses. Excellent. I don't see the loss when you face it with all your bravery. However, very few have the courage to put away their sword once they have drawn it. Fear is not bad, it tells you your weaknesses, and when you know your weaknesses, you can become more powerful and kinder. It is necessary to become a supreme class devil. Issei began to speak calmly before his trembling sisters, showing a smile full of satisfaction. That's your last lesson of the day. Approved, Issei finished by saying proudly towards his sister, causing her to raise her face, totally incredulous at what she had heard. But Rias was in shock at the recent events. Had she passed the training, but she had lost the fight. Keep going, your master has approved of you, but your path is not over yet. Life is ahead of you, so more arduous tests await you, Issei mentioned after crouching down and starting to caress his sister's head, she being the one with her face down. Have confidence in yourself, I know you can do it. And now let me talk to you not as your master, but as your brother. Not everything is about magic power, but I know how you feel, your desire to win. Age or experience have nothing to do with it. You see, I am the same. I don't want to lose against you, that's why I will fight you again whenever you want. Continue and become a supreme class demoness, Rias. Issei finished by saying with clear pride in his voice while he caressed his sister's head. The only thing that could be seen after those words was how several tears began to fall from Rias's face and wet the ground. Because at that moment the Gremory heiress knew that her greatest dream was close with the words of her older brother, and for that reason the only thing she could do was cry with many emotions present in her system. Yes, Oni-sama, Rias replied between tears as she placed her head on the ground, prostrating herself before the brunette. Don't cry anymore, girl, that pretty face doesn't deserve to be stained by tears. Today has shown that you're close to achieving your dream. During this month I gave you what you needed to move forward, now it all depends on you. I'll be there watching you grow, and when the day comes when you show me your awakening, you'll get what you've always wanted, Issei mentioned as he stood up and helped his sister do so, who wiped her face and her tears. Now, like every warrior who has started his journey, you deserve a worthy name by which people know you and talk about you, Issei commented calmly as he looked up at the sky thinking about something. A name, Rias questioned between gasps as she was still affected by the excitement from earlier. That's right, and I already have it. It fits you perfectly and honors her in a way. Once in the past when I faced Drake and lost, he named me, the Emperor of Destruction, for my bravery, and today, having shown the same as I did back then, I will do the same. Your path is just beginning, and throughout your life you will collect and earn titles around the world, therefore I see no problem with giving you one from now on. Rias Gremory, you have earned to be called the Crimson Ruin Princess, Issei named his sister as he placed one of his hands on her shoulders and showed her a smile. The Princess of the Crimson Ruin. Why? Rias asked the brunette once she heard her new title. It's not that she disliked it, because to be honest she was amazed and happy to have an amazing title, and the fact that her brother gave it to her only increased her value. Why do you say? Well, if I'm honest with myself, in terms of beauty you're not bad. I guess you went overboard in that. Therefore with your beautiful and youthful appearance you look like a princess, your crimson hair influences the name, and your power precedes you, hence the name. Putting those three characteristics of yours together, the Princess of the Crimson Ruin was formed. Issei mentioned with pride in himself as he thought of an incredible name considering how bad he was at it. I see, in any case I like it a lot, thanks Oni-sama. Rias thanked the brunette while hugging him, and to her surprise he returned the affection. Don't be so happy, you still have to show me your full potential to earn my full appreciation and acceptance. But I think that with the way you're going and what you've achieved, it's not bad to allow yourself certain things, Issei commented as he separated from the hug and looked at his sister. Then I will try hard to get it all, Rias replied enthusiastically, getting a nod from the brown-haired boy, and thus her penultimate day of training was over. Both siblings started from where they were heading towards their camp, where they would rest for the rest of the day plus the next before returning home. In the middle of the walk, Rias climbed onto Issei's shoulders like a little girl, and he let her do it because today the redhead had earned that right. And so, mother, my brother made me see the most important lesson of my life, where I understood that fear is not bad, because it tells you what your weakness is, and once you know your weakness, you can become stronger than kindness. Oni-san made me see that when we know our weaknesses, what do? We get up, become stronger and fight. Maybe we can't help being scared, but now there is nothing to fear, because we are ready. During this month, mother, I went through a lot. There were times when I wanted to throw everything away and leave, other times when I was motivated to continue. Many times I bled, cried and screamed in pain from my training and the tests I had to take under my brother's tutelage. I also took it out on him for my weakness and always looked for someone to blame for it when the only one to blame was me. Apart from the pain and effort I made, there were also fun moments like the trip to the hot springs mentioned above, or when Oni-san taught me how to hunt for my food or how to camp in the open air. With him I have learned many things, and not only the control of my power and how to fight. He has taught me many things that I am sure will help me grow. Now I see why everyone said there was no better master for me than Oni-san. Despite not having fully reached my goal, I have managed to increase my level as well as make better use of my power. Oni-san always tells me that I still have to wake up. Although it is something that I do not understand very well, I attribute it to the fact that since he and Serafall have, so to speak, a transformation, he assures me that I also have it, only that it remains dormant, or at least that is what I think. During this month I was able to improve my physical condition, gain strength and better senses, and finally to control and correctly use the power of destruction. If you had seen me when I was able to control the term destruction, you would have surely laughed at my mother. I can only say that I spent a whole day stuffing things with my power just to see how they didn't disappear. For me that was a great achievement. Also, Oni-san taught me how to fly without the need to use my wings, something that even though it cost me a lot to do, in the end I was able to achieve it. I remember that I asked him that day. Learn to fly? Issei asked doubtfully to his sister in front of him, who was looking at him with excitement. They were currently having breakfast outside the forest where they had hunted several fish that they later caught on a bonfire made by the redhead. The question thrown at him caught Issei off guard, since he had never been asked something like that before. It's not that I can't do it, but why do you want to learn? Issei asked, putting aside his half-eaten fish and turning his attention to his sister. Well, I've seen you fly without the need for your wings, and I've noticed that you do it through your power. That's why I was wondering if I could do it, Rias answered with enthusiasm, and the proof of it was the sparkle in her eyes. Mom is probably going to kill me for this, but it's okay. It's not something I can't teach or keep to myself, Issei commented with resignation as he got up from his seat to give the flying lessons. Perfect, I'll be able to be just like you, and flying without the need for our wings is pretty cool in my opinion. Is that why you always do it, right? Since I've never seen you fly with your wings, Rias mentioned to her brother between curiosity and excitement. Yes, that's why, Issei answered, a little uncomfortable remembering why he couldn't fly with his wings. How could he do it if he didn't have any in the first place? His wings obtained from Great Red's blood body had been torn from his body by Albedo in their first encounter, and his demon wings were the sacrifice he had to give in order to seal the dragon in her prison. So how can I fly? Rias asked excitedly, jumping up and down in front of the brown-haired boy's dead face. It's lucky that you already know how to control your power, so learning that won't be that difficult. In fact, it isn't, and any being could do it if they set their mind to it, since whatever the race there will always be a bit of magic or energy in their bodies. Even humans could, but they should take their time to understand the concept of magic and energy. But oh well. As far as the flight technique is concerned, it is necessary to control your power or energy in your being to be able to float a few centimeters. Issei stopped his conversation when he saw how his adorable sister was constantly jumping trying to fly. No, there's no need to jump. All you have to do is release a little of your power. Concentrate it all, Issei mentioned patiently to his sister, stopping her in her act. I understand, Rias replied, stopping her movements to take a still stance as she followed her brother's words and began to concentrate her power. At first nothing seemed to happen, but after a few minutes Issei could witness how small currents of air began to detach from his sister's body, as well as her hair began to move as if it were the wind hitting it. Finally, little by little, A layer of crimson energy began to surround the redhead's body as the grass beneath her began to shake in waves, implying that at that moment Rias was expelling her power. "That's it, continue with that RHYTHMM," Issei encouraged with some excitement when he saw that his sister was about to achieve her technique. Seconds passed, but slowly Rias began to rise centimeter by centimeter from the ground, totally concentrated on it without losing her calm and concentration, since the task performed was somewhat difficult for her since it was her first time doing it. "You did it. That's how it's done. Look at you, you're flying," Issei said excitedly to his sister as he watched her levitate in the air. "Shut your mouth, I can't concentrate," Rias snapped seriously as her brother was distracting her, being the one who covered his mouth at her words. With patience and slowness, Rias began to descend as best she could without losing her concentration until she finally touched the ground, where she stopped expelling her energy, as well as making the layer of power that surrounded her disappear. "That was wonderful, you were able to float in just a few minutes, aren't you glad?" Issei mentioned with some pride to his sister, congratulating her on her progress. "Do you really believe that?" Rias questioned a little doubtfully but happy with the brown-haired boy's words. "Totally, you'll see that soon you'll learn to fly like I do. If you continue with the training you'll be able to fly at will, you just have to be patient with it. You already know the most basic things, now you just have to train on your own," Issei commented calmly as he returned to his seat to finish his fish. "Then I'll keep training until I get it right," Rias exclaimed happily, skipping towards the river where they were to continue practicing. "There's no doubt that she's just like Serzex and me," Issei thought amusedly as he watched his sister walk away to continue her practice. "After those events, Mother, it took me about 3 days to be able to fly decently. At first I had a bit of trouble staying in the air and even more so with the directions, but Oni-san was always there to give me help and advice that helped me master the technique. But there were falls, I even ended up falling into a lake while flying, certainly a memory I will treasure." Kayawa splash. A scream was heard coming from the middle of the forest, followed by a splash in the water. In a certain lake, Issei was fishing on the shore while he watched a clump of red hair approach him, where his sister was shown coming out of the water completely wet but with a big smile on her face. "You saw me. This time I lasted longer in the air. If I keep going like this I'll be able to do it in no time," Rias declared excitedly as she left the lake. "Not bad girl, but you have to learn to land better than that. Not always there will be water involved," Issei commented calmly while waiting for a fish to bite the hook. "I know that, but landing is the hardest part. But you'll see that I'll succeed and I won't have to fall into lakes or trees," Rias replied happily while wringing out her hair. "Don't forget the berry bush," Issei mentioned, causing his sister to have a small shiver. Don't remind me. I ended up with several thorns all over my body. Even now I have phantom pains from it," Rias replied in disgust as she recalled the time she ended up covered in thorns all over her body. "Yes, and I had to remove all the thorns while you were crying like a little girl," Issei mentioned with amusement, only to feel his sister hug him from behind, getting him a little wet. "Hey, that may be true but you shouldn't say it," Rias protested with a blush on her face as she hugged and pressed her wet body against the brunette. "You're not wearing a bra, right?" Issei asked with a dead expression as he felt the area of his sister's chest on his back different, and also because of something else that could be seen in the water. "Of course I do, since I know how you are with those topics," Rias replied a little bewildered, separating herself slightly from her brother. "Then why does your chest feel so soft? Plus what is that floating there?" Issei mentioned in the same state, while pointing to the lake where a pink bra could be seen floating. "Hey Kaya," Rias expressed an embarrassment as she lunged for her garment to the brunette's amusement. "It's a girl," Issei thought as he watched his sister swim along his garment, as he also noticed how his rod began to move, implying that he had caught something, and it was a relief because he was already starting to get hungry. "After everything I've been through, Mother, I can honestly say that Issei Gremory, my amazing older brother, is a unique man. The time with him I could be equally smart as stupid, being one of the closest people I can be myself with. I learned that no matter what options I have in my life I would always choose to be his sister, since it is the greatest happiness for me to be Serzex and Issei's sister. They are not only my brothers, they are my superheroes that turn my life into a fairy tale. They always support me even if Issei does it in secret, and they never envy me. The three of us go hand in hand in life and I'm sure it will last forever. We have the same family, the same blood, the same habits and aspirations, but more importantly, we have the same strength to love each other. We can just sit, keep quiet and understand each other better than those people who talk all the time. Even when it seems like Issei hates Serzex and me, he doesn't. Yes, he may not talk for days, he may make fun of each other, he may even make jokes, but sooner or later there will only be love. we are together as friends. We are ready to face anything in life if we have each other. During this time of training I realized that Issei is not only my brother, he is my angel, as contradictory as it may sound considering what we are. He can make me laugh even if I want to cry. In this chaotic and hectic life he will always remain my nest and my calm harbor. I definitely love him to the moon and back. And even if he denies it, or well, until I manage to wake up and he accepts me, I will be his little sister, the one who knows how to tease him, and the one who knows how to make him laugh like no one else. My siblings are unique and can bring out the best in me and make me see the positive in any place. I am proud to call myself his sister, and I hope one day they will be too. And no matter how far we go and how different we are, we will always need each other. Sometimes I think that Issei has a different mother because he is so crazy. But I love him just the way he is, and I wouldn't change a thing about him. This time has led me to understand that they will always support me and help me, that they can read my mind, search my heart and listen to my soul. I think I'm a little sentimental mother, but the happiness I feel while writing this note is so much that it makes me feel like I should express it all. But if I can be a little selfish and presumptuous, I must say that my brothers are the luckiest men because they have the coolest sister. I love them so much. We are connected by blood, heart, and soul. Growing up with them was wonderful, and I can't wait to experience new stages of this life with them. I'm very proud to call myself their sister. When I was little, I looked up to them, and I'm glad I'm as responsible and honest as them and still have those feelings alive. Issei and Serafall are not only my brothers, they're my best friends. The ones who saw me crying and laughing and were always with me. It's getting late, mother, and I must rest in order to leave tomorrow at dawn with Oni-san back home. And this time I don't want to wake up by jumping into a river. So I say goodbye and hope that this letter arrives on time and can calm your heart. I'm fine and we'll see each other again soon. And I hope to impress you when you see the new me. I send my regards to father, Serafall's Ni-san, my sisters, Milika's-kun. And lastly to my entourage, we'll see each other soon. Farewell, Issei Gremory. What did you think? Issei asked her familiar once she finished writing on the paper, receiving a nod from the bat on her shoulder. Then go and give this to my mother, make sure you don't lose her, Issei mentioned softly as she placed the note in the small claws of her familiar, who only nodded and took flight towards the Gremory mansion. Once done, Issei proceeded to stand up from her spot, dusting off her skirt and brushing the tree leaves out of her hair. And just as she stood upright, she looked up at the bright artificial moon of the underworld with a radiant smile on her face before directing her gaze to the palm of her hand, where she materialized an orb of destruction without erasing her smile filled with happiness and satisfaction with herself. Crimson Ruin Princess. I really like the way my name sounds. The warrior name that Oni-san gave me, Issei Gremory, the Crimson Ruin Princess. It combines my appearance and personality with the last name of the most feared man in the world. The redhead thought happily as she began to walk until she reached the hammock where Issei was sleeping. Slowly and carefully as to not wake the brunette, Issei climbed into the hammock as best she could without disturbing her brother's sleep, where she ended up laying on Issei's chest as she hugged him and began to infuse herself with the warmth of his body as she welcomed sleep into her system. Now that I remember, I forgot to mention in the note that Oni-san already allows me to make physical contact with him as long as I have his permission. In addition, he lets me sleep with him without any problem as long as I have clothes on and not that habit of mine for sleeping naked. But being honest, now I understand why my sisters like to sleep with Oni-san. Apart from the fact that they love him, the heat he generates is really chilling, making you see that you are safe by his side, Issei thought as she snuggled closer to the sleeping brunette enjoying his company. Bua, good night Oni-san, Issei whispered, starting to nod off at times, where just before falling asleep with a smile on her face, she mentioned two simple words of great meaning to many and to the man to whom they were addressed. I love you. Gremory Mansion. In the Gremory Mansion, many of its inhabitants were preparing to sleep, as was the case of a beautiful brunette who was leaning on the window frame of her room while reading in detail a letter in her hands, smiling at the content of the note, while feeling her heart begin to calm down from the worry and anguish she had been experiencing for the past few days. Fufufu, my little girl. At least you enjoyed yourself and were able to improve during this time of absence. I have no doubt that you will come back very strong and capable of fulfilling your dreams. My 3 children are so wonderful, the best thing that has ever happened to me in my life. It has been a very long month, but they will finally return. I suppose it is not bad to make a welcome for those 2. My daughter's group has been worried about the whereabouts and condition of their mistress, and my daughters are eager to see their beloved. Vanillana mentioned from the window of her room where she looked at the moon and held her daughter's letter in one of her hands. There's no time to waste. I have a party to prepare. The the brunette whispered as she left the window, but not before putting the note in her dress. So, Crimson Ruin Princess, huh? I must say that it's not bad for Rias. In the past I was known as Madam of Extinction, or also Brown-Haired Ruin Princess, which would be something like the Princess of the Brown-Haired Ruin. Issei, did you name Rias that in honor of me so that she could maintain the legacy? Maybe I should ask him when you get back, and I should also talk to him alone about that, Vanillana thought as she left her room to organize a small party, and for this one time was not on her side. And so the day ended with new revelations to show and a path to follow. Slowly the Gremory legacy began to emerge and acquire new fame and glory. On one side was the crimson-haired prince, embodiment of destruction, in simple words, the embodiment of destruction himself. In another position was the Crimson Destruction, terror of the factions, Crimson Death, King of Darkness, the man most feared by many, the King of Darkness. And now beginning his journey with the goal of reaching the same place as his brothers, he would be about to be born. Crimson Ruin Princess. Gremory Residence. Back Gardens. Currently in this area of the immense mansion, there were all the members of the Gremory and Citri entourages along with Valerie, Lavinia, Zenobia and Irena, not forgetting to mention that there were also Issei's partners, his knights and finally his parents and siblings, all of them in the company of the maid and butler service. Were ordering and preparing a small reception for two specific people who after a long month for many would finally be able to see them again after their return. The Gremory matriarch, better known as Vanillana Bale, the mother of 3 children and wife of Zioctis Gremory, was ordering the maids on where to put each thing, since according to her everything had to be perfect for the reception of 2 of her 3 children. The food goes on the table over there. Don't forget to put the vases properly in the center of the tables. The decorations have to be placed at the entrances to the garden. The chairs must be carefully separated at an appropriate distance from each other. By the time my babies arrive, I want the fireworks in all their splendor, and the confetti flying through the skies. Understood, Vanillana shouted with the demeanor of a commander while she was standing on a chair and giving her orders to all the staff present. Yes, Lady Gremory, the servants responded, rushing back and forth to carry out their mistress's orders. Serzex, touch one of those cakes and I'll beat you up, the brunette warned her son, watching out of the corner of her eye as he tried to take a small bite of the desserts placed on a table. But I'm hungry, Serzex protested childishly to his mother while pointing at the dessert. And I have 3 children, don't force me to reduce them to 2, Vanillana sentenced seriously, making her power present in her hand, which caused the redhead to break out in a cold sweat and move away from the table with a nervous smile. Serzex could be the Mao Lucifer, but like Issei, every position and title went to hell when it came to his mother. They could face anything without fear, but something that the 2 brothers could never oppose was their women, and the worst of all, their mother. Literally, Issei, Serzex and Rias had a deep fear of their mother, so they always did what she said without complaint, especially when the 3 of them shared the trauma of being cared for by her in her nurse outfit, so it was better to always obey her. I think I can wait for those 2 to arrive, Serzex mentioned nervously, being prey to his mother's affiliated gaze as he walked away from the food table until he sat down on one of the chairs in the place, where he felt someone grab his right shoulder, so he turned around noticing that it was his father with a bandage on his cheek. Calm down, son, he didn't let me eat anything either, Zioctis commented to his son, showing him a thumbs up. Serzex decided not to ask anything about the bandage on his father's cheek, so he could only nod at his words. Just when he was about to change the subject of the conversation, a strong aura of destruction appeared in the gardens, causing more than one to swallow hard, with the 2 redheads beginning to break out in a cold sweat as they felt like they were being stared at by 2 eyes full of fury. Serzex, what did I tell you about eating the dessert? Vanillana was heard screaming loudly, so the named redhead quickly turned his face to the table where the desserts were, noticing how one was missing and also how his mother was coming towards him, expelling her power. Huh, Serzex exclaimed in confusion as he saw that he was being framed and that he would most likely die at the hands of his mother. Wait, Mom, I didn't do anything, Serzex hurriedly defended himself, waving his hands in front of the furious demoness that was coming towards him. He tried to seek help from his father, but he was no longer with him. Had he fled? What an exemplary father. Punishment, Vanillana sentenced while throwing an orb of destruction at her son, who could do nothing or avoid being in her thoughts. Kaya, Serzex let out a girly scream as he was attacked by his furious mother, being innocent of what he was accused of, but that was something that Vanillana didn't care about at the moment. Meanwhile, a little away from the spectacle put on by mother and son were Issei's girls plus the inclusion of Grafia, All of them were sitting around a large table, while they watched with distraught faces and drops of sweat at Serzex and Vanillana, or well, rather at the brunette giving the redhead who was crying comically on the floor a slap on the head. "Your husband is special," Isabella commented to Grafia, not knowing what to say in light of what she was seeing. Right now I'm wondering what I saw in him," Grafia mentioned with shame covering her face at the show her husband was putting on. "A kind and warm heart for that cold heart of yours perhaps," Mira Jean suggested gracefully as she posed behind her little sister, cupping her breasts in the process. "Shut up, Oni-san," Grafia protested in shame as she was the victim of the albino's harassment, but there was nothing she could do to remove it due to her peculiar state. "I asked him what time Issei-kun would come. We haven't seen him for a month and I know he left for his sister's training, but how to say it without sounding bad," Gabriel began to say with some embarrassment, and his cheeks flushed trying to find the right words. Maybe we all have our needs and we want him more than ever in our bed," Penamian commented without any shame what her sister was trying to express. "Oni-san," the blonde complained with shame since it was not proper for ladies to say that, and even more so for her who represented a being of light, although that was physical but not so much mental. "At least some of those here have had their special moment with Dragoncito-kun, while Isabella, Chisato, Yui and I have yet to consolidate our relationship," Irene mentioned with some jealousy but nothing serious while looking at her friends. "Issei is usually very busy, my friend. His position as ruler of a faction takes up a lot of his time, not to mention that he is the pillar of the biblical alliance. It is rather fortunate that he can take time for all of us at certain times. You have nothing to worry about, your time will come, you just have to be patient." Serafall spoke as the voice of reason to calm the spirits. That being one of her duties as the matriarch of Issei's harem, to keep everyone happy. Sarah-chan is right, and we also cannot forget that our partner is the dimensional guardian of all the realms of the multiverse, which reminds me that I need him to do a job, Chisato commented, capturing everyone's attention with her words. It was no secret that Issei, apart from his responsibilities on Earth, also had them outside of it, that being something that the Gremory family only knew about. Since Chisato had once come into everyone's lives, her status was made known as well as that Issei was considered her guardian. The highest representation given to the being who was under the orders of the dimensional goddess, and was in charge of ensuring that the existing worlds maintained harmonious control between light and darkness. The brown-haired girls knew that when a world sank more into one of the two elements, the guardian had to go solve the problem and restore the balance of good and evil. More work. Sometimes I think that Issei overexerts himself or has too much weight placed on his shoulders, Yui mentioned regretfully, leaning on the table with her elbows. "That job you're talking about, Chisato, can't Irene and I do it? You know that Wave and Kurom are part of the Guardians group," Isabella commented with some concern for her beloved, since if they could do something to lighten her time, they would do it. That was something that all of Issei's women always sought to do for him. Serafall, apart from her position as the Mao Leviathan, also fulfilled the job of supervising the brunette's love life. For some reason none of them ever went to him when they had problems between themselves, since they didn't want Issei to have more burden than he already had. That's why they went to Serafall, since she was the boss. And if she saw it necessary, she would notify the brunette of the situation, but she could almost always solve it. What? Did you think girls didn't argue? Of course they do, but that's behind Issei's back. In every harem there will always be disagreement, or fights between the members, and the brown-haired one was not perfect. In fact, no harem could be, or else its duration would not be long. In Issei's there was sometimes friction between Irene and Tiamat because of their draconian genes. Discussions between Gabriel and Penamian regarding issues of their boyfriend as well as their father. There were even between Mira Jean and Serafall regarding the time each one was with their partner. Others would be the case of Isabella and Chisato, who had a strong character and different ways of thinking. Of all the calmest was Yui, but even she sometimes clashed with her friends, being more frequent against Isabella as they were both technically demon queens, so their positions began to argue on occasions. Still, that was something they solved in the best way so as not to cause problems for their boyfriend as well as not to fracture their relationship as sisters. But yes, there were slight fights between all of them. Fortunately, Serafall could deal with everything, being her position as the matriarch. Returning to the initial point, they all helped Issei in some way. Serafall controlling the harem, Mira Jean helping Issei review documents as his personal secretary, Yui, apart from her research work in the Ajuka laboratory, attended the meetings of the clans that had to deal with issues, with the brown-haired boy being Lucifer, the one who took that responsibility. Gabriel and Penamian belonging to different factions and having their own responsibilities which distanced them a bit from Issei. In their free time they helped at home with food and cleaning. Irene and Tiamat were in charge of taking care of the young people to lighten the worries of their partner, and finally Chisato and Isabella watched to maintain peace in the dimensional realness. I would give this job to you guys, but Issei is your leader, and he has to make that decision, girls, Chisato expressed softly, earning a small complaint from Isabella, but even she understood that the decision was up to her boyfriend. Changing the subject, what do you think my master will do when he hears the news? Tiamat mentioned gracefully while looking at a certain white-haired demon. It should be noted that due to her condition she already had a more sunken abdomen as she was already 2 months pregnant. I guess he'll have a brain short like he did with you, but then he'll act accordingly, Mary Jane commented in the same state as the blue-haired girl while caressing her slightly swollen abdomen as she was about 3 weeks pregnant. A week after Issei and Rias left to train, the eldest Lucifuge began to show various symptoms such as dizziness, nausea, fatigue, headaches, and mood swings that greatly worried Mary Jane when she saw how terrible she was. But after a talk with all her friends, sister, and mother-in-law, it was concluded that it could all be attributed to the fact that she was pregnant. Something extremely strange, right? Why? Well, the demons had a low birth rate which made it very difficult to conceive new life on the first try. The women were fertile, but their bodies were very reluctant to get pregnant, so it took several attempts for a long time. That thought crossed the minds of the brown-haired girls when they saw Mirigen's health, and she even doubted that she was pregnant after only having had sex once, but it was something that couldn't be completely ruled out. So they had gone to medical specialists, and it was there that Mirigen received the news. She was pregnant. That day the doctors of the underworld were amazed to see practically the first demon to get pregnant so quickly. After that the celebration did not take long, and Vanillana in the company of all the girls celebrated the inclusion of a new member to the Gremory family. But it was not only in the family. The underworld rejoiced greatly because although Tiamat was already pregnant with the king of the underworld, she being a dragon, her son could only be considered as heir to her race. So Mirigen became pregnant, being the first female demon of Issei belonging to the underworld. The news of her pregnancy caused great commotion because the underworld was going to present its first heir. That news was something that Issei did not know because being in the mountains made any type of information difficult, and Mirigen had not informed him until now because she wanted it to be a gift for her arrival, which she longed for a lot. There are already 2 women pregnant with Aniki, but I'm still surprised to see that you got pregnant on the first try when it took me almost 3,000 years to have just one. Grafia complained with amusement as she watched her son in the distance poking his half-dead father with a stick. What can I say? There is a probability that every 1 in 9999999 devil gets pregnant the first time, and by the works of fate I was one of them. But honestly I don't care because at this moment I carry the fruit of Issei's and my love in my body, Mirigen expressed happily, caressing her belly, to which her friends smiled with her. If I already suffered with one, now that there are 2 I feel sorry for our man, Serafall mentioned, shaking her head at the thought of what her beloved's life would be like. Maybe not 2 but 3, since I will soon enter my mating season, Irene reported, earning the surprise of her friends, who looked at her in astonishment. I think we could say 4, since that day of the month is approaching where a woman is most fertile, and knowing Issei-kun's peculiar characteristic when performing the act, she could get pregnant. It was Chisato's turn to speak, causing more surprise and amusement in her friends. Oh wow, this information is so interesting. Aniki will undoubtedly have several things to face, Grafia expressed while covering her mouth to keep from laughing at the situation that was coming. While the beautiful women were absorbed in their conversation between laughter and complaints, a few meters away from them were all the young people gathered, waiting for the servants to finish making the preparations, as well as waiting for the arrival of the 2 hosts of the celebration. But unfortunately there was no sign of them, and they only had to wait to their boredom. I'm bored, Valerie said lazily as she sat on a small fountain in the garden. Don't despair, my friend, your dear boyfriend will come very soon, Lavinia commented mockingly, only to see the silver-haired girl blush furiously. Issei isn't my boyfriend yet, Valerie shouted in embarrassment, much to the amusement of many of those present. But you want it to be, you want him to kiss you with love, to hold you and not let you go no matter how much you ask him to. You want him to run his mouth over your body and enjoy its taste. You want him to trace your entire body in corners never before explored with his fingers. And finally, you want him to take away that which makes you pure and paint your entire body white, taking you to heaven and beyond. Akeno began to whisper in the demoness ear, noticing how her face reached extreme levels of red and steam was coming out of her head. Kayawa, what indecent things you say, Valerie shouted in shame, pushing the brunette away from her while trying to control her blush, failing miserably. Don't deny it, Valerie, I've heard you moan Issei's name out loud more than once in your room, and all of us here know what that means, Lavinia mentioned with amusement. worsening the state of her friend who most likely wanted to kill her. "Why, you are the worst, perverts," Valerie screamed in shame and wanting the earth to swallow her up for the amusement of her bullies. "Don't bother her anymore, let's focus on the current situation. Do you think Rias will come back different?" Sona said to Lucifer's relief, who mentally thanked her for her intervention. Being Issei-sama who instructed her all this time, I wouldn't be surprised if Miss Rias came back different. Zenobia gave her opinion while carrying Durandal on her back and standing next to her brunette friend. "I'm curious if Rias-chan really managed to overcome the training or rather survive it," Irina expressed doubtfully, bringing a finger to her lip. "The last time we saw her was in a hot spring in the area where Leviathan-sama instructed us. She was fine, and I can even say that she was showing improvements just by looking at her. She was no longer the same princess that we all knew," Tsubaki informed, gaining everyone's attention after her words. "Oh, what a pity I wasn't there to see Issei-kun," Akeno lamented, that being the only thing that mattered to her, seeing the half-naked brunette. "It was bad enough knowing that Lavinia was naked in front of him flirting every second without you coming up with this," Valerie protested with clear jealousy since when the blonde returned from her training she rubbed it in her face that she had been naked with her love interest, which lit the flame in the Hakuryu-eye. "What can I say, Val-chan? When the opportunity presents itself, take advantage of it, and don't worry, you shouldn't be jealous even if Issei-kun looked at me naked and was captivated by my beautiful and voluptuous body while he whispered sweet and hot words in my ear," Lavinia began to say with the intention of infuriating her friend for her amusement. "You want to die, don't you?" Valerie said with a tight smile and a twitch in his right eye, resisting the urge to enter the Juggernaut drive and beat the hell out of the blonde. "I don't know what you're bragging about, Lavinia. When you were trying to seduce Issei-sama, he turned the tables and you were the one who ended up with a big blush on your face and almost fainted from the embarrassment and nerves he caused you," Sona commented with a slight smile as she destroyed the blonde's mature appearance, and in its place left a vulnerable one. "That wasn't something that should be revealed," Lavinia whispered with embarrassment and a slight blush, noticing the malicious smiles on the part of the black-haired and silver-haired girls. "Oh, was Issei too much for you, Lavinia?" Akeno asked mockingly to the blonde while poking her with her finger on her sides. "Aren't you very mature?" Valerie questioned in the same state, taking revenge on her friend. "I'll just say that when he sets his mind to it, he can be the downfall of women. Now I understand why his current partners are sometimes vulnerable to him," Lavinia mentioned, recovering from her condition and trying not to think about the brunette. Changing the subject, "I can't wait for the president to see our progress as her pieces," Murayama said excitedly, raising his hand high. "I want her to see our balance break in action. She will feel very proud of us." It was Keite's turn to speak with the same emotion as her friend. "We all managed to raise our levels in Azazel's 20 days of training thanks to the help of our masters," Yuma commented with his arms crossed as he watched his master in the distance tickling his blonde sister. "If in just 20 days we all managed to surpass our limits, I can't imagine how strong the president will be after training for a whole month," Kiba mentioned while standing next to his male friend from the group. "She'll be very strong, especially if Issei-sama helped her," Koneko expressed with her characteristic serious tone while enjoying a cookie. "I think that everyone here went through a lot of suffering in their training, even more so under the tutelage of their masters, but I honestly can't imagine what hell the president had to live through under Issei-sama's wing. I wonder if she gave up on moving forward when she saw that she was failing," Asuya commented with a little concern for her master and what her day-to-day life was like. "I don't think so. You see, during my training with Oni-san, she told me that this world belongs to the winners and that has two ways of being seen, since either we limit ourselves to believing that we always have to come first, or we enjoy the experience paying attention to every detail. In life sometimes you win and you always learn, it's that simple. Because in failure there is a great lesson. Because when we fail we can discover how much interest we have in what we are trying. Because life is like that, they are lessons and learnings." I am sure that Rias understood that in her coexistence with Issei-sama and managed to put aside her pessimistic thoughts to move forward. Sona mentioned wisely, being sure that her friend and rival would have overcome everything that was put in front of her. "Issei-sama has taught us that no matter what happens, we must never give up. Because only then will we be able to achieve our dreams and always succeed. Because even if we fail, knowing how to accept those defeats and learn from them is also winning," Tsubaki continued after her mistress finished for everyone's understanding. "I'm sure Rias will return as someone very strong and with new thoughts," Valerie mentioned frankly, getting a nod from everyone. And while the young people were talking and everyone was waiting for Issei and Rias to appear, Unknown to everyone, at that moment at the top of the Gremory mansion there was a person sitting on the edge of the roof with a perfect view of the garden and its present guests. Going closer, it was noticed that the mysterious person was a very beautiful young girl, slim, tall, and with a well-defined body figure, with crimson-red eyes that were impetuous. Her black hair was quite long, reaching her legs, and she wore it loose in a cut that became longer in the front, with some strands falling in the middle. This beautiful young woman was leaning against a column while holding a plate with a half-eaten dessert in her hands, that being the one missing from the table and for which Vanillana had punished Serzex. But that was something that nobody knew. This same young woman has been in the shadows watching the movements of the Gremory family for a long time now. But more than anything else, she has always been going after Issei, and now she was waiting for him to arrive since she had not seen him in all that month that had passed. "They're already very late. I asked when they'll come," the brunette said to herself as she looked at the people below, noticing how a red-haired boy was running away from the older brunette who, by her expression, you could tell wanted to hug him. "I don't like being alone, but at least he knows I'm there so he doesn't feel so lonely. I'd like to be down there with everyone," the woman lamented as she took a bite of her dessert, longing to be down there with everyone. "Unfortunately, I still can't do it. First of all, I need to find Mom to have my family complete," the brunette thought while finishing her dessert. It was then that she noticed a slight movement and noise behind her. You know, I can feel them. There's no need to hide," the woman spoke loudly without turning around or flinching at the new visitors. After those words, right behind the mysterious woman appeared Wave and KUROKA with their weapons in hand and a serious expression as they looked at the black-haired woman from behind without being able to see her face. They had recently felt the slight energy of someone outside the Gremory family in the house, so they tracked down the source of it without causing much of a commotion or notifying anyone so as not to ruin the celebration. That was apparently the reason why no one else noticed the arrival of that woman in front of them. Ready to find out who she was and see if she represented any danger, the two knights took a step forward but could not advance any further when they saw a purple cut appear just centimeters from their feet, which surprised them since they had not seen the moment in which they had been attacked. "I'm sorry about that, but please don't come near me. I didn't represent any danger and I don't plan on causing any harm or attacking those who are here present. I just want to see your master," the woman mentioned without turning around, presenting in her hand a strange purple energy, which was the cause of the slight cut in the ceiling. "Who are you?" Wave asked, alert for another possible attack from that strange woman. "It's not time to reveal that yet. I hope you understand that, Knight Gremory. There are things that we women like to keep secret. I hope and you don't mind me doing it," the brunette answered without taking her eyes off the people on the ground. "You know, it's considered bad taste not to look at people while having a conversation," KUROKA commented seriously, increasing her grip on her weapon ready to attack. "If I show my face, they will have many doubts and they may even attack me or get scared." Those words from the brunette left the Gremory knights stunned. Why would they be scared? "Oh come on, we've seen so many things that nothing could surprise us anymore," Wave commented, trying not to fall prey to the situation, showing a smile. "Are you sure, Wave?" was what the black-haired woman said as she slowly turned around until she was facing the two Gremory knights. Clack! It was the sound that Wave and KUROKA's swords made when they fell from their hands while their bearers looked with their eyes wide open at the woman who lay in front of them. But more than anything they looked at those two very familiar chambered orbs for them. But was that impossible? There was only one person alive and that they knew who had that characteristic shade of eye color, and it wasn't just her eyes. There was also her gaze, expression, bearing and even the way she stood. All that and more reminded Wave and KUROKA of someone, even seeing the silhouette of that person behind that woman. What was happening? "Who are you? Or rather, what are you?" Wave asked in shock, taking a few steps back as did her partner when she saw the woman approaching them. "You could say it's a miracle of life," the brunette replied as she walked past the two gentlemen, still shocked by the revelation about her. "I hope you keep the secret, guys, you'll see. I want to be the one to tell him everything," the brunette mentioned while standing behind the two knights about to leave the mansion. "Wait, what's your name?" KUROKA asked once she turned around and stopped the woman's departure with her words, as she was sinking into the shadows of the place. "My name? I don't have one right now since I'm waiting for my parents to give me one, but if you want a name you can call me Princess. My parents are kings of kings, so that name isn't out of place for the moment. By the way, they have guests, see you later." The brunette said goodbye just before entering the world of shadows, but not before seeing a familiar crimson flash in the distance. "What just happened?" Wave asked out loud without waiting for any answer as he looked at the spot where the woman had disappeared. "I don't know, but she was right in what she said," KUROKA commented, her gaze fixed on the sky. "What do you mean?" Wave questioned, focusing his gaze on his girlfriend, noticing how she looked away. "Look," Kurome said seriously as she pointed ahead with her gaze fixed on one point. As Wave followed his girlfriend's words as well as where she was pointing, he noticed how in the sky a few kilometers away from where they were, 2 crimson dots could be seen coming towards the Gremory mansion, so the knight didn't have to think much and just assumed it was his king in the company of his sister. But 2 dots. That meant that the Gremory heiress had learned a lot in her training. "We have to warn them," Wave told his girlfriend, receiving a nod from her before heading to the roof ledge where they jumped straight into the garden. That encounter with the mysterious woman remained in their minds and they only hoped that time could resolve all their doubts. Once the 2 of them jumped off the roof, it didn't take long for them to reach the ground, where they caught the attention of everyone present, who looked at them in surprise at their action. But there was no time to lose and they had an announcement to make. "Everyone listen up. They're here," Kurome shouted as she pointed to a spot in the sky where 2 red flashes were seen coming towards them, causing the happiness of many. "My children, they're here. Get into position," Vanillana shouted happily, starting the celebration. "He's finally back," the brown-haired couple thought with love and smiles on their faces, longing to have their boyfriend in their arms. "President," the members of the Gremory entourage thought, eager to see their mistress again. "OG-san, Oba-san," Milikus shouted excitedly upon the arrival of his uncles while he was in his mother's arms. "Launch the fireworks," Xioctus shouted with great excitement, only for hundreds of flares to shoot out of the garden into the sky within seconds, starting a beautiful fireworks display marking the arrival of 2 members of the Gremory family. The sky began to light up with quite a few colors, and between the 2 flashes that were approaching the mansion, one of them couldn't help but laugh at such a spectacle put on by them alone, which made him think that it was all the work of a certain Gremory that he loved very much, so he quickened his pace like his colleague to get to the reception quickly. Thanks to the fireworks present, both flashes began to play, passing over them or dodging them, giving a spectacle for the people on the ground until they finally arrived at the mansion, descending slowly and elegantly for the sight of many. Once their feet touched the ground, the 2 newcomers noticed how everyone was looking at them with various emotions present, so they only managed to smile while waving with their hand. "We're back," the newcomers said, turning out to be Issei and Rias, who showed a smile to their entire family. For a few minutes the silence remained in the gardens of the Gremory mansion, but it was cut once a certain brunette began to run to where Issei and Rias were, whereupon seeing that woman coming towards them they could only smile and open their arms to receive her. "My babies," Vanillana screamed with love and affection towards her 2 children as she jumped towards them. Once she reached the front she opened her arms so she could hold them next to her. The Gremory matriarch was greeted by her 2 children, and wasted no time in hugging and kissing them, to the amusement of the brunette and redhead, who just stood still receiving the affection of their mother, who was clearly missing them even though they had only been absent for a month. But for a mother, any time away from her children was a suffering for her no matter what. "I can't believe it. Look at you, my girl, you're already a woman. You even look taller than before. Tell me, did you eat well? Did you sleep well? Did you miss me? Because I did. There wasn't a single day that I didn't think about you, my beautiful princess," Vanillana began to say while rubbing her cheek against her daughter's. "Mom, I'm fine. Oni-san took good care of me and of course I missed you all a lot," Rias replied, giving her mother a kiss on the cheek to calm her down. "I saw you flying without your wings. Was that you?" the brunette asked, slightly separating herself from her daughter to look her in the eyes. "Oni-san is a very good master," was the only thing the redhead said, to the astonishment of many and anger of the Gremory matriarch. "Issei, later we will talk seriously about what you teach your sister, but for now I just want to enjoy that I already have all my children together," Vanillana mentioned seriously, and then went on to hug her firstborn. "I miss you too, mother," Issei replied while patting and caressing the brunette on her head. "Likewise, darling, although I suppose I'm hoarding them too much, I'm not the only one who misses them. Go ahead and say hello," Vanillana commented gracefully, separating from the hug with her son to let them go with the others. Just as the brunette separated and released her children from her arms, they looked up to see everyone else. On one hand, Rias turned her gaze to her entourage and friends, seeing how they all smiled at her, so she was going to prepare to go towards them first. As for Issei, he barely raised his gaze. The only thing he could see was a blue flash coming towards him, so with an empty expression on his face he was knocked against the ground under the surprised gaze of his mother and sister, who saw how the brunette lay on the ground with Tiamat on top of him, rubbing their faces and hugging their boyfriend to death. "Kayawa, master, I missed you so much. Don't ever leave me again, you idiot. I thought you had abandoned me and left me to fuck with our son. I hate you, but I also love you so much," the dragon screamed between mood swings while kissing her master all over the face. Given the behavior of the blue-haired girl, more than one person was taken aback by how dramatic she was being. But if that surprised them, the next thing they saw would end up melting their brains. "Oh my precious Tiamat-chan, how is the most beautiful dragon queen of all? You don't know how much I miss you. I miss your company, your body and my son so much. Dad is back and he won't leave your side anymore," Issei mentioned childishly while rubbing his face on the blue-haired girl's breasts as well as caressing her slightly swollen belly. "Master," Tiamat said with her face darkened to the confusion of the brown-haired boy, who looked up to see what was happening. "I love you," Tiamat screamed lovingly, pressing closer to her boyfriend and pressing her face into his chest as they lay on the floor. "And you who are standing there, come to me," Issei mentioned smiling to his other women, inciting them to come to him as well. "Issei," all the girls shouted as they threw themselves at the brown-haired boy on the ground, being careful not to hurt or hit Tiamat or Mirajin. The last thing that was seen of Issei was how he was buried in the chests of all his women as well as kissed and hugged by all of them without forgetting that he received scolding from all of them for leaving them alone for so long. The brown-haired boy, despite the situation he was in, felt at home and just stayed there receiving the affection of the owners of his heart, under the gaze of everyone else who let them do whatever they wanted for the moment. "Hello Rias, I'm glad to see you," Akeno greeted her friend first once she reached where they all were. "I'm glad to see you guys too," the redhead replied with a smile as she reached all her friends. "I see you managed to survive the month of training with your brother, and tell us how it went," Sona asked with a slight smile to her friend. "I won't lie to you, it was a total hell but I still managed to live until the end and also raise my power. But we'll talk about that later. Tell me how it's been this month that we haven't seen each other. Did you all manage to pass Azazel-sensei's tests? Also, where is he?" Rias asked, noticing how the fallen one with the blonde locks wasn't in the garden. "The governor of the fallen angels is in his domain in Gregory working on some project. The last time we saw him he said, and I quote, 'Since the youth meeting is in a week and Issei is not present, I will be in my laboratory for a while.' That was what he told us before leaving," Tsubaki informed to the redhead's doubt, which she put aside the subject as it was irrelevant to her. "Regarding our training, the Gremory entourage made great progress. Yuto gained a better command over his balance break. Yuma managed to master the teachings of Penamune, taking his control of light to new levels and gaining an extra pair of his wings. Asya, through meditation, managed to expand the range of her sacred gear, as well as being able to differentiate between enemies and allies when using it. Kates and Murayama managed to obtain their balance break, although in terms of duration Murayama still needs to perfect it a bit. As for me, I managed to accept my blood and add my father's light, thunder and lightning to my arsenal, which reminds me that I must thank her brother for helping me heal my past. Of all of us, the only one who didn't manage to raise her status much was Koneko," Akeno began to say and then finished with an expression of pity for her friend. "Did something happen, Koneko?" Rias asked worriedly, standing at the height of her tower. "Miss Mirajin was a great instructor but I still couldn't fulfill Azazel-sensei's request. I can't use that," Koneko replied in frustration as she looked away. "Koneko," the redhead whispered with pity, about to hug her but was stopped in her action. "We can talk alone, Rias," Akeno asked her friend, pointing to a spot far away from everyone. The Gremory heiress nodded at those words and stood up to follow the brunette. They were only a few meters away from the position of all her friends, where they were in front of the main doors of the garden facing each other. "What happened to Koneko?" Rias asked her friend first, wanting to know what had happened in her absence. During her training time she fainted as she began to overexert herself with Azazel-sensei's routine. She was facing her existence and power. Akeno began to inform seriously as she recalled the incidents that Gremory Rook suffered. "TSK, I thought I could overcome that with Mirajin-san's help," Rias expressed in frustration, biting her lip in the process. "It's not easy to let go of your past, especially when it hurts you and leaves scars. Koneko's story is hard, just knowing that long ago there were two Nikomata demon sisters, and the two were always together without a home and parents. The two supported each other to survive. But one day they were taken in by a demon from a noble house of the underworld, and then the older sister entered the clan of that demon, getting a normal life for both of them, but," Akeno began to say, being cut off by her mistress. "Because she is a reincarnated devil, her hidden power came to light. The older sister, unable to control the increase in power, killed the owner and disappeared. She became a threat that managed to kill all the troops that pursued her. Someday she will go crazy like her sister. That was what the counselors thought a long time ago, and they were about to execute her, but Serafall prevented it by adopting her with the promise of watching over her. I want you to give me reasons to live happily." With those words I took care of that Nikomata and gave her a name. Koneko is the survivor of one of the most powerful races of the Nikomatis, a Nekashu, a family descendant who knows how to use magic, but she still refuses to use it for fear of becoming her older sister, Rias said with regret and pity, thinking about how to solve that problem. What are you going to do with her? Akeno asked, noticing how her friend was thinking about something from her facial expressions. I'll see if you want to talk to me later, and if I don't find another option I'll tell Issei-san if he can give me a hand in this matter, the redhead mentioned with her gaze fixed on the sky. Your brother, what can he do in this situation? Akeno questioned without understanding what her friend was thinking. Between us, my brother once called me secretly where he told me that Koneko's sister's case was reopened, and this time, unlike the evidence and testimonies that the Demon Council obtained, the case would be secretly carried out by my brother in the company of Chisato-sama, since he said that something didn't fit in the evidence found, so he reopened the case, Rias reported to the astonishment of the brunette upon hearing that news. You say that Koneko's sister could be innocent? Akeno expressed in disbelief, since according to the stories and evidence, that woman was more than guilty. I don't know that, but what I do know is that Oni-san might know something that we don't, since after that conversation he didn't say anything to me about it. I think he discovered something. That's why it seems like a good idea to go with him to discuss the matter of Koneko, Rias commented confidently to her friend, thinking about her brother. I see, the black-haired girl whispered when she saw that she would do nothing or gain nothing if she went against her mistress's words. I think it's better to go back with the others, Rias mentioned, getting a nod from her friend, but just as they were about to walk back to the garden they were cut off by a loud scream. What? Both women heard Issei scream, which surprised them greatly, so they quickly went to the garden to find out what had happened. It didn't take long for them to arrive, and once there they were left with dead expressions as they watched Issei lifting Mirajin by the waist while he spun around and uttered words full of happiness at the Lucifuge's amusement and complaints for him to put her down. Everything was happening while the other women of the brown-haired boy surrounded them, as well as their parents, all showing smiles which confused the redhead but not so much the brunette, since she assumed what it was about. What's going on here? Rias asked doubtfully as she approached her friends without taking her gaze off her brother. Oh right, you don't know yet. You see, it turns out that Mirajin is pregnant, so your brother is like that when he receives the news, Valerie answered the redhead's doubt, noticing how she remained stiff in her place. What? It was Rias's turn to scream in shock at the news. Not only was she Milika's aunt and soon to be Tiamat's son or daughter, but now she would be Mirajin's. The Gremory heiress's astonishment and happiness could not fit in that moment. I can't believe I'm going to be a father for the second time in my life. This is the best day of my life. Thanks Mira for giving me a family. You and Tiamat have been the first to make me a father, and I'm happy about it. The brown-haired boy expressed happily to his beloved albino while the redhead was trying to get her brain working. That makes me happy, my love. I am also grateful that you made me a mother, since it was a dream I had for a long time. Mirajin responded to her beloved's words while hugging him, noticing how the blue-haired girl came to them, and in the same way hugged her partner. Master, Tiamat expressed with love, being kissed by the brown-haired boy as well as hugged. I adore you all, and thanks for accepting this idiot as your partner. I love you girls, Issei mentioned with his two pregnant women in his arms, but within seconds all the others gathered around him and hugged him. And we love you, Issei. All the girls responded with love to their man, enjoying the moment and that the brown-haired boy was in a good mood. While the situation was developing and Issei was expressing his happiness and feelings to his women. A little away from everyone were Vanillana and Zyoctus hugging each other, looking at the present scene as well as all their children, where they began to detail very well the change in them, but mainly Issei and Rias. Their firstborn was still the same as before, but the brunette could notice a certain different air in him, as if he had become less cold than before. Would it be because of the talk she had with her sister about her past? She didn't know, but she would have to see that later. After all, she had a topic to discuss with him. Even if she didn't feel ready for it, she had to find the best time to talk about that dark day with Issei. On the other hand, seeing her daughter, Vanillana no longer saw that girl with a self-centered, spoiled and pampered personality. No. Now her daughter had become a woman. Just by looking at her she could notice a great change in her. First, her appearance of a delicate princess was gone, and in its place was a warrior princess who didn't let anyone mess with her. Vanillana could assure that if the Kozjols were still alive and came again with a marriage proposal for her daughter, she would send them to hell and defend her life. It was amazing to see that Issei's influence on her had been beneficial. Now Rias presented a hesitant, funny but serious attitude. Her way of being and posture was firm, demonstrating her status and position, and her power. Although she has not seen it in action, Vanillana could assure that her daughter had greatly raised all her potential. Just seeing her fly like her son did was enough proof to make her understand that her children were growing and getting stronger, and she could not be more proud of them as their mother. "Issei, now that I'm stronger I want a rematch of our duel," Valerie shouted, bringing the brunette out of her thoughts, as she saw how Lucifer was in front of her son. "Okay, but if you lose tonight I'll make you mine," Issei mentioned with amusement to the silver-haired girl, taking her by the chin. "What? Why you?" Valerie couldn't continue speaking since he didn't expect those words, and his whole body ended up falling unconscious in the brown-haired boy's arms. "Wow, I can't even stand a joke, but that's to be expected from a virgin," Lavinia commented mockingly, not noticing when the brunette, after leaving his friend on a bench, stood behind her. "What do you say, Lavinia? Do you want to spend a nice night with me?" Issei whispered in the blonde's ear while he hugged her around the waist and bit her earlobe. "Hey!" Lavinia exclaimed, reaching extreme levels of red, ending up succumbing just like her friend in the arms of the brown-haired boy. "Fufufu, how weak!" Akeno mocked while covering her mouth so as not to let out her laughter. But at that moment she was thrown against the column by the brown-haired boy, who held her down, holding her hands above her head while his lips were inches away from hers. "Akeno, you will please me. I can't wait to have you tied to my bed and do everything I want to you. Are you ready for tonight?" Issei asked, giving the brunette a kiss on her neck to break her mood. "I don't." Just like the first two, Akeno ended up falling prey to the brunette's seduction, to his amusement. Unfortunately, the fun didn't last long and Issei found himself slammed into the ground by one of his women, while they attended to Akeno, while her face was on the cement with a woman's boot. "Issei, stop bothering them," Serafall expressed angrily as she stepped on the brunette's head. "Haha, sorry, but I couldn't resist. By the way, a nice color," Issei replied as he got up, but not before seeing the color tone of his beloved's underwear, being a very nice pink. "You changed, Issei," Serafall expressed happily as she helped the brunette get up, ending up being the one who was lifted by him. "Shut up, shorty," Issei mentioned with amusement, having the brunette in his arms held by her waist. "Hey, MPH," just as she was about to complain, Serafall was silenced by the brunette's lips, melting into a pleasant and passionate kiss. "I love you," Serafall whispered after separating and touching the ground next to her beloved, noticing how they were the center of attention. "I know there are many things to talk about and also to catch up on, but first of all I need to take a bath. Being a month in the forest without light and water is not pleasant at all," Issei commented irritatedly to his friends and women, feeling at that moment a slight weight on his back as well as two voluptuous masses. "Tell me about it. I need to take a bath too," Rias complained, being the one on the brown-haired boy's back to the amazement of many at their interaction. "Oh wow, since when are they so close?" Chisato asked with doubt and amusement at seeing the relationship between the two brothers. "So many things happened that the useless girl earned a little of my appreciation," Issei replied, regretfully receiving a bite from his sister on the head. "How useless? I'm your sister, and if you don't respect me I'll kick your ass," Rias declared once she climbed onto her brother's shoulders so she leaned down to look at his face while she was upside down. "I want to see that, girl," Issei accepted the challenge, smiling with excitement at giving the redhead a beating. "Well then, I challenge you to a race to the bathrooms," Rias commented, jumping off the brunette's shoulders to be by his side. "For my sake, ready?" the brown-haired boy questioned, taking a running stance just like the redhead at his side. 1, 2, Rias began to count, but just as she was about to say the last number she fell face first onto the ground with her shoelaces tied and her skirt down, much to her fury and embarrassment. "That's cheating, Gremory," the redhead shouted at the brown-haired boy, seeing how he was at the door of the mansion smiling maliciously. "Anything goes in war," was the last thing Issei said before heading off to play under everyone's gaze, especially his sister's fury. "Gremory," Rias screamed before setting her body ablaze with her power and dashing off to the house in pursuit of her brother. All of this was witnessed by the others, who only sighed at the behavior of those two, but internally they were happy that at last Issei would begin to act well with his sister and even joke with her, very different from how he was at the beginning. "Hey girls, do you want to take a bath too?" Irene asked out loud, getting mischievous smiles from all her sisters in response. Minutes later. "I understand that the girl is here, but what the hell are you all doing in the bathroom, and mainly because the old lady is naked?" the brown-haired boy protested while standing in a corner of the large bathroom in his house that had a large pool. What Issei was referring to was that he was not alone in the room. At first he had entered fighting with his naked sister in the bathroom, but within seconds everything got out of control without him knowing how, ending up in the room with all his naked women, those of the Gremory and Citri entourage. There were also the two exorcists, Valerie and Lavinia, as well as his mother and Graphia, to his discomfort and horror. Seeing so many naked bodies would be a delight for any man, but at those moments Issei only had eyes for his women, that being a very special trait in him. Unfortunately, Akeno, Lavinia and Valerie made that difficult for him by constantly showing off their bodies for him to see, but he was too proud to fall for those games, so he had focused his gaze on other points where he came to see, to his horror, his naked little sister. "Old woman, can't you see what a beautiful, well-defined and proportioned body I have? No old woman would be as lucky as me, damn it," Graphia complained, getting up from her place and therefore from the water that covered her body, leaving everything in sight while she threw a soap at the brunette, who dodged it easily, presenting a face of disgust when he saw her. "Huh, there were things I didn't want to see and your body was one of them," Issei lamented upon seeing his little sister naked, considering the idea of washing his eyes with soap. Would it hurt? "Get over it, Gremory. We are brothers, and if it bothers you that I am here, there is the door," Graphia commented without giving much importance to the matter while she returned to her place to relax. "Damn it," the brunette whispered, ready to throw the soap at the silver-haired girl's head. "Okay, calm down and relax instead." Vanillana calmed things down by passing right in front of her son, causing him to have a dead expression on his face. "I'm reliving traumas from my past right now," Issei thought in horror, as he saw his naked mother go to where his red-haired sister was. "What's wrong, honey? I'm amazed that your mother is still in shape even after the passing of years and 3 pregnancies," Vanillana mentioned when she noticed her son's gaze on her, striking a pose to accentuate her body more, only to see how the brown-haired boy began to sink his face into the water. "Kill me," Issei whispered, wishing that something would come and save him from that hell according to him. "Oh come on, Issei. It's not the worst thing you've seen," the brown-haired boy heard Albedo say in his head, only to see his mother come out of the water completely to pick up a cosmetic product, leaving everything in plain sight. "Sorry, I take back what I said. There are things that a son should not see. Damn it, where is the common sense in this family?" Albedo shouted in agitation at seeing how carefree everyone was. It reminded her of a certain old dragon friend of hers. "I wondered the same thing myself," Issei replied without realizing that he had said it out loud. "Did you say something, Issei?" Yui expressed with confusion upon hearing her beloved speak, alone. "Hey, nothing," Issei quickly commented with a nervous smile to his girlfriend while looking away. "That's it, champ, you almost screwed up," Albedo scolded the brunette, appearing right next to him completely naked, although of course only he could see that. "Shut up, Albedo," Issei mentally responded to the dragon, giving her a quick glance at her body for her enjoyment. "Future Lady Gremory, please," Albedo corrected the brunette with amusement, leaning on his arm, passing through him in the process, but the sentiment was understandable. "Future headache maybe," Issei corrected, and in those moments he was grateful that the dragon couldn't harm him, since she was trying to hit him for his words. "Just for that I will stalk you in your dreams, sweetheart," Albedo said goodbye, disappearing from the place once she saw how a certain brunette looked strangely at Issei. How difficult it is to live this life," the brunette lamented, feeling someone staring at him intensely, so he looked up only to see one of his women looking at him strangely. "Is something wrong, Kais?" Issei asked the goddess as he fell prey to her gaze, as if she was trying to decipher something. "Nothing, love. By the way, Issei, I need you to attend to a matter in a universe where the levels of corrosion have increased surpassing the light," Chisato responded while putting aside her strange thought, and it is that recently she had seen more or less how next to her boyfriend there was a strange source of spiritual energy, but seeing that there was nothing left she decided to put the subject aside. "Great, more work," the brown-haired boy lamented, letting out a tired sigh. "Issei-kun, if you want Isabella, wave, Kurome and I can go in your place and solve everything," Irene suggested as a form of help once her friend had brought up the subject. "You know we can do it, and it's no problem for us if with this we can help you lighten your load," Isabella seconded the dragon while they looked at the brown-haired boy. "What world is Kai's?" Issei asked the brunette, looking at her waiting for her answer. "World 718, ruled by the Oda species, which are a reptilian group similar to the Soros," Chisato reported, noticing how her partner stood there thinking for a few seconds. "I see, don't worry girls, I'll go and solve the problem quickly, you can stay and enjoy your time," Issei mentioned after reaching a conclusion regarding the matter. But Issei, just when the Gremory Queen was going to protest, she was silenced by the dimensional goddess. "Irene, Isabella, the problem present in that world is grade 4, so it is not in much danger. If Issei says he will do it, it is because he does not have any problems or complications, right?" Chisato questioned her partner with an arched eyebrow. Serzex is temporarily in charge of the underworld, which leaves me to deal with matters regarding the Alliance, wherein one of these days I will have to go with Elohim to deal with something. I also have to see the treaties made by Serafall and Mirajin to the Yokai and Asgardian faction. It's not complicated at all, so I can make room and attend to the problem of that universe. After all, I am the Guardian. Issei commented with a smile, only to receive a soap on his head. You're an idiot, Grafia shouted from the other side of the pool, being the one responsible for the blow. Have I ever told you how much I love you, Grafia? Issei asked his little sister softly as he looked at her. Of course, that time you left us all alone for years, Grafia replied, feeling the need to hit the brown-haired boy for some strange reason. You're talking about when you cried in my arms. If I remember correctly, you told me between tears, I will miss you, Oni-san. Every day of my life there will not be a moment when you leave my thoughts. Even if the years pass, I will not resign myself to not having you with me anymore. I know I can't stop you, so promise me that you will come back. You haven't made me an aunt yet, and I haven't made you an uncle yet, and we still have many fights to fight. I love you, Onaikan. Please come back, no matter if it takes you so long to do it. Come home where your family is. Issei finished reciting, imitating Grafia's voice as best he could with amusement and malice, noticing how his little sister was beginning to turn red, although he didn't know if it was from anger or shame, so why not find out? How nostalgic. At that moment you looked so vulnerable but so tender that you touched my heart, little sister. Your words definitely touched me back then, Issei mentioned, bringing one of his hands to his heart. Damn you, my words won't be the only thing that reaches you. I'm going to pierce you, you bastard, Grafia screamed, dying of embarrassment, with an ice stake in her hand ready to pierce her brother. Whoa, relax, yeah, we're here for that. Later I'll let you kill each other, but for now let's calm down, Mirajin commented, hastily placing herself in the middle of the pool to avoid accidents. Just because you're pregnant I'll listen to you, but that idiot will pay for this later, Grafia hissed angrily, saving her revenge for later. I'll wait for you, Grafia-chan, Issei shouted mockingly at his sister, noticing how an ice stake passed over his cheek. Don't piss her off anymore, master. Why can't you two last at least a minute without fighting with each other? Tiamat commented as she reached the brunette and sat on his lap to prevent him or the Lucifuge from starting a fight. We are brothers, Issei and Grafia answered with a shrug, not giving much importance to the situation. Excuse my intrusion, Issei-sama, but if it's not too much trouble I could ask you a favor, Zenobia said, drawing the attention of the brunette who had the dragon on his lap. Go ahead, Zenobia, Issei replied as he hugged Tiamat by her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder. You see, as you know, Durandal is one of the 4 holy swords forged by God, being the only one capable of rivaling in Excalibur, and due to its great power and lack of control I have several difficulties in controlling it. That is why when I saw how you handle the holy sword being this Ascalon, I wondered if you could help me control my sword better, of course if it is not too much trouble. Zenobia asked the brunette, a little nervous by his answer. I see, in my case it was easier since Elohim gave me Ascalon, and she immediately accepted me as her bearer, forming a strong bond with me, Issei began to say while pampering the blue-haired girl. You speak as if swords had a life of their own, the blue-haired girl questioned doubtfully, tilting her head slightly. And they do, young lady, each sword has its own mind and personality, which makes them different when selecting a wielder. If the bond is strong, the sword will be even stronger. The first step you must take is to get to know your weapon and let it get to know you so that when you wield it, it is as if you were wielding a limb of your body. I won't lie to you, that takes time, but if Ascalon was considered the weakest of her sisters, only being effective against dragons, now that she is with me, it can be said that she is the strongest of them all. If the wielder grows and improves his sword, so will he. The only thing I can advise you is meditation and practice with Durandal so that it accepts you completely. The brown-haired boy informed the exorcist as best he could. Oh, I didn't know that, but now I see why I have a hard time controlling Durandal. You know, the higher-ups in heaven were planning to fuse Durandal with some fragments of Excalibur. Would you recommend it? Zenobia asked, wanting to know the brunette's opinion. No, that's a terrible and stupid idea. As I told you, each sacred sword is already unique and strong in its own way. While change is good and offers you better performance, the bad thing is that you lose the foundations you were born with and you end up becoming something completely unknown where it's too late to go back. What I'm getting at is that I would leave Durandal as it is without changing anything and start polishing what it already has with it, Issei advised, unable to help but relate that to what he had to do in the past. What did he mean by that? Why did I feel like he wasn't talking about the sword? I know that, Issei, due to circumstances still unknown, ended up becoming half demon and half dragon, the reason for that being still unknown. I haven't wanted to address that topic because I think and feel that it is something he should say when he is ready, but just those words now. While the change is good and offers you better performance, the bad thing is that you lose the basis with which you were born and you end up becoming something completely unknown. Those words were not directed at the sword, but rather it seemed that he was saying it from his own experience. What happened to you, Issei? What have you not told us yet? Serafall thought with concern and suspicion as she looked at the brown-haired boy. It's all a matter of practice and understanding with your weapon. That's why I'll help you as soon as I'm free. Do you think so? Issei offered to the blue-haired girl, watching how she got up from her place and left everything exposed. Where was the common sense in these young people? Just giving me those words is more than enough, but I will gladly accept your help, Issei-sama. Now I see that the legends and stories about you are a little wrong. You are not at all an evil, or a being of darkness that brings misfortune to this world. Rather, I see that despite your actions and way of being, inside you is a being of light. On the outside is the darkness that consumes all evils and makes everyone see what they refuse to see. But inside is the light to guide us all to a better tomorrow. I think that was what Lady Gabriel saw in you many years ago, Zenobia expressed happily as she bowed slightly to the brunette, who tried not to look at her, or rather at her naked body. Fufufu, exactly, Zenobia. Many years ago I saw in Issei's heart the light that would protect this world, and I still do. Despite what many think or say, the truth is that Issei Gremory is the sword that fights against the evil that plagues this world and is also the shield that protects it from all danger. For a long time I have known that he would be the guardian of our future, Gabriel said while sending a kiss to the brown-haired boy, who smiled at that. Thanks, Zenobia, for your words and for not seeing me as an evil that must be eradicated, and thanks, Gabriel, for continuing to faithfully believe in me. I love you, my beautiful archangel. Issei thanked the blonde with love and appreciation. By the way, love, in these days we will have a visit from a goddess representing Mount Olympus, Serafall reported to the attention of many, but especially the brown-haired boy. Issei expressed with confusion, not expecting that news. Our fame as the Biblical Alliance has reached the ears of many kingdoms, and some, as you know, have been proposed to be part of this union, and in this situation the goddess of war, Athena, has been selected as a representative of the Greek faction and has requested a meeting with the leader of the alliance, who in this case is you. Mary Jane began to say as she reached where her boyfriend was and stood behind him without noticing the scars that were there thanks to a camouflage spell that Issei maintained at the moment. I find it hard to believe that the Greek faction wants to deal with me, Issei commented with confusion, secretly enjoying the albino's voluptuous body leaning on his back. The goddess of war is coming, Rias expressed in shock and disbelief that such a celebrity would come to her home. Athena is the goddess of war, civilization, wisdom, strategy and combat, science, justice and skill. She is one of the main deities of the Greek pantheon and one of the 12 Olympian gods. Born from the forehead of Zeus, already fully armed after he swallowed her mother. She never married or had lovers, maintaining perpetual virginity. She is known as an unbeatable woman in war. Not even Ares himself could defeat her. She was the patron of several cities but became better known as the protector of Athens and the entire region of Attica. She also protected many heroes and other mythical figures. Without forgetting that she is one of the most represented deities in the Greek pantheon, Penamune informed the young people present, earning their astonishment. Apparently there have been internal problems in your faction and Zeus has not been the same for a long time now. This news has also surprised us considering the fact that everyone in Olympus hates you for what you did, Issei-kun. But on the other hand there are still Olympians who respect you, and among them is Lady Athena. I think that is why she was selected to come. Gabriel commented with doubt and concern to his beloved for the situation that was coming. Also, Issei-kun, Lady Athena asked exclusively to speak with you alone since according to the letter she sent she had a very important matter to discuss with you, Yui informed the brown-haired boy, noticing how he had a serious expression. Possibly he was thinking. In the past, during my fight on Mount Olympus against its main gods, after the problem caused by Ares and the idiot Zeus, there were gods who were on my side and Athena was one of them. I didn't interact much with her more than a few words, and thanks to that I can say that she is not a bad woman or goddess. She also has a brain and thinks before acting very differently from her father. Issei mentioned seriously thinking about the situation that was coming into his life. So you'll take it, love? Yui asked, getting a nod from the brunette. Yes, she requested exclusively to deal with me. It is because there must be something of vital importance involved, so I will receive her. When will she come? Issei asked as he looked at his women who were the ones who knew about the whole matter. The letter arrived a week after your departure with Rias, and we sent a response explaining the situation and your whereabouts, so it was agreed that the meeting would be a week after the young devil's meeting. Isabella reported for the understanding and acceptance of her partner. Hey Dragon Queen, are you planning to get your hands on that goddess and make her yours? Irene asked her partner playfully. I'll take it as a joke, Belsirian, but you know that I didn't work like that, Issei responded to the redhead's occurrences. I know, for some reason Akeno, Valerie, Lavinia, Sona and Tsubaki are where they are, Irene mentioned to the confusion of the brown-haired boy, who turned to look at those mentioned. I understand the first three, but the others, Issei questioned as he looked at the Citri heiress and her queen. You beat me in a game of chess, which makes you my fiancé even if you don't want it. But don't worry, I'll see if it can work, and I'll also start to see how to win a part of your heart, Sona commented without losing her character or serious posture before the brown-haired boy's gaze. I can't leave Sona-sama alone in this, so I decided to accompany her in her decision while she explored new feelings and see where they take me. It was Tsubaki's turn to give her opinion, causing the brunette to become more and more lost. Okay, what the hell happened in my absence? Issei exclaimed with slight nervousness for his integrity when he saw that many women were behind him. Get over it, Issei. You have 4 beautiful women after you, and the best thing you can do is reciprocate their feelings, although of course that will take time. Serafall advised and encouraged her boyfriend, since she was not willing to let that golden opportunity pass by to have her 2 favorite people in the world all to herself. Yes, you know that one of them is your own sister, and there is also Yui's granddaughter in a strange form, right? Issei questioned the brunette with a dead expression and a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. I think there can't be a better scenario than having my 2 most beloved people in the world just for me, Serafall replied, a trickle of blood coming out of her nose as she imagined her boyfriend, sister, and her in bed making love to each other. And as for my situation, you may not say it, but I know you would love to have my brother's granddaughter in the harem to screw up her existence. But no matter what, I know I will continue to be your favorite Lucifer. It was Yui's turn to give her opinion, sounding a little smug. Oh, is that a challenge, Oba-san? Valerie declared defiantly to his relative, standing in front of her and staring at her defiantly. A brat reality. Besides, Oba-san always catches Issei's attention and has his eyes on her hips, Yui replied, smiling defiantly at her granddaughter, starting a staring match between the two. Well, I can do it too, since Issei always spends his time looking at my hips when I pass by him, Valerie mentioned in the same state. But it was then that the 2 Lucifers came to a strange conclusion. Wait, Issei has a fetish for Lucifer hips. It doesn't matter, mine are better, the granddaughter and grandmother shouted at each other, starting to fight comically while pulling each other's cheeks. I've never seen the tender Yui become so intimidating before, but I guess it's the result of carrying that blood. Even so, I'm a little afraid of those 2, Issei thought nervously as he watched the 2 silver-haired girls fight, to see which one was the best Lucifer. Ahem, I'm certainly surprised by this, but I guess we'll let time decide what happens, Issei spoke to calm the situation. Issei-kun, when are we going on a date? The brunette heard Akeno say just when he was calming down his girlfriend and the Hakiriyuri, thinking that everything was over. You promised me that if I became stronger and overcame my trauma, you would take me on a date, Akeno commented seductively, rubbing her breasts against one of the brown-haired boy's arms. As soon as I'm free I'll take you, Issei replied with a sigh, to the happiness of the brunette, who left his side with a smile. But then the brown-haired girl noticed how his women, plus those interested in him, looked at him seriously. I'll take you all on a date, okay, Issei mentioned, feeling intimidated by the women present. Yes, Gremory-sama, they all answered, smiling at the brunette, much to his chagrin at seeing himself outnumbered by them. You have to take me on a date too, Issei, the brown-haired boy heard Albedo say in his head happily. And how the hell am I going to take you if you're sealed? The brown-haired boy mentally responded to the dragon with a dead expression. You're right. Well, when I get out you'll have to take me to Minnie, was the last thing Albedo said before cutting off communication with the brown-haired boy. I also want to have a date with my son, Vanillana mentioned with excitement about having a second mother-son outing. I would also like to go out on a brother date one day, Rias commented, raising her hand as she thought about spending a day with her brother having fun. Since you're so accommodating, I'd like to go out with Aniki one day. It was Graphia's turn to give her opinion, showing an amused smile on her face. Kill me, Issei thought as he saw the situation he had gotten himself into with most of the women present. Minutes later, while the girls were talking to each other, Issei was silently enjoying the quiet atmosphere in the room so much that he could get some sleep in the big bathtub, or at least that's what he thought, since from one moment to the next he felt slight pressures in his crotch, and knowing who it was that was sitting on his legs, he didn't have to be very smart to find the one responsible for the movements in his hips. So the brown-haired boy opened his eyes only to see Tiamat talking to all the girls in the most normal way, although the blush on her face and that smile accompanied by the subtle movement of her hips under the water gave a lot to say about her calm appearance. "Hey Tiamat, control yourself a little," Issei whispered in his dragon's ear while he took her by the waist with one of his hands and placed the other over her breasts covered by the water. "Ah, but I want it so much," Tiamat replied in a whisper barely audible to her partner as she rubbed her bottom against her lover's crotch. "But we can't." But Issei couldn't continue speaking as he was cut off by Merajin, who was behind him and was the only one who had noticed what was happening. "You know, love, being pregnant doesn't stop us from enjoying our man. Our state makes us feel many things all the time, and the desire for our partner is one of them, so you won't escape until you satisfy us, heart," Mary Jane whispered in her boyfriend's ear, starting to bite him gently while rubbing her breasts against his back, leaving Issei in the middle of two women hungry for him. "Oh look, but again the brown-haired boy was cut off, but this time it was by the dragon on his lap. "Come on Issei, and I'll let you do me," Tiamat began to whisper several suggestive words to her master, causing him to open his eyes wide. "And I'll leave you." Playing along, Mira Jean began to recite soft, warm words into her boyfriend's ear, ending up destroying his barriers. "Ahem, excuse me, but Mira Jean and Tiamat aren't feeling very well because of the steam from the bathroom, so I'll retire with them and I'll be taking care of them. After all, I'm the father of the babies in their wombs," Issei mentioned once he got up, being the only one in the room who was dressed since he was wearing shorts. In his arms he held Tiamat, and on his back was Mira Jean with her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. "Are you sure you don't need help?" Yui questioned with confusion upon seeing the strange behavior of her boyfriend and friends, especially seeing them smile with happiness and lust. "Calm down, Yui. With Issei back, I want you to pamper me a little with this," Mira Jane added while pointing to her belly, which was a sign to everyone present that this was pregnancy stuff. "That's what he deserves for leaving us for a month alone." Tiamat played along with her friend as she wasn't willing to let go of her moment with her beloved master. "Is this okay?" Yui said, still with doubt, noticing how Issei left the bathroom with the two women laughing for some strange reason. After that, they all decided to continue enjoying the waters a little longer before leaving and continuing with their day. Many had to prepare their dresses for the event that would happen in 3 days in the capital of the underworld, this being the long-awaited meeting of young demons where there would be many emotions present, but more than anything where a new member would be shown for the brown-haired group. 3 days later. "Isn't it too late for the earth to swallow me?" Issei thought as he stood in front of what would be the place where the young demons' meeting would be held within the underworld capital itself. "Don't say that, love. I know you didn't want to come, but it's something that concerns you as the king," Yui commented scoldingly to her boyfriend, pinching his arm. "You know, Yui, I liked the sweet and shy you who was ashamed of everything she did. Now you won't stop hitting me. When did you grow up?" Issei cried comically with his face buried in Lufusu's breasts. "Really, even if you do this you won't leave, love," Yui mentioned sweetly, squeezing the brunette's head tightly when she saw what he was up to. "Damn it," Issei complained as he was dragged into the structure by his girlfriend. "Come on, everyone is waiting for us inside," Yui exclaimed with enthusiasm, very different from the brunette who wanted to go anywhere rather than sit in a classroom dying of boredom. On the other hand, in another entrance of the building, that one for the young demons and their peerage, was the Gremory entourage in the company of Zenobia, Irina, Valerie and Lavinia, since all of them could not enter through the same place as the leaders of the underworld. "Seeing so many self-centered and arrogant demons makes me want to kill them," Valerie commented with irritation as they walked along a kind of red carpet, and watched as some demons belonging to the underworld clans looked at all of them. "Don't say that, Valchan," Lavinia gave the young dragon a light push. "I don't think it's that bad, besides we have a special invitation from Surzek-sama and Issei-sama to be able to enter," Irina mentioned happily, trying not to look at anyone. "That's not the problem. The simple idea of having a bunch of traditionalist demons around us will be difficult given that their ideas clash with ours," Zenobia spoke, noticing how some demons who entered the place looked at them with superiority. "Not to mention that despite the treaty, they will see many of us as enemies," Valerie commented seriously as he looked at Irina, who sighed when she understood what he was talking about. "It will be difficult," Irina sighed, feeling the support of Murayama and Kates at her side. "Don't worry, Irina, I'm nervous too since I don't like these events very much," Asya mentioned, appearing somewhat nervous. This really wasn't her environment. "Also, it will be a good way to meet the other demons our age. It will be fun," K-Tace expressed with excitement, to which Irina smiled nervously at the girl's words. That's right, it's not time to back down. If we do, we're giving those idiots the pleasure of seeing us affected, Yuma commented seriously to her friends as they kept up. It's true, you are our friends, without exception, Rias mentioned, patting Valerie on the shoulder, who looked at her with a smile. With that said, let's go, the redhead expressed as she entered the building with the others for today's event. Yes, everyone nodded vigorously and followed Rias into the building. Upon entering, everyone was surprised to see the glamour there was, although it was understandable being in the underworld, but more than anything because the Maos and king of the underworld would be present, so the place had to be impeccable for them. There were several nobles as well as young demons around the place. Some of them turned to look at the newcomers, showing respect to a specific person in the group. Welcome, Rias-sama. Most of the demons present greeted the redhead, showing respect to their king's younger sister. I had forgotten about this, Rias thought, showing a tense smile to the devils, waving at them with one of her hands. Whoa, and I thought the president's house was luxurious, K-Tace commented as she looked at the demons who were elegantly dressed. Not to mention that they give off that air of rich people, Murayama said, observing with half-closed eyes those who passed by them. It was at that the brunette noticed how Asya and Gasper were hiding behind her, a gesture that made her smile a little nervously at being used as a shield. In addition, Kiba and K-Tace stood by her side as a sign not to let her guard down, since a silent war was present in the room. Through glances, some somewhat older demons looked at the Gremory group and their guests with contempt, being those who still faithfully believed in the legacy of the original Maos, but out of fear of Issei, they did nothing but look and deal with their discontent. Those are some of those who secretly supported the union between the president and Riser, Kiba whispered to the brunette, making her look at said demons. They are the ones who value the purity of blood and such. They are not very kind to beings of other races or to reincarnated devils. In addition, they are dissatisfied with the reign of Gremory-sama, since for them that of the Maos was the ideal, but they swallow all that since they know that they will not win anything against Issei, Akeno mentioned seriously to her friends, giving them a look affiliated with the devils, causing them to look away. The minutes passed and passed, and as time went on, Rias was taken to talk with high-ranking devils who showered her with praise and such, surely to receive a favor from the Mao Lucifer and the king of the underworld. The other boys divided into small groups so they could be together a bit, and not fall prey to the glances of the demons who saw them as unfriendly. Murayama and K-Tace were near a snack table watching to see what they could grab to eat a little, noticing in the distance how Valerie and Lavinia in the company of Zenobia and Irina were sitting at a table talking to each other. It's really hard to be here with these guys staring at you every second, the two friends heard a man say, so they turned around only to find Saji, who was accompanied by his teammate Momo. Hello, Murayama and K-Tace. The white-haired girl greeted the two women with an elegant bow as if they were at a high-class event. Saji, Momo, what a surprise. Does that mean Sona-sama has arrived? Murayama questioned, to which Saji pointed behind him to see that indeed, the black-haired girl with glasses was present, but like Rias, she was showered with praise and such. Oh, the president is the same, K-Tace commented with grace, seeing in the distance her mistress with her queen talking with several nobles. The president said to take a look around the area since this was going to take a long time, Momo said heavily, to which the two women nodded since this meeting was anything but fun. Oh, they seem to be having fun. Rias approached the young people after finally evading those pesky opportunists. It's good to see you, Saji, Momo, the redhead greeted in the company of her queen while letting out a sigh. Now she understood why her brothers didn't like coming to these events, they were too boring. Nice to see you, Rias-sama. Both young people belonging to the Citri Eris's group spoke respectfully to the redhead, who sighed tiredly. Yofufu, I think Rias can't stand any more formalities for today, Akeno mentioned with amusement to the redhead's irritation. Gosh, I'd be the same if they came to me with that thing about Rias-sama this, Rias-sama that, blah blah blah. It's obvious that everyone has other intentions, Yuma commented, arriving where everyone was with his little sister. Unfortunately, influences weigh more in demonic society. That's why everyone wants to get along with me to win the favor of my brothers, Rias mentioned tiredly, taking a glass of soda that was near her, and after taking a sip she put on a disgusted expression and put the glass aside. Ugh, I'm starting to miss the natural juices of the human world, the redhead complained childishly to the amusement of her friends. Everyone laughed a little when they heard the redhead say that, and everyone else joined in to be together and chat among themselves, something better than being with the haughty demons present. But soon Rias stopped her laughter when she felt a presence. It wasn't that of any Mao or an enemy, but that of someone who challenged her to a fight just by being there, so she turned her gaze to see the direction of the origin of said presence. something that the others imitated as well. Serorg, Rias exclaimed, looking happy and defiant upon seeing the demon near them who was walking where everyone was. It was a handsome young man with black hair and violet eyes. He was very tall and had a muscular build, probably due to the extreme training he had done. Just by looking at him you could see that he had a noble and calm personality, although Rias, being the one who knew that man best, knew that he liked to fight against strong people, to the point that she called him a battle maniac almost equal to his older brother. "Rias, I'm glad to see you," the demon who was really tall greeted. The girls couldn't help but look up to see him. "I see you have company, a varied company," the young man, or rather Serorg, commented to the redhead, while he looked at Valerie, Lavinia, Zenobia and Irina, who looked without hesitation at the demon in front of them. "For those who don't know him, he is my cousin on my mother's side and heir to the House of Baal, the house of the great king, Serorg Baal." Rias introduced her friends while giving her cousin a small punch with her fist. Perhaps spending so much time with Issei had made her rougher, although she still maintained her appearance and way of being as a princess. Those who didn't know were surprised to hear that the great king's house is said to be one of the most important of all the demonic houses in the underworld, being in third place below the Citri house, since in it was the Mal Leviathan and wife of Issei Gremory. In the first box was the Gremory, being the demonic house with the most power, fame and merits in the underworld by housing 2 demons of great power. "He is also the strongest among the young devils," Rias finished saying as she stood next to her cousin. "Please Rias, you know very well that we are evenly matched, but I could easily get a little advantage over you." Serorg smiled as he said that. Normally one would boast of being called the strongest of his generation, but it was clear that he was different. "Well, it's a pleasure," Lavinia greeted politely. At least he wasn't like the rest of the idiots present in the room. "Nice to meet you," Saji and Momo greeted the young man respectfully. "They are Sona's servants," Akeno informed her mistress's cousin, giving the extra information. "I say the same thing, and Sona's servants. Interesting," Serorg responded to the young people while looking at Murayama and Valerie carefully. "Are you the Sekiryute and Hakuryutai?" the black-haired man asked the 2 women, looking at them with interest and defiance. "It's a pleasure to meet the heir of the Baal house. I am Murayama, the Sekiryute of this era," the brunette mentioned in response to the black-haired man's question. "A pleasure," was the only thing Valerie said, yawning, since even though the young man looked strong, the only thing that interested her was his brown hair. "So why have you come here, cousin? I thought you'd be in the waiting room already. I know you're not a fan of false flattery." Rias began to speak enthusiastically to her familiar. "Simple, the waiting room looks like a mental asylum," Serorg said tiredly as everyone looked at the demon in confusion. "Agars and Astaroth were already there when I arrived, but Zephyrdoll arrived and immediately that imbecile started arguing with Agars," Serorg informed, giving Rias everything she needed to know with those words. "What a problem." "Was Sichan?" the redhead questioned, taking everyone out of the frame because of the name used. "Oh, she's an old friend," Rias mentioned with a slight blush for using the name she called the heiress of the Agars clan. Just at that moment the sound of a light explosion was heard coming from the waiting room for the young demons. Everyone without exception went to said room to verify that nothing worse happened, but upon reaching one side of the banquet hall, they saw that the place was a complete disaster. In the middle of it there was an open field divided into 2 sides, each one with weapons in hand and ready to fight. "Wow, who said that celebrity meetings are boring?" Valerie commented humorously, earning a stomp on her foot from her friend. "Valerie, this is not the time for your jokes, and don't laugh, Serorg," the redhead scolded both young men as the battlefield heated up even more. On one side were demons that had evil faces in simple terms, while on the other side were more normal faces, but both sides emanated an intent to attack. But on a table away from this mess was an elegantly dressed demon. Rias looked at that demon with suspicion. There was something about him that she didn't like. Boom! A new explosion occurred in the young people's room, and the cause of all this commotion was 2 specific individuals who were standing at each end of the room, staring at each other fiercely. "By showing up you want to die, Zephyrdoll," one of the people causing all the commotion spoke seriously. It was a beautiful young woman in her late teens with long, pale greenish blonde hair, long pink eyes, and glasses that gave the impression of being cold rather than serious. She wore clothes that were very appropriate for noble women that were flashy in design, with accessories that had the stamp of Agars on them that gave off an elegant vibe. Instead of a dress, she wore a miniskirt and high boots that matched her elegant clothes, and she also wore a blue robe that revealed very little skin. This beautiful woman responded to the name of Sigvera Agars, the heiress of the Agars clan and childhood friend of Issei Gremory. "I just said that you stink like a virgin, and I think I'm not wrong, damn woman," The other person responsible for the uproar spoke, being a young man with many tattoos like black magic on his face and upper body. He had blue hair as well as pointy ears. This young man answered to the name Zephyrdor Glagiolabilas, the candidate for the next heir of the Glagiolabilas clan, after the previous heir was murdered. "What's going on here?" Asya asked her friends as she watched the situation unfold right in front of her. "A fight," Zenobia questioned without taking her gaze off the front. "I knew it," Rhea sighed tiredly, holding her forehead as the current situation was really stressful. "When rookie demons get together, these things usually happen, although I suppose it's better to intervene before the situation gets worse," Serafall commented, ready to go and stop the two young men. Unfortunately, someone got ahead of him, and unfortunately for many, it turned out to be the person with little patience and tolerance for disorder. "You're a son of a..." Just when Sigvera was going to say something in response to the insult to his person, he was forced to remain silent when he saw a figure well known to many come out of a large door that led to the VIP room where the leaders of the underworld were located, as well as the most important women of their lands as well as those of other kingdoms. The king of the underworld had made himself present in the room, and with just his presence all the uproar was changed by the purest terror upon seeing that man among them, even more so upon seeing his expression and cold scarlet gaze that he showed to everyone. "Oni-sama," Rias whispered, watching the brunette like everyone else as he walked towards the young men with his gaze hidden under his hair. "Even showing such an action at such an important event like this, can't you all control yourselves even in front of your parents?" Issei began to speak seriously and coldly, imparting fear in the room. The area where the brown-haired boy was walking was cracking as he was expelling his aura. All the demons instantly recognized their lord and the seriousness of making him angry, since there in front of them was one of the 10 strongest beings in the supernatural world capable of fighting at the level of the strongest gods, and one of the few people who has the power to change the fate of the world at will. Issei increased his aura further, and the walls began to crack and the building began to shake more. In the room were present Vanillana and Elena, Serafall and Sona's mother. They had seen a bit of the brown-haired boy's power in the past, but what he was demonstrating now was an aura beyond the gods. And not to mention that the voice used made everyone in the room's hair stand on end. "If you want to go further with all this, I will be your opponent, so you better fix your mess before the meeting starts. And you young Agars, fix your clothes and makeup. It will be of no use if you don't look beautiful before the meeting," were the words given by the brown-haired boy, seriously demonstrating his status and position, to later enter the VIP room again. After Issei retreated, his aura had left the young people and staff kneeling in the room, as they had fallen quite tired from staying in that position before their lord. The parents of the young demons were left with their eyes wide open, as they did not expect their king to come to control the situation and leave a sea of nerves in all of them. Everyone knew or assumed the power of Issei Gremory, but it was still difficult to believe it, that someone like him could become one of the 10 strongest existences in the world, where only the creator gods or gods of great power would fight him. Although of course that thought was because no one except Elohim knew of Issei's true power and being. The young demons present, but especially the two who caused the problem, were left blank when the brunette said that he would fight them if they continued their fight. The young Zephyrdor and Miss Sigvera were frozen by the presence of their lord. Zephyrdor only left the room with his entourage to call the staff to tidy up the room before the meeting began. Serafall on his own also ordered his entourage to call the staff so he could have tea with Rias, although inside, despite not showing it, he was a little scared like everyone else, seeing the power of his cousin, with whom he wanted to fight, but even he knew that there were limits to what could or could not be done with Issei Gremory. On the other hand, Sigvera was also scared by the brown-haired boy's presence, and more so when he said that he would become her enemy to fight her. But she blushed a little upon hearing Issei's compliment. After that she left the room with her face somewhat red to fix her makeup. The Agar's family was very scared when their king had said that he would fight against their daughter, but was relieved later when he just retreated, something very generous coming from him considering his reputation. They had heard what had happened with Riser Phoenix and feared that something bad would happen to their daughter. Fortunately, nothing bad happened, and they were thankful that the brunette was in a good mood for a change. Some of the arrogant devils who were there while Issei was there were very scared to see his presence again, and only sighed in relief that such a being protected them and was not against them. Although of course that was something that depended on them, because everyone knew that Issei Gremory did not hesitate to take the life of anyone. "It's been centuries since I felt his power like now, but that was crazy. His presence was enormous and caused the building to shake completely. But I'm still glad to have him as our king and also as family. Issei-kun's blood and genes are definitely the most coveted in the underworld," Elena mentioned to her friend, noticing how some of the adults present showed interest in having the brown-haired man's power in their clan. Too bad for them that he wasn't someone they could play with. It was lucky in a way that her eldest daughter was one of his women. That's my son, someone who doesn't care about the situation or the person he faces to prove his point. Despite this, what was needed was achieved, albeit through an unorthodox method. Vanillana sighed as she looked at the cracks in the walls of the room. By the way, Vanillana, I haven't seen Zeoctis anywhere. Did something happen? Elena asked her friend while she saw her youngest daughter in the distance. I stayed at home doing paperwork, the brunette replied, noticing how the staff came to inform her that the meeting was about to start. A little away from the Citri and Gremory matriarchs, the Gremory group was very scared by Issei's aura. Although they knew him, they had never felt such a presence coming from him. They knew he was strong, but he has never shown how strong he is. So that's part of Issei-sama's true power, Serorg commented with impression to the young people around him. How does he hide such immense power? Kiba mentioned in amazement upon seeing the death of his master's brother. Rias, what was that was felt from outside? You saw how the building was shaking, Sona said, entering the room a little agitated to see what was happening inside the building. Oni-sama stopped the fight between the young demons by increasing his aura. The redhead explained a little tensely, since for her that power that the brown-haired man had shown was nothing compared to what she saw during her training. But what we felt from outside was enormous. Even outside the building it was felt. Tsubaki commented, extremely surprised and with some nervousness in her voice, arriving in the company of her owner. So he used his true aura, Lavinia expressed in astonishment, since he had not even shown such power during his fight. Unfortunately, that wasn't all, and I say this from personal experience. But it seems that he achieved his goal, Rias mentioned, seeing how all the devils were extremely calm and passive. After the disaster, the minutes passed and the time of the event arrived, where in a large room were the Maus Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub in the company of their leader, not forgetting to mention that in their box were the members of the entourage of Issei Gremory, as well as the presence of the Seraph Gabriel, the Cadre Penamion, the dimensional goddess Chisato, Graphia Lucifuge, and to a lesser extent Azazel. Elohim was not present since he had to attend to matters regarding heaven, so he had sent his daughter as his representative, something that Gabriel appreciated since he would be close to his beloved. On the other hand, at the bottom and in front of the leaders were the young devils, who presented themselves in front of the members of the high class, each saying what family they came from and the rank of this. In addition to Rias, Sona, Serorg, and their groups heard that the such Sephardor was the successor of his house died in a tragic accident. Right now Valerie and Lavinia along with Zenobia and Irina were sitting next to Vanillana, since being invited they could not be with the young demons at that moment. Therefore they were sitting at a table somewhat far from everyone so they would not be disturbed. The introductions continued until finally Serzex, being in charge of giving the ceremony by orders of Issei. The latter, not wanting to do so, ended up saying that all of them were the future of the underworld. The Mao Lucifer asked the young people present to tell their dream, so the one who started with it was Serorg, saying that he wanted to become a Mao. A wish that, although it seemed strange, was admired and supported by Issei when seeing his determination to want to be one at all costs. But when it was Rias's turn, not only her friends and family were amazed by what she said, but also everyone in general except the brown-haired boy. My name is Rias Gremory, next heiress of the Gremory clan and the younger sister of Issei and Serzex Gremory, who are our honorable leaders. Regarding my dream, I currently have 3 which are different in themselves. Firstly, I want to become the Empress of the rating game, taking the number 1 spot from Daihauser Belial. Secondly, I wish to become an admirable woman worthy of carrying the Gremory clan in her hands as its heir. Lastly, and most important of all, I will surpass the limits of the devils, and unlike Serorg, who wishes to be a Mao, I aspire to a higher position. I will become the next super demoness, being in the same position as Beelzebub-sama, Lucifer-sama and Gremory-sama as their equal. Rias said seriously, pointing at the leaders with her hand, but mainly at the brown-haired man. Those words had caused great commotion and astonishment in all those present, since the redhead's dream was big, and although some doubted her, there was one who gave her his support in his own way by showing her a defiant smile. Then fight to achieve it, Crimson Ruin Princess, were the words given by Issei to his sister, giving birth to her title. After that, it was Sona's turn to speak and make her dream known, something that would cause many problems, considering that something that a certain individual did not accept was that his family was harmed. My name is Sona Citri, the heiress of the Citri clan and the younger brother of Leviathan-sama. My wish is to create a school where the rating games can be taught to young people. The brunette commented to the appreciation of the leaders upon seeing her noble dream, and even more so that of her sister and the brown-haired boy. Unfortunately, there is always an idiot who wants to see Issei furious, and on this occasion the cause of everything turned out to be a member of his family. A school, but there's already one that takes care of that. The one who spoke turned out to be one of the arrogant devils, and with the ideals of the original mouse still present, this guy was better known as Baal, the first head of the House of Baal and therefore the grandfather of Issei, Serafall and Rias. That school you speak of is only for privileged devils and the children of high-class devils. I wish to build a school for low-class devils and the reincarnated ones, Sona spoke firmly, presenting an admirable dream. To think of giving a chance to those who are not supported by society in any other place or society that would be worthy of praise. But the underworld was filled with all kinds of people. Ha ha ha! The laughter of Zekrom and several of the idealistic demons of the original mouse covered the entire room, something that made Issei raise his gaze upon hearing that annoying laughter. Impossible! It's good to be young to dream such things, old Baal began to say, to which the brown-haired boy put on a serious face. The seriousness was such that it was terrifying. She then looked at Serafall, who was trying hard not to explode and freeze at those who were mocking her beloved sister. I'm serious, Sona said with frustration and a serious voice to hide her anger. Sona Citri, the lower-class devils and the reincarnated ones are just tools that must serve the upper-class ones. Although the underworld has changed, we cannot change the nature of things. That is how it has always been and that is how it will always be, Zekrom mentioned arrogantly, being supported by some demons in the room who booed the Citri heiress. Although of course the fun did not last long when several bullets rolled past their faces. Standing there on the balcony with Ebony and Ivory blowing smoke from their cannon was Issei, showing seriousness and coldness to everyone as well as his power, which ended up silencing everyone and ending the useless fun. Always, Issei questioned seriously, gritting his teeth as he heard that. They were mocking the dream of someone who wishes to give the less privileged what those bastards look down on. You better shut your fucking mouth right now or I'll do it. I'll make all of you do it by killing you damn insects. I'm the only one in charge here and at no time have I said you can make me make fun. The brown-haired boy's scream, flooded with fury, silenced everyone, although it sounded more like a roar, the roar of a furious dragon. The brown-haired boy launched himself to the ground floor surrounded by his power, which caused more than one to back away in fear for their lives. Even more so when seeing those crimson eyes asking for blood by the bunch, Issei began to walk towards the cause of all the disaster and his fury. His eyes so full of anger and contempt for what he saw, scaring everyone without exception. What's a joke? What's impossible? The joke here is you fucking demons, Issei mentioned, taking a strong step as he said that, which ended up breaking the ground. TSK, more respect, Zekrom replied angrily, holding back as best he could since the guy he was dealing with was not one to play with. What did you say, imbecile? You think that because you are family I won't do anything to you? I have already taken 2 children from 2 parents in the past. Do you really think I can't do it with someone from my family? You are being very insolent to deal with your scum king, or what? You think you are going to attack me for the crown? Go ahead and discover your death, Issei began to say once he approached the old man, facing him and noticing his frustration. Issei, Vanillana whispered worriedly from her spot, watching her son begin to get upset. Nothing, that's what I thought. For your information, imbecile, the simple desire to give education to children that you yourselves have abandoned is a noble and fair dream. You only see the talent but not the effort. You don't know what one achieves after reaching a place to overcome their limits. Or don't you remember that I was born without talent, where I was forced to break my bones to get to where I am, and as you have seen, I defeated your beloved mouths like the insects they were, Issei commented coldly, feeling a hand rest on his shoulder. So he saw out of the corner of his eye and noticed that it was Chisato. And at that moment Issei did not know it, but being affected by his emotions, anger being the strongest of all, he was unconsciously beginning to release more and more power of destruction, so the goddess came quickly to him, being the only one who could resist the brown-haired boy's power. Seeing his wife and everyone's faces filled with fear at the presence of the demon king, Issei began to relax. But not before finishing what he started. Can any of you who mock Sona Citri say that you have a goal other than personal gain? You only wish to impose your beliefs that are not accepted in my kingdom and that will lead to your extinction, Issei commented, earning the silence of the room, with the old man in front of him being the only one who spoke. We have lived with these beliefs for millennia. Even if you are the king, you cannot take away our society, Zekrom protested, clenching his fists tightly and looking at the brown-haired boy with contempt. Oh, you've come to tell me that now, old man. You come to complain publicly, thinking that I care about the opinion of others. This is my kingdom and I rule it as I please. I don't have to listen to the stupid words of a decrepit old man who lives in the past and still faithfully believes in the ancient mouths that he kills with great satisfaction. Ask the children. I met one who sees things differently thanks to what I did as this Issei Gremory. What I've done so far is not in favor of beings like you but for those children who are the future of this society, a society that you tried to maintain in a regime of millennia already old. Believe me, right now my being is asking me to kill you all. You don't know how much I want to dismember you one by one with my own hands." Just with those words the smile of the demons and Zekrom dissolved, and in its place an expression of terror took its place, since Issei was giving a dark image. "It seems that he is still the same, although his method is always functional," Ajuka whispered to her black-haired friend while looking at her old friend with shock. "Issei, thanks," Serafall thought, showing a smile seeing that her man defended her little sister, and honestly she didn't care about the fate of those old demons. "But something that I do not intend to tolerate is this lack of respect towards me, you damn scum," Issei mentioned coldly to Zekrom, whom he took by the neck and lifted up under everyone's surprised gaze. "Why you? Ugh, you'll never be like Lucifer," the demon began to say while he struggled to breathe due to the brown-haired boy's strong grip on his neck. "You're right about that, because I would never be like that imbecile. I'm better. I took the underworld to a better era. But you're in luck, and today I'm feeling very generous, so I'll help you see your long-awaited mouse again," Issei expressed coldly, ready to give a clear example to everyone of what happens when they turn against him. "Issei, wait," Chisato shouted once she saw her boyfriend's intentions with the subject in his hands. "Kill him," Issei heard Albedo say in his head with a voice full of bloodlust and madness that ended up affecting the brunette a little. The clear example of this was the tinting yellow tone in his eyes. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, and especially those of the young people, they saw how Zekrom's head exploded under the force applied by the brown-haired boy. The blood splashed greatly, but before it could stain anything, it and the demon's inert body were consumed by a sea of dark flames created by Issei, who showed a wicked and evil smile at that moment, as well as a golden glow in his eyes. Fortunately, the brown-haired boy came to and came out of his state when he felt arms surrounding his back as well as a body leaning on it. "You and I need to talk seriously. I want you to tell me how this happened," Chisato whispered to her boyfriend somewhat seriously and worried, since she had seen perfectly before he killed the demon how a female silhouette placed itself over his body, and the worst thing was that she recognized who that woman was, so she wanted an explanation from her man regarding that. Later, Issei mentally responded to the brunette, internally cursing his lack of control over his emotions. Now he had to tell Chisato the truth. But he was also a little upset since Albedo had somehow encouraged him to kill, so he had to have a talk with her. "Let's get back to the current meeting, and you better not say anything else. For your own good I will leave, since if I stay any longer the desire to do something crazy will grow, so I will go get some air. It is the best option for me and for you, but first." Issei began to speak as he looked at the Citri heiress, who was silent with her entourage. "Sona Citri, don't let the words of these poor fools affect you, and don't lower your head either. Don't let them trample on your dreams and ideas. I tell you with my hand on my heart, right now you are a light for those children who are denied the rights of an education that we all deserve. Right now you are as bright as one of those stars that you admire so much in the sky." Where Issei's words left the Citri heiress speechless and blushing. After finishing, Issei turned around, but not before telling Chisato that he wanted a moment alone and to tell the girls that it was okay, to which the brunette nodded, so the brunette left the place that was silent after what they saw and heard. Something that Issei did not see was the smile on several of his friends or his women, smiles that indicated that they agreed with him. Since no one has the right to mock or despise someone's dream. The demons who mocked Sona's dream were left speechless by the force that the brown-haired boy imposed with his words and presence. Sona, on the other hand, the blush on her face did not go away once Issei had left the room. If there is something that many saw now is that the Demon King was not just a title. If there was something to highlight in the brown-haired boy, it was that voice of command and order worthy of a king. With the situation calmer, the young demons resumed the meeting, with Serafall taking on the role of leader for the moment along with his friends while Issei arrived. So seeing that the meeting was about to end to move on to the banquet and celebration, they went to the central topic, which was the rating games between the young people, so the redhead thought of starting them off in a big way. "Seeing that we have already covered the most important thing, it is time to decide how the games will begin. So I ask you two, Rias and Sona, if you do not want to be the hosts of the rating games with a duel between you," the redhead suggested to the two women, surprising them greatly. "Lucifer-sama, it's fine by me," Sona replied seriously, although with a slight blush since she still hadn't recovered from the brunette's words. "I have to reject that, since I want my first duel to be with another guy. I hope and it doesn't bother you, Sona," was the answer that Rias gave, making a slight bow to her brother and friend. "I understand, then it will be as established, and it will be done randomly. But Rias, in your case, if you want to fight against someone in particular, you will have to present the proposal to Gremory-sama to organize everything," Serafall mentioned, receiving a nod from his sister. With that ready, the meeting ended and gave way to the event or celebration of the young people through a party, and what better for this than to have a live show by a very famous idol in the underworld. Which brings us to a large hall where all the young people with their parents were gathered together, sitting at several tables spread throughout the large hall, facing a large stage where the show that had come up at the last minute because of a particular woman would take place. "Are you ready, girls?" Serafall asked out loud from behind the stage curtain, being the organizer of the event along with 2 other women at her side. I honestly don't know how you ended up convincing us of this," Penamian complained, standing next to the brunette, who was dying of embarrassment for what she was about to do. "She's a demon," Gabriel whispered, being the last of the group in the same state as her sister. "Oh come on, it's not that bad, this is all for a good cause," Serafall mentioned to her friends, remembering the reason for the whole event. The idea had come to her when she saw how Issei was irritated and in a bad mood because of his varied emotions after the meeting, so she came up with the brilliant idea of doing something to calm him down. They say that music and dancing are usually very effective with dragons to calm them down, and that is what the Leviathan had planned to do. But she couldn't do it alone, so she had dragged Gabriel and Penamian with her to put on a show for the audience, but mainly for her boyfriend who was sitting at the first table in the room. The shame of Cadre and Seraph lay in the clothing they were wearing at that moment, very different from how Serafall appeared calm with what she was wearing. The 3 beautiful women were wearing sexy bunny outfits that accentuated their curves but covered their skin since they would only show it to their man. "Okay girls, it's almost time, and from what I see it's necessary seeing how Issei is. I'm not doing this for fun or for the young people. I'm doing it because our man needs us, and it's our duty as his women and future mothers of his children to help him the best we can. Are you with me?" Serafall asked her friends once she saw through the curtain how the brunette from his table was holding his head, probably because of the stress he felt. "If you put it that way, I'll do anything for my man. Let's give him a nice show that makes him drool for us," Penamian expressed in a seductive tone after putting aside her insecurities for her beloved. "It's time to show that we're not just pretty faces and that we can tame even the most stubborn and proud dragon of all," were Gabriel's words as he entered the room, displaying an attitude that was too sexy for an angel. For Issei, the 3 of them shouted to start the show, prepared for the brown-haired boy. On the other hand, off stage at one of the tables were Rias and Sona with their entourage, with the inclusion of Zenobia and Irina, since as far as Lavinia and Valerie were concerned, they were located at Issei's table, where along with the other girls they tried to calm the brunette down as he had gotten angry over the Zekrom Bale incident, while also being out of control. The young people remained waiting for the show, although one of them was embarrassed and blushing. Sona knew she was going to be the laughing stock of the demons when she told them her dream. She had already resigned herself to that, and was even ready to lower her head and that's it. But no, that idiot has to open his mouth, say that whole speech that gave her his support, and so on, and then leave the place in silence. "Idiot, you're trying to act cool. And to top it all off, he says I shine like those stars I admire so much. Bah, I never thought he was the kind of man with cheesy words. Although I like that he gave me that compliment," Sona thought as she looked at the brunette at her table in the distance with a slight blush present. But within a second the girl pulled herself together and shook her head to get rid of the strange thought, causing everyone to look at her strangely. "Nonsense, why do I care that he flatters me? He's an idiot, dense brute, he doesn't know about ethics, a womanizer, handsome. Although I don't deny that he's kind and loyal. If my sister is with him, then I don't see any bad reasons for me to. No. Don't fall for it or you'll end up like Valerie and the other idiots for that perfect specimen. Damn it, stop thinking about him." Sona contradicted herself while shaking her head from side to side while everyone noticed the mental struggle that the Citri heiress was having. It was funny. Ladies and gentlemen, young people present, today we are pleased to present a show starring the 3 most desired women of the 3 biblical factions, Serafall was heard saying over the speakers, which attracted everyone's attention but above all brought Sona out of her thoughts and emotional struggle. Seconds later, an explosion of smoke appeared on the stage where Serafall, Gabriel and Penamian appeared in their bunny outfits to the delight of many men in the room who couldn't help but whistle and applaud the 3 beautiful women, being the only thing they could do knowing that they were already taken by the dragon of the underworld. On the other hand, Issei lay motionless in his seat with his gaze fixed on his women and their suggestive outfits that encouraged him to take them right there. Seeing that, the 3 girls smiled with satisfaction since part number 1 of their plan, having the brunette's attention on them, was done, and therefore it was time for the show. Music, Serafall shouted to the RHYTH mem manager, Serzex and Ajuka, wearing their DJ outfits, much to Graphia's embarrassment, who was sitting with her son and mother-in-law at a separate table. After the words of the Leviathan, The room was plunged into darkness while the stage spotlights illuminated the three women, giving a divine view of them for the audience but even more so for the brown-haired boy, who had been idiotized by his girlfriends, and so Leviathan's concert began. Serafall began to sing, being the one who started the show, standing in the center with Gabriel and Penamion at her sides, where the three of them began to move their hips with their hands together in front while leaning on spears of light and ice respectively, earning the screams of many and the astonished look of Issei. This time it was Gabriel who sang, continuing with the choreography set up by the brunette in which they stood on their sides without stopping the movement of their bodies to the RHYTHMM of the melodies, and the three of them were really enjoying the look their man was giving them. It was Penamion's turn to sing while the three of them moved their hands to the backs of their necks as they made a complete turn and moved their hips sensually and hypnotically. Serafall sang as she walked with her friends in front of the stage with sexy and confident steps without forgetting that they were caressing their bodies seductively to the desire of many of the men present who internally cursed the brown-haired boy for having such women at his service. The three of them sang in harmony while light and steam games performed by Serzex and Ajuka were present, while the girls danced watching exclusively the brown-haired boy. Suddenly in a great flash and speed they arrived where Issei was, standing behind him in the case of Serafall while Gabriel and Penamion stood at his sides, all of them pressing their proportionate breasts against his arms and neck respectively, to the surprise and happiness of the brown-haired boy who smiled at having his girls close to him. Serafall expressed with love and adoration for her man as she hugged him from behind, surrounding his neck with her arms and placing a kiss on Issei's forehead with all her love to the jealousy of the men who saw, but that was the reality. Those three women already had an owner. Gabriel and Penamion sang in unison with love while giving Issei a sweet kiss on his cheeks to his amusement, who showed a smile at his girl's actions to put him in a good mood. After that in the same flash and speed the three singers returned and resumed their position on stage to continue with the show. The three beautiful women sang as they jumped and waved their hands to both sides, encouraging the audience to do the same as them, who wasted no time and followed them with pleasure to the amusement of Issei and his girls and embarrassment of Sona when seeing her older sister's antics. Penamion sang in a seductive tone as she looked at her man who she winked at and blew him a kiss, to which Issei shook his head in amusement at his favorite Fall's antics. The three beautiful women finished singing, giving way to an explosion behind them of smoke and lights given by the redhead and greenhead, ending the performance where many enjoyed them but more so Issei when he saw three of his girls set up everything just for him. These three are quite a case, thanks for that girls, I'm definitely lucky to have them, the brunette thought, showing a smile and noticing how the bad mood in his system left him thanks to his beautiful angels and demon. Thanks to that, the good humor was present, but the party did not end there, since it was just beginning. So when Serafall, Gabriel and Penamion came down from the stage and went to have their exclusive kissing and affection session with their loved ones, groups of hired demons went up on stage to continue the party, and although it was not the same as having and seeing the most coveted cadre, seraphim and demonis of the biblical factions, the feeling was still present, so everyone continued with the party. As the hours passed filled with joy and fun, the time had come when life, author, told Issei to screw himself because he had come to bother him big time, and in those moments of relaxation and a calm atmosphere at the present celebration, Koneko's senses were triggered, alerting her greatly as a rather familiar presence persisted in the area that brought back bad memories at that moment. Her hands began to tremble as she considered the idea that it was that person, so she swallowed hard and began to walk with hurried steps to the exit of the building, this being the exit of the room's elevator. Why is she here? Koneko thought fearfully as she hurriedly headed to the elevator to meet the person who was calling her through the signals in the air. Ha, Koneko-chan, Murayama whispered as she watched her little friend rush to the elevator. Had something bad happened? That thought alone made her go see what was happening and if her friend could be in danger. Murayama ran after Koneko, calling her name in the process, but she paid no attention to him. Unbeknownst to her, a certain redhead noticed that behavior while talking to her best friend, so she apologized to her and went after her servants, feeling that something was not right about the situation. Should I tell Oni-sama? No, this is something that concerns my family, and as king I must fulfill my role, Rias thought seriously as she headed towards where her rook and pawn had left. In quite a hurry, Koneko boarded the elevator, noticing how Murayama came to her with concern written on his face, but she couldn't waste any more time, so she pressed a button on the board to her right, causing the doors to begin to close at the brunette's calls. Murayama didn't manage to arrive in time and only saw how Koneko descended in the elevator with quite a bit of frustration, feeling deep down that something was wrong, very wrong. She went down, the brunette whispered, noticing the numbers on Koneko's elevator going down, so without thinking much she took the one next to it. What floor is it? Murayama thought as he was already inside the elevator, noticing how the numbers were very different from those in the human world, but it was obvious considering they were in the underworld. Just as he was about to press a random button, his transport was boarded by its owner. "Madam President," Murayama said in surprise upon seeing the redhead's unusual arrival, noticing how she pressed the elevator button so that it would close its doors and begin to descend. "What happened? Why did you go out?" Rias asked her friend seriously, assuming it was all due to her rook's behavior. "Koneko-chan suddenly left the classroom, as if she was chasing something," Murayama reported as he watched the numbers on the board descend impatiently. "I understand. I don't want to cause too much of a fuss or alert Oni-sama, so we'll look for her alone," Rias mentioned seriously to her friend, receiving a nod from her. Once the doors of their elevator opened, the two women quickly exited it. At that moment, Rias internally thanked her older brother for having taught her to control her senses, so it wasn't very difficult for her to find the energy of her rook, giving the brunette instructions to follow her and finally find once and for all the cause of the situation that involved Koneko. And while Rias and Murayama were hurrying to the albino's location, she was located outside the building used for the youth meeting, just a few centimeters away from it. The only thing around Koneko at that moment were trees and weeds everywhere, yet she did not stop her steps and continued running to a specific point. There is no doubt this presence is, Koneko thought as she ran until she was in front of a large tree that obstructed her path. But the idea of going around it did not cross her mind since her target was right above her. After so long, a sweet and playful female voice sang, making Koneko look up seriously. "I knew it," Koneko said seriously once she saw the figure that was lying on the tree branch that was blocking her path. There on the tree branch stood a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with parted bangs, and hazel eyes with cat-like pupils. Her attire consisted of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden eye sockets, and a highly detailed headband. The kimono featured a red interior and was open at her shoulders, giving view of her large breasts that could rival Akeno and Lavinia's in terms of size. Additionally, she grew a pair of black cat ears and two black tails. "But it's Shirin," the beautiful black-haired woman declared with amusement to the girl below her. The atmosphere became tense with the arrival of the mysterious woman who was making Koneko nervous. At that moment the wind blew hard, shaking the leaves of the trees while the black-haired and albino girls stared at each other without missing any of the other's movements. After a few minutes of silence between the two, Koneko clenched her fists tightly and opened her lips just to say a name that for her brought back bad memories from her past. "Kuroka-ne-sama." Underworld. At the facilities where the young devils, promising futures of the underworld, were having fun at the celebration of their event as well as the annual start of the raiding games. Not only were they enjoying themselves, as there were also several adults present enjoying the party in their own way, as was the case of Vanillana and Elena, who were gathered at a large table with all the brown-haired women as well as the female members of the Gremory and Citri groups, without forgetting Lavinia, Valerie, Zenobia and Irina. All eating and enjoying the music and show set up on the improvised stage of Serafall Leviathan. "Wow, daughter, I'm surprised how quickly you did all this considering how little time you had. How did you do it?" Elena asked her eldest daughter curiously. "Nothing is impossible for a magical girl, especially if it's her man," Serafall responded animatedly, making a peace sign with her fingers. "But putting on a dance and song with Gabriel and Penamion was unexpected, although I must say that it was also entertaining," Vanillana mentioned with slight amusement to the embarrassment of the two angels. "Even though I was nervous and embarrassed at the beginning, in the end we were able to show something decent, and, most importantly, achieve our goal," Penamion commented, somewhat blushing at what she had done. But she didn't regret anything, even more so having had her man's hands caressing her rear end once her performance was over. I just hope that father doesn't punish me for that. It was for a good cause, but for a seraph to dance and dress like that is not right. Issei has perverted me a lot," Gabriel exclaimed with pain, although inside she was happy and even pleased with what she did, considering that she earned some sweet and hot kisses with her beloved in the end. "Oh come on, Gabriel, you can't deny that you didn't enjoy it. Especially with that hungry look that our man gave the three of us. That turned me on a lot," Penamion commented to the blonde's embarrassment, who wondered internally if the fallen knew anything about discretion and morality when it came to speaking. "Degenerate," Gabriel shouted with shame and somewhat blushed, but she couldn't say much since her sister was right, and she had enjoyed being the one who caused Issei to see them as his prey to devour. "I'm surprised that worked to ease Issei-sama's discomfort," Zenobia mentioned curiously while eating like everyone else. "Well, Dragon-kun is usually very volatile and the slightest annoyance makes him explode. Calming him down is not an easy task, but I think that is what we are all here for. Issei can be cold, serious and be upset," irritated and on alert most of the time, but all that is left behind when he is with one of us or one of us calms him down with a simple word or action. Irene commented for the understanding of the blue-haired girl as well as the others. I've come to think that all of us are Issei's cure so that he doesn't sink into madness and darkness. I wouldn't like to know what he would be like without us, Isabella mentioned with concern, thinking about her beloved. That's something I've noticed. Despite the situation or how upset he is, Issei-sama sooner or later listens to them and does what he wants. Even if he doesn't want to, he ends up doing it. If you think about it, that's something scary, because if none of you were in his life, he would surely be different. Akeno spoke from her place, gaining everyone's attention and putting a new topic in the current conversation. It's true, I also know that he loves them all madly and respects them for what they are without complaining about anything. I don't see any favoritism on his part with any of them, and I like that, since he shows equality to all of them. But one thing makes me curious. Lavinia began to speak thoughtfully to the women of Issei. Would that be it? Tiamat asked a little tensely, just like her other friends, since they felt that what would be said would be something difficult to deal with. I think I know what Lavinia means, and I must say that I would also like to know about that, Valerie commented supportively, and keeping in mind what her older sister wanted to discuss. You see, what we want to know is why, out of all of you, the one who has the greatest effect on Issei and above all the one he cares for the most is Serafall, Lavinia asked innocently, not believing that what she said was something bad. But just when that question was thrown by the blonde, the girls with the brown hair remained motionless and silent in their seats to the confusion of the young men. Was what Lavinia had said something serious? Although Vanillana had also remained frozen in her place looking at her plate without any expression, since the answer to that question thrown was partly something that had happened in her past, and it was also something that had tormented her for several years now, blaming herself ever since for what happened and what her son could have been if he hadn't been weak. It's a bit long but easy to explain and understand. I guess that's up to me to say it. Serafall spoke calmly, breaking the silence at the table. Oni-san is not necessary if it is something that causes pain or problems, Sona commented upon seeing the women's attitude, and more so how her sister seemed somewhat uncomfortable about the current topic. Don't worry, it's nothing bad or serious. So where should I start? Serafall questioned, resuming her cheerful attitude while remembering her past. At the beginning, Yui suggested when she saw that the topic of Issei had been decided to be addressed. Well, I guess it all started more or less 3,000 years ago, at the time when we were all children of about 7 years old. At that time there was a boy older than all of us by 2 years who lived in a dark world in complete solitude. This child did not accept anyone approaching him, much less staying by his side. He did not even allow his family. The black-haired girl began to tell the story, showing a small smile as she remembered that lonely brown-haired boy. It's Issei, isn't it? More than a question, Akeno assumed it was about his love interest. Exactly. Back then, despite his age, he used to be very lonely and only cared about training to be the strongest, even if he had to sacrifice ties and his childhood. Issei didn't care about anything, Serafall commented, catching how everyone was paying attention to her as the celebration continued. Wow, that's very sad. Leaving everything behind and not enjoying your childhood is something a child shouldn't experience, Tsubaki mentioned sadly, without noticing that because of her words Vanillana squeezed her chest tightly and bit her lip, feeling guilty about what happened with the brown-haired boy. Yes, no one deserves to lose their happiness at such a young age, but Issei did it, and was okay with it because for him, that dark and lonely world had become his home. The Mao Leviathan continued telling the story of her beloved and his difficult childhood. How did he come out? I mean, if he hadn't, I don't think he would be who he is now. I guess that's where you come in, right, Oni-san? I understand that the first woman to come into his life was you. What did you do? How did you get Issei out of his darkness? Sona asked with curiosity, and also to know more about the man she considered a promising future. You're wrong, Sona. Although it's true that I was the first to come into Issei's life, I never took him out of the darkness that surrounded him, Serafall responded to her sister, showing a sincere smile. How, then what? Keitase was unable to finish speaking as the black-haired boy had gotten there first. To this day Issei is still in that darkness, and the reason for this is because this is his home. The reason why no one had ever been able to get close to him in his childhood was because everyone always tried to get him out of where he was, but they didn't pay attention to a very important detail. Isn't that right, Vanillana? Serafall questioned her mother-in-law, who was downcast looking at her plate of food. The answer was so simple that even I, as his mother, couldn't see it. Later, I managed to understand it, and all because of an extroverted girl with black hair and purple eyes, Vanillana answered with grace, since at that time she had been so blind that she hadn't achieved anything with her son. If she had known, would anything have changed? She always wondered about that. Acceptance, understanding, support and company, that was all Issei wanted, wasn't it? Valerie whispered, barely audible, earning a smile from the mouth. It was the only thing that was needed, the acceptance that this was who he was and would be no matter what because he had decided so. Understanding about the path he had chosen and the reasons for his actions, faithful support in his life no matter his decisions or paths he chose, and the company on his journey like a faithful companion who would help guide him on his dark path, giving him her light. The brunette mentioned with nostalgia, revealing something about her man's past, and then continuing. That's what I did. I never wanted to take him out of the darkness because that was his home no matter what others say or think. I came to Issei with zero bad intentions and the only thing I wanted was to be there with him, giving him my company, support and light without questioning or wanting to change anything about him. I remember that I had made a promise to myself when Issei let me be by his side. I promised myself that he would never be alone again, because I would be there accompanying him, that he would never get lost in the storms again, because I would be the beacon of light that would guide him and take him out of them, and above all that he would no longer have to walk the paths in the dark, because I would be lighting his way. Issei had decided to be darkness, so I decided to be his light. Serafall finished saying to the astonishment of the young people. Now I understand, with you guiding him, taking care of him and supporting him, Issei began to walk on the right path, but this time no longer in the dark because he had you with him. Lavinia commented, understanding more and more why the brown-haired boy was the way he was, and mainly because he was very protective of the Mao. Since then, Serafall became, so to speak, the radiant star in Issei's dark sky, and as time passed, thanks to that star, other stars began to arrive that helped my son survive in his darkness more and more, Vanillana mentioned, recovering from her state, so she looked at the young people. This will remain between us. But the reason why Issei protects and shows more caution when it comes to Serafall is because he is afraid, Mary Jane commented to the mystery of many of those present. Issei Gremory, I thought he wasn't afraid of anything, but if so, what is he afraid of? Yuma questioned the brown-haired women with doubt. We all have something that terrifies us, and despite how it is shown, Issei is no exception. Even if he has not said it, there is something that scares him a lot, Isabella expressed calmly but with slight nervousness, since her beloved's fear could be the most dangerous. That would be it, Asya asked nervously as she stood next to her sister at the big table. Losing his light, isn't it? Thanks to the Mao Leviathan and all the others, he became a better person, but he was always in the company of the stars of his night, and mainly he always had at his side the one that shone the brightest, and kept the others united and functional. At least that was what I understood, and if so, there can only be one thing he would fear. Gremory is afraid of losing its light and completely sinking into darkness, right? Going back to who he once was in his childhood, that's his fear. Just at that moment, the wings of Valerie's sacred gird made themselves present, from which Albion's voice came out to the surprise of many. It's like you say, the only thing Issei fears in this life is returning to what he once was in the past, and that would only happen if Serafall was no longer around. That's why he shows more suspicion and protection towards her, since he fears losing her and losing himself in the process. Yui confirmed to her granddaughter's dragon, showing a somewhat sad face. It's just a guess, but what would happen if for various reasons Leviathan-sama were to be injured or worse? Yuma questioned, noticing how immediately all the brown-haired women put on an expression of horror. Not only would Issei's sanity and mind be lost, but the entire world would also enter a state of red alert, because without Serafall the gates of hell would be opened and the demon inside would be released. A being of revenge, death and blood would be what Issei would become. Penemune answered seriously to her student, causing more than one to swallow hard at that scenario. You still don't understand it, but in this life there is only one thing that completely provokes Issei's anger as well as his weakness, and that is Serafall. Until now it has never been seen before, but just by telling you that because of a small wound on Mirigen's cheek, he killed Ares in a fit of rage, what do you think would happen if something bad happened to Serafall? It is not only Issei who protects her, all of us do too, because the truth is that without her, Issei's darkness would get out of control and bring out the worst in him. Gabriel commented seriously to the young people. Something very strange coming from her. It can be said for your understanding that I am the key to a heavenly future with Issei, but I am also the lock that holds the devil, and without me it would be an apocalyptic disaster. Although that is something that we assume, since it has never come to extremes before and Issei has not strayed from his path. But that would be the whole truth in answer to your question, Lavinia. Serafall mentioned, only to receive another nod from the blonde. Thanks for your answer. Now I see that being one of Issei-kun's women entails great responsibilities, Lavinia expressed nervously, and somewhat tense because of what being with the brown-haired boy implied. Being one of the demons, guardians, was not an easy thing. You regretted it, and changed your mind about continuing to be by his side and building a future, Serafall questioned the blonde with a raised eyebrow in the process. No, rather I have gained new purposes and a new visualization of what I want with Issei Gremory, and what a life with him entails, Lavinia responded maturely, earning a smile from all the brown-haired girls. Me too, Valerie spoke firmly after her friend with her clearer thoughts. Me included. It was Akeno's turn to give her vote, as she had understood and learned more about her love interest. Just be patient, it's the most functional with him. I recommend Tiamat to the girls, something they appreciated. By the way, where is he? I haven't seen him in a while, Tsubaki mentioned, looking for the brown-haired boy in the audience. She's on the balcony talking to Chisato. From what we saw it was something serious, so we left them alone, Yui responded to the brunette as she looked for a few seconds at the door that led to the balcony of the building. You know, I also wonder what Rias, Murayama and Koneko have done, although I suppose they are just hanging around having fun, Akeno expressed nonchalantly, downplaying the situation. Not knowing that her friend was about to experience a problematic situation with the older sister of her rook. But before that, going outside the building, there was a small balcony and on it there were 3 people, although one of them was not there and at the same time was in the place. Issei stood next to Albedo, being prey to the cold, withering gaze of the brunette in front of them, being more specifically Chisato who was looking at them. After the spectacle put on by Gabriel, Penemune and Serafall in the hall, the goddess of dimensions had dragged her boyfriend to the outskirts of the place to have a private and civilized talk with him regarding what had happened with the old demon. But more than anything because of the secret that he had kept quiet for so long. Since when did all this happen? Chisato asked her boyfriend seriously, standing in front of her, keeping her gaze fixed on the woman beside her. At that moment the wind whipped hard against the balcony as Issei and Chisato looked at each other seriously. One could even say that the sky thundered with force at the heavy atmosphere created by the couple. The brown-haired boy remained expressionless at his girlfriend's tones since for him it was nothing new considering that more than once she had scolded him for a stupidity on his part. Sure, the brunette tried to approach his girlfriend to lighten the atmosphere, lowering his expression in the process. But when he tried to get closer to her, she stopped him by raising one of her hands. I'm not upset, Issei, but I am hurt to see that you have hidden this from us all this time and especially from her. Chisato pointed to the horned brunette next to her boyfriend, showing a sad expression to her beloved. I know and I'm really sorry, but it's not an easy thing to talk about this subject that is so dangerous. How do you think they would react knowing that I maintained contact with the one who was once the cause of the almost destruction of my world, as well as that she died and had to be reborn into a new being? Sure, you're the only one of the girls who knows what I really am, Issei mentioned, approaching his girlfriend and hugging her gently, holding her to his chest when he saw that she didn't reject him. It's a pleasure talking to you. I never thought I would be discovered this way. But I guess it was to be expected from the dimensional goddess. Let me introduce myself. I am the legendary entity known as the Beast of the Apocalypse and the Beast Emperor of the Apocalypse with a power higher than that of Great Red and Ophis. Albedo spoke from behind Issei, watching as the 2 brunettes hugged each other. Yes, no introduction is needed since I know very well who you are, the ultimate representation of the darkness of all the universes. If Issei is considered a guardian of light despite his actions, you are the opposite. But we are not here to talk about that. I understand your reasoning, love, and to this day I have kept your secret waiting for you to tell the truth to everyone in your family. I understand that, but what I fail to understand is why you maintained contact with the woman who was your nightmare centuries ago and for whom you had to abandon everything. Are you stupid? Chisato questioned, looking at her man expressionlessly while she was in her armis. That's not a question, it's a reality, Albedo mentioned with amusement to the irritation of the brown-haired boy. Issei, I love you madly and I would never ever think of betraying you or leaving you aside. You are the only man with whom I want to start a family. Even though sometimes I disagree with your methods and thoughts, I still love you. I trust you completely, but I need you to do the same. Could you? Chisato asked, taking her boyfriend's face in her hands so that he would look at her directly and not be provoked by the brunette's words. Kais, you and the girls are the only women I could put my trust in. I never wanted to hurt you or make you feel like I don't trust you, because I do. I love you all very much, you are the reason for my life. Never think otherwise, Chisato, Issei expressed affectionately to the brunette, hugging her tighter by her waist. Without a doubt a beautiful moment that was ruined. How beautiful, Albedo said mockingly, trying the brown-haired boy's patience more and more. Shut up, Albedo. Issei shouted with irritation present in his system, ready to send himself to hit the illusion of the dragon even if he couldn't hit her. Fortunately, all advance on his part was interrupted once his girlfriend took his face and cradled it between her voluptuous and large breasts, immediately calming the dragon. "So how did it happen?" Chisato asked calmly, ignoring the previous scene as she held her boyfriend to her breasts, although it seemed like he wasn't bothered and was comfortable where he was. "It's easy to explain since you know most of my story. As you know, I had to leave behind everything I once was for something better to save my world from annihilation, who would be Albedo here present. It all happened before falling into the world of Irene and Isabella. I didn't know you yet, and I didn't know the gravity of my destiny either. My fight against the dragon of the apocalypse was brutal and ended in a draw where I managed to lock her in the prison made by Elohim. The fight concluded with a huge explosion generated throughout the area I was in. On my knees against the ground and with fatigue present throughout my being, I had managed to seal the beast, which was how I knew Albedo at that time." Issei began to relate without taking off from his girlfriend's chest since he was quite comfortable there. "I thought that everything was already solved and that my path was over, so I thought I could return home. How wrong I was. While the sealing was being completed, I was about to leave that place, but a glow coming from the seal of Elohim had caught my attention. For a moment I had believed that it was some failure in the plans and therefore the release of the beast, a scenario that was not foreseen and for which I would not be prepared. It was then that the glow ceased, leaving me surprised by what was in front of me. Since there standing inside the seal was a beautiful lady with long, black hair and yellow pupils, she had an appearance between a demon and a fallen angel with 2 pairs of black wings and white horns protruding from the sides of her head. The most striking thing was that dark armor that covered her body completely, and on her back she carried a large axe. That beautiful woman looked at me with seriousness and rivalry. Issei mentioned looking at the brunette present next to him, and the brunette. "It was Albedo," Chisato commented as she looked at the brunette while she caressed her boyfriend's hair. Yes, it didn't take me long to connect the dots and realize that the woman standing a few steps in front of me was the beast I had been fighting with. "Who are you? What's your name?" was what the woman asked me from the other side of the seal. We both introduced ourselves, and then I knew that the beast had a name, and it was Albedo. Curiously, far from scaring me or putting me on alert, it made me curious to know about her. The brunette mentioned separating himself from his girlfriend's chest to her annoyance. But it was better that way to be able to deal with the present topic. "Oh wow, stop making me blush," Albedo expressed with feigned embarrassment, while holding her cheeks and acting embarrassed, causing the brunette to have a twitch in his eye. Getting back to the point, Albedo saw in me the powers of Great Red and Ophis, which earned her interest in me. And it was understandable since I possessed the body of Great Red's flesh, the power of Ophis Infinity, and my own essence as a demon, all in one being within reach of her hands, an existence that should never have existed. To this day I still hate what I became, but that is something I will have to live with for the rest of my life, Issei expressed with displeasure as he looked at his right hand, which had changed into a red dragon claw with red scales and long nails and then returned to normal. Issei, Chisato and Albedo thought in sync with pity and pain, feeling their chests tighten at the sight of the brunette hating himself. "I do not regret what I did but what I became. Even if with this I was able to get the power to surpass my dreams, it will leave a bitter experience in me seeing that I could not do it alone, and I needed help to achieve it. But thanks to this power, and the only thing I am grateful for is that with it I was able to prevent Albedo from destroying and eradicating the lives of innocents due to her destructive nature at that time, although in the end I could not defeat her directly, and I ended up sealing her in that prison. Both she and I knew that this seal would not be eternal and sooner or later she would be released from it. It was then that I promised to be there waiting for her to prevent any disaster," Issei commented seriously and firmly looking at the brunette, who smiled at him defiantly. "That's when I changed my thirst for destruction and death for a new, more interesting goal. I decided that I wanted to surpass that man who had fought me and even imprisoned me. I couldn't rest until I saw him defeated and prostrate before me. There could only be one number one, so I changed all my plans and decided that I wanted to surpass Issei, and I would do it once I got out of my prison where we would resolve our unfinished duel," Albedo spoke, showing rivalry with the brown-haired boy under Chisato's gaze. "I accepted the challenge without thinking much because it was my duty as the protector of my world, since only I had the power to do it. It was there when the seal was about to be completed and our conversation about to end that Albedo, in a prank and game on her part, managed to cross the barrier that separated her from me for a few seconds, taking out her hands and face. It took me by surprise and more when she grabbed my face with her hands, and in an instant she connected her lips with mine, transmitting to me through contact part of her power. something that I did not know at that time, but that would be an important factor in the future. Issei mentioned, noticing how his girlfriend looked at him with deathly eyes and also how a slight layer of her aura began to be present. Kiss, did you kiss her? Chisato asked her boyfriend sweetly. Too bad that smile promised anything but happiness. Really? Of all the things I said, was that the only thing you cared about? Issei expressed in disbelief, watching as the brunette put aside her jealousy for the moment. When the kiss ended, she was forced to return to the seal, which finished completing itself. The last thing I saw was her saying goodbye with a mischievous smile. And as you know, I did not come out unscathed after that battle because the dimension I was in was about to explode, and it was when you intervened that I ended up in Irene and Isabella's world. Since then I have kept in touch with Albedo all these years, getting to know each other and learning more about each other. She has been with me at all times, despite being only in my mind. In her I see a good friend and rival, Issei commented, standing in front of his wife with the brunette at his side. I know you'll think I'm crazy, but honestly Albedo isn't how the stories paint her. Yes, she killed and annihilated many lives, but who hasn't? You and I have several lives engraved in our hands, and this is when I agree with Elohim, and I believe that some beings do have salvation and forgiveness, but others, no matter how good they are, will always have darkness in their hearts. In the darkness there is light, and in the light there is darkness. That's what I think when it comes to her, and that would be the whole truth. Chisato, the brown-haired man, finished speaking, to which his girlfriend only crossed her arms, looking at him carefully. Do you love each other? Chisato asked suddenly while adjusting her glasses, noticing how the two dragons blinked a couple of times and then looked at each other in unison and then back at her. It's complicated, dimensional goddess. Our relationship is based on our rival. As a woman, you will have noticed that there is chemistry between the two of us. But this will never happen until we finish our pending meeting, Albedo answered honestly, earning a nod from the brunette. You're talking about fighting, right? Chisato questioned with her eyes half closed, looking at her boyfriend in a bad way. Kais, before you get upset, let me tell you something. You know well that my place is on the battlefield, and facing powerful beings is fun for me. I love being with my family and my girls, but I also like to fight. That is why a long time ago I decided that I would fight Albedo until the end once I got out of her seal. In all the existing universes, there are no great opponents that can make me fight seriously. Only those three guys from EXE universe could amuse me a little, but what I mean is that since I am a dragon god with the body of Great Red and the power of Ophis combined with mine, I do not find promising rivals, and in each battle I know that I am going to win, which is not very fun to say the least. But with Albedo it's different. She's very strong, and what excites me the most about it is that in a fight against her I wouldn't know what the result would be. As Issei expressed his feelings and emotions, Chisato could swear she saw a mischievous child full of determination to fulfill his dreams, so she had no choice but to stop the brunette in his dialogue, since that image had been enough for her. SHHH, I understand, you know, I've never stopped believing in you before, Issei, and this won't be the first time I do it. If this is your wish, I'll accept it, but I just want you to do the same with mine, Chisato began to say with a smile on her face as she covered her boyfriend's lips with her finger. SHHH, Issei muttered in confusion to his girlfriend about her behavior. He thought she would disagree with his plans, but had she left him? Was today the day when everything was going well for him for a change? Yes, it is so. For whatever you want, beautiful universe, send me my own Nico, Issei thought mentally and childishly while looking at his girlfriend. Please, Issei, find a way and resolve your past so you can tell everyone else the truth. They have that right as your women. No one hides anything from you. You shouldn't either. Love, find the best time to talk to everyone, okay? Chisato asked her man, raising her gaze connecting with his. I promise you, I don't plan on keeping quiet about this forever. I just need time, the brunette replied with a smile, taking his girlfriend's cheek with one of his hands and her waist with the other. Thanks, was the only thing Chisato said happily, enjoying the contact of her beloved. Guided by the moment and feelings, Issei drew his girlfriend closer to his body, which ended with her leaning on his chest. The brunette didn't waste any more time and joined his lips with Chisato's, both melting in a loving and passionate kiss. Chisato moaned softly as she felt her boyfriend squeeze her, but while biting her lower lip, which excited her and made her want more. Unfortunately, the effect did not last long, since the two brunettes were not alone in the place, so when they continued sharing a passionate kiss they were interrupted by a fake cough. Cough cough, why don't you two go to a hotel and have wild sex all night instead of standing here like idiots in love? Albedo suggested with amusement, killing the moment between the two brunettes. Jealous Albedo? Chisato questioned once she separated from the kiss, with her breathing agitated and a blush on her face, as well as an arrogant smile directed at the dragon. You created it. Issei played along with his girlfriend while he looked at the brunette. TSK, I already had enough with one idiot brown-haired girl without having another one join him, Albedo expressed with annoyance, looking to the side. She was too proud to reveal that she was jealous when she saw the brown-haired girl so affectionate with the goddess. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Albedo. As Issei's partner and the only one who knows about this, let me welcome you to the Gremory family, Chisato kindly mentioned to the brunette once she stood in front of her with her hand extended. Who says I want to be part of his family? Albedo commented mockingly while pointing at the brunette. No, but if you're constantly eating him with your eyes and he's eating you, if that's not love and desire for the other, then I don't know what is, Chisato mentioned with amusement to the embarrassment of those involved who turned their gaze in different directions. You're having fun, aren't you? Albedo commented with irritation and amusement as she shook hands with the goddess. Despite it being an illusion, the message between them was understood. No, of course not, Chisato replied with a mischievous smile at the dragon. Anyway, that being settled, there's something I want to know, Issei spoke, catching the attention of both women with the serious tone he used. Albedo, you recently controlled me and made me kill that old man. Why did you do it? The brown-haired boy asked the dragon seriously, receiving the same look and expression from her. Are you going to tell me that you didn't enjoy it? Besides, who says that I was the one who forced you to do it? The brunette responded in the same state under the gaze and silence of the brunette. What are you trying to say? Issei questioned with slight annoyance since he didn't like being controlled at all. But that was something he believed the dragon had done, being wrong in a way about it. I am many things and I can do others too, but never think that I'm going to do something to harm you or change you. The only thing I did was encourage that which no one else wants to do. Because even if you don't like what I'm going to say or don't want to accept it, Issei, the truth is that everyone limits you and doesn't let you be yourself. Even that woman Serafall does it. They live controlling you and putting limits on you all the time, Albedo declared seriously as she walked away from the two men to go to the edge of the balcony. Hey, that's not, Chisato complained angrily to the dragon, but she couldn't finish when she was interrupted by her partner. Don't bring Serafall into this, Albedo, Issei snapped with annoyance, seeing the dragon's back turned, who turned around violently and with an angry expression. It's the damn truth, and you know it. Day after day, night after night, all of them live always retaining the dragon in their actions. We are free beings who are not under anyone's orders, and you more than anyone knows that, Albedo shouted with clear anger in her system for what everyone did to the brunette, she being the only one who did not accept him for his way of being and thinking the same as his. After that outburst on her part, the brunette took a deep breath because despite how she was still a lady and it was not proper for her to show such behavior. So once she calmed down, she continued with her conversation. It bothers me that they try to deny that trait of yours with feelings of love, peace and friendship when that doesn't suit you, Albedo mentioned more calmly but clenching her fists and teeth tightly in the process. We have never wanted to hold Issei back. He has always had his freedom and proof of that is his love life. But what you say has serious accusations, and where they could be true is when he deals with his enemies, something that none of us like how he resolves it, but we always respect his decision, Chisato spoke with an annoyed face at the accusations against her and her sisters. But she couldn't say that they weren't out of touch with reality. Really, and that cadre Kokobile, as far as I remember, it was that woman Serafall who stopped Issei from ending his miserable life. Albedo seriously questioned the brunette, arriving in front of her and facing her under the gaze of Issei, who remained silent for some strange reason. Not that, Chisato tried to complain but couldn't find the words since what the dragon had said was true. No matter what you say, you all always limit Issei in some way, and that infuriates me because you are not letting him be himself. You are not letting him be what he decided in the past to become to protect his family. Issei, you live in an environment that is not yours. It is okay that you love and that those women are everything to you. But you just don't understand the point of my frustration in all this. Albedo spoke to the two brown-haired men with clear discomfort while looking at the only man present. Then tell me, because I'm not a fortune teller, Issei replied with a dead expression. Sometimes he could be very smart, but other times and most of the time he was absent-minded. You're an idiot, Issei Gremory, the brunette exclaimed, holding her head to avoid launching herself at the brown-haired boy. Albedo, Issei whispered when he saw the dragon's behavior. Since it was not like her to act like that, but that reminded him of his girls when some woman or person messed with him. We have a unique bond, and I can feel, even if you don't say it, the frustration and anger that you endure when they don't support you and let you act as you would like. For that reason, during the situation at the Young Devils meeting, I blocked all your senses, making you not listen to anyone but your own thoughts and heart. It was the only thing I did, Issei. I didn't force you or control you. What happened there was because you wanted it. Albedo finished saying the truth to the astonishment of the two brown-haired men, but more so that of the woman present. Issei, is that true? Do you feel held back by all of us? Chisato questioned with concern to her partner, looking at him carefully. Chisato, I don't. Issei tried to excuse himself but was cut off when his girlfriend gently took him by the face. Tell me the truth, love, I'm not going to get angry. But if there's something about us that bothers you, it's better that you say it so we can find a solution. Chisato spoke softly and lovingly to her partner, waiting for her response. I can't say that Albedo's words aren't correct. It's true that sometimes, and especially when it comes to acting in front of a situation, being held back and not allowed to do what I want is a bit frustrating. I understand and I agree that my methods aren't the best and may seem too much to them, but I always look deeper into the situation, and if the enemy can cause problems in the future, it's better for me to eradicate it and avoid possible accidents. With Kokobile, I was very upset when Serafall stopped me. I understand that he was one of Elohim's children and that since I'm the king of the underworld, if I killed him, it could cause greater tension between the three factions. Serafall saw that and stopped me to avoid incidents, and I understand that very well. But also for me, leaving that guy alive was a danger because in the future, if he breaks free from his confinement, he will cause many problems. There are times when I wish they would support me and not stop me. I am a demon and I have the responsibility of my people, but I am also a dragon and I don't like being controlled a lot, but mainly that they don't let me be myself. Issei expressed calmly and a little sadly while leaning on his beloved's shoulder. Issei, why didn't you tell us? Chisato asked with slight sadness, hugging and cradling her boyfriend's head in her neck and arms. I thought you would be upset, the brown-haired boy murmured at what was located on his beloved's neck and chest. My love, part of a relationship is to find the balance between the two parties and solve the problems that arise together. It's true, none of us like to see you kill someone, but we know that you don't do it because you want to but because it's necessary, but even so we always prioritize our feelings for you and we don't let it be you. I'm sorry love, I assure you that I will talk to the girls and we will find a solution together, Chisato commented, raising the brown-haired boy's head to look at him and kiss him on the forehead. I also don't want to see you sad or afraid of me when you see me doing those things, so I will also help. We are all a team and all of you are my women, Issei replied smiling, hugging his girlfriend as she did the same. I love you Issei, the brunette expressed with love, raising her face and being hypnotized by her boyfriend's two violet orbs. And I love you, Chisato, the brown-haired boy declared in the same state, admiring his girlfriend's two emeralds in his gaze. Slowly they both began to bring their faces closer for a sweet kiss for the second time that night, but just before their mouths touched the moment was ruined again by the dragoness present, who was not willing to see so much honey for the second time that day. Oh please, don't kiss while I'm present, Albedo complained, causing the two brunettes to separate slightly. You come here grumpy, Issei commented with an amused smile as he extended one of his hands to the brunette while with the other he held his girlfriend by her waist. Albedo just smiled and shook her head at the brown-haired boy's occurrences, but she did not reject his offer, so despite being in Issei's mind and being a spiritual manifestation only seen by him and the dimensional goddess, she went to them with soft steps, and once there she took refuge in the brown-haired boy's arms. But it was then that both she and Issei opened their eyes greatly when they felt the other's body. But how was that possible? Her body was locked in the seals, so the dragon always transferred her mind to the brown-haired boys through the link in them, which allowed her to be like Issei's consciousness. But she could never be more than that, so contacts between them was out of the question. What was going on? It was then that Albedo noticed how Chisato had one of her hands placed on her side where several tiny yellow molecules of light were coming out of it. Was that why she could feel Issei? The brown-haired boy also noticed that peculiar change, so he could only turn to look at his girlfriend in search of an explanation. What? For me there are no impossibilities, so making Albedo somehow feel is not out of my jurisdiction. Yes, it only works if I'm present and twist reality a little to my liking, but it's nothing to worry about. I only did this so that you can at least feel Issei's warmth for an instant. I could also free you from your confinement, but I suppose that's something that concerns only the two of you, so I won't get into that if you don't ask me, Chisato responded to the questioning look her boyfriend and friend gave her when she did her thing. Thanks, was the only thing Albedo said to the brunette, while taking advantage of the situation and moment, enjoying the new feeling in her body. So this is Issei's warmth and body. Now I see why his women like to feel it. It feels warm and gives you a feeling of protection, as if nothing in the world can hurt you as long as you're with him. If this is what I feel with just a hug, what would it feel like to receive all his love? I'd like to find out, Albedo thought with a small smile and blush on her face as she became closer to the brunette. Thanks Chisato, The brunette thanked his girlfriend by giving her a small and sweet kiss on her lips, something that the goddess smiled at before resting her face on his chest just like the dragon. And thanks to Albedo, for everything you do for me. Issei mentally thanked the brunette, bringing her closer to his body since even he enjoyed the new sensation. You are my rival and I want you to be well for the day of our fight, so that you don't come to me with excuses when I beat you, Albedo responded mentally without leaving his side. But using that small part of your power in my body to block my senses is something I didn't expect you to be able to do from the seal, Issei commented curiously to himself. The small fraction of my power in your body allows me certain controls over you, Albedo told the brown-haired boy, the two having a mental conversation. Like which ones? Issei asked with doubt and a little nervous about what she could do. I could control you or even make you think differently and attack many innocent people, call it a kind of mind control, Albedo replied as she opened her eyes again only to see the brunette's face near her with her eyes closed. I see, should I be worried? Issei questioned as he caressed both women's heads. I would never resort to such cowardly methods, besides I keep that power of mine in your body as a method of containment against a possible catastrophe, Albedo mentioned in a serious tone but with concern in her system. Catastrophe? The brown-haired boy questioned again, not understanding what situation warranted the dragon's intervention. Let's just say that if you were to get lost and go out of control, I could bring you back to sanity, but it would require an extreme sacrifice and all my power would leave your body to do it, which would mean one thing, Albedo replied, raising her gaze to see the brunette in silence without interrupting the current moment. I would lose you, wouldn't I? Issei expressed with concern through his mind, obtaining a nod from the brunette. That sounds really bad, but yes, we could no longer continue to maintain our conversations and the bond that unites us. For that reason, never lose your mind. I would feel very alone seeing that I no longer have anything or anyone with me, Albedo mentioned sadly, settling back into the Issei's chest but not closing her eyes. Don't worry, Albedo, nothing bad will happen and I promise I'll get you out of that prison. For some reason I have to go to heaven these days. I'll take advantage of the moment, and see what that chamber where the seal is kept is like. I swear I'll bring you back, Issei expressed with determination even if he became the enemy of many. Don't do something stupid, not if it could cause you problems. I can still wait a little longer, don't worry, Albedo responded softly, placing a kiss on the brown-haired boy's cheek with a sideways smile. I will bring you back even if I have to become the enemy of all the factions in this world. I swear that I will not leave you alone and I will bring you to your true home with your family, Issei thought, but that was something that Albedo could not hear, so she would not know until later how far the brown-haired boy could go for her. And while the artificial moon of the underworld was high in the sky illuminating everything within its reach, Issei along with Chisato and Albedo remained calm on the balcony of the building they were in. Both women seemed asleep in the arms of the brown-haired man. But he was just there looking at the sky calmly and in an atmosphere full of peace that was cut off when Issei's gaze moved to another place where, thanks to his enhanced senses, he felt several presences of life in the forest. That is why his expression became serious, since peace has never been with him and problems sooner or later always found him. Outside the building, right in the lonely area of the gloomy forest of the underworld, there were two sisters who had been separated for several years but had finally met again. Although the feeling of happiness and affection was not what was preserved in the environment, and even more so with the serious look of one of them, while the other showed a more relaxed and malicious one. But if you came right away when I appeared, that moves me, KUROKA crooned from the tree branch where she was looking at her little sister with amusement. Onisama, what is all this? Koneko asked seriously, but internally she was moping over the woman in front of her. Don't make such a scary face, since there's a big meeting nearby. That's why I was still a little intrigued. Yeah, KUROKA replied smiling, making a feline gesture with her hand. Even so, Koneko did not give up with her withering gaze against the cause of her misfortune, so she could only clench her fists tightly without taking her eyes off the woman in front of her. Unlike the white-haired woman, KUROKA only showed a relaxed and somewhat malicious attitude due to the plans she had with her. The situation developed slowly, and the tension between sisters grew more and more. Being unknown to them in another part of the forest they were in, quickly approaching their location were Rias and Murayama running through the bush with the redhead as a guide, since thanks to her king, peace and training with her brother, she could find the location of her rook. But her face showed concern since she could feel that she was not alone but rather with another, corrupted, energy. Will Koneko-chan be okay? This place looks very strange, Murayama commented as he ran and kept pace with his master through the undergrowth. Koneko is now facing part of her own existence, the redhead answered seriously and also worried about her peace. At that moment, Rias remembered the conversation she had the previous night alone with Koneko, where she had broken down once she had spoken to her and asked about what had happened in her absence. Something that weighed heavily on the Gremory heiress when she saw that one of her friends needed her, and she was not present to support her. Flashback. Everything had happened in the Gremory mansion, more specifically in Koneko's room where the all for honor mentioned were gathered with her mistress, both sitting on the bed in the room with the white-haired girl in the center and covered up to her hips, and the red-haired girl on the edge looking at her friend with several feelings present. How did it go? Rias softly asked her piece, who remained downcast in her position without facing her. I'm sorry, Koneko whispered sadly, clutching the sheets tightly in her hands. I'm the one who knows the most about how hard you try, Rias mentioned, stroking the white-haired girl's head lovingly. I want to become stronger, Koneko told her master with determination but sadness since she couldn't achieve it. I understand that because I love it too, but you can't hurt your body in the process, Rias advised her, Rook, to help her as best she could in the situation she was living. Yodo-senpai, Akeno-senpai, Asuya-senpai, Murayama-senpai, Keitei-senpai, Yuma-senpai, and just like Issei-sama, I want my mind and body to get stronger. I can see that I am getting stronger, but unlike Asuya-senpai, I do not have the power to recover, Koneko began to say with frustration to her master, who looked at her with pity. Koneko, but even you, Rias tried to refute her friend's words, but she just shook her head. No, at this rate I'll become useless. Despite being the Rook, I'm the weakest. I don't want to be a hindrance, but I don't want to use the power of a Nikomata. If I use it I'll be like my sister. I don't want that. I don't want to go through something like that ever again, Koneko commented, shedding several tears in the process. At that sight, Rias could only remain silent as she hugged Koneko tightly, cradling her to her chest so she could vent whatever she needed. That was the responsibility of a king, to be there whenever his subjects needed him to provide them with his strength and courage. For the rest of the night the redhead spent in the white-haired girl's room consoling her and supporting her in her suffering. End of flashback. His existence and power. Murayama questioned his master, keeping pace at her side. This is something where the only one who can give the answer is herself, Rias responded after coming out of her thoughts, noticing that they were about to reach the location of her Rook, and consequently also of the person who was with her. With Koneko and KUROKA. What is your purpose in coming here? Koneko asked seriously to her sister standing on the tree branch. Well, I came to pick you up. I couldn't do it before because you always ran away, KUROKA replied without much importance to the matter, jumping from the tree and landing a few meters in front of her little sister. Unnoticeable to Koneko, at that moment a few centimeters behind her some leaves and branches of some bushes moved, something that was not perceived by the white-haired girl as she was focused on her sister. On the other hand, KUROKA did not show it, but her ears acquired a slight movement as she perceived the sound and movement, as well as the displays of energies other than hers and her sister's. So she smiled internally at that change in the environment. So the party had only just begun, and after several minutes of running, Rias and Murayama had arrived at Koneko's location, but by orders of the redhead they had hidden in some bushes to still show their face and see how the current situation developed. But something clear was the discomfort and surprise on Rias's face when she saw the woman her Rook was with, and how could she not be upset if she was the cause of her misfortune? Now she understood the reason for Koneko's behavior and her sudden escape from the classroom. Everything was based on a single name. KUROKA, Rias muttered in annoyance as she watched the black-haired woman through the bush. Is that cat girl Koneko's older sister? Murayama asked her mistress doubtfully without taking her eyes off the brunette. Yes, she is the older sister, Rias answered seriously as she thought that the situation had become complicated with that woman present. In front of the two Asian sisters looking at each other with malice in the case of the eldest Nikomata while the younger only showed astonishment, fear and anger towards her relative. Koneko was frozen in her position and could not think properly for the woman in front of her who turned out to be the reason for her weakness and fear in life. A while ago he had been everything to her and a role model as she always looked for a way to get her ahead, but once they arrived at the family of that noble demon, her life turned dark and her sister became corrupted by power, killing that man and abandoning her to her fate. Since then, she has hated her brother and refused to use her power, as she fears becoming like her older sister, a corrupt woman. You know, I can feel you from miles away, so why don't you come out instead of spying on us? That's rude, nya. KUROKA's words brought Koneko out of her thoughts, who didn't understand what the brunette meant by what she said. The white-haired girl said without understanding, but a few steps behind her made her turn around and see what was happening, being amazed at the process. There, walking towards her, were her mistress and her brunette friend with serious faces. How had she not noticed them? She was so focused on the presence of her older sister that she had stopped perceiving the atmosphere around her. How bad. The situation had become more complicated than it already was, and the fear in the white-haired girl grew as she considered what the black-haired girl could do to the red-haired and brunette girl in order to take her away. Rias-sama, Murayama-senpai, Koneko said in amazement and fear at the newly arrived women who stood at her sides. Kuroka, Koneko is in my custody, therefore I will not let you lay a finger on her, Rias firmly declared to the Nikomata in front of her seriously. Wow, what are you saying? She's my little sister. I won't give her to any high-class devil, Kuroka commented, showing a serious attitude and expression, leaving aside her amused tone for the redhead present in the company of a brunette who gave off a peculiar energy. But how interesting, the Sekirute is also present here, nya, the brunette mentioned sarcastically as she saw through the brunette with her powers and discovered her identity in the process. TSK, this woman is irritating, Murayama muttered with annoyance upon seeing the brunette's attitude. Sister, why? Koneko asked the brunette after being next to her master and friend. I've found a good place where we can stay. I admit that they are not the best guys, but at least they will give us what we want if we help them. But it is necessary that you come since you have the same power as me, so they will receive us very well, Kuroka commented, showing a relaxed attitude, but despite that her thoughts were not. Was she doing the right thing? You're talking about the Cows Brigade, right? Rias can guess the eldest Nikomata's intentions and plans. Oh, you know them, Kuroka said without hiding her slight surprise at the redhead's words. My brother is the pillar that opposes them in the alliance of the three biblical factions, so yes, I know who that group of terrorists is, Rias responded seriously, showing more caution around her in the face of any attack. Brother, oh I see, you're talking about the Demon King of the Underworld, so I know that guy is in the building. It's not good for me to meet him because I could end up in bad shape, so I have to do this quickly, so let's go, Koneko, Kuroka mentioned, extending her hand to her sister fearfully. I'm part of Issei Gremory's family, Koneko whispered barely audibly to her sister's annoyance. We will not hand over Koneko-chan to you, Murayama declared strongly, taking a step forward. If necessary, I will take her by force, Kuroka said firmly and seriously as she snapped her fingers. It was then that a barrier rose in the forest, the proof of this being that the sky would turn gray. Rias, Murayama and Koneko had been trapped in a dimensional space created by Kuroka's magic. The redhead knew perfectly well that the brunette was a very skilled woman as well as dangerous. But at that moment she wondered internally why her brother had not come to where they were. She understood that her sisters were enjoying the party in the living room, but she knew well that the brown-haired man was not one of those, and something like a disturbance in the environment would be too easy for him to realize it. Had something happened in the living room? What Rias didn't know is that in the building where the youth celebration was taking place, more specifically on one of the building's balconies, were Issei and Chisato, not forgetting to mention that Albedo was also present, being seen only by the two brunettes. In those moments when the redhead and her pieces faced Kuroka, the brown-haired boy was sitting on the balcony railing with Chisato and Albedo sitting on his lap while they slept leaning on his chest. Despite the fact that the dragon was not physically there, it could be understood that she was asleep in her prison but had decided to manifest herself in the brown-haired boy's mind to rest. Next to him taking advantage of the moment when she could touch him thanks to Chisato and her intervention in reality itself. Getting back to the point, with the two beautiful women sleeping, Issei remained motionless in his place with his gaze fixed on a point in the forest in front of him, where he could see in one of its areas an isolating barrier raised as well as the energy of the four people inside it. His expression was serious, and his gaze sharp, but before acting he wanted to see what was happening between those people, but mainly, let's see how you solve all this, girl. On the other hand, I'm glad to see you again. I would never have imagined that that wounded kitten would turn out to be your Kuroka. Many consider you a criminal, and even you do, so the fact that you see joining that group as the only solution to keep your sister safe seems sad to me, since you continue to keep all that pain to yourself. But I know the truth, and I don't intend to let an innocent and pure life be ruined by the whims of life. I've already saved you once and now I plan to do it again. I just have to wait for this to end, the brown-haired boy thought as he admired the landscape in front of him as well as the situation that was developing. Returning to the four women. What is this? Murayama said, noticing how everything around him turned into a whistling tone. This entire forest is enclosed by a barrier made by me, so Sekirute and Crimson Princess will have to entertain me a bit, Kuroka mentioned with amusement, licking her lips sensually. After finishing her words, Kuroka proceeded to create two energy orbs in her hands to later launch them at the three women without caring if one of them was her own sister. The spheres went at high speed and almost hit their targets if they had not jumped to the sides in time to avoid the trajectory of the attack. Murayama, out of pure survival instinct, had thrown himself against some bushes while Rias was forced to hold on to Koneko and run to one side with her since she was apparently in shock from her sister's attack. "Damn it!" Rias shouted with clear anger after getting up with her friend behind her, where she created an orb of destruction and threw it at the Nikomata. "It's useless," KUROKA declared just before the crimson sphere touched her. Once touched by this, Rias opened her eyes in surprise as her attack had been intercepted by an energy barrier around the brunette's body, who had simply extended her hand and erased her attack with ease. The redhead knew that if her brother had seen that he would probably be scolding her for being overconfident and not being serious from the beginning. She was grateful that he was not present, but she questioned inwardly the reason for that feeling of danger. "Why do I feel like I'll be scolded later?" Rias wondered internally, sweating and feeling chills in her system. "This woman doesn't hesitate to attack. She almost reminds me of the president's brother." That was what Murayama thought after getting up and noticing that peculiar characteristic of the brunette, not being able to help but compare her to the brown-haired man. "If it were like Gremory, you would already be dead, partner," Drake mentally communicated to the brunette, causing her to smile nervously. "True," Murayama replied with a tense smile and a shiver running down his spine. "And now you will give me my sister, otherwise I will have to kill them here," KUROKA mentioned seriously and coldly to the two women who blocked her path. "The opponent is Koneko's older sister. I would fight her if necessary, but fighting her in front of Koneko would only end up hurting my servant," Rias thought, clenching her fists tightly at the frustration she felt at that moment. "Oni-sama, I'll go with you," Koneko declared in amazement, bringing her master and friend out of her thoughts. "Koneko-chan," Murayama exclaimed in disbelief at her little friend's reasoning. "What are you saying?" Rias questioned and shouted at her. Rook, turning to look at her waiting for her answer. "So please let those two go," Koneko finished saying with her face down and shedding a tear in the process. If with that she could solve everything and ensure the health of her friends, she would do it, even if it destroyed her. "Koneko, you are my maid and you are under my custody. I will not let you do this on your own," Rias mentioned, going to hug the white-haired girl from behind to avoid losing her. "I am the one who knows Oni-sama's power best," Koneko whispered worriedly as she trembled with helplessness, feeling her mistress's arms on her shoulders and her comforting warmth transmitted, as if from a mother to her daughter. "Stay calm, I will protect you," Rias expressed affectionately to her, Rook, offering her support while looking at the eldest Nikomata. "You know my sister's powers better than me, and you know that I am the most suitable to make her stronger. Come closer, Shirin, I will make you one of the best users of Senjutsu," KUROKA commented maliciously, but internally hurt to see her sister's rejection of her. But it was understandable with all the harm she had done to her in the past. "I don't want that power. I don't need it. I don't want a power that does so much harm to people," Koneko screamed in pain to her sister, shedding several tears in her mistress's arms. What she didn't know is that those words somehow hurt KUROKA a lot, so much that she felt her heart crack when she saw the hatred and rejection that her little sister had towards her, but she knew how to hide and disguise it very well because she had an appearance, an attitude to keep Koneko safe, according to her, without caring if she was the one who lost and gained the hatred of the white-haired girl in the process. "KUROKA, you who have become intoxicated with power have left wounds on her. After you killed your master, she lived through hell. At the time I met her she had no feelings. For Koneko it was a terrible experience to see herself betrayed by you, coming to hate you, losing the past she had ahead of her, being cursed by the other devils, getting sentenced to death, being executed. She has gone through many terrible events because of you," Rias expressed angrily to the brunette, noticing how she bit her lip and clenched her fists tightly. "Rias-senpai," Koneko whispered, touched but somewhat sad, to her mistress while she was in her arms and comforting chest. "That's why I'll show you lots of fun things you've never done," Rias finished saying suspiciously to the Nikomata, hugging the white-haired girl tighter. "I don't want to go, Kurokane-san. I don't want to go with you. I, Tojo Koneko, will live next to President Issei Gremory." Koneko openly expressed her feelings to her sister, much to her sister's pain and fury. "This little one is Issei Gremory's rook, Koneko Tojo. She's part of my precious family and I won't let you lay a finger on her," Rias declared coldly to the brunette, and without realizing it for a few seconds her eyes flashed in a fleeting crimson tone. "President, that's why you're the best. I see that not only your power but also your character became stronger by living with Issei-sama," Murayama thought with admiration as he stood next to the red-haired and white-haired girl looking at the older Nikomata. "I will protect Koneko-chan alongside the president. the brunette declared strongly to the brunette with her fist raised ready to fight. PFF, even though they won't be able to beat me, they are idiots, so die, KUROKA said coldly, hiding her true feelings regarding the current moment. After those words and not wanting to be there any longer, KUROKA set her plan in motion even if she had to first exterminate the women who were stopping her with her plans. So with ease and to the amazement of the 3 women present, she began to write and draw in the air several strange purple runes based on her energy, this being like a kind of spell. But for what? After a few seconds, Rias and her friends discovered it when a purple mist began to form around them. Neither of them knew what was happening or if she was dangerous. But seeing that the eldest Nico Mata acted as if nothing was happening and rather smiled maliciously made them realize that they were in trouble. It was then that Murayama heard a noise as if something had fallen near her, so she turned her gaze to her side, taking a big surprise. There, lying on their knees with their hands holding their chests, were Rias and Koneko, constantly gasping for air, as if it were impossible for them to breathe. What was happening? What is this? Murayama asked, alarmed as she saw the condition of her friends, who were breathing with great difficulty. Damn, Rias complained between gasps, feeling the air around her hurt her as if it were contaminated, weakening her and preventing her from acting. This is, Koneko expressed with difficulty, in the same state as her master while looking at her sister. President, Koneko, the brunette shouted, quite worried, going to her friends to help them. That's supposed to affect most demons, but it doesn't seem to work on dragons, they all heard KUROKA say, noticing how she was situated and sitting on the branch of a tree looking at them with an amused smile. Damn it, Murayama thought, clenching his fists tightly as he stood next to his mistress while looking at the brunette. If I weaken the power of the poison, I don't think they will die so quickly. I will kill them slowly, KUROKA declared with an air of a villain, this being acted out to maintain her current role. Damn it, I'm sure Oni-sama would punish me for this carelessness on my part. I can even hear it, Rias thought, feeling her body getting heavier as she thought about what the brunette would say to her when she saw her in the current situation. You are a completely incompetent tomato head. All the training I gave you for you to come to me and tell me that a cat defeated you at the first move due to your carelessness. Are you retarded? Is your brain the size of a peanut? Even the most stupid would know what to do in the face of the situation you lived through, you little brainless. You are stupid. I think he would say something to me while he chases me and throws his power until he hits me. Fortunately, he is not present, but I don't know why I have the feeling that something bad will happen to me later, Rias lamented, internally feeling a shiver run through her body. You know, you wouldn't make a bad couple with the president's brother, you're both equally crazy, Murayama commented, taking the redhead out of her thoughts and causing curiosity in the brunette. No thanks, I already have someone special and I would like to find them, KUROKA replied while the image of a brown-haired man helping her without asking for anything in return or earning anything came to her mind, simply because he felt like it, which captured her heart. That day when she was injured in an alley in the human world, that guy came to her and was able to leave her behind when he saw her hurt, but he was rather worried even if she kept him away with threats, managing to heal her in the process, giving her in the end a beautiful smile that captivated the abandoned kitten, which was her. He even offered her his home to make it hers, but she didn't want him to get hurt because of her. So she had decided not to go with him, not yet. KUROKA was so caught up in her thoughts that she barely noticed when a dangerous energy signature was coming towards her, so she snapped out of it, noticing a mass of crimson energy coming towards her being thrown by Rias, who had taken advantage of the situation and moment of distraction of the brunette to attack, something that made the redhead feel bad about attacking someone while they were vulnerable. Feeling more and more like a reprimand from her older brother was waiting for her. The Nico Mata was slightly surprised to see that even with the poison mist, the redhead still posed a threat to her, but more than anything that she could still fight even if just a little more, which made her respect her attacker a little. Unfortunately, she was not just any enemy, and unfortunately for Rias, she saw how KUROKA easily dodged her attack through an illusion screen, where she quickly moved to another position, leaving behind an image of herself, this being the one that received the redhead's attack, disappearing in the process. That was a good attack, Red, but it was in vain, KUROKA mentioned with amusement while standing on another branch while mocking the Gremory heiress. She's even just as annoying as my idiot brother. I don't know why, but I think those two would have good chemistry, Rias thought irritatedly, several veins standing out on her forehead as she was the victim of the brunette's teasing. Boosted Gird, Murayama shouted, catching everyone's attention by summoning her sacred Gird, jumping into action as she was the only one who could do so at the moment. Wow, the Sekirute will join the party or stay still while I attack them, because I'm going to attack them, KUROKA commented with amusement, creating a magic circle with runes around her back. Later, in the magic circle several spheres of energy began to form in it, which began to spin around each other before KUROKA gave the order with her hand for them to be launched forward with the aim of harming the redhead and to a lesser extent her sister. Once the attack was launched, its destiny seemed not to change. But to everyone's astonishment they saw how Murayama placed herself in front of her master and friend ready to receive the attack head-on. The damage did not take long, and the brunette witnessed this by receiving the attack head-on but did not give up and continued protecting her weak friends behind her with her body. KUROKA's projectiles hit the brunette's chest, and she only clenched her teeth tightly, letting out several moans of pain as well as showing more and more damage to her body and wear and tear on her dress. Murayama, Rias shouted to her friend when she saw what she was doing and the damage she was doing. "Don't worry, President. If you move the poison inside your bodies will spread, so I will protect you," Murayama declared once the attack ceased, showing several wounds on his body, which was bleeding on his arms and forehead. But the battle was not over and KUROKA resumed her attacks, this time with more force and brutality, mercilessly hitting the brunette who stood in her way. Internally, the brunette felt bad for harming an innocent person, but if she wanted to save and protect her sister, she would do whatever it took, even if she had to be the bad guy for that. "Murayama-senpai, please stop," Koneko screamed in pain and sadness to her friend when she saw her injured. "How weak is this the power of the Sekyute?" KUROKA questioned, stopping her attacks as she watched the brunette fall face first onto the cold ground. "Shit, I'm always like that. I rescued Asuya. I saved the president. Everyone will flatter me. But that's not what it's about. It's not because of that. I let Asuya die once. I made the president cry once. I can't even save someone once. What's the point of being called the legendary dragon?" Murayama cursed internally as she struggled to get up from the ground under the worried gaze of her friends and the guilt of the brunette. "Please don't get up anymore," KUROKA thought, throwing another sphere at the brunette, which ended up being thrown against the tree behind her, hitting it quite hard. Murayama, Rias and Koneko shouted, trying to get up and go help their friend, but the poison in the air was against them. "If someone doesn't attack me first, it won't manifest. What's the point of having this power?" The brunette blamed herself as she got up from where she was until she was looking at the brunette seriously. "Even though you are Koneko's older sister, I will not forgive anyone who made her cry, damn it," the brunette mentioned, starting to walk towards where the brunette was, passing by her friends. "Sure one, you're in trouble. Even though you're covered in mud and dirt, I can't leave you. What an unpleasant inconvenience. And even more so that your friend shows so much determination to save you," KUROKA commented mockingly, shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head. "Murayama-senpai," Koneko said once she grabbed the brunette's leg, stopping her steps. "Koneko, the legendary dragon lives inside me, but I can't do anything. I'm a useless demon with no talent," the brunette lamented without taking her gaze off the smiling woman in front of her. "The legendary Sekyute is said to have the power to destroy everything that is yet to exist. My sister's case is the same. Even if she has the power, if she doesn't have kindness within her, she will definitely go mad. Murayama-senpai, you are surely the kindest Sekyute within the succession of generations. That's why even if you don't have enough power, I want you to become a kind dragon." The white-haired girl expressed affectionately to her colleague, giving him her support. "Koneko," Murayama whispered, moved by her friend's words. It was then that she felt an incredible aura run through her body, as well as begin to surround her under the astonished gaze of everyone. She had experienced that new increase in power once during her training in the mountains with Tannen and Valerie. This was. "That's it, you did it, partner," the brunette heard the dragon say inside her with quite a bit of emotion. Murayama knew what was coming, so he focused his gaze on the Nikomata in front of him, showing a smile and conviction stronger than before. Now he did have the power, and all thanks to the support and trust of his friend. He couldn't fail them now that he could save them, and especially now that he could kick the black-haired girl's big ass. Welsh Dragon Balance Break. It was the shout that came from the boosted gear given by Drake, marking the beginning of the change in its wearer. A great glow came from the brunette's body where armor began to form, the Red Dragon Emperor armor, which featured green jewels covering Murayama's body, allowing him to now double his power without the 10-second time limit. The armor on the brunette's body featured 2 thrusters on its back for a temporary boost of speed and flight, from which came a pair of retractable dragon wings that allowed proper flight. Balance break, boosted gird, Murayama said with his armor on, or rather his balance break. "Wow, but if this has become too interesting, then I'll give you a combo of my senjutsu and yujutsu attacks," KUROKA said with amusement, creating and throwing her attacks at the armored brunette again. The Nikomata's projectiles went at high speed towards their target, but Murayama, far from feeling scared or intimidated, remained motionless in her place waiting for them. ending up being hit under the worried gaze of her friends and the malicious one of the brunette. In those moments KUROKA smiled, believing that everything was over, but was surprised to see that after the impact and the smoke screen created where the brunette was, she appeared unharmed with her armor on without even showing damage. "Something like that won't do," Murayama said seriously, launching himself into a head-on attack with the help of his thrusters on his feet. "Don't be so rude to me," KUROKA shouted in annoyance, launching her projectiles again at her opponent, but this time with much more force and power. But to her amazement, she saw how the Sekirute intercepted them all with her extended reinforced hand, destroying them all in the process without stopping her trajectory and target, which was her, destroying them without changing her target, which was her. The brunette was surprised and even shocked to see how the situation was getting out of hand. So she couldn't get out of her thoughts in time once Murayama had reached her ready to throw a punch at her face. A loud impact and echo were present in the forest where the fight between the four women was taking place. KUROKA remained motionless with her eyes wide open as she slowly turned to look behind her, noticing how several trees had been knocked down as well as the brunette's fist was next to her head, being responsible for the destruction behind her. "Don't make Koneko cry," Murayama began to say as he retracted his helmet to look directly at the brunette in front of him, who showed an angry expression on her face. "Next time you go after Koneko-chan, even if you are a woman or her sister, you will be my enemy," the brunette declared firmly to her rival, withdrawing her fist and taking a more relaxed stance. "Damn brat," KUROKA shouted angrily, jumping back and ending up falling on one of the tree branches while looking at the brunette with annoyance. "Don't think that But KUROKA couldn't continue speaking when she felt a small prick in her neck, so she brought one of her hands to said area and found a kind of dart with a strange substance dripping from it. "But what?" Once again KUROKA couldn't continue speaking as she suddenly began to feel dizzy and also noticed that her vision was becoming blurry and her senses were beginning to fail her. It was then that, under the surprised gaze of Rias and Murayama and the worried gaze of Koneko, they saw how the brunette began to stagger on the branch she was on until she ended up losing her balance and falling hard against the ground without being able to break or land well, so she ended up hitting the ground hard on her back, vomiting blood in the process, and tightly grabbing her chest as if it were burning from the inside. Another thing is that the veins on the Nikomata's body began to stand out and turn dark under the horrified gaze of everyone. Oh, it was the heartbreaking scream that KUROKA gave as she felt her organs burning and also how she was torn from within. What was happening? At that point the fog and barrier of the area disappeared, leaving Rias and Koneko free from all evil to the relief of these to be able to breathe again properly without the constant danger of being poisoned. But the situation was not over and a new problem arose, being this one of the health of the Nikomata on the ground vomiting blood, seeing that the white-haired girl despite the situation and differences could not help but run towards where her sister was lying suffering for some reason that nobody understood. Where Rias and Murayama also went, since despite everything that happened, seeing someone screaming in pain and vomiting blood was something to attend to urgently even if it was their enemy. "Oni-san, what's wrong?" Koneko asked, alarmed by the brunette's health once she reached her and held one of her hands. "As Sharon," KUROKA murmured as she continued to spit out blood again and felt how the air began to stop circulating in her system as well as her body stopped working. What was happening? That was what everyone was wondering. "But what happened? I didn't do anything to her," Murayama commented, undoing his armor and standing next to his little friend. "I think," but Rias couldn't finish speaking when she heard several leaves being stepped on from the undergrowth, as well as footsteps approaching her position, so she became alert for any enemy attack. "Who's there?" the redhead asked loudly, showing an orb of destruction in her hand. This time she wouldn't let herself be fooled or taken by surprise by anyone. "Wow, but what a good view and prey we have with us. Without a doubt we will be promoted for capturing the famous SS-rank criminal KUROKA Hellcat," a male voice expressed mockingly, and then two men with quite peculiar clothing were seen coming out from between the trees. Soldiers of the underworld, Rias thought as she saw the attire of the newly arrived men and apparently the ones responsible for the state of her, Rook's, sister. "What does this mean? What have they done to Oni-san?" Koneko shouted furiously, shedding several tears in the process upon seeing the terrible condition of the eldest Nikomata. "You should thank us, brat, because thanks to us that monster will no longer cause any more problems," one of the soldiers mentioned mockingly and amused the white-haired girl. "Who do you think you are to decide that?" Rias questioned the men, standing up and showing her aura of destruction around her, something that scared the soldiers, who took a few steps back. "Miss Issei Gremory, these are problems that do not concern you at all. Please leave and return to the building to enjoy the party. We will take care of it," one of the soldiers spoke respectfully to the redhead, taking a step forward, but they were stopped when they saw how he was almost touched by a crimson flame. "No, my brothers will do it. Koneko, Murayama, take KUROKA quickly and let's take her to the building. We need to find Onisama quickly, he may know what to do since from what I saw KUROKA has been poisoned." Rias began to speak to her friends, giving them her orders, being these who accepted without complaint. Under the annoyed gaze of the soldiers, they saw how the white-haired girl, despite her size, managed to lift the wounded brunette without any problem, being helped by the brunette. They also noticed that they began to head towards the event building with the piece passing by their side without giving them importance, with the redhead leading the way. But they couldn't let them go, much less with that woman. "Wait, you really don't need to go," one of the guards tried to stop the women, but was forced to remain silent once he received the cold, withering gaze of the Gremory heiress. "They dared to oppose their insect king," Rias declared strongly, looking emotionlessly at the guards, who lowered their gaze at her gaze. "I thought so, let's go," the redhead shouted as she began to leave the forest with her friends and the black-haired girl, wounded in her little sister's arms, leaving those two men behind. "It was good to let them go," commented one of the soldiers, watching his prey getting further and further away. "We can't do anything about Gremory's sister, but don't worry, the poison that Nikomata has been infected with has no cure, so her fate is to die. We better go to the building to get our reward," the other guy answered maliciously, starting to walk towards the building. Unknown to them, at a safe and imperceptible distance, two violet orbs watched with fury the events that had occurred, but more than anything the actions of the demons against an innocent woman. Issei and Asiya on the balcony with a cold expression and a look that promised death. He was not stupid and had clearly seen the true intentions of those subjects against the Nikomata. He did not know why they had done it. Resentment, revenge, had someone asked them, or just a bad move in life. But the truth is that he was not in the least interested in knowing, because at this moment there was something much more important to attend to, since time was not on his side. "Those idiots, what do they think they've done?" Issei thought with clear annoyance while he had the brunette and black-haired girl on his lap. "Chisato, Albedo, wake up," the brunette said, unable to hide his discomfort at the current situation. Immediately after hearing him speak, the two women woke up quickly, although somewhat disoriented by being woken up like that. I mean, who wouldn't be disoriented by hearing a loud scream and not knowing what was happening around them? Seeing that made Issei a little funny, but he couldn't allow himself any distractions since a life was in danger. Where am I?" Albedo mentioned sleepily, looking everywhere, meeting the violet gaze of her rival. "What's going on?" Chisato questioned in the same state as the brunette, looking at her partner and wondering internally what was happening. "There is no time to explain, the situation is quite serious, and if we do not act quickly an innocent life will be lost," was the only thing Issei said once he gently removed the two women from his lap to quickly leave for the doors that led to the event hall. Both Chisato and Albedo blinked in confusion at the brunette's actions and didn't understand what had gotten into him now, so they just stood there not knowing what to do about it. They even looked at each other to see if the other knew something, noticing that they were in the same boat. "What could have happened?" Chisato asked the brunette without waiting for an answer while looking at her. "I don't know, but it would be better if you went with him," Albedo suggested to the brunette, receiving a nod from her. Before leaving, Chisato witnessed how Albedo disappeared from the place, or rather her spiritual representation did, so seeing herself alone she began to walk towards the door through which her beloved had quickly left. Although strangely she had the feeling that something was wrong, and it was not with Issei but rather with another person. Strange. Pushing those thoughts out of her head, the beautiful brunette headed into the room in search of her beloved as well as her friends in case something bad happened and her boyfriend got out of control. On the other hand, in the first levels of the building had entered Rias and her friends in the company of KUROKA, who presented more and more a deteriorating health, even to the point of vomiting blood on the way as well as her body turning a little pale. Upon arriving at the building, many of the guards and nobles that were there stared at them, but more than anything at the wounded Nikomata being recognized by some. There were even demons who tried to stop the girls and take the brunette, but a single withering look from Rias was enough to keep them from getting in their way, because at that moment she was in no mood for interruptions. The road was short, and once they got into the elevator the minutes began to count before KUROKA's life ended. Koneko, despite her personal problems, managed to manifest part of her own power in the hope of curing her sister, but she was more surprised when it didn't work. Could it be because she didn't use it before? That was what she thought at first, but her sister, between moans of pain, told her that even she, an advanced user, couldn't do anything about the strange substance in her system. They were against the clock as they went up to the celebration event hall where everyone was, and thanks to the elevator having glass walls, the redhead managed to glimpse the two guards who had injured the brunette getting on another elevator just a few meters lower than the one they were in. had they dared to follow them. Rias didn't understand what they wanted or what they were plotting against KUROKA with all this. But something she did know was that those guys were not going to go unpunished for what they had done. Although the Nikomata was considered a SS criminal in the underworld, Rias could not dictate someone's destiny. That was what justice was for, and in this case the mouse. She sensed that something was wrong in the information regarding KUROKA's case thanks to her brother's words, this being the reason for wanting to save her, as well as the fact that Koneko would be sad if she lost her. The redhead knew that if they got to the room where Issei was, he would know what to do about it, and mainly how to save the Nikomata from the doors of death. The minutes seemed eternal, but the elevator had finally reached the marked floor, and once its doors opened, Rias, in the company of her friends and the injured brunette, did not waste time and quickly exited the transport with KUROKA lifted by Murayama and the redhead. The race against life and death had begun, and the female group headed towards the classroom through the hallway guarded by several guards. Many of them tried to stop them, but none of them were in the mood or had the time to deal with them. So Koneko, who was the one in front, took care of the guards by hitting them and pushing them aside with ease, while her master and friend carried her sister. Getting the last of them out of the way, the white-haired woman knocked down the door with a punch, causing everyone inside the room to look at the mess caused by the newly arrived women. The music and dancing stopped, and everyone focused their gaze on the sister of the Demon Kings and her friends, as well as the arrival of an injured Nikomata well known to many. What was she doing there? Was what many nobles thought with annoyance. Oni-sama, 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 Rias shouted once she hurriedly entered the room after knocking down the door, holding the seriously injured brunette in her arms. Once inside, all the acting and music stopped as the redhead had caught everyone's attention, but not because of her screams, but rather because of the woman she was bringing with Murayama and Koneko. Some recognized her and others not so much, but one thing could be said, her health didn't look very good, especially seeing that she had blood in her mouth and clothes, as well as that her skin was beginning to turn pale, and her constant moans of pain said a lot about her condition. But did they care? Of course not, since that woman was KUROKA Hellcat, a famous SS-rank criminal who had killed her own master by going mad with her own power. She was hated by many nobles, and for them seeing her suffer and almost die was an exemplary punishment, and one that she well deserved. It was a shame that there was someone in the room who did not think or agree with those thoughts. Upon arriving inside, Rias and her friends placed KUROKA on the ground while she writhed in pain and felt like she was dying more and more alone, but slowly and painfully. Koneko couldn't resist that image and could only cry while holding her sister's hand. Inside, she wondered if this would have happened if she had gone with her from the beginning, despite all the differences. KUROKA was the only thing she had left of her family, and if she lost her she wouldn't know what to do. Please, someone save Oni-san, Koneko begged the people in the room through tears, noticing the expressions of disgust and annoyance they directed at her and her sister. Calm down, Koneko, she'll be fine, Murayama consoled her friend after throwing an angry look at those people in the room. What did they think? Oni-sama, Rias screamed desperately, searching with her eyes for the older brunette, but he was nowhere to be found. But the redhead managed to see how her brother's women approached along with Valerie, Lavinia, Zenobia, Irina and their entourage like Sona with hers. Her mother also came accompanied by Elena, Serzex, Grafia and Ajuka, something that she greatly appreciated since they could help her with the current situation. All of them did not take long to arrive where they were lying on the ground, and once there the looks of disgust and heartbreak ceased because the three Maos had arrived at the scene along with other important people in the underworld. Rias, what's wrong? Why are you screaming so much? Serzex questioned, worried that something bad had happened to his little sister. But seeing how she was, he showed an expression of despair etched on his face. Oh my, Grafia's words died as she reached her husband and saw the state of the black-haired woman on the floor in Koneko's arms. What happened? Serafall screamed in shock at the image in front of her, more specifically that of the bloodied Nikomata on the ground slowly perishing. We recently met KUROKA outside, and to make a long story short, after a duel between us she was poisoned by some underworld guards, so we brought her here for help, Rias quickly explained since time didn't wait for anyone and the brunette didn't have much time left. It was then that after those words from the Gremory heiress many of the nobles released offensive words and groans of displeasure. Save her. For all of them KUROKA deserved to die, and what she was suffering the most they did not dare to say openly because in the room were the Maos and mainly the family and women of their king, without forgetting this same one who apparently was nowhere to be seen. Many wanted to give their opinion on the matter, but they did not want to lose their lives in the process. They were not stupid enough to do so, or at least not the majority, because the guards responsible for the Nikomata state had arrived on the scene and heard the redhead's request, where they could not help but open their mouths wider. Save her, Why would I do that? One of them questioned, drawing the attention of everyone present who saw the two soldiers approaching where Rias and the others were. Yes, she is a criminal who deserves to die, the other soldier said with annoyance, gun in hand, ready to finish his job, but his steps, like those of his colleague, were stopped just when a man with green hair stood in his way. That's not for you to dictate, Ajuka sentenced the soldiers seriously, demonstrating his position as Mao, something that the two men could only manage to grit their teeth at in the fury they felt. Wow, to think that the Mao would also be so naive that, yuck, just when one of the soldiers was about to give his opinion, he immediately spat out a large amount of blood under everyone's shocked gaze. That man could only lower his gaze to his chest where he saw a fist protrude from his body, for seconds only to witness how it burned from one moment to the next in crimson flames. The fire consumed everything in its path without leaving the ashes of that subject, and it was then that everyone saw Issei behind where the soldier was before with a cold and deathly expression that promised everything but happiness. The demon king had arrived, and with it all the dissatisfied nobles and soldiers closed their mouths because death itself was present in the hall. But what? The other soldier, seeing how his colleague was dying at the hands of his lord, was going to object to his actions but could never finish speaking as his head left his neck from one moment to the next. No one understood what had happened, but the answer came later when Chisato arrived behind Issei with a serious and cold attitude very rare in her, where the beautiful goddess only snapped her fingers to make the decapitated body of the soldier disappear, implying that surprisingly it had not been the brown-haired man who had killed him but her, something that greatly surprised Issei's partners, since they had never seen that side of Chisato. What had happened? Only Irene and Isabella were calmer, since despite the fact that their friend invented good and did not like to shed blood, when there was someone who deserved it she showed no mercy and was almost as cruel as Issei. Here the only one who decides what is done is me, Issei expressed angrily, looking at all the demons in the room, transmitting fear to them with just his gaze. Hi, Gremory-sama, they all responded fearfully, bowing to the brunette. Rias, step aside, let me see her, Issei asked his sister after arriving at her with Chisato, where he knelt down to inspect the Nikomata's condition. The redhead did not hesitate, and gave her field to her brother, who without wasting time and lowering his gaze from everyone began to examine KUROKA's body and signs, who did not know what was happening around her or even could see properly more than blurs where she distinguished a brown stain on her and two small violet circles. Hey, are you listening? Say something. The brunette began to speak after placing himself on the brunette's head, taking her with one of his hands to cradle her on his shoulder while with his other hand he gently hit her cheek. I hear you but I can't see you, KUROKA answered as best she could to the man who was talking to her, whom she couldn't see even though he was so close. She knew that since she felt his breathing for brief moments on her face, the only thing she could see with her half-closed eyes was more or less a male face, but she couldn't detail it correctly. But as strange as it seemed, she felt a familiar feeling being in his arms. Strange. Damn, Chisato, check her system and tell me what you see, the brown-haired boy mentioned urgently to his girlfriend upon seeing the deteriorating condition of the brunette. Right away, Chisato answered the brown-haired boy, going to the other side of the brunette where she began to examine his body using scanning magic, discovering more and more bad things in the process. Will you be okay, love? Gabriel asked his partner, touching his shoulder, realizing that the situation was or already was serious. I don't know, Issei answered regretfully to the blonde without taking his gaze off the brunette in his arms, who was breathing as best she could and clinging to life. Issei-sama, please save my sister, she is all I have left of my family, Koneko begged through tears while being in the arms of her brunette friend while she watched how the older ones tried to help her sister. Koneko won't die, not while I'm here, Issei promised the little Nikomata with a smile on his face, but the truth is that he didn't even know if he could do it unless. I could quickly go get some phoenix tears, or even young Nasia here with her sacred gear could help, Yui suggested out loud for everyone to hear, who thought it wasn't a bad idea, but the dimensional goddess destroyed that thought. I don't think it's going to be possible, Chisato expressed with pity after finishing scanning the body of the black-haired woman in her lover's arms. What do you mean? Isabella questioned her friend, assuming that what she had discovered was nothing good. The poison they used has reached most of her vital organs and degraded them quite a bit, not to mention that her blood has been contaminated by the foreign substance which caused her entire body to become infected. This woman is at death's door and traditional medicine won't work, and Asia's sacred gear will only delay the inevitable like any other type of healing magic, Chisato expressed regretfully, causing great commotion in those present, and joy to the demons who wanted the death of that woman. Are you saying that we can't do anything for her? Irene asked with pity. Because even though she didn't know the brunette, she didn't think it was fair that someone should die because of the whims and resentments of many. I could save her myself, but I would break several rules in the process, since my position does not allow me to interfere with the lives of mortals. It was bad enough that I killed that soldier just now without breaking yet another rule, Chisato commented guiltily, since despite being the most powerful existence of all, she could not interfere in mortal matters freely since her position had certain prohibitions. Then Oni-san will die, Koneko whispered in horror at those words, bringing her hands to her heart that was about to be emotionally destroyed. Just when Chisato was about to speak and was planning to break the rules to save the injured woman, she was interrupted by her boyfriend, who raised his hand to keep her quiet. She won't. Chisato is right when she says that she can't interfere in life itself more than a few times, and I don't plan on seeing how she is harmed in the future if she intervenes. Even she has her restrictions, but I don't. Issei expressed seriously after making a decision that would possibly change his life completely, and not only his but that of the woman in his arms. Issei what? Mary Jane tried to speak, but she couldn't do it because her partner continued talking. There is still one option, it's always there. She won't die, the brunette declared firmly with his clear thoughts on what to do about the current situation. But Lord, she is dangerous, several nobles shouted, dissatisfied, seeing that the Nikomata could be saved from the death they so desired. So am I, Issei said in a voice from beyond the grave that made the building tremble slightly and the lights flicker, which scared all the demons. Issei, Penamian whispered in amazement but not fear when she saw the brown-haired man's reaction. Internally she wondered why he wanted to save that woman with so much passion. It's not that she wanted him to die, it was just that she was curious about it. Hey woman, you're still with me, Issei mentally communicated with the brunette, pressing his forehead against hers to have a private conversation since he didn't want her to waste energy talking when she didn't have any. Your voice sounds familiar, KUROKA answered through her thoughts to the man who was speaking to her, unable to help but compare his voice with that of someone she had known. Great, she was already entering delirium as she died. You would be surprised, but we will talk about that later. Your current situation does not look very good, Issei said to the Nikomata, going quickly to the point where time was not much. Ugh, tell me something I don't already know, KUROKA tried to speak with humor, but even she knew that her life was ending. I'll be direct, the poison is spreading throughout your body and it's a rare toxin that can't be cured by normal means, so your healing powers won't be able to do anything to save you, nor will we with our medicine be able to do it. Plus time plays a role against us, Issei informed the brunette to her sadness and understanding. So I'll die. I guess that would be okay after all. I haven't done any good to this world, so nothing will change if I'm gone, were the words spoken by KUROKA, expressing sadness but acceptance for her fate. Is that so? Issei seriously questioned the brunette, showing a little anger at her thought. What do you mean? KUROKA asked, confused, not understanding the reason for the tone or words of the man who was speaking to her. Didn't he think the same as her or the others? You are KUROKA Hellcat, Koneko's older sister and also a woman considered an SS-class renegade demon, right? Issei asked the woman, even if he already knew the answer he wanted to hear it from her. Do you know me? I wish I could say the same, but at this point I can't even see well more than a blurry silhouette, KUROKA expressed with slight astonishment, where she opened her eyes a little, noticing how she could barely see well even the man who was so close to her. So I got it right, I know who you are and what you've done, Issei commented softly, giving the brunette's head a light caress while keeping their foreheads connected. Then you will know that him dying will be the best for many, KUROKA responded with a pessimistic thought of herself, just like the demons in the room. Still, she couldn't help but let out a slight smile when she felt the touch of that man on her head. She didn't know why, but it seemed familiar to her. No, it's not, because in this life there are still people who count on you, who need you, Issei mentioned, changing the brunette's thoughts about herself. Who? KUROKA asked, feeling her body begin to weaken more and more. Your sister, the brown-haired boy replied, noticing that time was running out, so he had to go quickly to the central point. Ha, the one I abandoned because she was a hindrance to my plans, KUROKA commented with as much amusement as she could, but her true feelings and reasons were different. Or rather, the one you abandoned to save her life, Issei corrected the brunette, causing her to be greatly surprised. What? KUROKA said incredulously and somewhat scared that this mysterious man knew her secret. I know the true story behind your actions. Do you want me to tell it or do you tell it? Just those words made the Nikomata swallow hard, because apparently they knew her true story. I don't. KUROKA tried to get out of the subject and return to the situation she was in, where death wanted to claim her, but the guy she was talking to didn't allow it. You are not a monster or an evil woman like many and even yourself think. Kuroka is a very beautiful woman because of your heart that is willing to sacrifice everything even if it is damaged, and that is worth a lot to me because I can understand you. You are not a disgrace nor an evil, you are Shiren's older sister, both born to a Nekishi named Fujimai and a human researcher. After losing your parents, you and she were taken in by a nameless devil from the house of Nibirius branch of the family, and you were reincarnated as that man's bishop using 2 evil pieces in order to give Shiren a home and future. And while serving your master, you became extremely talented in senjutsu and yujitsu, and your magical power as a bishop became so great that it surpassed your own master in terms of magical power alone. This later became your downfall when you later became a renegade devil after killing your master. And since then everyone assumed that you were drunk from your own powers. But the real reason for that man's murder, and what no one else knows and you've never said before, is that everything you did was to protect Shiren from that man, who tried to perform tests on her in his research on the creation of a super demon. In the end, all this resulted in your sister's near execution and depression, as well as the reason why she refuses to use senjutsu and yujitsu. After the incident, you became one of the most wanted criminals in the underworld, ranking as SS class. That would be your entire story, right? Without a doubt, Issei's words surprised the brunette because someone other than her knew the truth behind her actions. How do you know that? I've never told anyone before and only I know the truth, Kuroka asked curiously, wanting to know the answer but more than anything, the identity of the guy who was talking to her. Later if you want I can tell you, but with that said, are you still thinking about dying? You are brave, Kuroka, because you love and you are broken, because you let go when you wanted to hold on, and because you leave even knowing that loving her and being with her would not make her happy. The worst feeling in the world is leaving someone you love, but you leave for very strong reasons. You are brave, because they do not know the courage it takes to tell someone goodbye, when all you wanted was to say, "Hello, I'm glad to see you again, little sister. That is why I want to ask you a question. Your lifespan is short, so answer me something," Issei finished saying, detaching himself from the Nikomata, noticing how she opened her eyes slightly to look at him. At that moment, everyone around them was silent. They didn't even say anything when they saw the brown-haired boy put his forehead against the brunette's, assuming that he was talking to her through his mind. More when they saw him separate his face from hers. They paid all their attention because they felt that the next thing they would see and hear would have a great impact on everyone. "Do you want to live?" Issei asked the woman strongly, drawing the attention of many. "Why yes, I want to see continue doing it. I want to live," Kuroka responded as best she could, shedding a tear because she didn't want to die, not yet. "Then I have a proposition to offer you. I can save you from the doors of death, but in exchange for that you must be by my side," Issei mentioned while mentally showing the brunette the image of a chess piece that caused a bit of discomfort in her. "A piece? Do you want me to be part of your entourage?" Kuroka questioned with some displeasure, surprising everyone present with her words. Had Issei. "I'm not like that man, Kuroka, I can assure you of that," the brown-haired boy responded calmly, noticing the glances of his family directed at him, probably because of what the brunette had said. "Before I give you my answer, I want you to answer me something. You are the man who healed me in that alley in the human world, aren't you?" Kuroka mentioned, smiling after seeing a little of the man's face and feeling his warm mouth and aroma, remembering having felt them that day she was healed in the human world. "And you, the adorable little cat, right?" That simple answer was enough to make Kuroka understand why she had the familiar feeling of being with that man. In the end, she had managed to reach him and that made her happy. "I have nothing to think about knowing that. Go ahead and make me your servant," was the sincere answer that the brunette gave, showing a beautiful smile to the brown-haired man. "Then I will do it. From now on you will not have to run anymore because my home will be yours. I had told you when we met that time, you would always be welcome in my house," Issei responded, hugging and cradling the Nikomata in his chest, who gladly accepted the approach. Thanks. You know, I'm a little sleepy, so I'll sleep a little. But first I'd like to know your name," Kuroka commented, feeling her eyelids drooping, which scared one of the women present. Issei Gremory," the brown-haired boy responded calmly, noticing the brunette beginning to close her eyes. "Issei," Kuroka whispered for the last time before falling asleep with her eyes closed on the brunette's chest. "Oni-san," Koneko shouted, thinking that the brunette's lifespan was up. "Calm down, Koneko, she's not dead, she just fell due to exhaustion, but if I didn't act quickly we could lose her, so show yourselves," were the words Issei gave, and seconds later 2 flashes of crimson light appeared in front of him. Just when the glow ceased, everyone could see how in front of the brown-haired Asian there were 2 crimson chess pieces suspended in the air with black touches on them, and there were only the 2 rooks, implying that they were the only ones left for Issei to use. Onisama's evil pieces, the first to be created and the strongest of all. Rias thought in amazement upon seeing such objects since she had never seen them before in her life. But if they were there, that meant that. I only have 2 rooks, but they will do. The time has come to use one of them, they all heard Issei say, watching as he took one of their pieces in his hands while the other disappeared. Wait, Issei-kun, what are you going to do? Lavinia questioned in shock, not believing what she saw, or rather the event that was unfolding in front of her. Heal KUROKA, was the brown-haired boy's vague response as he placed his piece on the sleeping brunette's chest. How? She questioned in the same state as Sister Valerie, feeling a little jealous of the brunette for some strange reason. Dogs and cats don't get along very well, but in this case, despite being different, the silver-haired girl, being a dragon, had a feeling that she wouldn't do it with that cat. My evil pieces are made with my power of destruction, apart from the fact that they can bring someone back from death like all the others. Mine allow me certain things like altering the race of those involved by turning them into demons, or not like the case of Irene, Tiamat, Wave and Harem, who are still dragons and humans despite being part of my entourage. But the most important thing is that with my power within them I can make all disease and evil leave the body, and that is what I will do. The brown-haired man informed his friends, family and women when making the decision to make his team bigger because he did not plan to back down. I, Issei Gremory, command you, KUROKA Hellcat, under my name, allow your life to be yours once again in this world, become my subordinate. As your master, I will grant you a new life, the brunette recited without waiting for anyone to question his reasoning. Just at that moment, beneath KUROKA and Issei, the Gremory clan's magic circle appeared, giving off an intense crimson light. Seconds later, the piece on the Nikomata's chest began to react and enter her body without hurting her. By the time the ritual ended and the piece ended up linking itself to KUROKA's soul and body, the brown-haired man, with a simple snap of his fingers, gave the order to his piece to heal the brunette's body. Under everyone's gaze, they saw how KUROKA's body was surrounded by a layer of crimson aura and Vanillana. Rias and Serzex knew that it was the power of destruction. Even Issei could use it to such a degree, surpassing them by far. Not for nothing was he the strongest Gremory of all time. By the time the aura of the black-haired woman's body disappeared, she looked much better than before. Her body was beginning to acquire its usual tone and the blood in her mouth had disappeared as well as the poison in her body. Her life was no longer in danger. You're safe now, kitten, Issei whispered with satisfaction, giving the sleeping brunette a gentle caress on the face, who smiled a little. Son, why did you do that? Vanillana questioned the brown-haired boy as she watched him lift the criminal woman in his arms princess style under the curious, furious and surprised gaze of many. None of those present, not even the brown-haired man's family and women, knew why he had saved that woman who was allegedly a much-wanted criminal from the underworld. Nobody understood Issei's reasoning or why he defended that woman so much, going so far as to kill some guards in the process. Did he know her? That was a thought of many, but his family ruled that out, since if so, the brown-haired man would have said so or introduced her a long time ago. Besides, that couldn't be because the feline woman had been surprised and confused by him. So what was it? And why would Issei go to such extremes that he even made her part of his entourage? Listen carefully, and you better not forget it. From this moment on, the SS-rank criminal, KUROKA Hellcat, is exonerated of all charges against her, and today I tell you that she is declared innocent. Issei sentenced everyone seriously while holding his first rook in his arms. What? But Lord, she is evil, she deserves to die, said some demons in the audience, clearly upset by the decision taken. Issei, the brown-haired woman thought, confused by his reasoning but not in disagreement like the others because he must have had his reasons. Anyone who dares to harm her or even touch her will have to deal with me personally, and everyone knows how that will end. KUROKA is now part of my entourage, serving as my first rook, therefore she will only answer to me and will have my protection. Is that clear? The brunette finished looking at the demons with his cold crimson gaze, ending up destroying their oppositions. As you command, Lord Gremory, the demons responded with their hands tightly clenched and their teeth clenched as they could do nothing against their king's command. Well, the youth meeting has concluded for today. Go back to your homes and wait for the event dates with patience. That would be all. Thanks for your visit tonight, Issei commented, recovering his initial state where he began to head towards the exit of the room with the sleeping Nikomata in his arms. Issei, where are you going? Serafall asked her beloved, confused, starting to walk towards him. I'm going to take KUROKA home, to her true and now home with us. If you want explanations about why this is happening, you better not stay behind, was the answer that the brown-haired boy gave to his girlfriend without stopping his steps. No one wanted to object to anything about it because they understood that Issei would not say more for now, so his family and friends continued to follow him in silence. But among them Koneko was inwardly grateful to see that her sister was safe, but questioned why he had been declared innocent. Was there something she didn't know? And it wasn't just her but everyone else, but they had to wait because apparently only Issei and KUROKA had the answer. One of them being the one who was already asleep and the other who carried her and took care of her health, so it was better to wait until they got home and talk about everything calmly. On the other hand, the devils who remained in the room only remained there frustrated by the solution to the Nikomata problem. But they could only do that because there was no way to go against Issei Gremory. Some wondered internally which leader was better, him or Lucifer. It was a difficult decision because despite the brown-haired man's way of being, they had to admit that the underworld lived in its best era with stable resources, technology and economy, so that would be a big difference from the reign of the original Mao of the underworld. But at least he let them be free and do what they please, very different from what Issei allowed them. On the one hand, there was a prosperous life in which the only thing to survive was to do good and not harm anyone. But the nature of the devils could not be avoided, and some wanted to return to the old times of war, fighting, blood and worldly desires. They were two very different and better options in different points of view of many. But something was clear in all the devils, and that is that if the choice of which leader to support again were to arise, they would not know what to choose, Gremory or Lucifer. A difficult and decisive choice for a promising future. Unknown location. In the midst of the darkness, the moon rose above the firmament, and its light illuminated a gloomy-looking structure. It was a castle in the middle of a completely dry and fog-filled forest, giving the castle a gloomy appearance. Inside, in one of its main rooms, there was a sophisticated laboratory in which the most outstanding thing were 4 capsules that had some kind of strange liquid inside. But that was not the only thing. There were also naked bodies in them, more specifically those of 3 men and a woman. These encapsulated bodies had some missing parts like legs or arms, but if you looked closer you could see that in these missing areas tissues and muscles were slowly growing and developing, suggesting that the bodies were forming. But these were not the only ones in the room, since in front of the capsules were 2 silver-haired men, well known by many and hated by others. Can you guess? Euclid, how is our little experiment going? The elder of the 2 men, who happened to be Lucifer's firstborn, Resivim, asked. I am pleased to inform you, sir, that the progress of the resurrection project is going fast and the restoration of the artificial bodies is underway. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about the recovery of the souls of the subjects involved. According to data from the vampire clan, those souls were erased from the face of the earth many centuries ago. The other subject answered, being Euclid Lucifuge, Mirigen and Graphia's younger brother. It was to be expected coming from that guy, and his peculiar power being quite problematic. Resivim commented to his faithful assistant without taking his gaze off the front, more specifically the body in the capsule with the letter L. Although not everything was lost, and we managed to bring back the soul of one of them that was not affected by that guy. Right now it resides in a special container waiting for its body to be ready, Euclid mentioned to his master, looking for a moment at the body of the recovered soul in which the letter L also stood out on its capsule. It's a shame it's not my father's, but as long as it fulfills its purpose, it will serve. In any case, they've already found the solution for the souls of the other bodies, haven't they? Resivim questioned his colleague, reiterating his vision and looking at him directly. Indeed, sir. Thanks to the temporal and neuronal magic, we were able to implant memories and experiences to the test subjects in the capsules. They will wake up as if they were that same person, and the most important thing is that they will have their hatred and resentment against that damned man. Euclid responded, showing a wicked smile as he thought of the man he hated most in the world for having what was rightfully his. Perfect. Very soon that bastard will pay us for all he's done to us, and we'll finally have the world we want so much. As for the other matter, how are the investigations going? Resivim asked, moving his gaze to a stone engraving with several intelligible texts but some visible numbers, these being 666. As expected, the seal is kept in heaven under an impenetrable system that only Elohim and that man can open. Several spies have reported this, and it was impossible for them to enter the chamber without the genetic code of those 2, Euclid commented regretfully, looking in the same direction as his master. I suppose it would be of no use to obtain his blood or hair to undergo genetic scanning, Resivim questioned his colleague, letting out a sigh at the present problem. Unfortunately, sir, that is impossible, since apart from the DNA of those 2, that chamber will only open with the mark of their powers, and we both know that that guy's power cannot be obtained and replicated since it is something of his own and does not respond to anyone but him. Euclid responded regretfully to his master, noticing how he only shook his head. We are at a dead end, but there must be a solution. We just haven't found it yet. Resivim mentioned, bringing a hand to his chin thinking of a solution. Yes, allow me to say it, my lord, perhaps with some mental control over those two it will be enough to open the chamber. But considering that they are extremely strong, I see it as very difficult, Euclid suggested, doubting his idea in the process, something that his master only managed to say as a complicated expression. We'll see what solution we get later. What matters to me for now is this project, Resivim commented excitedly, touching the capsule in front of him with a sinister smile in the process. My lord, do you think they can kill him? Euclid questioned, approaching his master until he was standing next to him, looking at the capsule. Ha ha ha, no Euclid, their purpose in this project is not to kill Gremory but rather to sow despair in its system, Resivim expressed with amusement, letting out a light laugh in the process. Excuse me, but I don't understand. What do you want to achieve with this? Euclid questioned again, not understanding his master's reasoning. I want the entire world to see what Issei Gremory really is, and to do so we will open the gates of hell that keep the demon locked up, Resivim revealed, showing a wicked smile and a crazy expression. How will you do that, sir? Euclid asked with interest, noticing how his master's smile grew ever wider. Oh my friend, a cunning warrior does not attack the body or the mind, the heart, Euclid. First there is attacking his heart, Resivim commented with amusement, turning to look at his faithful friend. Sir, are you talking about? Euclid was unable to finish speaking as he was astonished by his master's plan. Ha ha ha, that's exactly it, my friend. The only way for the demon to show his claws and fangs is by taking away the guardian of his cell, Resivim mentioned with amusement while showing his hand up where there was a strange device that gave off a small hologram showing a woman with black hair and purple eyes wearing a magical girl outfit. That will be something very interesting, Euclid commented with shock and amusement upon seeing that woman and knowing what was coming with her. By the way, Euclid, have you heard anything from Ophis? Resivim asked once he put his device away in his clothes. Not really, you know she wanders around and doesn't pay attention to anyone. Her reasons for being on our side are uncertain, but at least we have a dragon god on our side and also one that can fight Gremory, Euclid answered sincerely as the image of a black-haired woman with gray eyes came to his mind. I just hope nothing bad happens to that woman. In a way it is thanks to her what we have achieved. Anyway, continue with the investigations because I want to give his gift to Issei-kun in advance. Very soon the entire world will burn in the flames of purgatory and everyone will see what that man really is, a full-fledged monster. I already want to see his face when I take the light from his eyes, Resivim declared madly, smiling wickedly as he thought of the disaster he would create. In this life there are many things that cannot be avoided, and one of them was what would happen if the gates of hell were opened. A tragic and dangerous destiny began to haunt the Gremory family, but mainly Issei, who harbored within him a mortal darkness that should never be released by anything in the world. We all have a dark side inside us, and it is our choice to bring it out or keep it hidden. Do you know the best thing about broken hearts? That they can only be truly broken once in a lifetime, the rest are mere scratches. And that's when that sweet boy became a demon for all the harm they did to him. Just as they hurt him, he learned to defend himself, even if it wasn't the right way, it was the only one they left him. And once again, destiny will claim what is hers and the strongest monster will be born from the purest person, the cruelest demon will be born from the kindest. And the darkest shadow will be born from the brightest light in the supernatural world. Oh Oni-sama. I can't take it anymore. TH is so hard. I can't take it anymore. I am going to. I know that many of you are wondering, what is going on here? Did Issei succumb to desires beyond understanding and take his own sister? Reality is sometimes very different from what it appears to be, but to understand the current situation we must go back a little. Exactly 1 week had passed since the meeting of young devils where, aside from the assassination of one of the most influential elders in the underworld and the goals given by the promising young people, an incident also took place involving KUROKA Hellcat, an SS-rank criminal from the underworld for killing her former master. Fortunately for her, salvation came from the hand of the one she least expected and longed to see since their meeting in the human world. By a twist of fate, Issei was forced to incorporate KUROKA into his peerage in order to save her life as well as protect her. Since then, after what happened in that room, the brown-haired boy and his entire family had left for their home to treat the Nico Mata better. A week passed in which KUROKA did not wake up, so she always had to be cared for, a task that Issei and Koneko divided. The younger albino, after hearing the truth from the mouth of her master's older brother, had been shocked, sad and sensitive, because all her life she had believed that her older sister was guilty and that her power had consumed her, but in the end it was all just a vile deception to hide the truth. Koneko felt miserable and like the worst person in the world when she saw her sister distrust and hate her senselessly, letting herself be carried away by gossip. From then on, and during the week in which KUROKA slept, she proposed to practice the use of her power as a Nikomata, wishing deep down that her sister would wake up so she could talk to her and ask for forgiveness. On the other hand, Issei spent his time from time to time in the room of the Gremory mansion where KUROKA rested waiting for her to wake up. According to Chisato's words, the brunette's body had been at death's door, so once the brown-haired man had given her his evil piece, he began to assimilate the new agent as well as rebuild the damaged internal organs as well as purge the poison in her system, which took time. But according to the dimensional goddess there was no danger and KUROKA should wake up soon, they just had to be patient. With KUROKA's life safe, it was a relief for her younger sister once she knew. Since then, for the course of a week, they have waited for her to wake up while they continued with their daily lives, returning to the topic of the beginning with the constant moans, groans and complaints. These came specifically from Issei Gremory's room, who was accompanied by her older brother Issei Gremory. Many of those who passed by the room were surprised to hear the sounds caused by the Gremory heiress, but everything had an explanation, since inside the bedroom Issei was breathing heavily. Her body was covered in thin layers of sweat, while she trembled constantly while her face showed expressions of pain, complaints and tiredness. All being seen by a pair of violet eyes that looked at her while she was kneeling with her arms raised holding a black sword. What was going on there? The reality is very different from what she imagines, because at this moment Issei was kneeling on the ground, but not because she wanted to, but rather because it was due to the object in her hands. Being more specific, it was Ascalon, which weighed like hell, and if she did not resist it would end up crushing whoever held her, which in this case was the redhead, who was succumbing to her weight more and more, all because of her older brother who was resting peacefully in his bed watching her with a cold look about to be crushed by the sword. "You can shut up once and for all, idiot. Then someone might misinterpret the situation," Issei complained, snapping his fingers so that Ascalon had more weight, causing his sister to almost fall to the ground. But I couldn't take it anymore. This is tyranny," Issei protested, trying to get the cursed sword off of her, but it was so heavy that she felt like she would end up crushed at any moment. "That's what you get for losing against KUROKA," Issei shouted with clear annoyance, sending a mental order to his weapon. "Kayawa," was the scream Issei gave once she was electrocuted by the cursed sword, falling face first onto the ground while Ascalon remained floating in the air. "Not only did you lose 5th grade redhead, but you did it in the stupidest way possible. Where the hell is everything I taught you?" Issei mentioned seriously, throwing the pillows at his sister, who took refuge in the desk in her room. "I'm sorry," Issei expressed with her face halfway out of her table so as not to be hit by the pillows. Although they are soft, as the brown-haired boy was the one who threw them, she could assure that at that moment they were a lethal weapon. The current situation was because Issei was upset with Issei, once he found out that she had lost against the Nikomata in a simple and humiliating way for him who had been her master. For that reason he was in his room punishing her and taking out all his frustration on her. Just when Issei had believed that the redhead had made a great breakthrough, she had to ruin it. "That's no use to me," Issei shouted loudly, ending up throwing the last pillow to get off the redhead's bed. "Kayawa, enough already. I'll tell Mom on you," Issei complained once she almost hit her in the face with the projectile, only to see Ascalon laying on top of her in horror. The redhead said in pain, rubbing her head since she had been hit by the handle of the sword in that area. "Why do you always have to get me out of my mind?" the brunette asked out loud as he put his sword away in his pocket dimension. "Because I'm your adorable and cute little sister who loves you a lot, and you do the same," Issei suggested, sitting up and leaning on her desk, noticing the mess in her room. "As far as I know, Grafia is not here," Issei commented with amusement, noticing how his sister put on an annoyed expression. "Hey, that's cruel, Oni-sama. I'm your blood sister, so you have to love me more," Issei protested childishly, kicking the ground repeatedly. "Believe me, if I had to choose between a slime and you, I'd choose the slime," Issei mentioned as he headed to the door of the room to leave it. "Mu, Oni-sama, baka, 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 baka," Issei muttered with her cheeks swollen, a vein on her forehead and constantly hitting her desk. "Anyway, you are punished for your failure, so no more strawberry cakes will be open for you for a whole month," Issei coldly sentenced his sister as he took the knob and opened the door. "No, anything but that. Something else please. Whip me, hit me, even take my body," Issei commented, awake, acting like a child when something is taken away from her. "Huh?" Issei expressed, confused by the redhead's last words that took him out of the frame. "Yes, you're right, that last thing is out of place," Issei mentioned with a drop of sweat running down her neck once she realized what she had said. Besides, you're not my type, Issei commented disinterestedly to the redhead, shrugging his shoulders. What? In case you didn't know, there are many who would like to have me as their partner and fantasize about me. I possess my mother's beauty, which is why I am one of the most coveted young demons in the underworld, Rias boasted with grandeur, holding her chest under the brown-haired man's dead gaze. To me you're just a brainless girl, Issei mentioned without any expression to the scatterbrain he had as a relative. Idiot, Rias muttered angrily, wanting to beat the brunette to a pulp, but if she did, she would end up being the one who ends up badly off. Anyway, your punishment is fixed, so accept it, Issei commented before preparing to leave the room, as he had several things to do. TSK, where are you going? After seeing that she wouldn't make it anywhere, Rias crossed her arms as she looked at her brother. I'll go see my kitten, Issei mentioned, looking sideways back where he noticed an expression of displeasure from his sister directed towards him. Pervert, Rias sentenced in horror, taking a step back to avoid being as close to the brunette as possible. Huh, Issei expressed without knowing how to react to it or rather understand why. So you like women with animal genes in their bodies, how unpleasant you are, Oni-sama, Rias commented with displeasure, making an expression of horror while hugging herself. 2 months of punishment, Issei finished seriously, leaving the room and closing the door tightly. I was just joking, Rias was heard saying from her room, but it was already late and the words had already been said, so there was nothing to be done about it. Outside of this, Issei was walking calmly through the halls of his home until he reached a specific door. After thinking about it a bit, he took the doorknob with his hand before turning it, and consequently opening it, revealing a room with its different furniture distributed throughout it, where a bed stood out in the center of it, in which a beautiful woman with black hair and feline features rested. This beautiful girl slept peacefully in bed. Issei, without making any noise, entered the bedroom, closing the door in the process, and then going to a chair near the bed. Once seated, he proceeded to look at the sleeping brunette calmly while waiting for her to wake up, which he didn't have to do much about, as the sleeping brunette began to move her eyelids constantly, giving indications that she was about to wake up. It was seconds before the Nikomata began to show signs of abandoning her sleep. Her cat ears began to move involuntarily, as did her 2 tails under the sheets. The fingers of her hands began to twitch, as did her facial features, until finally her eyes began to slowly open under the patient gaze of Issei, who remained silent, admiring the awakening of the beautiful kitten. Are you? KUROKA said as she opened her eyes, feeling somewhat disoriented. Where am I? He asked himself internally, looking around the room he was in with confusion. In those moments, the last memories she had witnessed came to her mind. She had gone to the underworld for her younger sister to take her with her, which ended in a confrontation against her sister's mistress, and then she was poisoned just when she let her guard down. After that, she couldn't remember anything but blurs. Or at least not until the memory of that man with brown hair and violet eyes that she so wanted to see came to her mind. That guy had cradled her in his chest while she was at death's door and was saying a few words to her. Right. At that moment, KUROKA opened her eyes wide as she remembered that she had agreed to be part of that man's entourage as long as her life was safe. After that, the beautiful woman began to get up until she was sitting on the bed she was in, where she held her head tightly without noticing the presence near her that was looking at her. You finally wake up, Issei spoke, catching the Nikomata's attention, probably with several things on her mind. You, KUROKA said in astonishment once she noticed the brunette owner of her thoughts in the same room as her. Hello kitten, how are you feeling? Issei asked, getting up from his seat and heading to the bed where he sat on the edge of it, and then gave the brunette a glass of water. As if a train had run over me, KUROKA replied with a bit of humor, accepting the glass of water. Normally, you were at death's door, Issei commented softly, looking at the Nikomata, who saw her reflection in the water of the glass. Thanks, your name was Issei, right? KUROKA mentioned calmly, bringing the glass to her lips, feeling relief when the water passed through her dry throat. Yes, Issei Gremory, the brown-haired boy completed his presentation without being able to anticipate what followed. PFFFF, cough, cough. Just hearing that name made KUROKA spit out her entire drink while choking on the residue left in her mouth in the process. Once she managed to catch her breath, the beautiful Nikomata noticed the disaster she had caused in her accident, because Issei, being in front of her, had received the water she had spit out, soaking him in the face in the process. I'm so sorry, KUROKA said nervously, drying the brunette's face with the bed sheets. I guess it's a common reaction when you hear my name. Without giving much importance to the matter, Issei took the situation calmly. So you are Issei Gremory, the king of the underworld. Wait, if that's true, then As her head analyzed the information, KUROKA opened her eyes wide after coming to a conclusion. Are you part of the Demon King's entourage? Yes, you are, Issei confirmed the brunette's suspicion, unable to help but smile with amusement at her state. I think I'm going to faint, KUROKA mentioned, holding her forehead due to the revelation she had received. I would appreciate it if you didn't, Issei commented, removing the glass from the brunette's hands to place it on the table next to her. So, you saved me not once but twice. After ordering her thoughts, KUROKA proceeded to take the situation calmly since there was no point in getting upset. Yes, I guess it was fate that you and I met, right? Issei mentioned calmly, noticing how the brunette looked towards the sheets with her face down. Maybe, KUROKA replied with a sad face and her cat ears lowered. If you wish, I can free you from the contract that binds you to me. Although the evil piece is linked to the soul, I can make certain changes without any repercussions so I could free you, Issei suggested, assuming that the brunette did not want to be part of any entourage because of her past. No, sorry, KUROKA apologized after screaming while looking the brunette in the eyes. It's true that I was surprised to know that the man who is my savior is the leader of a faction and above all the most feared man in the world. But I can see that the rumors are not related to reality because you saved me without expecting anything in return, and you gave me a new life for which I will be eternally grateful. KUROKA thanked her, nodding to the brunette who couldn't help but see her cat ears. But that was something that the black-haired girl didn't notice. That's good to know, Issei replied, showing a small smile to the Nikomata. How long have I been asleep? KUROKA asked as she scanned the room with her gaze. About a week, Issei answered calmly in case the brunette had another outburst over the information. I see, so I am the rook of Issei Gremory, KUROKA expressed with a half-smile looking at the brunette from the front. KUROKA, I am not like your former master, and I will not make you or force you to do things that you do not want. The only thing I am going to ask of you is one thing, Issei commented, bringing one of his hands to the cheek of the brunette who accepted his touch. That's it, KUROKA asked nervously since her past with her previous master wasn't that pleasant. Live your life to the fullest, that is the only order you must obey, Issei declared with a smile, caressing the brunette's cheek. Drip. After those words, several tears began to fall onto the bed sheets, coming from KUROKA's beautiful eyes, passing over her cheeks until they fell and dissolved into the fabric. Live your life to the fullest. Couldn't she really say any other words than those? That was what KUROKA was thinking as she began to cry. Because at some point she had resigned herself to stop living and that man telling her that from now on she could do it. It was the only thing she wanted to hear from someone. All her life she had been running and fighting to survive one more day, and all to bear the sin of her past committed to save her sister. Since then she had never known happiness because she believed that was only for good people and beings, not for monsters like her. But life smiled on her and sent her a hero to save her from the loneliness that invaded her. Live your life to the fullest. Simple words but of great meaning to her, which had been the ones she had wanted to hear for years. Issei, KUROKA said between cries, stretching out her hands to hold the brunette, who accepted the gesture and hugged her tightly, cradling her face in his chest and caressing her hair lovingly. You've been alone all this time, haven't you? After losing your parents, you wanted the world until you were taken in by a devil. You served that man for a while until one day you killed him, and many believed it was because your power corrupted you when in reality you did it to protect Shirin from that man who tried to perform tests on her in his research on the creation of a super devil. You've been through a lot, KUROKA, and you've carried a great burden on you all these years but no more. Issei began to say calmly, raising the Nikomata's face so that she would look at him while he wiped her tears with his thumbs. KUROKA, now you are free and all accusations are in the past because from now on you are completely innocent. You suffered a lot and received little, but I believe that now you can start a new life away from danger, pain and sadness. You will never be alone again because you will have me whenever you need company. After all, that is what friends do, right, kitten? Issei finished saying, showing a smile to the brunette. Thanks, was the only thing KUROKA could say before hugging the brunette by the neck and smiling like she had never done before. Issei simply stood there patting KUROKA on the back waiting for her to calm down. By the time she did, he pulled away from the hug and sat back down on the bed, but this time showing a better appearance than before. Now that there was nothing to worry about, KUROKA relaxed a little, and thanks to that she noticed certain things around her, one of them being that the room she was in was fucking big. The other issue being the most important to her was that her body was covered by a black full-body pajama, and if she remembered correctly she was wearing her traditional black kimono on the day of the incident. So she began to wonder internally where her clothes were, and more importantly, who had changed her. Now that you notice these clothes, KUROKA began to say, pointing at her clothes, beginning to feel a little embarrassed by what she was thinking. Oh, your black kimono was covered in blood, so it was washed, so these clothes were put on you so as not to leave you exposed, Issei reported calmly without noticing the crazy assumptions the brunette was making in her head. Perhaps you. Did you see me? KUROKA asked, embarrassed and blushing, thinking that a man had already seen her naked. No, of course not. The girls were the ones in charge of dressing you, Issei quickly responded, waving his hands in the process of the accusation against him. Girls? KUROKA questioned doubtfully, tilting her head adorably. My partners, you will meet them later as well as your entourage colleagues. For now it is better to rest, Issei responded calmly, relaxing his posture after saving himself from danger. I see, although I wouldn't have minded if you took a look. Issei-kun, what are you saying? Don't you want to see a little? Yeah, KUROKA expressed, regaining her spirits and her way of being. I guess you're in good health if you joke like that, Issei commented calmly, unaffected by the Nikomata's insinuation. Yeah, a hard guy to bother. I think I'd like to see how far you can resist, KUROKA mentioned, smiling and giving the brown-haired boy a predatory look. Try it, but I informed you that you won't get anything. Besides, they haven't told you that if you play with fire you can burn yourself, kitten, Issei commented in a seductive tone, taking the brunette by her chin and bringing his mouth closer to hers. What if what I want is to burn? KUROKA questioned in the same state, feeling the brown-haired boy's breath on her lips. PFFFF. It was then that they both laughed after separating from their almost romantic contact. You and I are going to get along very well, KUROKA, Issei mentioned with amusement, showing a small smile. Same here, Issei-sama. Please take care of me, KUROKA responded with humor, making a small bow to her king. With Issei it's okay, there's no need for so much formality. Issei downplayed the matter, as he wasn't one to get along with labels. I understand, KUROKA mentioned, throwing herself backwards and falling against the pillows of the bed. I know there are several things to explain as well as some to report about your life from now on, but we will see as time goes by. For now you can rest or leave the room. Right now we are in the underworld, more specifically in the Gremory mansion, but in a few days we will leave for the human world where my house is and where you will stay to live if you wish, Issei reported as he got up from the edge of the bed, stretching his muscles. As long as you're there, I'll go. On the other hand, since I've been in an entourage before, I'm a little familiar with the responsibilities and duties of subjects, so I think I'll handle myself well, KUROKA replied, being optimistic and taking her new life calmly. Anyway, I will now ask Wave and Kurom to explain what is necessary to you, Issei commented, thinking about the two swordsmen who had to be somewhere in the mansion. Wave and Kurom. KUROKA repeated the names in confusion, not knowing who the brunette was referring to. My knights, you are good subjects, Issei commented, earning a nod from the Nikomata. Knock, knock. It was then that a knocking was heard coming from the door of the room that caught the attention of the individuals inside it, who moved their gaze strangely to the wooden door. Come in, Issei spoke forcefully, giving permission for the visitor to enter. Excuse me. Once the door opened halfway, Koneko was revealed to be the one responsible for the knocking. Shirin, KUROKA said in surprise, quickly getting out of bed at the arrival of her younger sister. Ne-sama, was the only word Koneko said when she saw her sister finally awake as she entered the room. I suppose you two would like to have a moment alone, so I'll be leaving, Issei mentioned, heading towards the exit, passing by the albino girl, whom he caressed on the head, transmitting a little support in that small gesture. Issei, KUROKA called out loudly to the brunette before he left the room. Ugh, Issei expressed, turning his face slightly until he saw the Nikomata on the bed out of the corner of his eye. Thanks, KUROKA thanked the brunette, showing a radiant smile as her little sister approached her. Issei only nodded before leaving the room, leaving the two sisters alone because what they had to deal with was not something that concerned him, since family problems are only family problems. The last thing the brown-haired boy saw was how Koneko sat down in front of KUROKA, who threw herself to hug her little sister, the two of them starting to shed tears. With that sight, he smiled and closed the door, leaving the two Nikomatas to resolve their differences. The sister problem is something I can't get involved in. I hope everything turns out well in the end, Issei thought before starting to walk away from the room. Son, it was then that his mother's voice stopped his steps, so the brown-haired boy turned around only to see his mother coming towards him. Mother, Issei mentioned once he had the brunette in front of him, who was looking at him curiously. Are you going somewhere, darling? Vanillana asked, pointing ahead so they could start walking, which her son complied with. I have to go take care of some business with Elohim, and then see Serafall's sister since I have something to show her. Plus I have to go to my office to take care of my work. Did you need something? Issei asked with his serious expression present as they walked through the halls of the mansion. PFFFF. Vanillana couldn't contain her laughter when she saw her son's face and heard his words, because she still wasn't used to seeing him so responsible. Did I say something funny? Issei questioned with a raised eyebrow at his mother, not understanding the reason for her amusement. It's not that, it's just that I can't get used to the idea of you having such serious positions, king of the underworld, pillar of the alliance. It amuses me to see you act so demure and determined, Vanillana replied smiling as she looked at her firstborn. It's always a pleasure to make you smile, Issei commented with his eyes in front of him, noticing how there was no one around, nor could he feel the energy of his partners in the house. What was strange? Oh come on, even you know it's true. How was your tower? Her name was KUROKA, right? Vanillana asked after gently nudging her son's arm with her elbow. He's probably talking to his sister right now. It's not something that concerns us, Issei responded without giving much importance to the subject since it was not something that concerned anyone. KUROKA, the first rook of Issei Gremory, you really surprised us with what you did, Vanillana commented humorously as she vaguely remembered the day they had brought the Nikomata to her house. The beautiful brunette could still remember how they had arrived home in a hurry with Issei carrying KUROKA bridal style. Many had wondered what was in his head to have risked so much for her, especially after verifying that the Nikomata was safe and giving her a room in the mansion. Issei had told them the truth behind KUROKA's case, her being completely innocent. With this, the brunette's actions were understood, because if there was one thing that was known about him, it was that he could not see the weak and innocent suffer the evil designated by others. That was something that everyone liked about Issei, because despite being a very powerful being, he always showed compassion to the most unfortunate and innocent, even if he had a great status and power, unlike some gods who believe themselves to be the great thing and above all others. Vanillana knew that her son was different in that sense because he only acted superior when it came to enemies and corrupted people. At the same time, the brunette also remembered that during the trip to her home, Issei was muttering things like, "Finally I have my own Nico," or "Now I will fulfill my dream," among others that no one understood, but they assumed it was something related to KUROKA. Even so, it was fun and rewarding for Vanillana to see her son act in a different way, almost like he used to be before. "I couldn't let her die," Issei mentioned, shrugging his shoulders and glancing sideways at his mother. "Is that true, or was it something else?" Vanillana hinted, putting her hands behind her back and leaning her body forward a little, looking at her son, who avoided her gaze. "What do you mean?" Issei questioned without understanding his mother's words, looking at her with intrigue. "Who knows?" Vanillana downplayed it as she smiled and hugged her son's arm affectionately. "Sometimes you are strange and it doesn't suit your age," Issei commented, earning a pinch on his arm from his mother. "Hey, I'm only 5,000 years old, I'm still in the prime of youth," Vanillana said in an adorable pout with her cheeks puffed out and her arms crossed. "Yes, you say so. Where is everyone now?" Issei asked after verifying that there was indeed no one nearby. "Let's see, your sister went out with her entourage plus the integration of the young exorcists to the capital of Lilith to explore and show their world to their new members and friends. Serafall, Yui, Gabriel and Penamian are at their respective jobs. Tiamat and Mirajine went out together to get things for their babies. By the way, they said that you should accompany them one of these days." Isabella left with Serafall to replace Mirajine at work, while Irene and Chisato went to the human world to get everything ready for the return home, to which Valerie and Lavinia joined. Finally, Serzex is working in the company of Grafia, who took Milikas since after work they were going to go out for ice cream and your father went out to meet an old friend of his, which means, Vanillana reported while listing each member of the family with her fingers. "Apart from Koneko, KUROKA and the mansion staff, we're alone, right?" Issei finished saying between sighs after verifying that only he and his mother were there. "This brings back memories of when you and Serzex were just kids. Your father had to go out to fulfill his duties, which left me to take care of you too. Time flies by so fast, don't you think?" Vanillana said, showing a sincere smile, but it carried something else with it. "I guess," Issei replied, feeling a bad feeling coming from his mother, but not a disastrous one, rather one he didn't want to remember again. "But I think being with you, alone, brings another memory to mind, and I think it does to you too. After all, that day started like this, you and I alone." Vanillana revealed her true intentions regarding wanting to be alone with her son, which caused him to stop in his tracks and turn his back on her. "You know, during the training you gave your sister, the day before you returned, she sent me a letter. Its content was varied, ranging from her first days with her, infernal master, to her pleasant coexistence with you, forming a bond between brothers. But what caught my attention the most was knowing that you told her about that day when everything changed, when you changed, Not even your fiancés know or suspect what happened in your previous life. I can't deny that I was amazed to read that you opened your heart to Rias, but I suppose there are people with whom you feel more comfortable, right? Vanillana mentioned softly, since she knew that between the two of them, the most affected by the subject was her son. Just forget what you read, Issei answered seriously, clenching his fists tightly, not wanting to face his mother. Why? Why do you always avoid it whenever I want to bring up the subject? Vanillana asked with concern and regret, looking at her son with regret. Why do you still insist on that? What happened can't be changed. Why do you still cling to a past that no longer exists? Issei's words were getting louder and louder, but that was something that didn't affect Vanillana. She knew perfectly well that remembering that incident only brought anger in him, because at that time it was the emotion that predominated the most and also the one that dominated him. Vanillana knew that Issei hated being reminded of that day, but it was necessary to make him understand that he was not alone and that she only wanted to heal her wound that to this day remained open. Because you do it too, Vanillana shouted loudly after the brown-haired boy's words. It was lucky that there was no one nearby to hear them. It's different, Issei answered, trying to continue on his way, but he was stopped when his mother took his hand, preventing him from leaving. Why? I don't understand, and I want to, but you don't let me. I don't understand, after so many years, after everything you've been through, why don't you want to go back to being the same as before? Vanillana commented sadly, tightening her grip on her son's wrist. Because I don't want to be weak, pathetic, useless, someone who fears everything and does nothing, Issei expressed bitterly with his face down and his back turned to his mother. That's not true and you know it. You don't. Just as she was about to speak, Vanillana was interrupted by her son. I am me and nothing will change. Don't talk or insist on this again or you will force me to respond to you like I used to do as a child, Issei sentenced harshly, which did not affect the brunette in the least. Why won't you let me help you? Vanillana asked, losing her temper, and just as she was about to face her son, he broke away from her hold and turned around. Because it's all your fault, Issei said seriously to his mother after finally facing her. At that moment, Vanillana took a few steps back because the moment her son turned around, a serious and cold expression was engraved on his entire face. But that was not what caused that feeling of fear in her, but rather his red eyes. Many times she had seen them and did not succumb to them, but this time it was different because the look her son gave her was the same as that tragic day when destruction awakened in him. For that reason, in a matter of seconds, the brunette could see in her son's place that child who was suffering but at the same time was flooded with uncontrollable anger. What was the only thing Vanillana said, a little fearful because her greatest fear was in front of her, the Issei she had created. You've always thought about yourself and your feelings, having the desire to see your son again as he used to be from the beginning, but you've never thought about me. Have you ever thought about what I felt that day? Issei asked, returning to normal, softening his tone but not his expression. Of course, Vanillana tried to speak, but her son didn't allow it. You're lying. If you had done that, none of this would have happened and maybe I would be less dark than I am now, the brunette commented with his face clenched tightly. Issei, Vanillana expressed in pain, going to hug her son, who just stood there doing nothing. You know, mother, I've always wondered something and this has been on my mind since that day. Why didn't you do anything at that moment? Issei asked, reflecting sadness on his face and gazed at the woman who hugged him. What do you mean? Vanillana questioned, raising her gaze to see her son. You had enough power to finish off those fallen. You had the power to prevent all of this. You had the power to save me. But you did nothing. Issei commented seriously and blamed his mother, because he knew he was hurting her but he also had to get some of his pain out. But if I had done it, you could. Just as she tried to explain her reasons, Vanillana was interrupted when the brunette moved away from her arms and posed in front of her with his back to her again. For that reason I do not wish to be the same as before. The weak always doubt, fear and abandon people when they are most needed. You could have taken care of those guys and saved me. It did not matter if I suffered 1 or 2 wounds in the process. You could have done something but you did not. Do you not like what I became, mother? Well, I will tell you the same words I told that fallen before killing him, before doing what you did not do. This is the monster you have created. Now I realize something. It was not the fallen who made me change, but rather it was your mother. Issei expressed seriously, looking at his mother out of the corner of his eye, noticing her sadness. Your words hurt me, Vanillana said with her hand on her heart and her gaze downcast. I know and I'm very sorry, but that's how I am now. You want me to go back to being the way I was before and I understand that very well. Even I don't like what I became. Issei commented regretfully, looking at his hands. I still can't do it. I can't be the same as before. I don't want to, because even though I hate what I am, I also hate who I once was, and if I had to choose between one or the other, I'd rather be a monster, because that way I can keep everyone safe, the brunette declared firmly, feeling a tightness in his chest. It's true, you do it, but at the cost of yourself, all the resentment, hatred, sadness, and suffering you keep without letting it out. Please, darling, allow me, for what you love most in this world, to heal that wound from our past. Allow me to heal the wound that I myself caused, Vanillana begged sadly. But at that moment, without knowing it, a memory that had tormented him for a long time had reached her son's mind. No, Mom, run, save yourself. Leave me here and run away, Mom. Please leave her. Don't touch her. Please, no, damn you. I'll kill you. I'm sorry, but I don't want to see anyone suffer anymore. I don't want to suffer anymore, Issei responded with a sad face after remembering those words from the past that always haunted him. And being locked in that darkness is the solution? Vanillana asked, shedding a tear in the process. No, but it's the only thing that gives me protection, Issei commented before starting to walk, leaving his mother behind alone in the hallway. Do you hate me? Vanillana asked, stopping her son's steps and noticing how he remained silent for a few seconds. I don't hate you, mother, but I can't lie about being completely innocent either, Issei replied without turning his face to his mother, since if he did she could see a tear falling on his cheek. So, Vanillana said sadly, lowering her gaze because she didn't feel capable of looking at her son. Yes, in a way I blame you for what happened, Issei revealed with pain, the pain of a child who experienced something that no one should experience. I see, can it be repaired? Vanillana asked with a small smile, still without raising her gaze. I don't know, everything is possible in this life, Issei answered, resuming his steps where he opened a dimensional crack in front of him to leave his home. I love you, Issei, you know that, right? Vanillana said fondly as she watched her son leave. I do it, the brown-haired boy replied, letting out a sigh after entering the crack. And you, do you love me? Vanillana asked, noticing how the crack was slowly beginning to close. See you later, mother, Issei replied before leaving the mansion without facing his mother, because he couldn't do it, not now. In the halls of the Gremory mansion, Vanillana was left completely alone with a sad face because once again she had not been able to achieve anything with her son. It was then that she glimpsed through the nearest window Wave and KUROKA in the garden of her house training with their swords, which made her stay there watching them in a trance, remembering that that was what she always did with Issei. After that day, she only saw him from afar because she was afraid to approach him and deal with her new son, one who was not the one she wanted. Seeing it that way, Issei was within his right to hate her because in part he was right. She has always wanted her old son back and she unconsciously rejects the current one. And that is why Issei is not happy with either of them. She knew she had to accept them both into her life and heart, for one was the one who was, and the other, the one who is. They are both her children, her blood and flesh. The answer to all that problem was so simple, but for both Vanillana and Issei it seemed impossible. For she had to accept and embrace what she had created, and he had to accept his past in order to coexist in complete harmony. They both lived in the past in a certain way, since Vanillana wanted to get it back and Issei wanted to forget it. This is what I myself caused due to my weakness, and for that my son had to pay the cost of my actions. But I swear that no matter what, I will fix this and bring my son back. The Issei that should have been if nothing tragic had happened that day, that damn day. But I will also keep my current Issei. The two are different, but they make up the same person. He believes that his old self is not necessary, but what he does not understand is that it is part of him. I will make you see the truth, my son, even if it costs me my life. Vanillana thought for the last time before getting lost in the halls of the Gremory mansion aimlessly. Elsewhere. Darling. Home of the angels and former home of the fallen angels before their banishment to the underworld. The sky resembles a place sitting above the clouds with a shining golden roof high up. It is guarded by a large gate, and has a white stone path and stone buildings that appear to be floating, and is divided into 7 regions or heavens, with the 7th heaven being the current location of the sacred gear system and the Elohim system, and is also the place where the leader of the angels resides. In the levels of heaven there are many varieties, as in the first heaven is where the brave saints and low-level angels generally reside. It also serves as the first line of defense. The second heaven, it is a place full of darkness where the angels observe the stars and confine the angels who have sinned. The third heaven, it is the home of the souls of the dead that have been brought there. It is so vast that it is almost immeasurable and is what the worshippers of the biblical religion believe in. The fourth heaven, it is the Garden of Eden, where the legend of Adam and Eve began, this being the place where the trees of life and wisdom reside, the fifth heaven. It is the former home of the members of Gregory, before they fell, after which it became full of research institutes where the brave saints are created, the sixth heaven. Known as Zebul, it is the core of heaven where the seraphim such as Michael reside. Lastly, the seventh heaven, it is the home of the sacred gear system and the god system. Those would be the levels that every living being knows, but something that no one else knew, not even the angels or seraphim, is that the eighth heaven existed, this being the place where the Trahexa prison currently resides, better known as Albedo. The existence of this level was only known by 4 subjects in the entire supernatural world, being Great Red, OphisOuroboros, Elohim and Issei, who guarded the secret of its existence. Another place of great importance in heaven was its main levels where a large golden gate was located, this being the means to enter the kingdom of Elohim. And at this moment, outside of it a dimensional rift opened from which Issei emerged after leaving his home. Once out of it, and with his feet on the clouds, literally, the brown-haired boy looked in front of him, the great golden gate without any impression, and he also glimpsed the guardian of this being Saint Peter, who was at a small desk to the side of the gate. Issei let out a sigh before heading towards him, but his steps were stopped once he saw how the giant gate opened, revealing Elohim, who looked at him with a sullen face which made the brown-haired boy sweat as he knew why his friend looked at him that way. "Stop looking at me, old man, haven't you gotten over it yet?" Issei shook his head as he entered heaven through the gate. "Damn you, I gave you my friendship and you spit in my face," Elohim said furiously, wanting to hit the brown-haired boy. "How many times do I have to say I'm sorry? Besides, Gabriel and Penamion seduced me. I was weak against those two." Issei defended himself, shrugging his shoulders as he reached his friend's side. "Forget it. Why are you here?" Elohim asked, pushing his discomfort aside by crossing his arms in the process. "Because I wanted to see my father-in-law," Issei mentioned with humor, earning his friend to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "You're not funny," Issei commented with a dead expression at the lack of humor in the albino. "Look who's talking," Elohim said, smiling, shaking his head at his friend's antics. "Whatever, I came because you told me that you would show me that, and I brought you these documents for you to review. They are matters relating to the Alliance and also treaties that are being made with the Asgardian and Yokai factions." "Why are you looking at me like that?" Issei asked doubtfully once he took some papers out of his dimensional space, noticing his friend's dead look on his person. "It's so strange to hear you talking about responsibilities," Elohim mentioned, a drop of sweat running down his neck as he received the reports. "Ugh, being the leader isn't as pretty as it looks," Issei complained, a small shiver running through his body. "You're right, we have to listen to the people, solve the problems that arise, and find improvements for our kingdoms. Of course, we can't forget," Elohim began to speak, only to find himself swallowing hard in the middle of the sentence. "That damn paperwork," the two men said at the same time, trembling slightly at the mention of that damned enemy. "You too?" Issei asked nervously, because no being in the world could defeat the Papilio. Paperwork. The living misfortune of life that torments every leader throughout the vast universe. Issei had once come to the conclusion that it had been created in a fit of hatred by Chisato, giving birth to a despicable result to torment mortals like him. He had even mentioned it to his girlfriend and even blamed his misfortune on his creation, which earned him a few good blows from the goddess to his person. "Rows and rows of documents await me in my office. Fortunately, Gabriel helps me with that," Elohim answered, thinking of his adorable and helpful daughter who was at that moment attending to her work. "I see. I already found it strange that you hadn't come to greet me," Issei commented, feeling sorry for his poor archangel who had surely been forced to work by her tyrant father. "She was going to be, but I told her she had to finish her work first. That girl is so irresponsible sometimes. She wasn't like that before. She was a good, obedient, and responsible girl. It wasn't until you came that she rebelled," Elohim reproached with humor as he began to enter his kingdom in the company of his friend. "Yes, you are aware that it was your daughters who followed me wherever I went, right? Back then, during the war of the 3 biblical factions, I wasn't really focused on love matters and they were the ones who took the initiative," Issei commented with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck as he remembered how back then Gabriel and Penamion always went where he was, which made Serafall jealous, ending in a fight between the 3 of them for his attention. Flashback. In ancient times, during the war of the 3 sides of the biblical factions, the battlefield they used to fight their differences was anything but pretty, because the only thing that could be witnessed was blood, death, and chaos wherever you looked. But within all the Holocaust, there were always some who took advantage of their time to resolve differences, test their strength, or in this case, to fight for a man. In the middle of the battlefield, located in a crater, were the seraph Gabriel, the cadre Penamune and the demoness Serafall Citri. These three beautiful women were arguing heatedly while holding an individual who was in the center of them, being this Issei, who was the prey of the three women and could do nothing but stay there with a dead expression etched on his face as he listened to the women argue. "Damn bitch! Let him go!" Penamune shouted angrily at the only brunette in the group who was possessively hugging the brown-haired girl. "Force me, you big bitch!" Serafall responded to the insult while cradling her best friend in her breasts to keep them away from those detestable women. "Come on, let's just calm down," Gabriel suggested calmly, showing a pure smile that unfortunately did nothing against the two angry women. "You shut up, damn dove!" Serafall and Penamune shouted in unison, causing the blonde to wipe the smile off her face and put on a more serious one, something never before seen in the Seraph. "Oh, go fuck yourselves," Gabriel shouted, totally furious, throwing himself at the two women, starting a fight between them over Issei. And while those three were hitting each other hard, Issei remained on the ground without any emotion, seeing the disaster and headache that those three were to his person. But something he couldn't deny was the surprise he got when he heard Gabriel say such words. He believed that she was too pure for those things, but it seemed that she had her character. "I guess it's time to act. I'd better calm those three down before they make the situation worse. Friend of an angel and fallen. Only I get into these problems," Issei thought before jumping to heaven to go where the three women were having a good time with their powers at maximum power. End of flashback. I know, it's interesting to see how much they've changed, or rather how much everything has changed, and to think that a single man would cause it. Even you, Issei, have changed, Elohim mentioned as they walked through the ash trees of his kingdom and greeted from time to time the angels that crossed their paths. Of course, at that moment many who saw them were surprised to see the demon king in their home, but when they saw that he was accompanied by his lord, they calmed down, in addition to the fact that the brown-haired boy was the fiancé of the Seraphim Gabriel and Elohim's best friend, so it was not strange that he was there in the first place. Sure, Issei asked, a little doubtful of the albino's reasoning. Had he really changed? He looked the same as before. Yes, before you used to be darker and colder to the point of showing zero emotions, although you still retain your cold sense of justice. That, by the way, I always disagree with your solutions, since I firmly believe in forgiveness and salvation. I guess that's why we are good friends, and at the same time you represent our positions, being you a demon, and I an angel. But well, what I was saying is that you have changed. I no longer see the same man who sowed terror in the three biblical factions 3,000 years ago, Elohim answered calmly as they boarded the elevator to go to the next levels faster. I guess it's true. I think it's all because of the girls, my family and friends, Issei mentioned softly, noticing how his friend pressed several buttons as if it were a secret cipher. Maybe, but there's still a long way to go before we see the real Issei, right? Elohim asked, smiling after giving the secret code to the machine that closed its doors and continued to ascend. I couldn't say, Issei commented without any emotion, noticing how the elevator began to operate. Well, all that's left is to flow with the water, or in this case, life. By the way, we're headed to the 8th heaven, Elohim reported as he leaned against the elevator wall. Where is she? Issei thought, having in mind a certain dragoness who was very special to him. With the elevator running, the two remained in it as it went up, and since most of it was made of glass, the brunette could see in detail the levels of the kingdom of Elohim. First there were the humans in the service of heaven, or better known as brave saints, and some angels who greeted their lord when they saw him go up the elevator. Issei could say that all of them respected and adored his friend, for a reason. He was the god who held the most extensive, or famous, religion in the entire human world, so to speak. As he passed through the second heaven, Elohim told Issei that that was Penamune's favorite place during his childhood, since in the middle of the darkness he liked to watch the stars dance above her. He also revealed to him that at some point in the past, when he still had his white wings, Penamune had said that if he were to get married he wanted it to be in that place under the stars. Thanks to that information, Issei made a mental note for when the time came for his wedding to please every wish of his women. Passing the third heaven, the brown-haired boy looked with slight astonishment at the souls of the dead who rested there peacefully, that place being the paradise of humans. Seeing them rest, and without any worries, made Issei think about what he would do if the day came when he could do the same. As they passed through the fourth heaven, Elohim once again revealed a secret about his partners, this time Gabriel being the one who during her childhood liked to spend her time in the Garden of Eden. Thanks to this, Issei asked his friend for permission for a not-too-distant future to be able to formally ask for Gabriel and Penamune's hand in their respective dream places, to which Elohim replied, yes. As they climbed, Issei, seeing the trees of life and wisdom, warned Elohim that when Gabriel and Penamine were pregnant he could say goodbye to some trees, since his instincts warned him that when the time came they would want to eat a damned fruit from those trees, and just like he had done with Tiamat he planned to take the entire tree with him so as not to look for fruit at midnight. Passing through the fifth heaven, the brown-haired boy looked at the research institutes without any impression, since in a certain way they reminded him of those in the underworld where Yui constantly worked creating new inventions for the benefit of her kingdom. Something that Issei did not expect was that in the sixth heaven, Elohim would suddenly hit him in the stomach, which knocked the air out of him and made him stand up at that moment. At that moment he was going to hit his friend back, but he noticed how he was standing in front of him with his back to him and greeting someone. So he slightly tilted his face to one side, noticing how outside the elevator was Gabriel greeting his father. With this he understood his friend's action in not wanting his daughter to find out that he was there and where they were going. But Issei thought he could have done something other than hit him to hide it. Surely he had done it out of revenge for having taken his daughter's virginity. The seventh heaven passed peacefully, except for the fact that Elohim was on his knees holding his head, which showed a large bump, while Issei was already standing with his fists steaming and an expression of annoyance on his face. Once they passed the penultimate floor of heaven, they reached the last one, which was a large white space with a golden door at the end of what was apparently a hallway. Upon arriving, the doors opened and the two passengers exited, with one of them being the guide. Heaven is a peaceful place, isn't it? Of course, there are also problems like every kingdom, but unlike the underworld, peace is what abounds here. You don't like it, do you? Elohim asked, walking towards the back door of the White Palace, which was what he had called the place they were in. Peace and quiet have never been my thing, Issei replied with a tense smile at his friend, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. No, they are not. Your thing is fights and freedom. In simple words, the life of a dragon, Elohim commented with amusement, letting out a small laugh in the process. I don't complain about what I have, and even freedom is not something I need per se, because technically I do what I want and what I like. Spending my time with the girls and my family is a gift of life. In that sense I don't complain. The only thing that disturbs me would be good, Issei began to say, remaining silent at the end, remaining thoughtful. I see, it's no fun being the strongest, is it? Elohim mentioned after dealing with the brunette's annoyance. At first it wasn't even a dream, but now it feels empty. What's the point of being the strongest if there's no one to fight? Issei commented, letting out a sigh as he looked up at the ceiling of the white room. Yes, life is usually like that. Even in our dreams there are repercussions. But at least you could fight against Great Red, Ophis. Even with me if you want. I assure you that I won't win, but I will fight you, Elohim suggested enthusiastically, patting his friend on the back. Ha ha ha, that's good to know, old man. Maybe later we can do it, although I think Gabriel and Penamine would get upset. Issei responded, showing a small smile as he thought about a confrontation with the albino. It would be interesting. Maybe, but there will be no shortage of laughter and excitement. Elohim couldn't help but agree with his friend on the part about his daughters being very upset. If the fight didn't leave them injured, he was sure they would. Even so, none is an opponent that makes you bring out all your power, which I imagine is out of this world, Elohim mentioned calmly, stopping his steps upon arriving in front of the golden door. You have no idea, Issei replied without taking his gaze away from the front, the golden door being his center of attention. You think about her, right? Elohim asked suspiciously but not annoyed as he looked at the brunette. Ugh, Issei said doubtfully, turning to see his friend to see what he meant. The beast, Elohim mentioned somewhat seriously, noticing how his friend turned his gaze to the door in front of them. Even with the powers of Ophis Infinity, Great Red's body and my essence of destruction, I couldn't defeat her. I had to seal her to save all life in the universe, leaving a bittersweet taste in me, Issei commented seriously, bringing one of his hands to the door, knocking on it. You want to fight her again, right? Elohim asked simply and without any annoyance while he crossed his arms. I do, many call me the strongest. But that won't be true until I defeat her with everything I have. She is a being equal to me with whom I couldn't tell for sure the result of a battle, and that's what I like, Issei expressed with emotion, showing a defiant smile as he thought about the dragon. You speak as if you knew that, beast, Elohim commented somewhat doubtfully at the way the brown-haired being expressed himself. Maybe it will make him old, was the only thing Issei said without looking away from the front. Well, it's not something that concerns me, so I won't ask any more if you don't want to say it, Elohim mentioned, respecting his friend's thoughts and actions. On the other side of those doors lies the seal that keeps her prisoner, and only the doors will open to you and me. I must be crazy for what I'm going to say, but if one day you feel that you are ready and that you can win, come to heaven, open the doors and fulfill your dream, were the words of the leader of heaven before turning around and starting to leave the White Palace. Wouldn't it bother you if I did something so selfish and risky? Issei asked doubtfully without facing his friend. No, because I believe and trust in my best friend, Elohim answered as he walked away from where they were. Thanks Elohim, Issei thought as he looked at the golden door, which held inside the prison of his nemesis, rival, friend and something more. Albedo. Minutes later. Underworld, Citri territory. After his visit to heaven and seeing up close the door to the 8th heaven that kept Trihixa's, Albedo, seal locked, Issei left for his home after saying goodbye to his friend, who did not let him approach Gabriel because he feared that she would be distracted from her work by the brown-haired boy. Something that Issei did not like, but he had to reluctantly accept just so that Elohim would have less work, although before leaving he told him that as revenge for not letting him see his beautiful angel, he was going to spend the lost time with her at night, which made the leader of heaven angry when he understood what his friend meant, but it was too late to do something since he had already left. After that, Elohim made a mental note to beat the shit out of Issei when he saw him again, which would be in a few days when the Norse god arrived to speak with the Biblical Alliance. On the other hand, the brown-haired boy had returned to his kingdom to attend to his daily work, but before doing so he went to a sector of the Citri clan's territory, where certain people were waiting for him. A large structure stood on top of the place, and at this moment it was completely desolate since the building was newly built and had not yet been given a specific use. On the outskirts of this center were 3 women of incredible beauty. One of them was a beautiful girl looking in her teens with black hair tied in 2 ponytails and purple eyes. The other was a young woman with glasses, a slender figure, black hair styled in a short bob cut and purple eyes. The last of them was a young woman with glasses, long, straight black hair that extended to her knees, with parted bangs and with her eyes a light brown shade. These 3 beautiful women, better known as the Mouse Serafall Leviathan, Sona Citri and Sabaki Shinra, remained outside the building apparently waiting for a certain person. The 3 were talking to each other comfortably until a dimensional crack was created in front of them from which Issei emerged with his characteristic serious and cold expression, but since a certain brunette was present being the medicine for the brown-haired man, he relaxed his posture and expression after crossing the crack and closing it. Well, I see you were already here, so I apologize for the delay, Issei mentioned looking at the 3 brunettes, one of them being the one who had the most of his attention. Calm down, love, did your talk with Elohim go well? Serafall asked smiling, approaching her partner and then joining their lips in a calm and sweet kiss. Nothing out of the ordinary, Sarah, Issei responded, showing a small smile as he caressed his beloved's cheek. Gremory-sama, why? Just when Sona was about to speak, she was interrupted by the brunette who raised his hand to make her remain silent for a moment. Sona, please tell me, Issei, there is no problem, the same goes for you, Tsubaki, the brunette commented in a carefree manner while he had the Mao grabbed by her waist, pressing her against his body. Issei. Sona tried to follow her instructions, but when she did, her voice came out shaky and it was difficult to pronounce that name without giving her respect. Really? Issei questioned with a dead face as he saw that it was too difficult for his girlfriend's sister to treat him without formalities. Shut up, Sona said embarrassedly, turning her face to the side so that they wouldn't see her slightly blushed cheeks. Issei-chan, don't bother my sister or you'll get back at me, Serafall declared with feigned anger and her cheeks puffed out as she looked at her boyfriend with sharp eyes. It's hard to believe when you're a dwarf, Issei commented with amusement to the brunette, poking her on the nose. This dwarf really makes you enjoy the nights, Serafall said angrily, trying to hit the brown-haired boy, but he just stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead to prevent her from advancing. Oh, as far as I remember, the last time was in the company of Penamune and she resisted more than you. Issei's words only made the Mao turn redder with fury while in the other 2 women present it caused shame for the information that should be only from those 2. I see, then why don't you go with her if she pleases you so much, idiot, Serafall declared, pouting and gently hitting her boyfriend's chest repeatedly. Shorty, Issei said, tilting his face a little because the brunette was short, so he always bothered her for that. Brute, Serafall responded angrily, standing on tiptoe without taking her eyes off her boyfriend. Bustaloli, Issei mentioned with a smile as he touched the brunette's breasts with his fingers. Bipolar brown, Serafall commented as she put her arms around her partner's neck. Incestuous woman, Issei mentioned as he brought his hands to the Mao's waist and lifted her up so that she was level with his face. Breast lover, Serafall declared, her mouth inches away from the brunette's, which had a stupid smile on it. I adore you, Issei expressed affectionately to the brunette, brushing his lips against hers. Me too, Serafall replied, aging, joining her lips in a passionate kiss with her man. While the two lovers were in their moment and love session, a little away from them were Sona and Tsubaki, who showed blushes on their faces for two reasons. One of them was because their minds were playing tricks on them, and instead of seeing Serafall, they saw themselves in the brown-haired boy's arms receiving all her love. The other reason, and the most important of all, was because of the words those two had said. Sona knew that her sister was no longer a virgin, much less that she wouldn't have her intimate moments with her partner if they lived under the same roof. That was inevitable. But even so, hearing her talk about that subject, and Issei playing along saying that the cadre Penamian was better in that sense, made her feel ashamed. The same thing happened with Tsubaki. Both she and her friend were upright women, so hearing about those topics made them feel nervous. That was too much information that I didn't want to know, Tsubaki commented to herself as she looked at the couple. Those two are made for each other. Sona blew her forehead as she shook her head. There was a reason her older sister always bothered her. She was very childish, and having her king join her didn't help at all. Is Penamian really better than me? Serafall asked once she separated from the kiss as the brunette placed her back on the ground. I was just joking. That time they both fainted at the same time. Either is better than the other because they are all special in their own way, Issei answered honestly, downplaying the matter. What a relief. For a second I doubted my pride as a woman. But we have to do something about that damn resistance of yours. Maybe all the girls should join together to defeat you. Would you like that, Issei? Serafall suggested sensually, rubbing her breasts against the brunette's and making a path with her fingers along his neck. I'd be lying if I said no, Issei commented truthfully, not seeing anything wrong with that scenario. Could he die? Probably. Would he be dominated? Surely he would. Would it be worth it? Obviously. There was no better way to die than under the intimate act with his women. Issei supposed that his resistance was because he had an enhanced body and infinite reserves that managed to stay standing during the act of consummation, which left him as the victor during his encounters with his partners. But he knew that he couldn't be invincible in that area, so he assumed that if all his women joined together the dragon could be dominated. Not to mention Ophis and Albedo. No one apart from Issei knew, but he, like the two dragons, had his gaze fixed on them. They say that the strong seek their equals, and this applied to dragons in various situations such as looking for a partner. Issei may have been a half-breed, but he was both a dragon and a demon, and the ideological and natural characteristics of both races applied to him. One of the reasons he and Albedo wanted to fight was to mark their dominance over the other. The same applied to Ophis. Issei knew that the Infinity Dragon had set her sights on him a long time ago, so he wouldn't be surprised if one day she came to demand a duel from him to determine if he was worthy of being her partner. Love is important in a relationship as is time, according to some, since with it you can get to know a person better. But for the dragons, a fight with all their power was enough to know if their rival was the right one, because that is how their reasoning and race worked. Getting back to the starting point, the brown-haired boy knew that he could handle his current partners and emerge victorious from the act of consummation. But if in the future Albedo and Ophis arrived, the two dragon goddesses of great power, with those two plus all the others, Issei could say that he would lose to them and that finally the dragon would be tamed. Although the brown-haired boy internally, of all his partners that were yet to be marked, one of them scared him more than the others together, and that was Chisato. How she is the supreme existence of all life itself and the most powerful ever seen. Issei assumed that his girlfriend was a beast on the spot, so he feared for her integrity. At least it was lucky that Chisato was sensitive to those issues. But the brown-haired boy knew through a long list of defeats against the goddess that she was invincible in every way, and in bed, she was no exception, or at least that's what he believed. Then it will be your birthday present, Serafall declared after separating from her beloved by taking a small jump backwards. Ahem, we can get back to the matter of why we're here, Sona called attention to the wonder duo in front of her. We're sorry, Issei and Serafall apologized at the same time, once they noticed that they had made a scene in front of spectators. Then Issei-sama, why have you summoned me today, and why in this strange place in my family's territory? Sona asked, pointing at the large structure that rose behind her. Also, if it's not too much trouble, would you mind telling us what this place is, Issei-sama? Tsubaki continued, and like her friend, she pointed and looked at the building with doubt. Oh, well, the answer to all this is simple, my beautiful demonesses. Issei began to speak, noticing how the faces of both women blushed slightly. Beauties, Tsubaki and Sona said in unison, their cheeks tinged with pink and their bodies moving nervously. Did I do wrong, Sarah? Issei whispered to his girlfriend upon seeing the strange behavior of the brunettes. You just keep going, the Mao Leviathan responded with her blushing cheeks and camera in hand. which she had used to record her adorable sister's face. Well, this building, or rather academy, will be where classes and preparation of reincarnated devils and low-income children will be taught, Issei said calmly, causing doubt and astonishment in the young women. In other words, this is your academy, Sona, Serafall revealed, taking confetti from her hand and throwing it at her sister. What? Sona and Tsubaki shouted, totally shocked by the news. But why, how, what is this? Sona began to say, entering a nervous breakdown, since she had not expected that news. Calm down, Sona, you see, your dream caught my attention. Create and teach about the raiding games to the reincarnated young. While it is true that there is an academy here in the underworld that does it, it is only for the privileged devils and the children of high-class devils. But your dream is different because you want to build a school for the low-class devils and the reincarnated, something that in my opinion is very noble and should be rewarded. I tell you again, Sona, you are a light for those young people and children who are denied the rights of an education that we all deserve, Issei mentioned, placing one of his hands on the head of the brunette who was about to enter a state of crisis. You know, I was thinking of solving that problem, which is why I had ordered this center to be built, but hearing how determined you were at the meeting made me see that this place would be better in your hands. I talked to Serafall about it, and we both agreed to give you this place. It's not finished yet because it lacks materials such as tables, chairs among other things, as well as the staff to work there. But the building is finished, and it's now yours, Sona. I know that in your hands this school will become the best of all, Issei finished saying with a smile as he took some keys out of his pocket, those being the ones from the academy, which he handed to the devil in front of him. I can't accept this, Sona denied flatly, trying to return the keys while tears began to accumulate in her beautiful eyes. Sona, Tsubaki thought with concern as she saw how shaky her friend was, trying not to cry while she uselessly gave the keys back to the brunette. Little sister, no one but me knows how much dedication you have put into this dream of yours and also how much you have suffered and feared because of the rejection of others to your ideas. But today here you have been presented with the opportunity to fulfill your long-awaited dream. Issei has given you the place and the rest is up to you as you have always wanted and fought. Accept his gift with your head held high and move forward, overcome obstacles and fulfill your dream. Do not be afraid, never stop pursuing your dreams. Even if everything becomes dark, there is a powerful light within you, which never goes out. It is the glow of your soul, which is infinite and eternal, Serafall encouraged her sister, ending up breaking down that unbreakable appearance of hers. Thanks, Issei, Oni-san, thanks so much. Sona thanked her tearfully, hugging the two mentioned, who returned the affection. I promise that I will not waste this opportunity and gift. I will build the academy, and I also promise that one day, Issei, I will pay you back in full, Sona mentioned, clutching the keys to her chest tightly once she separated from the brown-haired and black-haired boy. I'm content just to see you smile, Issei commented smiling, downplaying any means of payment to him. Thanks. Sona was overjoyed, and just seeing those keys in her hands was enough to make her understand that her dream began here and now. Why don't we go inside and show them the facilities? Serafall suggested as she climbed up the brunette's back until she was on his shoulders. Good idea, dwarf, Issei supported, taking his beloved's feet to start walking towards the academy. Don't tell me that, Serafall complained childishly, gently hitting her boyfriend's head but laughing at the same time. It's with love, Sarah, Issei commented smiling, caressing the brunette's legs so she wouldn't get upset. Whatever, start walking, Serafall ordered, moving forward until she was standing with her head tilted, looking directly at her boyfriend's violet orbs. As my future wife commands, Issei responded cheerfully, beginning his journey to the facilities, leaving behind two demonesses still a little shocked by what had happened. Are you okay, Sona? Tsubaki asked as she approached her friend and placed her hand on her shoulder. Yes, Tsubaki, it's just that I'm still a little shocked by all this, Sona replied to her friend looking at the keys in her hands, which meant the beginning of her dream. It's amazing, isn't it? Tsubaki said fondly, watching the brown-haired boy walk away with the brunette. Yes, I think I'm falling more and more in love with him, Sona commented in the same state, because the only people who had supported her and helped her in her biggest dream had been her family, friends and above all her king. It's understandable. His way of being and actions give a lot to think about. Even I'm starting to feel attracted to him, even if he's chaotic and unpredictable. You never know if he's going to love you or hate you, if he's going to run away or ask you to never leave, and that's why you want to love him, because in his comings and goings he can offer you everything or leave you with nothing. He has a sadness that hurts. However, I've never seen anyone, ever, laugh so hard at life. That's why many love him. because he's the closest thing to happiness that can be found, Tsubaki mentioned, starting to walk with her friend behind the two adults. I looked at him, and I can swear that I didn't feel like looking at anything else. At that very moment I understood that eyes always belong to the person who makes them shine, Sona thought, smiling as she looked at the figure of the brown-haired boy, or rather the figure of the man who had become her love interest. Upon entering what would be an academy, Issei and Serafall showed the two young women the building, from the classrooms that could be used to teach lessons as well as spaces for laboratories, cafeterias among many others. Sona and Tsubaki were amazed by the great structure and its multiple spaces to establish the lessons that were going to be taught. There was even a huge court in the gardens with a gym created to train and resist different magical powers. The academy was like any other with its respective classrooms and special rooms. During the tour of this, Issei explained to Sona and Tsubaki that the first floor could be used to teach classes and that the second floor as a learning space where there could be a bookstore and other things for the benefit of those who entered. At the top of the academy was a special room for the one who would be the director of this, where Serafall explained to the young women that this space would be only for the one who would run the academy with his right-hand man, who in this case were Sona and Tsubaki. The academy was big, obviously, given that there were several sectors for the different educational levels that would be carried out. From tennis courts, a soccer field, to a large restaurant could be seen around. Sona at that moment felt like a child in a candy store, since everything she saw excited her so she couldn't stop smiling. Finally her dream could come true. Although the entire structure was already finished and gave the appearance of a high-class place, that didn't mean that the work was finished. Issei and Serafall had made it very clear to the two brunettes that they had given her the place. But whether it would work and grow depended solely on them, because it made no sense if they did everything. In the end it was Sona's dream and she had to see that it came true. Obviously the heiress Citri understood and accepted the words of her sister and Rei, since they had all the truth in them. The academy was her dream and only she could make it grow. It was almost the same as with Rias, since Issei had also given her his help, but her growth was in her hands. At that moment, both the Gremory heiress and the Citri were somehow indebted to Issei, who was patiently waiting for them to achieve their dreams and show him their strong determination. Both had in their hands the keys to a promising future, but that was only up to them for wanting to achieve their goals. After finishing the tour of the academy, Issei said goodbye to the three women as he had to return to work, so he left the rest to his girlfriend. Before leaving he gave Serena a kiss on her lips, and to the embarrassment of Sona and Tsubaki one on their cheeks. Saying that they didn't blush was like saying that Issei and Grafia were two loving siblings. Once he said goodbye to the girls, the brown-haired man left the facilities while the three black-haired women stayed a little longer to organize what would become of the academy and what would happen there from now on. At the entrance of the building, Issei was walking calmly with his hands in his pockets. Or at least that was at the beginning, since at a certain moment his steps were stopped while he looked ahead at a non-specific space. "May I know why you follow me all the time?" Issei asked out loud as he felt a disturbance in the environment around him, but the only answer he received was silence. "You won't talk, I see. You know. It's strange that they're following you. If I haven't done anything until now, it's because you don't represent any danger. But even so, I feel a little uncomfortable knowing that they have eyes on me most of the time," Issei mentioned, tiredly looking in all directions trying to find his stalker, but he couldn't find anything. "Talking to yourself isn't fun," Issei commented, letting out a sigh in the process, but then a strong current of air hit him without causing any harm. I just want my family," a voice came from right behind the brown-haired boy, who seemed slightly surprised by that. "Oh, so you're a woman, I can tell by your fine voice. Tell me, can I turn around?" Issei asked, feeling how the person who always followed him was right behind him. "No, it's not the time yet. I would appreciate it if you respected my decision," the mysterious woman responded calmly, noticing how the brown-haired boy nodded at her request. "Well, if that's what you want, I'll do it. At least I could know why you always follow me," Issei asked calmly. After relaxing his posture, he could turn around and see the mysterious woman, but if she didn't want to reveal herself, he couldn't force her or act hastily. "Family," the woman mentioned with certain emotions in her tone, like longing, sadness, and happiness. "Family?" Issei questioned with doubt, not understanding what she meant, or rather what he had to do with all that. In that moment of doubt, the brown-haired boy was surprised when he saw how thin arms passed through his waist until they surrounded him in a warm hug, as he also noticed the feminine body of the mysterious woman leaning on his back. The wind blew once more, and Issei could see for a few seconds how the hair of that mysterious woman who hugged him was placed in front of him following the air currents, so he saw its color being a black tone. Despite the situation, and having her so close to him, he decided to let her act freely, always respecting her request and not turn around. "I just want my family." The words spoken by the woman, loaded with a feeling of sadness, made Issei feel a lump in his throat as well as a tightness in his chest. What was happening? "I don't understand," Issei replied, lowering his gaze and touching the woman's hands with his own. "I know you won't, but when you're ready you will. Until then I'll continue living in your shadows," the woman said a little happily, removing her hands from the brunette's body as well as moving away from him a little. "Won't your parents worry if you follow a stranger?" Issei asked without turning around, feeling for some strange reason a connection with that mysterious woman. "If I had them with me, they would surely do it," the woman replied without taking her gaze off Issei as it began to sink into its shadow. "Perhaps you?" Issei asked in astonishment and doubt, beginning to turn around slowly. "It's complicated. See you later," the woman said goodbye, completely submerging herself in the shadows, leaving the brunette alone. "Wow, this is really strange, damn it. I didn't ask his name. I guess it will be for next time," Issei thought once he turned around, noticing how he was once again alone on the outskirts of the academy. Seeing himself alone, he did not hesitate any longer and opened a dimensional rift in front of him. Having Great Red's powers were quite useful since he could move freely through the dimensional spaces at will. Although at first it was difficult for him, and on several occasions when he practiced that power he ended up getting lost in the many universes and Chisato had to go look for him repeatedly to his relief. Without putting it off any longer, he entered the crack that had a single destination, this being the last one to attend to before returning home. Unfortunately for Issei, it was the worst of all places in existence, and from which he could not escape. Minutes later. Underworld. Lilith. The current territory of the underworld capital ruled by Issei Gremory. In the demonic territory there are several buildings of various types distributed throughout the capital, but among all of them the one that stands out the most is a tower, being the tallest structure in the underworld, in which the Demon King's office is located. Being positioned in the center of the city allows him to have a complete view of his kingdom. In addition to the fact that for his people it is a symbol that regardless of the distance their lord was watching them. Currently, after leaving the Citri Eris Academy, Issei headed to his office to continue with his day-to-day work. Being the ruler of an entire faction was not an easy task, and sometimes the brown-haired boy questioned whether to continue being the leader, since it was a heavy task in the sense that there was no end to his battle against paperwork, where he always ended up losing. Furthermore, it was not only the job of the king of the underworld that Issei had to do, since there was also that of the pillar of the three biblical factions, where he attended to the different opinions of demons, angels and fallen, as well as seeking coexistence between the three races, as well as expanding their alliance with other kingdoms, such as the Nordic faction and that of the yokai, who were on the list waiting for Issei being the leader to attend a meeting with the leaders of each faction. In conclusion, the brown-haired man had no rest whatsoever. And it was in his offices where he was currently sitting, having in front of him the desk in the room where several documents lay to be reviewed. With the view of the city behind him, with pen in hand, Issei read and signed the documents one by one in an atmosphere of peace and tranquility, or at least that would normally be the case, but the person who was in front of the brown-haired man, sitting in the same way and reviewing several documents, made slight complaints that caused the brown-haired man to have a dead expression while he looked at his companion. It was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with parted bangs and hazel eyes with feline pupils. Her outfit consisted of a white v-neck blouse that left an attractive cleavage visible. She was also covered by a long-sleeved black jacket, and on her lower part she wore a black skirt that reached halfway up her thighs that accentuated her hips, transparent stockings under the skirt, and black sneakers. This beautiful jewel was known as KUROKA Hellcat, Koneko's older sister and mainly the first rook of Issei Gremory. What was she doing there? Easy, because at that moment the beautiful Nico model was helping the brown-haired boy in his work, serving as his personal secretary, this being now, so to speak, her job. Phew, I never thought working would be so tiring, KUROKA laments as she leans on the brown-haired boy's desk, bored of so much paperwork to sign and review. Welcome to adult life, KUROKA, Issei mentioned without taking his gaze off the document in front of him that talked about the arrival of the Norse god. I think he needed a vacation, KUROKA commented while playing with her pen, throwing it back and forth on the large table. You've only been working for 2 hours, KUROKA, and you still have another 5 more to go, Issei mentioned, putting the document aside to see the brunette in front of him. This is too much for me, Nya, KUROKA lamented dramatically, standing up and stretching her body, feeling uncomfortable from sitting for so long. It's better than doing nothing, besides you accepted, Issei spoke, letting out a sigh at the Nikomata's behavior. It's not like you left me any other choice, KUROKA whispered, remembering how she had become her king's secretary. Flashback, hours before. Gremory Mansion. Bam! It was the sound that was heard coming through the halls of the mansion caused by Issei hitting one of the walls with his palm. The brown-haired man lay in the middle of the hall with a serious face and his hand outstretched, which had a certain Nikomata cornered against the wall, the beautiful black-haired woman being the one who didn't understand what was happening in the first place, or why the brown-haired man was looking at her with predatory eyes. Had the day come when she would lose her virginity? Just thinking about it made her swallow hard while she was cornered against the wall. What is this? Are you going to take me here in the hallway? KUROKA said, trying to sound confident and seductive as she always used to be, but only a shaky voice came out, because those violet eyes and that serious expression on her king's face made her vulnerable. KUROKA, Issei began to say, bringing his face closer to that of the trembling Nikomata beneath him. I am not ready yet, KUROKA screamed, closing her eyes and turning her face when she saw that she was going to be taken by her king. KUROKA, become my secretary, Issei finished saying with pleading eyes to the brunette, kneeling in front of her in the process. Huh, KUROKA said doubtfully, because she thought she was going to stop being a virgin at that moment. At least now she was calmer. But why did she dislike the idea that it wasn't what she thought? Sorry, I shouldn't have started like that, so I'll start from the beginning. I need your help, Issei mentioned, now calmer, getting up to stand in front of the black-haired girl. What's wrong, Issei-chan? KUROKA asked, slightly confused but also curious. A symbol of this were her two tails moving from one side to the other. You see, I'm in a big problem. I lost my secretary, Issei began to tell as he remembered why he was in his home and attacked his newest room. It turned out that when he left Sona Academy, he had gone to his offices in Lilith, but upon arriving he found a lot of work to do and Miragen absent in the room. It was then that he had remembered that she had gone shopping with Tiamat and that due to her pregnancy she could not continue working for him, or for Serafall. For some reason Isabella had gone to replace her. But what about him? It was a fact that without the help of one of his women he was a complete disaster and useless when it came to doing his homework. That was why he had run back to the Gremory Mansion in search of a solution to his problem, the Nikomata being the one chosen for it. Did you lose? KUROKA questioned, tilting her head slightly and bringing her finger to her lips. You see, previously Miragen was the one who helped me at work, but she was already Serafall's secretary, so she couldn't continue working by my side without causing repercussions to her friend. But right now Miragen, like Tiamat, carry my children in their wombs, so many activities are denied to them due to their health. So Isabella, my queen, offered to do Miragen's work helping Serafall, leaving me alone with all my work, but the truth is that I can't do it alone. Those damn documents arrive non-stop and the phone rings all the time that I'm starting to consider destroying the underworld to save myself all the problems. But I can't do it, and each of my women have their own responsibilities to bother them, so I came to you, KUROKA. Please become my secretary, Issei begged, taking the Nikomata's hands and looking at her in desperation. Work has never been my thing, KUROKA began to say nervously, turning her gaze to the side. Please, I'll do anything to have your help, Issei mentioned, entering into crisis. Who would say that work would be his greatest enemy? Whatever. Hearing those sweet words, KUROKA's ears moved a little, as did her tails. As long as it is within my reach, I will do it, Issei responded, determined to do anything to get the Nikomata's help. There's no way he would go back to that office to do everything alone. I'd rather be dead than that. Well, at first I was going to do it because you gave me a new life and reunited me with my family, for which I am very grateful, KUROKA recounted sweetly, hiding her true intentions that were imperceptible to the brown-haired boy. Oh, then let's go, Issei commented excitedly to the brunette, pulling her hand, presenting a childish attitude at that moment. But since you said you would do anything, that is something I can't waste, so what I want is one simple thing, KUROKA mentioned in her sensual tone, turning the positions with the brown-haired boy in a quick movement. There in the middle of the hallway was Issei lying against the wall, while KUROKA rested on his chest with a raised leg that was crossed with the brown-haired boy's waist, and her face was positioned in the hollow of Issei's neck, to which she gave little licks, without forgetting to mention that she rubbed her voluptuous breasts against the brown-haired boy's and moved her hips suggestively against those of her prey. Now the roles had changed, and the one who was once the predator became the prey, being strange since in a certain way a cat was marked dominance over a dragon. Something very strange, right? But that was KUROKA, playful, calm, naive, and she liked to make fun of people, her king being now the target of her jokes from now on. She is also usually quite vulgar, and uses her beauty and sensuality as a weapon in her arsenal of teasing. Too bad her prey didn't seem nervous in the least, since Issei remained motionless with a stoic expression at KUROKA's playfulness. The brown-haired boy couldn't deny her beauty among other things, but having lived his entire life with several women who tempted him every second, he had gotten used to it, and therefore not reacted nervously. Furthermore, Issei noticed upon contact that despite her mischievous nature, KUROKA was a very kind and compassionate woman, so he didn't succumb to her charms. You know, I have a goal, and it is to bring back the extinct race of Nikomatis, specifically my sisters and mine, the Nekashu. I have wandered for a long time looking for the ideal candidate who can ensure the fittest and best genes for my kittens, KUROKA mentioned seductively, licking the brown-haired boy's cheek in the process. But internally she wondered if she was doing something wrong because he didn't react to her charms. Did he not like her? Was he not her type? She had always wanted to have strong children. The reason she wants to have strong children is because she wants her species, the Nekashu, to flourish once again, as her species is currently on the brink of extinction. You're not going to tell me that you want me to? Just as Issei was speaking, he narrowed his eyes in suspicion at the brunette's request. But as soon as he was about to speak, he was silenced by her fingers. Shhhhh. Let me finish. Wave and Kirom told me about how you are, so I wouldn't propose something like having children just like that. No. What I want to ask is that you allow me to be a candidate for a partner for you, like Valerie, Lavinia, Sona and Tsubaki are currently, according to what I understand from Kirom. That's the only thing I want in return for my help, that you allow me to get to know you and you to me, to see if we can create something between the two of us. You've caught my attention from the moment I saw you, and like a kitten I'm curious about all this. Do you accept? KUROKA asked calmer, moving away from the brown-haired boy waiting for his answer. For a moment I thought it would be the other thing, but it's okay, KUROKA. While it's true that girls don't have a limit on partners, which seems strange to me, they are not always the ones who involve more, therefore it's okay. I allow you and fulfill your request. Let's get to know each other and see where this story takes us, kitten. Issei answered calmly as he brought his hand to the brunette's head and caressed her, surprising himself in the process once he heard her purr. Oh, by Elohim, it's better than I thought. With this I can die in peace, the brown-haired boy thought, containing his emotion as he caressed KUROKA's ears for her enjoyment. It was then that a crazy idea popped into the brown-haired boy's head. Yes, with one it's that incredible. How would it be to do it with more at the same time? I have Tiamat, Irene and KUROKA, and they alone are adorable when I pet them and they purr. But how would it be if I do it with all three at the same time? I have to find out, Issei thought with determination to carry out his new idea no matter the cost. Now that I think about it, I wonder if Ophis and Albedo can purr too. Tiamat and Irene are dragons, so I imagine they can do it too. How will they sound? Issei's mind was an unfinished puzzle, and his ideas were so varied and crazy that more than one would question. You put a hand on me and I'll kill you, the brunette heard Albedo say in his head, noticing that his voice sounded ashamed and fearful. Nya, thanks Issei-chan, KUROKA expressed joyfully, jumping into the brown-haired boy's arms, bringing him out of his crazy thoughts. No, thanks to you, KUROKA, you are a gift from heaven, Issei replied while rubbing his cheek against that of the Nikomata, whom he hugged tightly. Is that job so bad? It was the last thing KUROKA thought, a little nervous about what she had gotten herself into, but she couldn't turn back now. End of flashback. Just give it time, KUROKA, you'll get used to it, and in a way, this time with me is only yours, Issei commented calmly, signing a document and watching out of the corner of his eye as the brunette climbed onto his desk. Oh, what are you implying, Issei-chan? Nya, KUROKA expressed sensually on all fours on the desk, where she leaned forward, giving the brunette a good view of her cleavage. If you have so much energy to seduce, why don't you use it to work? It's a shame that for her, Issei wasn't one of those who fell easily, but that only lit the flame in her system to see him ashamed one day. Yeah, how bad? You know, my pride as a woman has just been trampled in a matter of seconds, KUROKA commented with a tense smile as she got off the desk and returned to her seat. I'm sorry if it didn't turn out the way you expected, but growing up with perverts like Serafall, Mirajin and Tiamat, as well as living, in depth, with each of my girls, makes it very difficult for me to fall for provocations of that kind. But if it helps, you did well, the brown-haired boy praised the brunette, noticing how the number one headache in his life appeared behind her. It's true, if you want to provoke something you should do this for greater effect, Albedo mentioned, showing herself to the brunette's view and beginning to take off the top of her white dress, revealing her breasts, which she covered with one hand while performing a sensual pose for her beloved rival. Yeah, it doesn't help at all, KUROKA commented with little encouragement, but at the same time surprised to see how the brown-haired boy covered his face with one hand and shook his head. You are beautiful, KUROKA, both outside and inside, and that is something I will not deny, Issei praised to the delight of the Nikomata, who smiled at it. Thanks, Kuroka thanked happily, resuming her work reviewing the documents on the table. Albedo, stop undressing, Issei expressed mentally with irritation as he watched the brunette about to take off the bottom of her dress. Why, don't you like what you see? Albedo asked the brunette sensually, turning around a little so he could see her better. I won't answer that. Issei mentally shook his head, refocusing his sight on the documents in front of him and forgetting the alluring image of the dragon's body in his head. But in itself, there is a lot of work to do, so do not overexert yourself. Being the leader has its advantages, so there is no time limit to deliver all this, Issei mentioned after a few seconds to the Nikomata, noticing in the process how Albedo was already dressed again walking around the room. Maybe it would be good if you hired another secretary to help you reduce the work, Nya, Kuroka suggested, being surprised in the process when she saw how the brown-haired boy looked everywhere in the room. Were there ghosts? It may be, but I don't do it for reasons of trust. I only trust my family, Issei mentioned calmly, returning to his work and ignoring the entity that was lurking in the room. How boring, Albedo expressed as he lay down on the rider with his head positioned where the brunette was, to his irritation, since only he could see her. Therefore he was the only one who had a woman in the middle of the documentaries he had to review. And me? Kuroka questioned without knowing that at that moment she had the feet of the dragon that was bothering the brown-haired boy above her head. What are you saying, Kuroka? From the day we met in that alley, you were already part of my family, Issei commented, smiling while he had Albedo's face in front of him, who was looking at him intensely as if it were a staring contest. Now I see why you have so many women at your feet, Kuroka mentioned gracefully as she sealed some documents with the Gremory clan insignia. That mouth is dangerous, Albedo seconded the Nikomata while poking the brunette's lips with her fingers. I don't even know how to answer that, Issei muttered as he continued his work, or what he could do with it in the face of the dragon's constant annoyance. The minutes were passing between laughter and flirting as far as Kuroka and Issei were concerned, since the Nikomata on each occasion took advantage of every opportunity that was presented to try to embarrass the brunette, but in all she failed, and it was even she who ended up embarrassed when Issei played along. On the other hand, Albedo was being the biggest problem for the brunette when it came to working, because every time the dragon interfered in his field of vision or did something to get his attention, something that Issei did not understand the reason for her behavior, since it seemed that Albedo wanted to have all the attention on her and nothing else. It almost seemed that she was jealous of Kuroka, since once she spoke or hinted at something the dragon jumped so that Issei could see her. Maybe it could be jealousy, but why Kuroka? The brown-haired boy didn't understand it and only got more and more stressed, tolerating the acting never before seen in Albedo. Although he found it adorable, it interfered with his current work, causing it to be delayed and accumulate more and more, which would bother him a lot. But since he appreciated Albedo, he let it pass. He just hoped that this wouldn't last long. So time passed quickly until finally the time came to attend to a certain matter that brought with it a certain visit expected by the brown-haired boy. Issei-chan, I have been informed that the Greek goddess has arrived and is in the hallway waiting for permission to enter, Nya, Kuroka mentioned, showing a serious attitude once she received the information through a communicator in her ear. Tell them to let her through, Kuroka, and remember that this is a serious meeting of great importance. Stay by my side in silence, and no matter what happens, keep your composure while waiting for my orders, Issei commented seriously, removing all the documents on his desk with a spell. As you command, my king, Kuroka replied as she stood behind the brown-haired boy, knowing that she had to show respect in front of the visitor who had arrived. It was minutes before the doors of the brown-haired man's office were opened, revealing a beautiful woman with light violet hair. Her eyes were a greenish-blue hue, her long hair reached past her hips, her unpainted lips indicated that her appearance was a natural beauty. Finally, she is wearing a beautiful white dress with a gold belt around her waist and carrying a gold staff in her right hand. This beautiful woman, also known as Athena, is the goddess of war, civilization, wisdom, strategy and combat, science, justice and skill. She is also one of the main deities of the Greek pantheon and one of the 12 Olympian gods of greatest power in the supernatural world. Lady Athena, it is a pleasure that you honor us with your visit, Issei began to say as he got up from his seat and headed towards the newly arrived woman. Once he reached her, he bowed slightly as he took the woman's hand and kissed it gently as a means of greeting and respect for her. Lord Gremory, your words fill me with happiness, and I thanks in advance for taking the time and accepting my invitation. Athena responded to the brown-haired man's greeting by cupping the corners of her dress and making an elegant bow to the man in front of her. You can call me Issei, Lady Athena. Formalities have never been my thing, so I have no problem with how you address me, Issei mentioned without much importance after greeting the divinity who visited him. Despite how he usually shows disrespect to several people on occasion, he only did it when they were despicable and bad subjects. Since in front of those who do good, or show good attitudes and qualities, he recognized them and gave them the respect they deserved, the proof of this was Elohim being a man whom he respected, not because he was the strongest meant that he would put himself above others because yes, and on this occasion he knew what Athena was like and admired her for it. Besides that, he had nothing against her, so it did not bother him at all to show a different attitude than usual. Then Issei, I will ask you the same favor to address me as Athena. After all, we are among acquaintances, right? The purple-haired girl joked, to which the brown-haired boy smiled, accepting her request. Would you like to take a seat, Athena? Issei suggested, offering his hand to lead the goddess to her proper place to begin the meeting. Thanks, it will be a pleasure. The purple-haired girl responded to the brown-haired boy's gesture and took his hand to lead the way. Issei calmly moved Athena to the seat where KUROKA was previously located, since they were facing each other here. Once he arrived, like a gentleman, he moved the chair to the woman so she could sit down and then go to his own where the Nico model was waiting for him, maintaining her posture and silence. KUROKA, can you bring us 2 cups of tea? Issei asked his rook, kindly, receiving a nod from her. As I ordered, my king, the brunette responded, and then prepared to leave the room in search of the brown-haired man's order. Oh wow, look at the size of those breasts, Albedo expressed in amazement as he stood next to Athena, looking at her bust. Really? Issei mentally questioned, raising an eyebrow in the process at the dragon's antics. Nah, they're not as impressive as they look. Mine are bigger, rounder and firmer, Albedo declared proudly as she groped her breasts and sat on the brunette's legs. Just ignore her, Issei, just ignore her, the brunette thought with a twitch in his eye while the dragon rested on his lap and chest. Although I have to agree with you, her breasts are better in every way. Wait, since when did I think like that? Ugh, I'm becoming a pervert from living with her so much. Issei shook his head at the strange thought that crossed his mind. Wow, your subjects really respect you. It seems that they do not do it out of obligation or any gain, but rather out of their own free will and devotion to you, just as expected from the leader of the underworld, Athena praised after a few seconds of silence once she had sat down. You flatter me, but I don't think it's that big of a deal, Athena. Issei downplayed the matter and his person. And tell me, Issei, how have you been? The last time we talked was, well, you know, Athena began to speak, remembering the incident that occurred between her faction and the brown-haired boy in front of her. Yes, it's not something that is easily forgotten, right? But answering your question, I've been fine as far as the word goes because my job demands a lot of things. But as far as that goes, nothing is out of the ordinary. Did you even worry about me? Issei commented gracefully, making the purple-haired girl laugh a little. Fufufu, sometimes serious and sometimes funny. I guess the same. Issei is still among us, Athena commented gracefully, putting aside her staff suspended in the air. It's what I am, Issei replied, shrugging under the goddess's amused gaze. Still, after more than 3,000 years, I feel relieved to see you safe and sound again. And to see that you are still the same as always, Athena mentioned between sighs, relaxing her posture in her seat. Athena, it's not that I dislike talking to you, but I don't think you've come to my kingdom just to talk about me, right? Issei questioned, as he always went to the central topic of everything. Fufufu, you're definitely still the same, Athena expressed before taking a more serious attitude to begin what was coming. It was then that they both heard the doors open, so they turned their gaze to them, noticing how KUROKA entered the room with a tray carrying 2 cups of tea. Once inside, she walked to where they were and gave each of them their due cup. Sorry for the intrusion, but here are your drinks, KUROKA mentioned while maintaining her role as secretary, placing the drinks on the desk in front of her master and the goddess. Thanks, KUROKA, Issei thanked the brunette as he took a sip of his drink. Thanks, young lady. It was Athena's turn to thank the woman for her gesture. Do you need anything else, my king? KUROKA asked after receiving compliments from the 2 guys in the room. Not for now, KUROKA, you can rest, Issei replied calmly, to which the Nico Mata nodded while remaining behind him. Getting back to the subject, you will tell me the reason for your visit and also the fact that you asked exclusively for a meeting with me, Issei commented a little seriously to the purple-haired girl, but she did not seem intimidated because she already knew what he was like. I will, but would you mind if we discuss the matter alone? Athena mentioned, respectfully pointing at the Nico Mata behind the brown-haired boy. Sorry, I'll be right back. Just as she was speaking and preparing to leave the room, KUROKA was cut off when her master raised his hand to keep her quiet. I apologize in advance, Athena, but KUROKA's place is by my side as my right hand. Call her my personal assistant. Whatever you have to say will be in front of her too. But I promise and assure you that it will not leave here, Issei expressed seriously as he looked at the divinity in front of him. What can you do? Athena shrugged, accepting the brown-haired boy's words. It was either that or ending the meeting, and she couldn't do that until she told her old friend everything. It's clear, KUROKA, Issei mentioned, glancing sideways at his rook, who was a little surprised but happy by the brown-haired boy's words. Hi, KUROKA replied smiling, maintaining her posture as the secretary of the king of the underworld. Issei, this is classified information that my father keeps hidden. You see, for some time now, more specifically since your return, our faction has suffered several internal problems. Athena began to relate the reason for her sight. Ugh, Issei expressed confusion at the purple-haired girl's information. What did he have to do with the Greeks' problems? I know what you're thinking. Why are you telling me this? It's all linked to my visit today and why I'm here, so I ask you to allow me to explain it. Athena spoke, showing wisdom in each word, representing her status in the world. Go ahead, Issei replied seriously and intrigued by what the goddess would say. Olympus has begun to undergo quite a few changes over time. Since the Dea, demon, killed one of us, destroyed our walls and subdued our leaders, nothing was the same again, Athena recounted but could not continue because she was interrupted by the other woman in the room. You did that, KUROKA expressed, unable to hide her astonishment at what she heard. How strong was Issei to do all that? That was what she was wondering at that moment. I'll tell you later, KUROKA, the brown-haired boy replied, indicating to the Nikomata that she should remain silent so that the purple-haired girl could continue. It's really not a story you like to tell, is it? The only one who noticed a slight discomfort in Issei was Albedo when she was in his mind. It was the first time I lost control of myself. It's not something pleasant to remember, was the only thing the brown-haired boy said, keeping in mind an image of himself totally furious when Miragene had been slightly injured by Ares. Anger has always been a factor that greatly influenced him, and back then when his kingdom was beginning to be established after the civil war of the underworld against the demons who followed the ideals of the original Maos, one day Ares had arrived proclaiming himself as the new king of the underworld, which triggered a small war between Issei and his friends against the army of the god of war. Sadly for the invaders, they made the biggest mistake of angering the demon king by slightly hurting one of his queens. Issei didn't remember much about that incident since he had lost his mind when Miragene had been injured by Ares. The only thing he remembered was being on a mutilated and bleeding body in front of the enemy and allied troops while in his hand he held the head of the god of war. That had been the second time that the brown-haired boy had lost his mind in a fit of rage, the first of them being the time he released his dormant power as a child and killed the fallen who wanted to rape his mother. Since then he didn't like to remember those incidents much because they had been very strong for him to see himself overcome by his emotions and lose control of himself. Of all the emotions that exist, Issei always sought to stay in control with anger, because it brought out the worst in him. As I was saying, Olympus has undergone some changes, both good and bad, like every kingdom, but the one that has affected our faction the most is the current behavior of our leader, Athena reported with regret, much to the Issei's slight impression. Zeus, Issei questioned in disbelief as he looked at the purple-haired girl awaiting her words. Since he was defeated by you, Issei, he began to act more like a leader so that nothing like the Ares incident would happen again. He even stopped having his adventures with women from different kingdoms or races, staying only with his current wife Hera. In addition to that, he began to work on his power like the other gods, Athena explained, somehow showing good points in her words. What? You want revenge for what I did? Issei questioned upon hearing that the god of lightning had trained his powers. Although my father was upset by his son's death, after what happened and thinking about it more calmly, he understood that Ares had gone off track and sought his own death. You can rest easy, because my father does not wish to create more tension between his kingdom and yours, Athena said, quickly showing a small nervous smile. Anyway, it's not like you could do anything against me, king, yeah, KUROKA said mockingly, crossing her arms and showing a confident smile. KUROKA, you look prettier when you're quiet, silenced Issei to the Nikomata, who pouted but followed the instructions. You've told me about what happened sometime after the Ares incident, and everything was positive in some way. But you still haven't told me why you're here, Athena, Issei mentioned after silencing his rook and going to see the goddess. As I said before, Olympus has undergone several changes and all the gods and inhabitants there believe that we were heading towards a new era of prosperity. But from one day to the next, Father, things began to change. More specifically since you returned, Athena began to relate, bringing a hand to her chest where her heart was. What do you mean? Issei questioned with doubt, since he didn't remember having done anything wrong against Olympus. unless he was sleepwalking and had been attacked there without knowing it. Not even I or the other gods know for sure, even his wife Hera doesn't know the reasons. It all happened when the news of your return spread throughout the supernatural world. I won't lie to you, some Olympians were afraid because the God Slayer had returned, but Father calmed things down and told us that nothing bad would happen as long as we didn't mess with the underworld. We believed his words and continued with our lives as usual. But one day everything changed, Athena commented with a gloomy face. My father came at the call of the fates, the purple-haired girl revealed seriously to the brown-haired boy, staring at him. Moiras, KUROKA asked out loud, not knowing who the goddess was referring to. I understand that they are 3 fearsome sisters born from the great goddess of necessity, against whom it was said that nothing could be done. Their names are Clotho, Lachesis and Atropos, 3 beautiful maidens, of kind appearance, fully dedicated to their macabre mission, to weave life from birth to the grave. Their power was such that even Zeus himself and his wife Hera feared them. Supposedly no one, either in heaven nor on earth nor in the sea, escapes their designs. Among the 3 they shared the work. Clotho pulls the thread, which symbolized life, from her spinning wheel. Lachesis measured it, incorporating into it all the experiences, both good and bad, and finally, Atropos, the most terrible of the group, was in charge of ending existence by cutting the thread with her sharp scissors. Issei explained to his rook, which showed a pale and frightened face. Gulp, that's terrifying. KUROKA gulped after hearing the brown-haired boy's explanation. You could say so, but I know someone more terrifying, Issei thought, having a small chill run through his body as he thought about his fiancée outside of all the worlds and life itself, being more specifically Chisato. Yes, the fates called your father. It was because they had something to discuss with him, right? Issei asked the goddess suspiciously while waiting for her answer. Indeed, but the what is unknown to all of us, since after that trip father came back different, almost as if he had discovered something truly terrifying. Since then he spent several days locked in his temple in complete solitude. Not even Hera could get close. By the time he decided to go out, his appearance was worrying because his dark circles were large and his appearance unkempt. But mainly his whole being expelled fear. Story Athena remembering the scare that everyone had had on Olympus when they saw the great Zeus in an alarming state. Fear. It's hard to believe considering that Zeus has been in various situations that would terrify more than one, Issei mentioned incredulously, leaning back in his chair. Although it may seem like a lie, it was then that father found out about the alliance of the 3 biblical factions that had the famous and powerful Issei Gremory as its pillar. Motivated by that information and with an idea in mind, he began to work on a world alliance for a single purpose, Athena revealed to the astonishment of the brown-haired boy, who quickly got up from his seat. World Cup. Wait a minute, that means, just as he was about to speak, Issei was interrupted by the purple-haired girl, who also stood up from her seat. Father entrusted his children and brothers with the task of going to each kingdom, faction and race on the entire planet with the sole task of obtaining their help in this new and never-before-seen alliance of the supernatural world, Athena mentioned seriously without taking her gaze off the brown-haired boy. I don't understand, why would Zeus go so far? Issei asked with intrigue as his thoughts went back and forth. The Hindu faction has accepted the call of Father, Indra, Sakra the king of Devas and the lord of Svargaloka, and Shiva, the god of destruction, have accepted this alliance. The Shinto faction has also accepted having the support of Susanoo, the god of storms and the ocean, and finally the Egyptian faction with the support of Aten, the god of creation and the sun, have accepted this treaty, Athena reported, walking around the desk until she was face to face with the brown-haired man. Gods of great power that can change the destiny imposed by life. If Zeus has come so far to ask for their help, it is because on his journey with the Moirai he discovered something bad, Issei commented seriously and on alert as he looked at the goddess in front of him. Now I understand, the brown-haired boy mentioned after a few seconds when he found out why the purple-haired girl had arrived in his kingdom. Issei, Albedo muttered as she stood next to the brown-haired boy. For some strange reason, she felt like everything was centered around her, something very strange. So Athena, you've told me everything important but not why you're here. If everything you've said is true, I can't find any other reason then. Issei stopped to make way for the purple-haired girl to complete her report. The leader of heaven, considering the strongest god in this world, Elohim, the biblical god, Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels, and the strongest of them all. Lastly, Issei Gremory, the king of the underworld, and mainly the strongest being in this world only below Ouroboros. You Issei, you are the leader of the biblical alliance, and that is why I came to you in the first place with my father's request. Would you listen to him? Athena asked seriously, taking a step forward facing the brown-haired boy. Go ahead, Issei replied, unaffected by the goddess's approach. It is true that we have strong allies in this supernatural alliance, but we still lack hands to face what is coming, or so father told me. The reason he has obtained the help of the other gods was because he accepted their requests from riches, merits, fame to women, all for salvation, or so he usually says. Issei, your faction and mine present a tension. But still father wants your help and that of your allies to be part of the supernatural world alliance, Athena revealed calmly under the suspicious gaze of the man in front of her. Joining something without knowing why, that's tempting. But I'm intrigued by Zeus' motives for getting to this point, so your visit to my kingdom is to ask for my participation, Elohim's and Azazel's, isn't that right? Issei questioned, noticing how the purple-haired girl turned her back on him and moved away from him a little. More or less, while it is true that father wants your collaboration in the future, the truth is that I also have other intentions. You see, Issei, father knows your power, and knows that with your help any problem can be overcome and any obstacle that arises can be overcome because of the entire supernatural world. Many consider you the guardian of this planet. Therefore father wants to form a bond between the two factions, Athena mentioned as she turned her face a little, showing the brown-haired boy an amused smile. Wait a minute, that means that, hearing those words and the implication of this, Issei opened his eyes wide, because you didn't have to be very smart to figure out the point of all this. Issei Gremory, I have come with the intention and proposal in hand to unite our two worlds. In order to forget all differences and create the mutual cooperation of Olympus with the underworld, Zeus has offered the hand in sacred marriage of one of his virgin daughters to the demon king, being I, the goddess Athena, in charge of such an act with my full present consent to form this union. Issei, I have presented myself before you today so that you accept this proposal and take me as one of your wives, creating together the union of our kingdoms, Athena mentioned, turning around, completely revealing in her hands a small box with 2 gold rings in it. What? KUROKA said with her eyes wide open as well as her mouth at such an unexpected turn. What? Albedo was shocked because no one expected this to happen. Nanny, and the most affected was Issei, who remained stiff looking at those 2 objects in the hand of the smiling goddess. Hi. Throughout the underworld, the loud scream of 3 people could be heard, scaring more than one person in the process, and making them internally wonder what poor devil had fallen. The goddess of war had arrived with a surprising proposal for many. How will Issei solve this? That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.